Chapter 1. My college teacher. It's reasonable for students to research controlled nuclear fusion. Blue Star, Dragon Country, Sanliton Vocational and Technical College. At this moment, 3 months away from the college entrance examination, a teaching building is already crowded with people at 8 in the morning in an ordinary classroom. It is class time, and a group of students are eagerly listening to the teacher's lecture at the podium. The teacher is a young man, appearing to be about 27 or 28 years old, handsome and extraordinary in demeanor, with a head of short black hair. After some time, Longguo, how is your research on controlled nuclear fusion technology going? Qian suddenly raised his eyes to ask a small-looking boy in the front row. The boy was dressed plainly, with even patched clothes. He quickly stood up, adjusted his thick glasses, and revealed a simple smile. Mr. Qi, I've almost finished the research, just give me another month, and I can definitely provide you with an excellent answer. Good, sit down, Li Shizhen. Qian nodded and called out the next name. Here, a slender young man, looking like a yellow-haired boy on the street, immediately stood up. How is your research on targeted cancer drugs going? Reporting, Mr. Qi. I will be able to submit my work in half a month. I'm trying to minimize costs. Good job, this is a life-saving drug. It's crucial that everyone can afford it. Qian nodded in satisfaction and then began calling the next person. Chen Feng. Here, this time it was a slightly chubby boy with a very simple smile. How is your research on unanometer chip technology going? Reporting, Mr. Qi. It's expected to be completed within 3 months. Chen Feng assured, but Qian shook his head in disappointment. He tapped the table and looked at everyone in the class, then solemnly announced, there are only 3 months left until the college entrance examination. Everyone needs to get energized. I hope each of you can finish your projects during this time. Only then can we pass the college entrance examination with 100% certainty. Remember, a college diploma is the most despised in society. Having a college degree is almost like having a criminal record. The only way out is to upgrade to a bachelor's degree. Everyone needs to work hard. Qian earnestly taught everyone, and the crowd responded in unison. Yes, Mr. Qi. With that, they all began a new round of research and contemplation that if top experts came here, they would definitely be shocked because the vocabulary these college students used included terms like J-80 fighter jets, laser weapons, electronic shields, plant hybridization technology, curvature acceleration, and a series of things that only exist in theory. Yet these college students discussed them with great conviction, as if they were genuinely researching them. Qian looked at this scene with satisfaction, and familiar mechanical sounds echoed in his mind simultaneously. Ding! Detected that student Longguo is studying hard. Experience in controlled nuclear fusion technology 10. Current research progress 89100. Ding! Detected that student Li Shizhen is studying day and night and has significant insights. Experience in targeted cancer drug technology 100. Current research progress 80100. Ding! Detected that student Chen Feng is slacking off. Experience in unanometer chip technology 1. Current research progress 65100. Ding! Listening to this familiar mechanical sound, Qian showed no signs of panic. That's right, he is a transmigrator. In his previous life, he was a patriotic scientist devoted to researching high-end technology. Unexpectedly, he transmigrated to this parallel world, Blue Star, and found that the national conditions here seemed quite similar to those of his previous life. Fortunately, he awakened a system called the Master Black Technology System. As the name suggests, it is meant to be a teacher and guide students in research, but the prerequisite is that the student must be mentally mature and able to focus on research. After binding with a student, the system will assign a project and greatly enhance both the students' and Qian's research capabilities for that project. It can be said that as long as they study seriously and diligently, completing the project is almost guaranteed. Of course, there is a limit to the number of students he can bind with, which is 30. However, it seems that fate played a joke on him. His transmigrated identity turned out to be a college teacher. This means that all his students are college students. And, as the saying goes, college students are not as good as dogs. In this era, getting a college diploma is almost equivalent to having a criminal record, but Qian did not give up that, because he himself was also a college student at the beginning of his last life. Who says college students are inferior to others? College students can also conduct research. For this reason, Qian specifically searched the entire school for ambitious students from poor families who were determined to change their fate through study. Over 3 years, he found exactly 30 students that he integrated them into a class. Then he bound with each of them, and now, with only 3 months left until the college entrance examination, he feels his students will definitely give the world a huge surprise. Chi-Yin wants to lead the entire class to research black technology and let Dragon Country stand tall at the top of the world again. Just as Chi-Yin's thoughts were racing, the system's voice suddenly sounded again. Ding detected that student Qian Weiguo's research progress in controlled nuclear fusion technology has reached 90, generating progress rewards. Ding, reward host with divine-level memory ability. That's right, based on each student's completion progress of the project, the system will grant Qi-Yin different abilities. Qi-Yin teaches students with such painstaking effort, not only to have them serve the country, but also for his own intentions. However, the rewards given previously were quite ordinary, mostly sports-related skills, and this divine-level memory ability is the first time he has received such a reward. As soon as the system's voice fell, Qi-Yin felt that his mind became much clearer, and things he had seen before were now extremely vivid. Even some indescribable study materials could be played back like slides. Qi-Yin wiped his nose, damn it. Almost had a nosebleed. He shrugged. In fact, the biggest difficulty in teaching them different topics is memory ability. After all, the knowledge scope of each project is too broad, and now with the divine-level memory skill, it perfectly compensates for this. With this ability, I should be able to improve research efficiency better. Without further ado, Qi-Yin decided to browse the database and papers online more to try to record everything. What he lacks the most right now is time. In an instant, the entire class began to study earnestly, and everyone was busy with their tasks. Outside the classroom, groups of students from other classes rushing in for the 8 o'clock class saw this familiar scene and couldn't help but laugh. Laughable. Are these people in class 21 a machine design? Two all fools? What time is it? And they're already studying. What are they pretending for? We're all college students who doesn't understand who? Exactly, after getting a worthless college degree, they should just play for 3 years and then honestly screw screws. Let me listen. Damn, they're even shouting about researching controlled nuclear fusion? Did they overdo it last night and lose their minds? In the eyes of most college students, they're very self-aware that they came to college just to mess around. Thus, there's a very peculiar phenomenon in college and a dormitory. If you study seriously, you will be isolated. Only playing games every day allows you to fit in. Therefore, Class 21 of Machine Design 2, led by Qi-Yin, is a very special existence in the entire Samleton Vocational and Technical College, because they're always the first to arrive at 8 in the morning and never absent. The contrast with other classes is particularly stark, making them seem like lazybones that, as a result, most people in the school look down on them, thinking they're simply sick in the head. Qi-Yin naturally noticed this situation in class and just scoffed at it. Others laugh at me for being too crazy. I laugh at them for not seeing through it. After saying this, Qi-Yin was about to continue reading when a middle-aged woman walked into the classroom with a stern face. Qi-Yin was somewhat surprised. She was the homeroom teacher of the class next door. The woman looked at Qi-Yin, frowned, and called out, "Teacher Qi, come with me. Dean Wang is calling for you." This doesn't look good. It seems like I'm in trouble. Chapter 2. Assembling screws in an electronics factory. What research can vocational students do? Dean Wang is calling for me? Qi-Yin frowned slightly, feeling a vague unease. This old bidung, a derogatory term, doesn't get along with me. Why is he calling for me? You all continue studying. I'll be back soon. Qi-Yin left a message for everyone in the class and then strode out, following the middle-aged woman. Teacher Qi really knows how to teach. Your students are well known for their diligence. This kind of learning atmosphere is something other classes envy. The woman, Xiao Meiyu, suddenly spoke halfway through. Not all. It's the students who are working hard. Qi-Yin replied perfunctorily, but the woman continued, I just don't understand why these vocational students work so hard. Once they enter society, aren't they just the dregs? Her expression was sarcastic, clearly not planning to pretend anymore. Qi-Yin actually isn't very popular among the teaching staff either. After all, how can he excel when the other teachers are preparing to give up? Qi-Yin was about to retort, but they had already arrived at the dean's office. He had no choice but to suppress his anger and ignore the woman's sarcasm as he entered the room. Dean Wang, whose full name is Wang Dehai, is a complete baldy at just over 40 years old. His shiny head can almost reflect light. Coupled with his rotund figure, from a distance, he looks like a chubby, braised egg. Braised egg. Cough. I mean Dean Wang. What do you need from me? As soon as Chi Yin entered, he saw Wang Dehai lounging in his chair with his legs crossed. Chi Yin, you're here, Wang Dehai said lazily without bothering to get up, giving him a half-hearted glance. How's the research on that project from your class going? The one about controllable something fusion. Controllable nuclear fusion, Chi Yin reminded him, and Wang Dehai nodded. Right, that controllable nuclear fusion and that special drug for treating cancer. How's the research coming along? It's going well. It should be ready to produce results in a while, Chi Yin explained, but Wang Dehai's eyes showed impatience. Why does it always seem like there's still time when I ask? How much time have I already given you? Chi Yin, my patience is limited. Haven't you played house long enough? Wang Dehai's authoritative gaze swept over Chi Yin, and the feeling of unease within him grew stronger. Dean Wang, what do you mean by that? Wang Dehai said seriously, what do you think I mean? These kids are about to graduate, right? They should start practicing in society. After all, practice leads to true knowledge. Last month, I just contacted an electronics factory, called Huachuang Electronics Technology Company, Limited. They're in need of workers, so I plan to send your students there. I've already negotiated the pay. 9 yuan an hour per person, meals included. What? Chi Yin was shocked. Isn't this just sending students to the electronics factory to assemble screws? What are you talking about? This is called practical experience, Wang Dehai said, crossing his arms defiantly. Every vocational student has gone through this. Teacher Chi, you need to understand the school's difficulties. I, as the dean, am under a lot of pressure. How about this? You could take 1 yuan per head. How about that? Wang Dehai suggested. Each student in a vocational school is a resource, a profit that's hard cash. If you don't take it, how will he, as the dean, take it? If he doesn't take it, how will the principal take it? Chi Yin clearly understood this principle. In fact, he had already delayed his students long enough. Other classes had already entered factories by their 3rd year, but his class was different. All right, but I want to take that 1 yuan difference. You can give it to the students, Chi Yin said, knowing there was no way to delay any longer. If he delayed further, graduating might become an issue for these students. After saying this, he turned and left. Wang Dehai watched Chi Yin's departing figure and couldn't help but sneer. Vocational students doing research. Huh, what a pipe dream. Chi Yin quickly returned to the class and shared the news with everyone. Instantly, everyone became agitated. What? Are we going to the electronics factory to assemble screws? What about our studies and research? Yeah, the school is going too far. Many of them were just one step away from achieving results. What would happen if they went to the electronics factory now? Chi Yin tapped his desk. All right, the school has no choice. This is the situation, and we've already compressed most of the factory time. Chi Yin comforted everyone, who said going to the electronics factory means we can't study. We can totally study and do research after work. This period might really require everyone to work a bit harder. How about this? I'll go to the electronics factory to assemble screws with you, Chi Yin announced. When they heard that Chi Yin was actually willing to go with them to assemble screws, all their previous grievances vanished instantly. After all, Chi Yin didn't have to do this, but he was willing to suffer alongside them for their sake. Okay, teacher, I promise. We will research controllable nuclear fusion in the shortest time possible. Longguo was the first to stand up and declare loudly. With his lead, others also pledged to produce results within 3 months. Chi Yin smiled with satisfaction and had all the students start packing their bags in preparation for departure. The next morning, everyone from Class 2 gathered at the school gate, and the bus had been waiting there for a long time. Get on the bus. Students, pay attention to order. One at a time. The driver and the electronics factory's manager looked at these students as if they saw money, their smiles wide. However, soon the factory manager looked somewhat bewildered because the students had brought too many things. Wait, why are you bringing so many books to the factory to assemble screws? Nuclear physics? On cancer? Treatise on typhoid fever? Chip technology? What are these? The manager looked at Longguo and others carrying a pile of incomprehensible books, feeling overwhelmed. To save costs. The bus had limited space, just enough to accommodate a few people, which was usually sufficient. After all, the 3-piece set for the electronics factory was sold right at the factory gate. Why were these students bringing books to work this time? This is simply absurd. At the school gate, there were also students from other classes who laughed at this scene. They really know how to show off. They're still pretending at this point. Bringing books to assemble screws. Can't understand. This is hilarious. Chapter 3. Screwing at the electronics factory, successful controlled nuclear fusion research. Throwing everything away, Why bring so many books to the electronics factory? Do you really think you're going to study? The person in charge shouted loudly, wanting Weigua and others to throw away their books, but everyone was naturally unwilling, and the situation fell into a stalemate. Fortunately, at this moment, Yin stepped forward. He handed a cigarette to the person in charge and said softly, "I'm their teacher, Yin. If the bus can't fit so many things, then call another one. I will pay for it myself. The books must be taken. After all, they're going to do research. How can they look up information without books?" Upon hearing that Yin could pay for another bus, the person in charge's expression improved a lot. However, when he heard Yin say these students are going to do research, he almost laughed out loud. "No way, brother. You guys are college students going to the factory to screw things together and doing research? Are you serious?" "Serious," Yin nodded, his expression very serious as he spoke. "Who says college students can't do research? Strengthening the country through technology is the mission of every student, and college students are no exception." The person in charge was also touched by Yin's earnest attitude. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Chun Kai." The person who called himself Chun Kai had a more serious expression. "I've never seen such a responsible teacher like you. To be honest, I also graduated from college, but my teacher wasn't as responsible as you. These students are really lucky to have a teacher like you. Research, huh? All right. I'll strive to give you better positions and leave you more time." Yin didn't expect that this person in charge was quite easy to talk to, and he directly gave him more than half a pack of cigarettes. "All right, brother, in the future, when controlled nuclear fusion is successful, you can say you contributed." Chen Kai did not respond. Soon, 2 buses set off with Yin and the 30 students from Class 2 to Huachuang Electronics Factory. That afternoon, everyone arrived. Yin took everyone to buy the electronics factory's 3-piece set and had already assigned dormitories, which was a form of settling down. The next morning, everyone went to work collectively, and everyone was assigned to the assembly line. The work was very simple, just packaging some small gadgets. Chen Kai indeed kept his promise and arranged for all students to have easy positions on the assembly line, so everyone wasn't too tired. Yin also chose a good workstation and started working directly. "Teacher Chi, aren't you going to take a break?" "You're mistaken. This is the work that students must do." Chen Kai looked at Yin in great confusion, but Yin just calmly replied, "As a teacher, I teach and solve doubts. Wherever my students are, that's where the classroom is. How could Yin just watch his students work hard while he did nothing?" Thus, a strange scene formed on Yin's assembly line. While others on the assembly line were chatting about entertainment gossip, Yin and the students were engaged in intense academic discussions amidst the roaring of machines. "Teacher, the principle of achieving controlled nuclear fusion is based on the nuclear fusion reaction of hydrogen elements. How can we effectively control the rate and scale of this reaction?" Weigua was the first to raise a question. Yin thought for a moment. With his god-level memory, he had stayed up all night the previous day memorizing a bunch of theoretical knowledge. It's not an exaggeration to say he was now a walking encyclopedia. He quickly answered, "The key to controlled nuclear fusion lies in achieving high temperature, high density, and long-time plasma confinement. Currently, the mainstream methods are magnetic confinement and inertial confinement. Magnetic confinement uses a strong magnetic field to confine high-temperature plasma to prevent it from coming into contact with the container walls. In contrast, inertial confinement involves heating and compressing a fuel pellet with high power in a very short time to induce nuclear fusion due to inertia. However, both methods face many technical challenges, such as the stability of the magnetic field and efficient energy injection." Weigua nodded, feeling enlightened. Li Shizhen then asked, "What about the technology for cancer miracle drugs?" "Teacher, from a cellular perspective, the occurrence of cancer is due to genetic mutations in cells that lead to uncontrolled proliferation and differentiation. What are the difficulties in developing targeted therapies for these mutated genes?" Yin immediately responded, "The complexity of cancer lies in the diversity and heterogeneity of its genetic mutations. Even for the same type of cancer, the genetic mutations in different patients may vary significantly. This makes the development of targeted drugs require extensive gene sequencing and analysis of numerous samples. And cancer cells may also develop drug resistance, necessitating continuous improvement and updating of the drugs." Other students raised different questions, and Yin answered them one by one. The advanced technology system provided by the master allowed Qi Yin and the students' research ideas to be mutually beneficial, requiring cooperation to succeed. However, the biggest difference between Qi Yin and these students was that they could only specialize in one topic, while Qi Yin could bind all the topics of the students. Other workers on the assembly line watched this absurd scene and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. They all thought these students were pretentious. The workshop supervisor saw the situation and came over to say a few words, but since the students' discussions did not affect their learning progress, he did not say much. In the following time, whether on the assembly line, during meal times, or even during the evening dormitory sleep time, Qi Yin and all the students utilized every moment to the fullest. Just like that, a month passed in the blink of an eye. One evening, Longguo hurriedly found Qi Yin, who was reading by lamplight. "Teacher Qi, my theory of controlled nuclear fusion has finally succeeded." "Really? Come, let's verify it together." Qi Yin was also very excited, and he immediately took a bunch of draft paper. Then he and Longguo each took a pen and started calculating the data. After a few hours, looking at the final accurate success, both Qi Yin and Longguo burst into laughter simultaneously. The system's voice also echoed at the same time. Ding! Detecting that student Longguo has completely completed the research on controlled nuclear fusion. Congratulations to the host for achieving the initial achievement. First, as a teacher. Current number of completed topics, 130. The host can wear the title first as a teacher, which has the effect that every word you say has a small probability of enlightening others. Qi Yin's pupils widened. This effect was quite impressive. Enlightening someone instantly, wasn't that a divine skill? But now was not the time to dwell on that. He turned to Longguo with a satisfied expression and said, "We did it, we really did it. Longguo, you did great." "Teacher, this is all thanks to your guidance." Qi Yin and Longguo exchanged smiles, and at that moment, it seemed everything around them became unimportant. In these days, they had been immersed in research day and night, fully dedicated to it, and now both looked rather disheveled. Their hair was messy, as if it hadn't been combed for a long time, and their clothes were wrinkled and stained. Looking at their faces, they were full of fatigue, their eyes bloodshot, a testament to the lack of adequate rest for a long time, making them look overworked. However, despite this, their eyes were bright, filled with anticipation for the research results, containing hopes for the future and a firm belief in scientific exploration. "Let's publish this paper and shock the entire Dragon Country," Qi Yin said softly, and Longguo nodded. Chapter 4. Writing to the Dragon Academy of Sciences, looking down upon, what research can college students do? "Teacher, how do we submit our controlled nuclear fusion paper? Do we just publish it on the website?" Longguo expressed his confusion, and Qi Yin shook his head. How could controllable nuclear fusion be so important to our country? A paper of this level must be sent directly to the Dragon Academy of Sciences. "Let's do it." Qi Yin immediately took out paper and pen to start writing a letter. He had already looked up the contact information for the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Such a high-level research institution is quite special in the Dragon Country. Anyone can submit a paper to them, and once accepted, it's like taking off. "Dear Academician Qin Tianhai, hello. I have developed a technology for controllable nuclear fusion, and I would appreciate it if you could seriously review the theory I have written below. In general, controllable nuclear fusion aims to pursue stability. Our common approach is to follow certain methods, but we can actually proceed in this way." Qi Yin highlighted the main point directly in the first sentence and then proceeded with the theory, believing that those in the field would understand its importance. Of course, he didn't write out all the theories. After all, the paper was limited in size, and it was impossible to write everything. Finally, he signed it. Author, Longguo. Supervisor, Qi Yin. School, Sanliton Vocational and Technical College. With that, a complete letter was finished, and Qi Yin sent it out as quickly as possible. The rest of the time was now about waiting for a reply. "Teacher Qi, now that the letter has been sent, what should we do next?" Longguo asked excitedly, rubbing his hands. "Tighten screws? What else? Your internship isn't over yet. What if you can't graduate?" Qi Yin said seriously, then suddenly remembered something and reminded him. "By the way, you need to prepare for your undergraduate entrance exam quickly. In this day and age, without a bachelor's degree, you'll be looked down upon outside. Teacher is right. I'm still too inexperienced as a college student. I need upgrade. Qian Weiguo nodded earnestly, agreeing with his teacher's words. Thus, in the following time, Qian Weiguo continued to work at the electronics factory while reviewing for the undergraduate entrance exam at night. Dragon Academy of Sciences. As the most representative organization of technology in the Dragon Country, it can be said that anyone who steps out of here can shake the academic world with a stomp. PhD students who are unattainable outside can only do odd jobs here. Only true academicians have a voice. At this moment, inside the Nuclear Physics Research Institute No. 1, dozens of experts in neat white lab coats were tightly gathered around a massive instrument. Their eyes were focused and fervent, staring unblinkingly at the huge object emitting dazzling red light, which shone like a brilliant little sun. The entire research institute was so quiet that one could hear their heartbeats. The experts held their breath, not daring to make sound, because they were conducting a controllable nuclear fusion experiment. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. There was no relief on their faces, only seriousness and anticipation. Time passed second by second, each second feeling so long. However, eventually, with a faint yet clear sound, the dazzling red light suddenly dimmed. The experiment had failed again. This time, controllable nuclear fusion had only been maintained for 123 seconds. In an instant, everyone's expressions turned somewhat disappointed. The originally tense faces now drooped like deflated balloons. Some sighed gently, some shook their heads helplessly, and others showed a hint of confusion and unwillingness in their eyes. Why is it still not working? Is it theoretically impossible to achieve controllable nuclear fusion? Alas, after researching for most of our lives, we can only reach this level. Perhaps it really doesn't exist. An old expert with graying hair took off his glasses and rubbed his tired eyes, the wrinkles on his face seeming deeper. Let us record this data. Although it's still a failure, at least we maintained it for 3 more seconds than before, which is a significant improvement. Even the US, they only maintained it for over 60 seconds, so the gap isn't that big. Qin Tianhai, academician Qin, encouraged the younger scholars nearby. In research, we shouldn't fear failure. The most frightening thing is giving up. Cough, cough. However, after the 70-year-old man said this, he coughed heavily a few times. The recent days of sleepless research and debugging had truly worn him out. Help academician Qin back to rest. Others continue working. Wang Yu, a middle-aged man in his 40s, was responsible for coordination and was also one of academician Qin's youngest students. Soon, the experts present began to collect data and hold a meeting to summarize their gains and losses. After going through the whole process, it was already 9 p.m. Wang Yu just finished dinner and was stretching, finally ready to take a good rest, when someone suddenly knocked on the door and shouted, "Is academician Qin in? The letter has arrived today. My teacher has gone to rest. Give me the letter." Wang Yu lifted his eyelids and took the letter. This was the usual process. Generally, he would review the letters first and then show the necessary ones to Qin Tianhai. After all, at Qin Tianhai's age, he couldn't possibly go through so many letters. The academician's time was precious. Wang Yu casually glanced at the few letters and felt a bit impatient. Ugh, there's always a bunch of fools who like to think highly of themselves and write to an academician saying how impressive their research results are, but they need funding. It's truly laughable. This is the Dragon Academy of Sciences. If we can't research it, how could you? He casually tore open a letter, which was signed from Sanliton Vocational and Technical College. What? A vocational college? Can college students even engage in research these days? Wang Yu was amused. It was the first time he had seen a vocational school submit a paper to an academician. He casually tore open the letter to take a look and immediately noticed a few big words inside that read, "I have developed controllable nuclear fusion. Academician Qin can review my results." Upon seeing the 5 words controllable nuclear fusion, Wang Yu's eyes went dark. This was one of the most important topics for the Dragon Academy of Sciences for many years. They had researched it for decades and hadn't achieved results. How could a vocational school have done it? These vocational students were really out of their minds. Wang Yu didn't even bother to read the contents of the letter. He thought only a fool would believe what was inside. He casually tossed the letter aside, thinking it would be good to use as a table corner support. Thus, Chi's letter was treated as a table corner support. Chapter 5, what? Controllable nuclear fusion is researched by a vocational student. Time quickly passed, and it was 7 days later. 7 days for the dedicated researchers at the Dragon Academy of Sciences felt like just a blink of an eye, and Wang Yu had almost forgotten about that letter. On this day, Qin Tianhai suddenly called all the team members for a meeting early in the morning. He had thought of a new idea that might allow them to extend their controllable nuclear fusion time by several dozen seconds. This was a huge breakthrough. When his idea was brought up at the morning meeting, everyone seemed to be enlightened. Academician Qin, what a brilliant insight. I feel that with your method, we can extend our maintenance time by at least 30 seconds. An increase of 30 seconds was a significant improvement, nearly catching up with the US across the ocean. The Dragon Country is truly fortunate to have Academician Qin. A group of people flattered and praised the old academician, but Qin Tianhai himself was completely indifferent to it. As an elder of the Dragon Country, he cared about only one thing: to research controllable nuclear fusion and let the Dragon Country stand tall at the top of the world again. This was the dream of his teacher and his teacher's teacher. Alas, I wonder if it can be realized in my lifetime. Qin Tianhai sighed, poured a cup of warm water, and returned to his office to rest. After sitting down, he subconsciously scanned the office. When the old academician saw the messy desk with the name Wang Yu written on it, his expression instantly turned sour. How could this kid not change his bad habits? The materials are a complete mess. What if he can't find something when he needs it? Time is life. The old academician shook his head and decided to tidy up for his youngest student. He had always cared for Wang Yu. Although his research talent wasn't high, he was obedient and had strong organizational skills, making him a good assistant. After tidying up for a while, the old academician finally made some progress. At that moment, he noticed a piece of paper under the corner of the desk. Qin Tianhai thought it was trash and picked it up. Inside was just a piece of paper, with some characters even smudged, as if stained by water. However, Qin Tianhai still saw a few big words on it. I have developed a method for controllable nuclear fusion. Qin Tianhai immediately felt delighted, thinking this was likely a draft from Wang Yu. Did this kid really come up with something? Was he afraid to present it because he thought his theory was too poor? Young people should be brave in practice. Qin Tianhai happily unfolded the paper, ready to give his student Wang Yu some advice. However, as he continued reading, his expression began to change. There's actually such a method? Is the essence of controllable nuclear fusion really just boiling water? Wait, can this also work? Hey, this inequality, can it be calculated this way? Qin Tianhai's eyes gradually became serious as he eagerly took out some paper and a pen to start verifying the calculations based on this letter. Like this and this. Qin Tianhai's eyes gradually brightened. He felt he was getting closer to a result, and this method seemed truly feasible. But just as he was about to calculate the final result, he reached the end of the letter, and there were no more words. Damn it. Why does it have to end right here? I'm just one step away, just one step. Qin Tianhai felt like he was going crazy. He could guarantee that the method for controllable nuclear fusion written on this paper was absolutely feasible. Right, find Wang Yu, this is his draft, so go find him. He didn't expect this kid to be so talented. Haha, he is my student. Qin Tianhai's eyes were filled with excitement. He felt he had never been so thrilled in his life. He grabbed the letter and ran out. All the way, he rushed past researchers from Longguo Institute, leaving them stunned. Was that Qin Tianhai just now? So fast. The old academician is really in great shape. Soon, Qin Tianhai found Wang Yu, who was in the nuclear physics research lab. He approached and slapped Wang Yu on the back. Good kid, I really didn't see this coming. You're the real genius. I'm proud of you. Wang Yu grimaced as he was slapped, feeling a bit dazed by the praise. Previously, Qin Tianhai always scolded him for being as foolish as a pig, saying he was the dumbest among all the students. Did he finally discover today that he was gold wrapped in dung? Teacher, it's just that you taught well. It's all your credit. Wang Yu humbly replied. Qin Tianhai waved his hand. I don't have that ability. This is all your own research achievement. Qin Tianhai, not wanting to waste time, urgently shouted, You little brat. I don't want to waste time with you. Hurry up and tell me the last formula. You're driving me crazy, you know? What formula? Wang Yu was confused. You're still pretending. It's the formula for controllable nuclear fusion that you developed. Qin Tianhai said with a smile, looking like he understood. What? Wang Yu was bewildered. When did he develop controllable nuclear fusion? He smiled bitterly. Teacher, how could I have the ability to develop controllable nuclear fusion? Isn't it you? How could this paper not be your draft? Qin Tianhai was also confused. He handed the paper to Wang Yu, and the latter's pupils widened in shock. This isn't my handwriting, nor is it my draft paper. Wait, this seems to be a letter. Qin Tianhai took a deep breath, and his expression grew serious. You better give me a reasonable explanation. Wang Yu realized the severity of the situation and hurriedly led Qin Tianhai to his workstation. His back was already soaked with cold sweat. Had controllable nuclear fusion really been developed? He remembered receiving a letter a few days ago and quickly started searching, finally finding the previous envelope. But it was already crumpled. Qin Tianhai snatched the envelope and examined it. Still missing one formula. Maybe there's another piece of paper. But after searching for a long time, he found nothing but emptiness. Qin Tianhai was furious. There's still another piece of paper? No, it's gone. I think I threw it away. I didn't know it was that important. Wang Yu was on the verge of tears, while Qin Tianhai was about to explode. That was the final formula for controllable nuclear fusion. It was so important that he couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be if it leaked. Qin Tianhai arrived at his workstation and immediately picked up a red phone. Hello, this is Qin Tianhai from Longguo Institute. Connect me to Chun Baoguo. Hello. Is this old Chun? Immediately send troops over here. I want to seal off the entire Longguo Institute. Chapter 6. Surrounding Sanlitan Vocational and Technical College. What? Seal off the entire Longguo Institute? Why? Hearing this news, Chun Baoguo on the other end of the line asked in surprise. Old Qin, what happened? Such a big move requires our military to intervene? Director Qin replied with a heavy tone. Yes, because the technology for controllable nuclear fusion has been broken through. Broken through. You Longguo Institute are amazing. Incredible. Chun Baoguo exclaimed excitedly. However, Qin Tianhai quickly denied it. No, this is not our breakthrough. Anyway, just seal it off for now. This matter must be kept strictly confidential, and it must be executed according to the highest confidentiality requirements. Okay, since you say so, I will ensure that the Longguo Institute is sealed tightly, guaranteeing that not even a fly can get in. Chun Baoguo understood the importance and urgency of this task and dared not be the slightest bit negligent. Soon, waves of military vehicles surged from all directions toward the Longguo Institute, and the atmosphere inside the institute instantly became tense. Many people were conducting research in the laboratory when suddenly they heard the roar of engines and the sound of synchronized footsteps, which was deafening. They rushed out to see the grand spectacle and couldn't help but gasp in shock. They had been focused on their research, wondering who was so bold to create such a commotion. As a result, military vehicles filled with soldiers surrounded the Longguo Institute tightly. The massive display made it seem like they were planning to demolish the Longguo Institute, and some might even believe it. Was there a recent breakthrough in a project? But they hadn't heard anything about it. Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Qin Tianhai held a letter in his hand, his brow furrowed, eyes filled with astonishment. He angrily said to Wang Yu, "Look at how you do things. I just praised you, and now you can't even handle receiving a letter properly. You're really more of a hindrance than a help. You even used it to prop up the desk. You're driving me crazy. Teacher, you can't blame me for this. Who would believe that a random letter saying they developed controllable nuclear fusion would be credible? Our Longguo Institute hasn't developed it over the years." Wang Yu explained with a bitter face. Qin Tianhai scolded Wang Yu again with a dark face, saying it was just discrimination. However, soon, Qin Tianhai noticed the signature on the letter was still there, and he muttered in confusion, "Sanlitan Vocational and Technical College? Wait, is this one of our country's top colleges? Teacher, this seems like a vocational college." Wang Yu reminded, and Qin Tianhai was shocked. "You say this is a vocational college? That's absolutely impossible. This is controllable nuclear fusion." Wang Yu's face darkened. Wang Yu thought to himself, "Isn't this also blatant discrimination? And you still say it's me?" Immediately, Qin Tianhai paced back and forth in the office, his face filled with disbelief, muttering, How can such a cutting-edge technology as controllable nuclear fusion come from a vocational college? This is simply unbelievable. He constantly recalled the arduous journey of world-class research institutions in the study of controllable nuclear fusion, and now this major breakthrough actually came from an obscure vocational college. However, Qin Tianhai knew the significance of this technology was immense, and time was of the essence, leaving no room for delay. He suddenly stopped, his gaze becoming resolute. Forget it. I have to personally visit the Sanlitun Vocational Technical College. I need to see what is going on. This concerns national affairs. I must go myself. After saying that, he grabbed his coat and hurriedly left the office. As Qin Tianhai just ascended the stairs, he bumped into a hurried, elderly man with white hair. Though his hair was completely white, he had a broad forehead, etched with the lines of time, and his sword-like eyebrows were slanted, thick and black, exuding a sharp demeanor. He stood tall and imposing. Even with age, his stature resembled a towering mountain. The straight military uniform added a sense of solemnity and righteousness to him. It was none other than Bao, who was also rushing over. "I was just about to find you," Qin Tianhai said, his expression serious. "Where are you going in such a hurry? Are you afraid I can't handle you? A mere Longguo Academy? Come to supervise me?" Qin Tianhai did not answer, and the tense atmosphere immediately spread. Qin Tianhai then said, more seriously, to Bao, "The controllable nuclear fusion technology was sent to us by a student from Sanlitun Vocational Technical College. I need to go there in person." "What? What level of school is that? Is it some top university? How come I haven't heard of it? And you, an academician from Longguo Academy, have to go personally? That's a vocational college." "What? A vocational college?" "Yes. Even if it's a vocational college, we cannot be negligent. This concerns national affairs, and we cannot miss a single detail. Now, even vocational colleges are this impressive?" Bao seemed a bit curious. Soon, the two boarded a military helicopter heading straight for the Magic City. A few hours later, Sanlitun Vocational Technical College in the Magic City. Today was supposed to be a regular Monday, just resuming classes, but on this seemingly ordinary day, the school was surrounded by the military, soldiers armed to the teeth. Their expressions serious, completely sealing off the school. Not only that, but several streets near the school were quickly blocked off, with warning lines set up to prohibit any unrelated personnel from entering. Suddenly, a deafening noise broke the tranquility of the school, as the roar of helicopter engines shattered the silence, echoing in the air. One helicopter after another slowly landed on the playground of Sanlitun Vocational Technical College, kicking up a cloud of dust. The doors opened, and two elderly men stepped out, both with white hair, yet exuding an undeniable authority and presence. The scene was so grand that it was shocking. Students who were in class couldn't help but peek out of curiosity. Even the teachers on stage put down their textbooks and looked out the window. Upon seeing this, they began to whisper among themselves and speculate. "What is going on? So many helicopters, and the military surrounding our school. Those guns must be real. That's the military. I've only seen them on TV. Could it be that something major happened at our school? It wouldn't be that the principal is corrupt and selling the country, right? The principal doesn't have that much clout. I think someone important is coming to our school. They must have sent people to pick them up. Isn't that how novels are written? Maybe our school really has a genius. I'd rather believe it's the principal selling the country. This is just a vocational college. What kind of celebrity could warrant such a fuss?" Chapter 7. Qin Tianhai's shock. "Did you send them to the factory to screw bolts?" In the principal's office, after Principal Zhang finished the phone call, he was almost scared to the point of collapse. He had no idea what was happening. His legs were trembling, and he couldn't walk steadily. Could it be that his corruption was discovered? Even if it were, it shouldn't be such a big deal. He hadn't embezzled that much. Why did the military from the capital come directly? However, the phone call also instructed him to cooperate with their work. So he wiped the sweat from his forehead and immediately went out to prepare to greet them. Before long, Qin Tianhai and Bao arrived at the principal's office. They happened to run into the principal, who had just left his office, still trembling. Upon seeing him, Qin Tianhai immediately stated his purpose. "I am Qin Tianhai from Longguo Academy. You're Principal Zhang, right? We are looking for a student from your school named Qianweigua. and also a teacher named Qi Yan. Quickly tell me where they are. Principal Zhang looked up and gasped. These were all well-known figures in the capital, and being so close made him feel scared. The sense of pressure was overwhelming. Taking a deep breath, Principal Zhang cautiously asked, "May I ask what you need them for? Did they do something wrong?" Qin Tianhai maintained a somewhat serious expression and said, "You'd better not ask about that. This matter is very important to the country. Just tell me where they are. Rest assured, your school produces many talents. It's a very good school," Qin Tianhai added, trying to reassure the timid principal, fearing that he might faint from the pressure. After hearing this, Principal Zhang was quite excited, and his legs stopped trembling. He hurriedly said, "I know Teacher Qi Yan. He is a teacher from the electromechanical college. Now I'll take you to find them." Qin Tianhai anxiously said, "Then hurry and take us there." After saying that, Principal Zhang led the two towards the electromechanical college. Since it took some time on the way, Principal Zhang kept talking to himself. Teacher Qi Yan is really a good teacher. All the students in his class are very obedient. Throughout the journey, Principal Zhang's praises for the teacher made Qin Tianhai and Shun Baohua feel like their ears were getting calloused. Before long, they arrived at the electromechanical college. At this moment, inside the electromechanical college office. "What did you say? You sent them to work at the electronics factory?" Even Qi Yan went. "Yeah, what's wrong? It's time for their internship. They should go gain some experience." And Teacher Qi Yan went of his own accord. "You, who do you think you are to do that? I was away on a business trip for half a month, and you sent their class to the electronics factory. Why shouldn't I have that right? I'm also the dean of the electromechanical college, and you are just the vice dean. I'm above you, all right? That still needs my approval." A dean can't even manage a vice dean, right? You are simply abusing your power. Don't think I don't know you're profiting from this. Anyway, they've already gone. The contract is signed. It's only for 3 months. After 3 months, they'll be back. But 3 months later is the special upgrade exam. Do you know how important this is for them? You're burying talent. I've already given them time, but they didn't produce any results. So they can only go work in the factory. The two arguing were indeed Wang Dehai, the dean of the electromechanical college, and Li Shui, the vice dean. The female vice dean is Qi Yan's senior sister, and she is the one who has the authority to gather 30 students for research. She just went on a trip, but when she returned, the students had been sent to an electronics factory to screw bolts, which she simply could not accept. She rushed into Wang Dehai's office to confront him. However, Wang Dehai was very arrogant and talked big. Due to his position, she couldn't say much back. At that moment, the principal, along with Qin Tianhai and others, arrived at Wang Dehai's office. They heard the two arguing at the door, but the content was unclear. Qin Tianhai and the others pushed the door open. "What are you?" Wang Dehai's words were cut off as he recognized the visitors and was left dumbfounded. Not to mention the principal. He had only seen the two people beside the principal on television, especially the one in military uniform, who exuded a strong sense of oppression. The principal didn't have time to inform him, so Wang Dehai naturally had no idea these people were coming. Besides, he had already been arguing with Li Shui for a while, and the door was shut to prevent some students from overhearing, so he didn't pay attention to the noise outside. Now, Wang Dehai just wanted to curse, wondering why the door was so soundproof. However, Li Shui felt that the principal's arrival was timely, but the two big figures beside him made her feel respectful. The principal asked old Wang, "Where are Qi Yan and that student named Qian Weiguo?" Wang Dehai was stunned. How could the principal also be looking for these people? Li Shui had already given him a headache. Weren't they just at the electronics factory screwing bolts? Isn't that what vocational students do? But he didn't dare to say such things, trembling as he replied, "What do you need to find them for?" Principal Zhang said, exasperated, "What, they're not at school?" Wang Dehai realized he couldn't hide it any longer and stammered, They went to Huachuang Electronics Technology Company, Limited." Upon hearing this, Principal Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? You mean they went to the electronics factory?" "What electronics factory? That's a mechanical company." Dean Wang weakly interjected. Qin Tianhai and Shen Baohua, who were nearby, were also taken aback, their fists clenched tightly. Combining what they had heard of the argument outside with this result, they quickly figured out the cause and effect of the situation, sending someone who could research controllable nuclear fusion to screw bolts. This is how the school treats talent? Principal Zhang was also at a loss for words. He thought things were about to take off, but Dean Wang had slapped him right back to reality, making him feel an immense hatred. Principal Zhang, your school's Dean Wang has too much power. I think he should quit his position and go to the electronics factory for some training. Let this female teacher take over as the head of the electromechanical college. She seems to have a better eye for talent. Qin Tianhai said with a stern face, and Principal Zhang immediately laughed nervously in agreement. Qin Tianhai and Chun Baohua left the office after throwing down a line. Wang Dehai was left feeling like he wanted to cry. His life seemed to be in ruins. Chapter 8. Surrounding the electronics factory, Qian Weiguo proves controllable nuclear fusion. On the other side, inside Huachuang Electronics Factory, dim lights shone on the cold floor. Workers, expressionless, repeated their motions. The mechanical sounds monotonous and dull, echoing in the large factory, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The surrounding walls had a worn color, and the air was filled with a faint mix of metal and chemical agents, making it hard to breathe. Everyone seemed to have their souls sucked away, working numbly. With no laughter, only a gloomy haze enveloping the entire electronics factory. The electronics factory was a lifeless place, draining people's will. However, in a dim corner, a few people stood out. They were discussing various theoretical concepts while working, Qi Yin and his students. They were unwilling to waste a single moment. Just then, Huang Mao Qian Weiguo asked his teacher Qi Yin beside him, "Teacher, why haven't we heard anything about the letter we sent to Longguo Institute? Could it be that our research theory is wrong?" Qi Yin's expression became complicated at this question. Logically, they should have received news by now. It's okay. Our research theory must be fine. Let's wait a little longer. Qi Yin spoke with absolute confidence in his system. The breakthrough in controllable nuclear fusion technology was epoch-making. He didn't believe that Longguo Institute would be unaware of its importance. Just then, the factory suddenly erupted into chaos. A low rumbling noise grew louder, and a strong wind from a helicopter's rotor caused the trees around the factory to sway violently. A massive shadow gradually covered the electronics factory, and the people inside looked up in terror. Meanwhile, military vehicles rushed to surround the electronics factory, and soldiers poured out quickly and orderly, advancing in all directions, forming a tight encirclement. A security line was swiftly established, firmly guarding the factory's entrances, leaving no gaps. The workers inside the factory gathered in panic, their eyes filled with confusion, fear, and unease. Someone rushed in and shouted to the supervisor, "Supervisor, something's wrong, something's wrong." A large group of military personnel suddenly appeared outside. What? Military? Did the boss break the law? The small supervisor was immediately stunned, frantically pressing his phone, but the signal had already been blocked. The students who were screwing bolts in the electronics factory were also scared by the chaotic scene. What's happening? They gathered together, looking tense. At this moment, Qi Yin shielded the students behind him, saying, "Don't panic, stay behind the teacher. I will protect you." Qi Yin's words reassured the students. Soon, a large group of people headed straight for the electronics factory. The leader shouted, "Who are Qian Weiguo and Qi Yin?" Qi Yin and Qian Weiguo had no time to think, and upon witnessing the grand scene, they stood frozen. Qi Yin managed to stabilize his nerves and said, "We are the two. He is Qian Weiguo, and I am his teacher, Qi Yin." Qian Weiguo sported a head of bright yellow hair. His eyes were wide open, and his mouth seemed to carry a smile, looking somewhat rebellious. Yet he clenched his hands tightly, appearing extremely nervous. Qin Tianhai and the others twitched their mouths simultaneously upon seeing Qian Weiguo. How could it be a yellow-haired guy? Did this theory of controllable nuclear fusion really come from this yellow-haired person? They needed to verify it. Qin Tianhai and the others dispersed the others, leaving only Qi Yin and Qian Weiguo. A large group surrounded Qi Yin and Qian Weiguo in a small meeting room. They secured the meeting room with equipment, heavily guarded, ensuring no chance of sound or visual leakage. At this moment, the nervous Qian Weiguo asked tremblingly, "What are you going to do?" Qin Tianhai and the others realized they might have been too reckless and quickly introduced themselves. "We are from Longguo Institute. My name is Qin Tianhai." Upon hearing this, Qi Yin and Qian Weiguo immediately understood their purpose. They had come for controllable nuclear fusion. They breathed a sigh of relief. "Qian Weiguo, Mr. Qian, may I ask, have you really broken through the theory of controllable nuclear fusion? Qin Tianhai asked eagerly. Could you demonstrate it for us here? Don't worry. Everyone here has signed a confidentiality agreement. We absolutely won't leak anything. Standing behind Qin Tianhai, the onlookers nodded firmly. Qian Weigua glanced at teacher Qi Yan, seemingly seeking his opinion. Qi Yan nodded at him and said, "Go ahead. It's time to showcase our research results." Only then did Qian Weigua regain his confidence and, trembling, walked cautiously towards the blackboard, saying carefully, "Well, I'll start now." Standing in front of the blackboard, his slender figure revealed his determination. After months of research, he finally had the opportunity to present. He squinted slightly, as if rapidly sorting through his thoughts in his mind. Then, the chalk in his hand fell, producing a soft creak as it made contact with the blackboard. He began to write the theoretical formula for controllable nuclear fusion, and the chalk dust gently rose with his movements, dancing in a beam of sunlight streaming through the window. Sweat beads gradually appeared on his forehead, but the seriousness in his eyes remained undiminished. His focused expression seemed to suggest that the world consisted only of him and the blackboard before him. Each stroke was powerful, each character precise, as the formula extended line by line on the blackboard. The experts in the audience initially adopted a scrutinizing attitude, whispering among themselves. However, as Qian Weiguo wrote with increasing fluency, the formulas became progressively complex and exquisite, and the expressions of the experts began to change. Qin Tianhai suddenly stood up from his seat, his voice trembling with excitement. "This is incredible. How can he derive these key formulas so effortlessly? Can it really be transformed this way?" The expert beside him, equally astonished, agreed. "Yes, the logic is so clear. It's as if he has dedicated his entire life to this field. I truly feel inferior." Gasps of astonishment echoed in the room, and the atmosphere was charged like a barrel of gunpowder. At a critical moment, Qian Weigua suddenly stopped chalking, his expression turning serious. At this time, Qi Yan quickly stepped forward. He could tell that Qian Weigua had hit a wall. This controllable nuclear fusion was a result of their joint research, and the two of them together represented the perfect state. Chapter 9. Shocked, invite the college student to join the Longguo Institute. With eyes as determined as Qian Weigua's, Qi Yan stood beside him, picked up another piece of chalk, and joined in the calculations. He reminded him, "Stay calm, just pretend the audience doesn't exist." "Okay, teacher." Qian Weigua nodded. With Qi Yan's reminder, Qian Weigua suddenly saw the light and continued to write the subsequent formulas smoothly on the blackboard. Qi Yan's participation made the demonstration even more exciting, and the formulas on the board became increasingly refined. The experts in the audience were continuously escalating their astonishment, and the entire space was filled with a tense and excited atmosphere. With a firm stroke on the blackboard, Qian Weigua finally completed the entire controllable nuclear fusion theoretical formula, and the final result emerged. There was almost no error. Qin Tianhai and the other experts below were utterly captivated. Upon seeing the final result, they were so moved that tears streamed down their faces. They looked at the final result calculated on the whiteboard, all of them filled with excitement. They had dedicated most of their lives to researching controllable nuclear fusion technology, and they realized halfway through that this technology was indeed feasible. This college student had truly broken through this technology, and after seeing the subsequent results, everyone felt enlightened. They had no idea it could be done this way. Everyone excitedly stood up, exclaiming, "It's a success! It's really a success! This is indeed the controllable nuclear fusion theory. It is truly feasible. My God, I never expected that in my lifetime I would actually see controllable nuclear fusion developed by our Long nation. Our Long nation is going to thrive now." This was the dream of generations, and it had finally been realized. To have such a student in this life is enough. Teacher Qi Yan, you truly have a genius student. The Longguo Institute was never short of geniuses, but now they regarded Qian Weigua as an unparalleled young genius. Qin Tianhai excitedly held Qi Yan's hand, reluctant to let go. Other experts, seeing this, also rushed forward, grabbing his other hand or tugging at his clothes, full of enthusiasm. After exchanging pleasantries with Qi Yan, they turned directly to Chienhuigua. Who would have thought that a college would produce a talent like you? Chienhuigua. Come with us to the Longguo Institute. Yes, Chienhuigua, you're like gold wrapped in dung. Oh no, you are an absolute genius. Our country needs talents like you. These were all big names in nuclear physics, most of whom came from top universities. There were 3 academicians present alone, and the number of professors was countless, each a significant presence in the academic world. Chienhuigua scratched his head, somewhat overwhelmed, and humbly said, "Actually, this is all Teacher Chi Yan's credit. I completed it under his guidance. Just now, you also saw that I only wrote the final part with Teacher Chi Yan's reminder." However, the experts dismissed his humility, believing that Chienhuigua was not only smart, but also very modest. Generally, papers are written by the students themselves, with the instructor only playing a guiding role. For someone so young to have such awareness is truly commendable. Oh, come on, Chienhuigua, don't be modest. This is your research result. Your teacher only played a reminding role. Chi Yin merely smiled at this and did not express any opinion. He did not want to steal the spotlight from a student. After 3 years of effort, this achievement belonged to Chienhuigua. Ha ha! This is truly a blessing for our long nation. Qin Tianhai was laughing so hard he could hardly close his mouth. He looked at Chi Yin with a face full of satisfaction and gratitude, and his admiration was evident in his eyes. He knew that a young genius like Chienhuigua was rare and that he needed a teacher for proper guidance. But it was merely guidance. For such a significant breakthrough in technology, he still felt it was Chienhuigua's idea. Yet, he was still extremely grateful for Chi Yan's careful nurturing. Teacher Chi Yan, we all see how you have nurtured Chienhuigua. So, to express our gratitude, you can make a request. As long as it is within our means, we will definitely fulfill it. How's that sound? Qin Tianhai's voice was steady and powerful, echoing in the conference room. Chi Yin was slightly taken aback, and then a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. He said without hesitation, "I want a more professional laboratory so I can take my students to do better research." Chi Yin had always longed for a space of his own to realize his ideas. Unfortunately, a professional laboratory was too expensive for him to afford. Having one now would save him from needing to ask others for help in the future. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianhai couldn't help but feel more fond of this teacher before him, laughing heartily. "Great. Teacher Chi Yin, your passion and spirit for research are truly admirable and worthy of our learning. Then, in Moda University, there will be a professional laboratory. I will contact them to allow you to use it." At this moment, both parties had basically reached an agreement. However, Chi Yin was not foolish and naturally understood the implications of Qin Tianhai's words. This was essentially a roundabout way of rejecting Chi Yan's joining the Longguo Institute, and he knew it well. At this time, Qin Tianhai and the others were preparing to take Chienhuigua to the Longguo Institute. "Chienhuigua, you are now officially part of the Longguo Institute, and we will take you over for a visit." However, Chienhuigua happily ran over to Chi Yan's side and asked, "Teacher Chi Yan, aren't you coming with me?" The innocent gaze was full of expectation. He didn't want to leave Teacher Chi Yan. In his heart, Chi Yan was a very important guide for him. However, Qin Tianhai and others showed difficulty. The student Wang Ning, who came with Qin Tianhai, coldly said, "Your teacher? You're not qualified to go back to Longguo Academy with us. That place is where many great talents gather, and only exceptional talents like you can be admitted through special channels. Not everyone can just go there." Qin Tianhai only pretended to scold a little, not stopping it too much. After all, his thoughts weren't too different. This matter was indeed difficult to handle, and he had considered whether to bring this teacher into Longguo Academy as well. But after privately asking around, he found that most disagreed. However, when Chienhuigua heard this, his previously smiling face instantly fell, and he stubbornly said, "Then I won't go either. If Teacher Qian can't go, I will never leave Sanlitan Vocational Technical College." Chapter 10. Qian, I want all students to enter Longguo Academy. This sudden situation put everyone in a difficult position. But seeing this scene, Qian was filled with emotion. Truly, these were the students he had raised, and they had a conscience. He patted Chienhuigua's shoulder and said gently, "Huigua, the teacher really can't go with you. The teacher still has other students to take care of here. In the future, I will train all the students in our class and send them together to Longguo Academy. Qian Weiguo blinked, thought for a moment, and finally nodded. Then, teacher, you must keep your word. I will wait for you and the classmates at Longguo Academy. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Qian Weiguo finally willing to leave. But when they heard Qian's words, they scoffed. A seemingly plain college teacher actually said he would send the entire class of students to Longguo Academy? This was simply a fantasy. In their view, it was already as hard as ascending to heaven for Samleton Vocational Technical College to produce a talent like Qian Weiguo. So how could there be a group of talents in such a small college? It was simply delusional. Such shameless bragging. How could he say such a thing? Wang Yu muttered to himself. They all took Qian's words as mere boasting, with no credibility at all. But Qian Weiguo firmly believed that Teacher Qian had this capability. He knew how unique Teacher Qian was. Those seemingly ordinary classmates would unleash their immense potential under Qian's guidance, and they wouldn't be much different from him. He thought to himself, you all look down on Teacher Qian now, but you will definitely regret it in the future. Qian watched the backs of the crowd leaving, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. At this moment, the large group of people had already left. The tense and mysterious atmosphere dissipated. After everyone solemnly signed the confidentiality agreement, the factory resumed its orderly operation. Qian returned to his work position, surrounded by the group of students he brought along. Yes, they still had to continue their internship. The internship tasks for these students today still had to be completed. In a few days, he would go to the school to apply and see if he could end the internship period for these few students early. The crowd gathered around Qian, all chattering about what had happened. Qian looked at these vibrant students, a hint of warmth flashing in his eyes, and began to recount what had just happened. You little clever ones, after I finish telling you, you must speed up your research topics. Although everyone had signed confidentiality agreements, these students were different. They all knew each other well. In this trusting little group, there were no secrets that couldn't be shared. Moreover, each of them had their own research topics. However, when Qian mentioned that Qian Weiguo's research topic was controllable nuclear fusion, the students' eyes instantly ignited with excitement. Controllable nuclear fusion, that was the holy grail in the energy field. This was a great research project capable of changing the world, and their teacher Qian was actually so impressive. Admiration surged in their hearts once again. Qian continued. Qian Weiguo has already entered Longguo Academy. You all need to work hard next. Upon hearing this, the students' faces were filled with envy. It was admiration for Qian Weiguo's achievements. But within this envy, there was not a hint of jealousy. On the contrary, their gazes became more determined, and a surge of strength rose within them. His success made them realize that as long as they worked hard and learned from Teacher Qian, they too would achieve something. At this moment, the sound of machinery seemed to become more rhythmic. They believed that one day they would also shine in their beloved research field, becoming outstanding students like Qian Weiguo. In the factory, the roar of machines continued, and everyone remained focused, discussing while tightening screws. However, a new situation suddenly arose for Qian. He quickly received a message from the school, requesting him to return immediately. Qian returned to school with mixed feelings and was immediately received by the principal in person. The principal's face was full of smiles as he praised Qian. Teacher Qian, you really have a great teaching method, a discerning eye, and have cultivated outstanding talents like Qian Weiguo. Why didn't you mention earlier that Qian Weiguo had such abilities and was noticed by Longguo Academy? I knew you must be a good teacher. Otherwise, I wouldn't have agreed to let you gather those students in one class, right? You will definitely be on the list for this year's excellent teacher title. That students from such a vocational college were actually noticed by Longguo Academy undoubtedly brought unparalleled honor to the school. Qian also responded with a smile. Principal, this is what I should do. The students are just too smart. This was just an opportunity, just right to suggest to the principal to let them finish their internship early and return to study. He should agree, right? Before Qian could speak, the principal had already jumped in. By the way, Teacher Qian, the previous Dean Wang was too much. I have already severely punished him. You should honestly come back to teach and not go to the electronic factory to tighten screws anymore. In his words, there was a full trust and affirmation in Qian. Then, the principal made a significant promise to Qian. How about this? When this internship ends, I will let you serve as the dean of the electromechanical college. I believe that under your leadership, the electromechanical college will be even better. This sudden huge surprise left Qian somewhat astonished. They were making him the dean? That was too fast. This meant he would have greater authority and no longer be bound by others. That would be great. It would allow him more time to devote to his research. He looked at the principal's sincere eyes, feeling deeply moved. This was a rich reward for his hard work all along. But Qian did not forget his purpose. His expression became serious. Principal, do you think it's possible to end the internships of the other students early? The principal frowned slightly, and Qian thought the principal didn't understand. So he continued explaining, you see, principal, having them return to class would be more beneficial for the research topics. In that electronic factory, it's inconvenient without a library. He gazed intently at the principal, stating that this would allow the students to have more ample time and energy to delve into their topics rather than waste it on tedious work. Moreover, those complex and profound academic issues required the students to be fully engaged. While internships certainly had their value for the research topics the students were currently facing, this could become a distraction. He hoped the principal could agree. Chapter 11 Li Shizhen was dumped, and Qian was shocked. Upon hearing this, the principal immediately rejected Qian's proposal without hesitation. He walked to the stool, sat down, leaned back in his chair, and slowly said, how can we casually end the internship early? Should I agree to the proposal from teachers in other colleges as well? You also said it. It's the students themselves who are smart. How many smart students do we have in a school like ours? I let them intern for their own good. The principal knew very well that it was all about money. How could he bear to give that up? The cooperative internship project with the factory was a source of significant revenue. These earnings supported many other projects at the school and were an indispensable part of its operation. Moreover, in his eyes, not every student was as exceptionally talented as Qian Weiguo. After all, it was just a vocational school, and he was clear about the capabilities of his institution. Qian Weiguo was just an exception. That was a field only a few top students could delve into, not something their vocational students could easily access. Besides, what was wrong with working in society? They could earn money and support themselves. Wouldn't that provide them with a sense of security in life? That was good for these students too. Teacher Qi, let's leave it at that. Don't bring it up again. The students' internships cannot end early. They must complete the required content as per regulations. Upon hearing the principal's refusal, a flicker of annoyance flashed in Qian's eyes. He argued his case, trying to persuade the principal again, but the principal's attitude remained resolute. But these students have potential. The principal raised his voice slightly and said, Teacher Qi, your responsibility is to teach well. You can leave now. Qian's hands clenched slightly. His enthusiasm for fighting for a better learning environment for his students had undoubtedly hit a hard wall in front of the principal's practical considerations. Those students repeated mechanical labor in the factory every day, like cattle and horses. And now, the hope of changing this situation had been dashed. Leaving Qian aside helplessly and ultimately give up, he left the principal's office filled with helplessness and reluctance. Forget it, let's just leave it at that. Qian thought helplessly. In the following days, their internship continued, and the work remained the same. At this time, Qian was still working alongside the students at the electronics factory, but the student beside him had changed to another student, Li Shizhen. However, in recent days, Li Shizhen often seemed out of sorts. He had turned silent when he used to actively discuss problems. This situation caught Qian's attention. At this moment, Li Shizhen's once nimble hands were gradually slowing down, his brow furrowed, his face bitter like a bitter melon, and his hollow gaze stared into a certain direction, making him appear distracted. Qian noticed his unusual behavior and asked with concern, Li Shizhen, what's wrong? Have you encountered any difficulties again? You can tell me. If there's something you don't understand about the research topic, you should ask. But Li Shizhen seemed as if he had lost his soul, completely unresponsive. Qian, puzzled, stopped his work, raised his voice, and asked again, Li Shizhen, what's wrong? You're so distracted. If you have problems, you need to talk to me. At this moment, the surrounding co-workers looked at each other and began to chatter cheerfully. Teacher, it seems his girlfriend wants to break up with him. One person said loudly, and others echoed, their faces showing a hint of glee. Huh? Qian couldn't help but exclaim in shock. He knew how much Li Shizhen cherished his girlfriend. Even if he knew, it didn't stop him too much because Li Shizhen was very serious about it. Moreover, As far as he knew, their relationship had always been good. How could it suddenly turn out like this? Qi Yin didn't think too much. He couldn't let his hard-fostered student continue like this. He pulled Li Shizhen and made his way through the busy crowd to a relatively quiet corner next to the assembly line. Li Shizhen, what's going on? Is what they said true? Qi Yin stared intently into Li Shizhen's eyes, filled with worry. Li Shizhen's lips trembled slightly, and after a moment, he slowly spoke. His voice a bit hoarse. She sent a message saying we are not suitable and want to break up, and then she stopped answering my calls. As he spoke, his eyes turned red and tears swirled in his eyes, seemingly trying hard to hold them back. Qi Yin frowned and patted Li Shizhen's shoulder, trying to comfort him. It's a small matter. Maybe it's just a little girl having a normal tantrum. It's not a big deal. With Qi Yan's comforting words, Li Shizhen seemed to find an outlet for his emotions and began to pour out his grievances to Qi Yan. This time it's different. Teacher, he said, his voice choked with tears. He recalled meeting his girlfriend on a sunny afternoon 3 years ago. At that time, they were like characters in all those youth idol dramas. An unintentional glance leading to the intertwining of two young hearts. Since then, her figure had filled his world. He had been good to his girlfriend, which was evident to all. Over the years, whenever he had free time, Li Shizhen would work hard. Whether delivering takeout under the scorching sun or handing out flyers in the biting cold, he never complained. If it weren't for you, Teacher Qi, I wouldn't have had it so easy. You show me that studying hard can also earn money, so I didn't have to suffer so much. Every penny he earned through hard work was spent unhesitatingly on his girlfriend. For various anniversaries and birthdays, from exquisite jewelry to expensive cosmetics, he never missed a single gift, hoping only to make his girlfriend happy. But fate seemed to enjoy playing tricks on people. Recently, my girlfriend got a civil service job, which should have been a happy thing. But unexpectedly, this became the fuse for the breakdown of our relationship. She quickly began to nitpick everything about me. It seemed like all the sweet memories were thrown out the window. She complained that I only had a vocational diploma, thinking I had no future in this society, even saying I was useless. Every word felt like a sharp blade, stabbing deeply into Li Shizhen's heart, tearing apart the once loving heart he had. Qi Yin listened quietly, feeling a bit speechless towards Li Shizhen's so-called girlfriend. Now that she has a civil service job, she starts looking down on him for having a vocational diploma. Why didn't she complain when Li Shizhen was spending money to treat her well? Didn't he just start attending a vocational school? Qi Yan's lips twitched, and he felt a bit of pain for Li Shizhen. He understood Li Shizhen well. This student was so sensible and kind, but just a bit naive in love. He knew how much Li Shizhen had invested in this relationship. All those countless nights spent hustling to earn money, balancing part-time work and studying. He had not neglected either. His research on cancer drugs was also nearing results. Qi Yin looked at the pained student in front of him, wishing he could help alleviate some of his suffering. What are you planning to do? Qi Yin asked softly. Li Shizhen took a deep breath, determination flashing in his eyes. I arranged to meet her and talk things through face to face. I still want to salvage this relationship. I really can't bear to lose her. His gaze was filled with pain, but more importantly, it showed his last attachment to the relationship. Qi Yin looked at him, nodded, and said, "It's okay. I'll go with you. No matter the outcome, at least you tried, and you won't have any regrets in the future." Li Shizhen looked at Qi Yin gratefully. "Okay, thank you, teacher. With you by my side, I feel much more confident." During this time, he had been encouraged by Qi Yin. If it weren't for Qi Yin, he wouldn't have believed that he could still research cancer miracle drugs. Chapter 12, God-Level Fighting Skills. The devoted Li Shizhen, and Chu Yao's astonishing remarks. Night falls. Qi Yin lies on the bed, exhausted, preparing to rest and dispel the fatigue of the day. Just then, a crisp sound, as sharp as ice picks shattering glass, explodes in his mind. Ding! Detected that Li Shizhen's research on cancer miracle drugs has reached 90 progress. Rewards are now being distributed. Qi Yin's eyes widen in disbelief. Li Shizhen's progress on cancer miracle drugs has actually reached 90 so quickly? How surprising. He murmurs to himself, his heart starting to race uncontrollably. He knows that this topic is quite difficult, and every reasoning process requires a lot of literature references. Yet Li Shizhen can advance so quickly. He can imagine how hard Li Shizhen has worked. But the thought of the reward ignites a fiery passion in Qi Yan's eyes. He knows that the reward corresponding to 90 progress is very generous, and the last time he received God-level memory is still fresh in his mind. What will it be this time? He can't wait. He tightly grips the blanket, waiting for the reward to be distributed. Ding! Reward! God-level fighting skills. In an instant, a strange power surges through Qi Yan's body like a tidal wave. He can clearly feel his muscles trembling, his bones strengthening, as if every cell is being reshaped. An unprecedented confidence swells within him, and he even feels that he can take on 100 people now. This feeling is truly unbelievable. Qi Yan excitedly jumps up from the bed, waving his fists in the room. This powerful sense of strength spreads through his blood, making him feel exhilarated. But as a teacher, what do I need such fighting skills for? Qi Yan can't help but hold his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Is there something wrong with this system? Hey system, I'm a teacher. Qi Yan silently shouts, but it has no effect at all. A night without conversation. The next day, Qi Yan and Li Shizhen, as agreed, go to a CAF together. This is a place Li Shizhen had arranged to meet his girlfriend, and it was also chosen by her. They are preparing to clarify their situation. At this moment, Qi Yan and Li Shizhen have already arrived at the CAF, and it is obvious that they arrived early. As soon as Qi Yan steps into the CAF, he feels that it is too luxurious. The floor is covered with a thick, hand-woven carpet, making no sound underfoot. Looking up, a dazzling crystal chandelier hangs from the ceiling. The brightness and color of the lights seem to have been carefully adjusted to create a warm, yet extremely luxurious atmosphere. The walls are adorned with large art pieces, each appearing quite valuable. A vintage gramophone is playing soothing classical music, the melodious tunes flowing through the air, complementing the luxurious surroundings. Every corner and detail here exudes opulence. This is indeed the style of the Magic City, grand and magnificent. At this moment, Qi Yan reminds Li Shizhen, I will be sitting here. If there is an emergency, I will come out. Remember, don't act impulsively out of love. Li Shizhen notes. Li Shizhen sits by the window, his eyes fixed on the entrance like a magnet. His hands nervously rub the hem of his clothes, occasionally checking his watch, furrowing his brows, and his lips tremble slightly. A mix of tension and anticipation swirling in his heart. People come and go around them, but his gaze remains locked on the direction his girlfriend is coming from. Time passes second by second, and soon it reaches their agreed time, but his girlfriend's figure still hasn't appeared. Li Shizhen starts to feel restless, anxiety evident in his eyes. Qi Yan looks at him and asks, is she going to stand you up? Li Shizhen's face instantly turns a bit awkward. His clenched fists reveal his inner turmoil, with various bad thoughts flashing through his mind. She shouldn't. Let's wait a bit longer, Li Shizhen says somewhat unconfidently. Qi Yan doesn't say anything further and quietly waits, his mind occupied with the god-level fighting skills the system gave him last night. Just then, Li Shizhen's eyes suddenly light up as a familiar figure comes into view. The newcomer is dressed in a black professional outfit, a fitted blazer accentuating her slender waist. The collar of her white shirt is slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone, exuding an unintentional intellectual beauty. However, the black pencil skirt perfectly wraps around her hips, and her shapely legs are clad in black stockings, with high heels adding to her elegant demeanor. She occasionally brushes her hair behind her ear, and a luxurious watch on her wrist catches the eye. Meanwhile, the other hand carries a large bag that sways in front of everyone. It is none other than Li Shizhen's girlfriend, Chu Yao. Qi Yan also sees her and whispers to himself, is Li Shizhen really that lucky? But this girl doesn't seem easy to get along with. No wonder Li Shizhen can't handle her. She's here, Li Shizhen exclaims excitedly, his voice trembling slightly. Upon hearing this, Qi Yan quickly sits back in his seat. However, the next moment, Li Shizhen suddenly jumps up from his seat and rushes forward in 3 steps. This action truly startles Qi Yan. Xiao Yao, you finally come. You have no idea how long I've waited for you. I thought you weren't coming. Li Shizhen's face instantly lights up with a pleasing smile. He shows a set of white teeth, and even a few beads of sweat appear on his forehead due to his excitement. Chu Yao slightly raises her chin, her gaze cold, showing no emotion. Oh, Did it take longer to put on makeup? Were you getting impatient waiting? Her tone is flat, but carries a chilling power that makes Li Shizhen shiver. She walks with a light yet somewhat arrogant stride, slowly making her way to her seat. Then sits down. Li Shizhen hurriedly follows, shaking his head like a rattle, his smile still awkwardly plastered on his face. No, no. Qian watches this scene, and his expression darkens instantly. His brows furrow tightly, forming a deep frown, his eyes filled with anger, and the corners of his mouth slightly turned down. No way. Isn't this pure devotion? Li Shizhen, you can't just be nice to a woman to win her over. Otherwise, women will always take everything for granted. Sighing, he suddenly reaches out and bangs the table a few times, the sound echoing in a quiet CF. Then, he intentionally coughs loudly. Li Shizhen seems startled by the sudden noise, his body trembling slightly. He knows this is a reminder from teacher Qian. He takes a deep breath, tries to calm himself down, then straightens his face, glaring at Chu Yao, fire flashing his eyes. Xiao Yao, I must ask you clearly today, why do you want to break up with me? Is it just because you got a job? Did our sweet memories mean nothing to you? You coldly push me away. Do you even have a heart? His lips tremble slightly, his voice becoming hoarse with excitement, and his hands unconsciously clench into fists, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. However, Chu Yao merely glances at him coldly, giving a light snort. Humph, those memories? They were just your one-sided, wishful thinking. Her eyes were filled with disdain, as if Li Shizhen's questioning was an extremely laughable matter. Li Shizhen expressed his doubts, unable to believe that she actually thought this way. I treated you so well, and we clearly had a great relationship before, even talking about getting married. Why have you changed like this? How can you do this? Haha, it's really funny. Chu Yao let out a cold laugh, her laughter sharp as a knife, piercing straight into Li Shizhen's heart. She looked at Li Shizhen with contempt, as if he were a lowly creature. Did you really think we would have a future? You must be thinking too highly of yourself. Just look at yourself, with your yellow hair, just a vocational school student. Do you think you deserve me? I graduated from a 211 university. My future should be with someone more outstanding, not with you. So what if you treat me well? That was your choice. I didn't force you. I have the right to pursue a better life. Do you want me to give up my bright future for you, a vocational student? You can't possibly stop me from seeking my happy life. I advise you to stop dreaming about swan meat. I'm here to make it clear today that we are definitely breaking up. Every word she spoke was filled with arrogance and selfishness, echoing in the air. In her eyes, Li Shizhen was just a clueless ant trying to cling to this high and mighty flower. She recalled the bits and pieces of their time together, those moments once surrounded by his gentle care, now seeming somewhat ridiculous. She felt herself to be of a higher status than those with similar high degrees and social standing. And Li Shizhen was merely an inconsequential interlude in her life, even a stain. However, all of Li Shizhen's efforts were taken for granted, merely the price he paid to get close to someone as excellent as her. This was her gift to him. Chapter 13. Chu Yao, you better stay away from that useless teacher of yours. Qian, who was nearby, undoubtedly heard everything and felt quite speechless. Truly, to be both a whore and a moralist, wanting it all. What kind of reverse thinking is this? And you can't stop me from progressing. How disgusting. After venting about this woman, Qian started criticizing Li Shizhen. Li Shizhen, oh Li Shizhen, look at your useless self. You treat her like a treasure. But what does she think of you? Trash? Used and thrown away. She doesn't even take your kindness seriously. You look like a clown here, humiliating yourself. Isn't love supposed to be mutual respect? It's not about you groveling unilaterally. Is it really worth it to demean yourself like this? Alas, it seems I need to teach these students about being human in the future, pay more attention to them, otherwise like this one. My heart doesn't know how much it hurts. His brows furrowed, his eyes full of disappointment for Li Shizhen. On the other side, Li Shizhen was stunned by Chu Yao's heartless words, and an uncontrollable anger surged within him. He had always thought his love was beautiful, that he could tolerate everything about Chu Yao, but he never expected he would be so insignificant in her eyes. I love you, but that is not a reason to humiliate me. His eyes widened, the whites filled with bloodshot veins. My kindness to you is genuine. How can you trample on it like this? However, Chu Yao showed no signs of restraint. instead ramping up her sarcasm. What are you, a vocational student, researching all day? Cancer miracle drugs? You actually think you can solve cancer, something no one has managed to do for centuries? If you, a vocational student, managed to come up with a miracle drug, I would laugh to death. Her eyes were filled with disdain, a cruel smile on her lips. What do you know? This is my dream. Li Shizhen Shou. What dream does a vocational student have? And your teacher is an idiot, just fooling you. He doesn't really want to teach you properly. Otherwise, why would he use cancer miracle drugs to deceive you? Why not come up with something else? It's really a lie, without even drafting a script. Although we're not together anymore, I still kindly remind you to stay away from that unreliable teacher of yours. He.S. just ruining students, not a good teacher at all. You might as well learn a skill to make a living. Chu Yao continued speaking earnestly, as if she truly cared about Li Shizhen. Qian was instantly shocked. He never expected the fire would burn to him, unable to help but internally wail. What on earth is this? How'd I get dragged into this? It's really absurd. How can I get hit while lying down? He helplessly held his forehead, feeling immense anger at Chu Yao's baseless accusations. But more than that, he felt sorrow for Li Shizhen. Li Shizhen could hardly believe his ears. Chu Yao's words were like sharp daggers, stabbing straight into his heart. The pain felt like a knife twisting in his heart. Cancer miracle drug? That was his dream. That was what he had spent countless days and nights researching, reading materials, conducting experiments, pouring his heart and soul into, suffering through it all. Only he knew the hardships involved. He had thought that, even if she didn't understand, she wouldn't mock him like this. Can't a vocational student have great ideals? Can't they do something for this world? In her eyes, was he really so worthless? Moreover, when Li Shizhen heard Chu Yao's sharp and biting words dragging Qian into it, it felt like a fire exploded in his heart. To him, Qian was like a lighthouse in the darkness, the warm sun in winter, one of the most important people in his life. When he was lost and helpless, working part-time while attending classes in the first 2 years of vocational school, he also had to support Chu Yao's living expenses. He thought his life would be like this. But in his final year of vocational school, he encountered Teacher Qian. This was a crucial turning point in his life. Teacher Qian taught him, and he discovered his interest in medicine. Just like his name, it might just be fate. Due to the harsh conditions in the lab, countless nights, Qian stayed up late with him, guiding him, answering his questions. Teacher Qian encouraged him like a father to pursue his research topics, even using his own money to support him. Li Shizhen's eyes instantly turned red, anger surging in his chest. He suddenly stood up, knocking his chair to the ground with a loud crash. He shouted at Chu Yao, "Apologize to my teacher. What right do you have to slander him? He is the most selfless person I have ever met. You can't say that about him. And if you're so principled, then return all the money I spent on you before. My past love is not a tool for you to insult me and the people around me." His voice echoed throughout the CAF, filled with endless anger and disappointment towards Chu Yao. Chu Yao was almost laughing in anger, her delicate brows raised, thinking how this person still had the face to ask for back the money spent on her, just as she was about to curse. An extremely eye-catching red Ferrari suddenly parked in front of the CAF, quite conspicuous. Chu Yao couldn't help but slightly furrow her brows, her gaze a bit evasive. As the car door opened, a seemingly free-spirited man stepped out. He wore a tailored Italian suit, every line showcasing luxury, and the Rolex gold watch on his wrist sparkled dazzlingly in the sunlight. He strode forward with an air of arrogance, as if the world meant nothing to him, a slight smirk on his lips that seemed to mock everything around him. Upon seeing Chu Yao in the CAF, his previously lazy eyes instantly lit up with surprise. He rushed over in quick strides. "Xiao Yao, what are you doing here?" His magnetic voice rang out, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Yao. Chu Yao's face turned awkward, and she instinctively turned her head slightly to avoid his burning gaze, answering somewhat nervously, "Fong Bo, I'm here to meet a friend." "A friend? What kind of friend?" Fong Bo frowned slightly, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. "It's her boyfriend," Li Shizhen exclaimed indignantly, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white from the force, his body trembling slightly. Clearly, he had already guessed the nature of their relationship, but still held onto the fantasy that they might just be good friends. The man's expression turned mocking, the curve of his lips widening into a disdainful smile. "Oh, so this is your little dog boyfriend?" he said, glancing at Li Shizhen as if evaluating merchandise. Chapter 14. Qi Yin, did you really think Xiao Yao liked you? Little brother, don't be naive. Feng Bochenkov, you're just a vocational school student. What give you the right? To her, you're just a tool. You should be grateful that someone from a 211 university is giving you this chance. As he spoke, he wrapped an arm around Chu Yao's waist, and she made no attempt to resist, leaning into him, her eyes full of pride. Seeing the ambiguous situation between the two, Li Shizhen's face instantly darkened. So this is their relationship, he thought, but at that moment, he couldn't help but tremble. After all, he was still a 20-year-old boy, and his emotional resilience was not enough. Chu Yao, standing beside him, decided not to pretend anymore, casting a disdainful glance at Li Shizhen. You really are a fool. Completely in the dark. I've been with Longguo for a long time. His excellence is something you can't compare to. His background is a dream you can't even reach. I only looked at you a few more times because you were willing to spend money on me. Otherwise, I wouldn't even bother. Her voice was sharp, stabbing directly at Li Shizhen's heart. Longguo touched Chu Yao's face, a teasing smile on his lips. In truth, Chu Yao was just one of his many girlfriends, but her tricks were indeed numerous, and being around her was quite enjoyable. He spent a little money to win her over. Li Shizhen's eyes widened in disbelief, his lips trembling. How can you do this? Famble scoffed. With a guy like you, wanting to eat swan meat is just a daydream. Vocational student, right? Just go tighten some screws. Li Shizhen's face turned bright red, his body trembling with anger, flames of rage igniting within him. He roared and charged at Longguo like a raging bull, swinging his fists without any technique. You are too much. But Longguo merely looked disdainful, a smirk playing on his lips. All right, let us play then. Longguo, standing over 9 meters tall, towered half a head over Li Shizhen. The gap between them was indeed significant. He dodged Li Shizhen's attack effortlessly and then delivered a powerful kick to Li Shizhen's stomach. Li Shizhen cried out in pain, stumbling forward, yet still not giving up. He was blinded by rage and struggled to get up, charging at Longguo once more. Longguo threw a hook punch, knocking Li Shizhen back to the ground again. Chu Yao merely watched with interest as Longguo mercilessly beat Li Shizhen, showing no signs of recognition or concern for him. However, at that critical moment, a powerful hand like a vice suddenly seized Longguo's wrist. It was Qi Yin making his move. Qi Yin's gaze was icy, his eyes filled with an undeniable authority. He frowned slightly, his face devoid of any extraneous expression, only coldness. He muttered to himself, if you want to bully my student, you'll have to get past me first. Today, I must teach this arrogant tall guy a lesson. Moreover, he had seen that the tall guy had made the first move against Li Shizhen. They were merely acting in self-defense. And finally, my superb fighting skills could finally come into play, he thought. Let us see if I could take down this 9-meter tall guy. Longguo was startled, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes as he trembled and asked, Who are you? Clearly, he hadn't expected Li Shizhen to have backup. Qi Yin stood tall, his expression indifferent. Speaking in an extremely cold tone, he paused for a moment before slowly saying, I'm his teacher. After saying that, Qi Yin suddenly exerted force, and Longguo immediately felt a sharp pain in his wrist as if it were about to be crushed. Longguo tried to break free, but found he couldn't move at all. Qi Yin swiftly executed a beautiful shoulder throw, slamming Longguo heavily to the ground. Before Longguo could react, Qi Yin had already pinned him down with his knee against his back, making it impossible for him to get up, easily defeating Longguo. Wow, that was so easy. This tall guy eyes didn't much at all. Longguo got up from the ground, his eyes filled with resentment, glaring fiercely at Qi Yin. As a wealthy second-generation heir from the Magic City, he had never suffered such humiliation and could no longer hold back. He then shouted, You two little punks better not run. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone. I'm calling my brothers to take care of you. Today, you and T leave here in one piece. You'll get to experience the consequences of provoking me. Saying that, he began frantically dialing a number. Seeing this, Li Shizhen's face turned pale, and he hurriedly ran to Qi Yin's side, grabbing his arm anxiously. Teacher, we need to leave quickly. These guys are not to be trifled with. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. It's fine. Qi Yin, however, remained calm, gently patting Li Shizhen's shoulder, shaking his head slightly, his gaze resolute as he stood his ground, showing no intention of leaving. He wanted to see if he could take on multiple opponents, easily defeating hundreds of them. That would justify his superb fighting skills. Before long, a cacophony of roaring engines approached, several vans speeding towards them, kicking up a cloud of dust. One of the vans screeched to a halt, the doors flung open, and a group of ferocious-looking individuals poured out. Some of them were armed with clubs. The whole scene resembled a gang's entrance from a movie, sending chills down the spine. Longguo stood aside, a smirk of mockery and arrogance on his face, his self-satisfied smile never fading. He was already imagining the scene where Qi Yin and Li Shizhen would be severely beaten. He crossed his arms over his chest, occasionally raising his eyebrows at Qi Yin, looking utterly insufferable. The onlookers around were frightened by the commotion, their faces showing panic, some already rushing away. Others, while hiding at a distance behind corners or cars, couldn't help but steal glances, their eyes filled with curiosity about the unfolding drama. Facing the swarm of dozens of people, Qi Yin remained calm, showing no fear. Suddenly, he stomped his feet, and his whole body shot out like a leopard. One person wielding a long stick swung at him, but Qi Yin flipped, elegantly evading the attack. In midair, he kicked out with both legs, striking the attacker squarely in the face and knocking him down. As he landed, he pivoted on his left foot, quickly spinning his right leg, sweeping two more rushing at him off their feet. This martial art is really good. At this moment, 3 people pounced on him from 3 directions simultaneously. Qi Yin took a deep breath, steadied his stance, and with arms like a dragon emerging from the sea, he swung quickly, accurately grabbing the wrists of 2 people and pulling them together. At the same time, he sidestepped to avoid the punch from the 3rd person, followed by a jab to the opponent's abdomen, sending that person flying like a sandbag. A few more people continued to attack with batons, but Qi Yin seized the opportunity, stepped forward, lowered his body to dodge the batons, then quickly raised both hands, deflecting the batons with a light touch while executing a series of kicks, driving these attackers back one by one. Chapter 15. Li Shizhen is determined to develop a cancer cure. Every move he made was powerful and clean, just like a hero in a kung fu movie. Each strike accurately hit the enemy's vital points while cleverly avoiding their attacks, which was truly astonishing. Longguo initially wore a confident expression, believing Qi Yin would undoubtedly lose, smirking disdainfully with mockery in his eyes. However, as Qi Yin easily dodged several attacks, his smile stiffened slightly, his brow furrowed, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He must be pretending. How could one person be so strong? Is this a movie? But as Qi Yin continued to take down those attackers, Longguo's expression became increasingly grim. The confidence in his eyes was gradually replaced by panic, his lips slightly trembling and cold sweat appearing on his forehead. He began to nervously rub his hands, unconsciously stepping back a few paces, his eyes filled with disbelief. A monster! This guy's a monster! Meanwhile, Li Shizhen was completely stunned, his eyes sparkling with excitement and envy. He couldn't help but shout, "Wow! Teacher Qi is amazing! So cool! The teacher is so powerful! I didn't expect the teacher to be good at fighting too. Teacher Qi, you're my idol. I want to learn this." The onlookers nearby also began to shout, "Oh my God, this person could totally participate in a fighting competition. This skill is incredible. How come those rough guys can't defeat someone who looks so refined? How useless. I feel embarrassed for them. Hey, it's obvious they were trying to outnumber him. And now it's backfired." Nowadays, although enthusiastic spectators don't dare to step forward to help, they still point and comment from the sidelines. At this moment, Chu Yao watched Qi Yin easily defeat everyone and was also dumbfounded. She murmured, "How is this possible?" Qi Yin approached Longguo and Chu Yao, his expression serious as he said, "Apologize to my student." Now, the two turned pale, their faces alternating between green and red, but they were already terrified, fearing that Qi Yin would kick or punch them too. They were about to apologize when Li Shizhen's voice rang out, "Teacher, no need. I will make them apologize with my own ability. Li Shizhen waved his hand to refuse Qi Yan's help. Qi Yan was slightly taken aback, but then looked at Li Shizhen with appreciation and said, "Good. You are indeed my student, Qi Yan. You have guts. Let them apologize sincerely next time." However, Fang Bo and Chu Yao sneered upon hearing this, thinking, what else with this college student acting all high and mighty? Asking them to apologize is ridiculous. But they didn't dare to say anything too extreme, fearing it would provoke Qi Yan's anger. Qi Yan's earlier momentum was simply too frightening. However, the outcome undoubtedly attracted the local police to the scene. But since neither side wanted to escalate the situation, and Qi Yan was purely acting in self-defense, he and Li Shizhen left the police station after giving a brief statement. On the way out, Qi Yan looked at Li Shizhen with approval, patting his shoulder. "You showed some backbone today, huh? You didn't even want the teacher to help you out. But how do you plan to make them apologize?" Li Shizhen paused, looking up at the distance with unwavering determination. "I will definitely develop a cancer cure. This is my greatest confidence." His voice was not loud, but it carried a heart-shaking power. This was the only field he excelled in, and it was his only chance to change his fate. Qi Yan smiled brightly and said, "Good, Li Shizhen, you have ambition. The teacher will wait for that day. But what comes next will be the main event, and it will be a bit harder." "Teacher, I'm not afraid," Li Shizhen replied. After that, the two walked into the sunset together. Back at the factory, Li Shizhen seemed to be infused with endless motivation, becoming even more diligent and serious. He didn't forget to study while working, reciting, and screwing bolts at the same time, with notebooks filled with dense notes as proof. However, at night, when most people returned to their dorms exhausted to rest, Li Shizhen knocked on teacher Qi's door, carrying dozens of notebooks and a stack of heavy medical books. Under the dim light, he looked at Qi Yan with determination and said, "Teacher, please teach me." His tone carried an earnestness that was impossible to refuse. Qi Yan welcomed Li Shizhen into the room, ready to impart all his knowledge. The two then engaged in a heated discussion about medical knowledge. Qi Yan explained profound theories in simple terms, while Li Shizhen listened intently, occasionally scribbling furiously in his notes. "Teacher, are you saying that cancer is not necessarily bad? It's more like an evolution of the human body. Unfortunately, our bodies cannot currently endure such intense evolution." "Wow, teacher, you make so much sense," Li Shizhen murmured, as his previous fixed notions about cancer were completely overturned, and new pathways of thought began to clarify in front of him. He eagerly explored the direction Qi Yan pointed out. At that moment, Qi Yan was surprised to sense a strange feeling. "Why does it feel like everything I say has a special effect on Li Shizhen? It seems like he admires me even more now, every time I express a point." A look of surprise flashes in Li Shizhen's eyes. Qi Yan was initially taken aback, wondering what was happening. But then it hit him. This was the magical effect of the system's initial teaching title. The system really doesn't deceive me. It's quite useful, Qi Yan mused to himself. He couldn't help but recall previous teaching scenarios, pondering why he hadn't noticed this phenomenon before. After thinking about it, it might be that the title was too basic, so it could only display such special effects in a one-on-one teaching mode, while in group teaching, the effects were more average. That must be it. One-on-one instruction increases the probability of enlightenment. The current situation is sufficient. Perhaps when the title level increases in the future, there will be other effects. Qi Yan grew increasingly eager for the system's rewards, taking a moment to reflect on the current situation. There were still 2.5 months until the college entrance exam, but the progress of his students was genuinely lagging. After all, topics vary in difficulty. But after the exam, would these kids all go their separate ways? What would happen to the research then? Qi Yan furrowed his brow, feeling overwhelmed. "Forget it. Let us take it one step at a time," he ultimately sighed. Chapter 16. Progress on the cancer cure technology is at 99%. Time flew by, and another half-month passed. In these days, nothing much happened. It was quite calm. However, beneath this calm, a few whispers began to circulate online. A few videos had apparently emerged from somewhere on the internet. The content of these videos captures the stunning moment when Qi Yan single-handedly faced off against 20 people. In the video, Qi Yan's intense battle scene with the 20 individuals resembles a special effects sequence from a movie. Once this video was released, It caused a huge stir online, with netizens eagerly clicking to watch, commenting, sharing, and flooding in with various speculations and discussions. Wow, is this real? This looks too impressive. I want to learn too. These moves are so smooth and powerful. It's getting me all fired up. TSK, TSK. I think this must be staged. How could one person really withstand the attack of 20? By the way, does anyone know who this person is? Below the video, some students from Sanlitun Vocational Technical College recognized Chi Yin. Isn't this our teacher Chi Yin from the Electromechanical College? Someone immediately asked, Bro, which school is this from? From Sanlitun Vocational Technical College. Whoa, a vocational college produces talent. Are you sure your teacher isn't a Sonda coach? Impressive. Sanlitun Vocational Technical College became an internet sensation, and Chi Yin's popularity skyrocketed. There's no denying that the video looked quite exaggerated, like an action movie. Some directors even called Chi Yin to contact him about making a movie, leaving him feeling quite helpless. However, strangely, this wave of excitement did not last long. As if an invisible hand was controlling it from behind, and the heat quickly subsided. The official response stated that this was indeed a stage performance and urged the public not to spread it further, as it was indeed beyond imagination for one person to easily combat 20 individuals. Thus, the controversy gradually calmed down. Meanwhile, another uplifting event was quietly unfolding for Chi Yin. Li Shizhen's research on cancer miracle drugs had entered the final critical stage, with the progress bar reaching an exciting 99%. When Chi Yin saw the progress bar, he was so happy he could jump up, his face filled with joy. We are almost there. However, this achievement was the result of countless efforts and sweat from both Li Shizhen and Chi Yin, especially Li Shizhen, who seemed almost obsessed. In order to complete this research as soon as possible, he had almost turned Chi Yin's room into his own home, immersing himself day and night in research discussions. His eyes were bloodshot, and his once round face had slimmed down considerably. He looked utterly exhausted. Yet, there was a steadfast flame burning in his eyes, a desire for success. It could be said that he initially wanted to prove himself, but now, with the knowledge he had gained, Li Shizhen had developed a deeper understanding of cancer. The light in his eyes had transformed into a determination to save countless cancer patients. Every piece of data, every experiment, he meticulously checked and carefully operated, leaving no detail that could affect the results unchecked. Chi Yin was also very pleased to see this, happy that a significant breakthrough in human cancer resistance history was about to happen. At this moment, the laboratory was lit with harsh white lights, and various instruments flickered with cold light. Li Shizhen's hair was disheveled, his eyes bloodshot but still wide open, his body slightly trembling, and his lips cracked and peeling, continuously murmuring, "Just a little more, just a little more." His voice carried an almost frenzied obsession, as if driven by some powerful force, struggling desperately on the edge of the abyss between knowledge and the unknown. Chi Yin, too, looked haggard. His once-fitting clothes now appeared somewhat loose. Like Li Shizhen, he had lost weight due to this tense and frantic research. "Teacher, just a little more." Li Shizhen suddenly turned to Chi Yin, his eyes flickering with fervent flames. "Ugh, this won't work. With our current rudimentary lab equipment, it seems impossible to complete this experiment. We must have a higher spec lab. What do we do?" Chi Yin looked at the scene that was just a little short of completion, feeling anxious. Why were they stuck on the last step? Suddenly, Li Shizhen seemed to be struck by lightning, a thought flashing through his mind. The laboratory, that's right, the academician. I had requested the use of a high-level laboratory. Oh no, how did I forget this? Chi Yin pounded his head in frustration. He remembered the laboratory at Modi University that Qin Tianhai had mentioned to him last time. He had been so focused on the research these days that he completely forgot about the follow-up contact. But now, this was their only hope. He hurriedly searched for his phone on the cluttered desk, his fingers trembling slightly from anxiety and excitement. Then he frantically scrolled through his phone's contacts. Thank goodness. He still had the contact information. After finally finding the contact, he quickly dialed Qin Tianhai's number, pressing the receiver tightly to his ear. Chi Yin's rapid breathing was extremely noticeable, almost transmitting through the waves. However, each second of waiting felt like a century. Why isn't he picking up? Chi Yin was extremely anxious. Teacher, don't worry too much. Wait a bit, just a bit longer, Li Shizhen comforted from the side. But his heartbeat had already soared past 120. At this moment, in the quiet laboratory, the only sounds aside from the ringing of the phone were the two men's rapid heartbeats. Suddenly, a voice came from the other end. Hello, who is this? Chi Yin took a deep breath, steadying his emotions, and tried to make his voice sound calm. Hello, academician Qin. This is Chi Yin. I'm Qian Weihua's teacher. But his voice still trembled uncontrollably. Oh, Chi Yin, why are you calling all of a sudden? Is there something wrong? Qin Tianhai's voice came through the receiver. Chi Yin tightened his grip on the phone and hurriedly said, Mr. Qin, it's like this. I wanted to ask if the laboratory at Modi University you mentioned before is still available. I urgently need a medical laboratory to conduct an important research project. He spoke quickly, almost in one breath, leaving him gasping for air after finishing. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianhai seemed a bit confused. Medical? Chi Yin, aren't you in nuclear physics? Why are you suddenly getting into medicine? Do you know how complex the medical field is? It's already quite challenging for a person to thoroughly explore one research direction in a lifetime. You're trying to do both nuclear physics and medicine. Don't aim too high. Qin Tianhai's tone carried clear skepticism and dissatisfaction, and he found Chi Yin's actions somewhat difficult to understand, inadvertently looking down on him a bit. Chi Yin sensed the implications in Qin Tianhai's words, but did not back down at all, firmly stating, Academician Qin, I know this sounds a bit unbelievable, but this research really means a lot to me. Moreover, you previously promised I could use the laboratory, and I hope you can keep your promise. Chapter 17. The research on cancer miracle drug succeeds, excited Chi Yin and Li Shizhen. There was a moment of silence on the phone, as Qin Tianhai seemed to weigh the pros and cons. In the end, he sighed, Fine, since I promised you, let us go according to the agreement. But I still want to advise you, don't aim too high. Upon hearing Qin Tianhai's agreement, Chi Yin let out a sigh of relief, his face displaying a look of relief. Thank you, academician Qin. I will make good use of this laboratory. Thus, Chi Yin successfully obtained the right to use this laboratory. Without any hesitation, he looked at Li Shizhen, and they understood each other, promptly heading to the laboratory. Upon arriving at the location of the laboratory, however, the procedures were not as smooth as they had imagined. The two of them navigated between various offices, filling out forms, submitting applications, and waiting for reviews. Time quietly slipped away in this busy atmosphere, and before they knew it, half a day had passed. Fortunately, all the hard work was worth it, as they finally stepped into this laboratory as they had hoped. As soon as the two entered the lab, a solemn and serious atmosphere greeted them. Li Shizhen couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, this lab is so advanced. Chi Yin's eyes also lit up with excitement. Various advanced instruments and equipment were displayed here, although some were covered with a thin layer of dust. It was said that this lab had previously focused on validating cancer-related research subjects. In other words, countless researchers had once poured their sweat here. However, the road of scientific research is always fraught with difficulties, and they had never been able to achieve the desired results. Moreover, as the research progressed, the funding required for experiments grew larger, ultimately leading to the unfortunate halt of the project. But with Chi Yin and Li Shizhen's arrival, it seemed to bring new hope to this long-silent laboratory. In the center of the lab was a high-precision electron microscope, and a nearby gene sequencer was still flashing with lights. The ultra-low temperature freezer inside could perfectly preserve various precious biological samples, with a complex locking and temperature control system on the door. On the lab bench, various models of pipettes were arranged, ranging from microliters to milliliters. There is also an automatic biochemical analyzer capable of quickly and accurately analyzing the chemical components in biological samples. The walls were covered with various professional medical charts and experimental flow diagrams, with every detail clearly labeled. The ventilation system and the centrifuge in the corner. Teacher, this lab is way better than the experimental environment we used at the Sanliton Vocational Technical College. It's like heaven and earth. Li Shizhen exclaimed, looking at the many high-precision instruments. Of course, this is the best lab in the Magic City, but it's a bit of a pity that it hasn't been used for so long. Chi Yin observed the lab and found that these instruments were almost brand new, and even the utilities were connected, which reassured him. Teacher, But these instruments are so different from what we have at school, Li Shizhen said, puzzled. Qian, hearing this, confidently patted his chest and said, "No worries, the teacher knows everything. Just ask me if you don't understand." Qi Yin murmured to himself. With his experience from Samleton Vocational Technical College, Li Shizhen had gained a certain understanding of basic operational procedures and principles. Moreover, he also had the system, the strongest assistant. My theoretical knowledge is already maxed out by the system, so I'm not afraid of not being able to use it. Let's get started. Qi Yin and Li Shizhen exchanged glances, seeing excitement and nervousness reflected in each other's eyes. They quickly immersed themselves in the experiment, and the lab immediately became busy. Li Shizhen carefully picked up a glass bottle containing reagents, skillfully injecting the reagents into a specially designed container according to precise measurements. He had conducted many experiments before, and his hands were steady as a rock, focusing intently without any distractions. Qi Yin operated the complex instruments nearby, his fingers dancing quickly on the control panel. With the system's prompts, using these instruments felt as simple as opening a mobile app to him. At that moment, the instruments emitted a faint buzzing sound. They were about to start processing the reagents. The data on the display screens of the instruments kept scrolling and changing, each number tugging at their hearts. Various colored indicator lights flickered, dazzling to the eyes, but the two remained orderly in their actions. As the experiment progressed, a tense atmosphere gradually filled the air. They added one reagent after another, step by step, conducting the reactions. After a series of complex and meticulous operations, they finally arrived at a crucial moment. Under their unblinking gaze, a light blue liquid slowly flowed out of the instrument. They held their breath and gently dripped the light blue liquid onto the petri dish containing cancer cells. The entire laboratory seemed to quiet down, with only their racing heartbeats echoing in their ears. Qi Yin and Li Shizhen's eyes were fixed on the petri dish, not daring to make a sound, their hearts pounding like thunder. The whole lab had fallen silent. At this moment, only that droplet of light blue reagent and the cancer cells were the protagonists. As soon as the reagent touched the cancer cells, they began to react. The cancer cells seemed disturbed and started to agitate. Qi Yan's hands unconsciously clenched into fists, knuckles turning white, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Li Shizhen's lips trembled slightly. His throat felt choked, unable to speak due to the tension. They stared intently at the microscope projected onto the electronic screen as the reagent began to attack the cancer cells. The cancer cells attempted to resist, writhing and struggling, but the reagent was relentless. As time passed second by second, the reagent gradually broke down the outer protective layer of the cancer cells, penetrating deeper into their core. Qi Yin and Li Shizhen's eyes were filled with anxiety and anticipation, fearing that all their efforts would go to waste, yet hoping for a miracle to happen. Finally, the cancer cells' defenses completely collapsed, one after another perishing. First, the outer layer of cancer cells fell, followed by the internal ones disintegrating under the reagent's action. In the petri dish, the cancer cells dwindled until they completely vanished. "Ha ha! Teacher, we really succeeded. Ha ha! We finally developed the cancer miracle drug." Qi Yin and Li Shizhen cheered excitedly, like fireworks that had been ignited. Tears of excitement sparkled in Li Shizhen's eyes. He hugged Qi Yin joyfully. All the fatigue and anxiety melted away in that moment of success. Their laughter echoed in the laboratory for a long time. However, Qi Yin's eyes were also filled with excitement. Although he knew that the cancer miracle drug would surely succeed, seeing Li Shizhen so thrilled touched him as well. He patted Li Shizhen's shoulder and said solemnly, "Li Shizhen, well done. You finally achieved your dream. The cancer miracle drug is a success, and it can save more people in the future. Cancer is a huge shadow looming over humanity. Every year, millions die from cancer worldwide. This is not just a cold number. It represents millions of vibrant lives, the shattering and pain of countless families. Cancer patients, once healthy, gradually have their bodies consumed by cancer cells, becoming emaciated, and their hair falls out due to chemotherapy. Their eyes are filled with a desire for life and fear of death. Countless families have gone bankrupt trying to treat cancer, only to watch their loved ones suffer and pass away. But now, with this bottle of cancer miracle drug in hand, those struggling patients will have hope for life, and those broken families will have a chance to become whole again. This cancer miracle drug is a great milestone in humanity's fight against disease, a symbol of hope, and a salvation for countless lives. Beep. Host has completed the technical research on the cancer miracle drug. Current completion progress, 230. Host rewarded with God-level hacking skills. As the cancer miracle drug was successfully developed, the system also rewarded Qi Yin, and he instantly felt a surge of knowledge about computers in his mind. However, now is not the time to study that. The two didn't delay for long. After a moment of excitement, Qi Yin calmed down and decided to write a letter to the medical institute. The medical institute is one of the three major research institutions in Longguo, standing alongside the Longguo Institute and the Agricultural Institute. In the entire field of medical research in the country, there is an unshakable position. Although independent from the other two, they all contribute crucially to the development of the Dragon Kingdom. Qi Yin and Li Shizhen had done some research before, and now they have decided whom to write to. There is an academician at the medical academy named Chen Tianyang, a legendary figure in cancer research, who shines like a beacon in the darkness, illuminating the path for countless cancer patients. He has dedicated himself to cancer research for decades, spending countless days and nights in the laboratory, surrounded by cells and data. And whenever he has time, he goes to the hospital to perform surgeries. Now in his 70s, he still remains on the front lines of cancer fighting. The innovative theories and treatment methods he has proposed have shocked the medical community worldwide and saved countless families on the brink of collapse. On television, people often see academician Chen Tianyang. His gentle and confident gaze is the most hopeful force in the hearts of the people. He patiently explains cancer-related knowledge in front of the camera, using simple language to popularize complex medical concepts to the public. Moreover, his care for patients comes from the heart. He often personally visits those undergoing treatment in hospitals, offering them encouragement and support. He translates his kindness into action, bringing warmth to those struggling with illness. He is the hope of the people. Thinking of this, Qi Yin was filled with admiration, taking a deep breath. He exchanged a determined glance with Li Shizhen and then handed the pen to Li Shizhen, who slowly picked it up and began to write. Dear academician Chen Tianyang, hello. I hope this letter finds you well. With immense excitement and a touch of nervousness, I am writing this letter. I am an ordinary person from a place full of dreams. Perhaps you have never heard my name, but I believe the following content will surely catch your attention. After countless days and nights of research and exploration, I have astonishingly developed a cancer miracle drug with a cure rate of 100%. In this letter, I will explain the theories and manufacturing techniques behind it. The cost of this miracle drug does not exceed 50,000, which means it has the opportunity to enter countless ordinary households. The Dragon Kingdom has tens of millions of families suffering from cancer. Some have lost everything, while others wait in despair. I hope to leverage the strength of the medical academy to bring this achievement to the public as soon as possible, allowing those tormented by cancer to smile again and enabling broken families to become whole again. Once again, I extend my sincerest respect to you and look forward to your reply. Author, Li Shizhen Mentor, Qi Yin Academy, Sanlitan Vocational and Technical College. Qi Yin stood beside Li Shizhen, feeling very gratified. However, there was a hint of unease and anticipation in Li Shizhen's eyes as he looked at the letter on the table and softly asked, Teacher, is this enough? Qi Yin nodded slightly, his gaze firm and profound, patting Li Shizhen's shoulder. He said steadily, Yes, now we just wait. Then, his gaze involuntarily shifted towards the laboratory, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. The cancer miracle drug is different from controllable nuclear fusion. It is something that can play a significant role in reality the fastest, and the benefits contained within it are beyond our imagination. Qi Yin said, turning to look at Li Shizhen, his eyes filled with inquiry. Li Shizhen frowned slightly, as if pondering something. Qi Yin continued, So how do you plan to use it? This is a great opportunity to change your fate. If you sell it, you might really become the richest person in the Dragon Kingdom, and you won't have to worry about anything for the rest of your life. His gaze was fixed on Li Shizhen, trying to read some thoughts from his expression. However, Li Shizhen unhesitatingly raised his head, his eyes clear and determined, and said seriously, "No, teacher, this achievement is ours. I cannot keep it all to myself. I want to donate it to the medical academy. Teacher, is that okay?" His tone was resolute, with not a hint of hesitation. Qian was somewhat astonished, his eyes wide open in disbelief as he asked, "Are you serious?" He knew that this decision meant giving up countless wealth, something that many people dream of. Li Shizhen took a deep breath and slowly said, "Teacher, didn't you say that with great power comes great responsibility, and the capable should help the world? We do this research to help those who suffer from cancer, right?" His eyes were slightly red, and images of patients he had seen in the hospital floated in his mind. "Teacher, do you know, when you asked me to go to the hospital for research, seeing those cancer patients, they were so pitiful. Some families sold their houses and cars, borrowed all the money they could, but still couldn't afford the astronomical medical fees." Li Shizhen's voice choked. Those patients were tortured beyond recognition by their ailments. There was an elderly grandmother who grabbed my hand, begging me to save her grandson with cancer, but her family could no longer come up with a penny. And there was a young mother who, not wanting to burden her family, even considered giving up treatment. Tears welled in Li Shizhen's eyes. "If we sell the miracle drug, only a few wealthy people will be able to buy it. What about most ordinary families? Will they have to continue waiting for death and despair? I don't want to see such a scene. I hope every cancer patient has a chance to live, regardless of whether they are poor or rich." Qian listened quietly, tears also glistening in his eyes. He looked at this once naive student, now possessing such a great heart, filled with emotion. He excitedly hugged Li Shizhen, his voice a bit hoarse as he said, "You are truly my pride. Your decision is right. We cannot be blinded by profit. Those patients are more important than money." Chapter 19, Chun Tianyang. I want to make the Dragon Kingdom cancer-free. Inside the Concord Hospital in the imperial capital, the corridor, filled with the smell of disinfectant, had a somewhat pale light shining on the hurried figures passing by. An elderly academician, Chun Tianyang, just came down from the operating table. His steps were somewhat unsteady, and his white surgical gown still bore the marks of tense and busy surgery, with fine beads of sweat shimmering under the lights. However, his steps headed straight towards the research room. "Chun Lao, you need to rest more." A young assistant approached with a worried look, reaching out to support him. "You've done several surgeries these past few days. How can your body handle it? And now you're going to laboratory again. You can't take it." The assistant's voice was filled with concern, and colleagues around them also gathered, their expressions reflecting worry for the elderly man's health. Chun Tianyang, however, firmly shook his head, raising his wrinkled hand gently to indicate that everyone need not worry. His voice was a bit hoarse, but his tone was incredibly firm. "Time is life. For every surgery I perform, I might save another person's life. It's all worth it." He paused, gazing into the distance as if seeing those patients waiting for hope on their hospital beds. And this research work cannot stop. He slowly walked into the laboratory, and those around him quietly followed, all knowing he was about to begin new work again. Chun Tianyang stood in the center of the laboratory, looking around at the familiar instruments and busy researchers, and continued, "Too many families in the Dragon Kingdom cannot afford the medications for treatment, especially for cancer. This is a nightmare for countless families." His brows were tightly knitted, his face filled with pain. "Do you know? The cancer miracle drugs from the United States are effective for common cancers, but their prices are astronomical. One injection costs $2 million, and a complete treatment requires 3 injections. How can ordinary people afford this?" A flash of anger and helplessness crossed Chun Tianyang's eyes. How many families have gone bankrupt to treat illnesses, only to watch their loved ones leave helplessly? We are doctors and researchers. We cannot stand by and watch such tragedies happen again and again. The people around him fell silent, fully aware of the heavy blow cancer brings to patients and families. In the ward, there are countless pairs of eyes filled with the desire to survive, and many families are trapped in despair due to expensive medical bills. They see the pain and hopelessness of those patients and their families, feeling it deeply in their hearts. Chun Tianyang took a deep breath, as if to dispel all his fatigue, and walked to the experimental table, picking up the materials to study carefully. His hands trembled slightly. a result of long hours of intense work, but his gaze remained focused. Every piece of data, every experimental step, he examined carefully, missing no detail. Seeing Chun Lao like this, everyone was deeply moved. A researcher with tears in her eyes said, "If Chun Lao is working so hard, what reason do we have not to strive?" Thus, everyone silently returned to their posts and began to get busy. The laboratory was suddenly filled with the sounds of various instruments. Everyone was full of energy. They knew they were participating in a great cause, one that could change countless lives. Chen Tianyong immersed himself in his research, occasionally furrowing his brow in thought, sometimes quickly jotting down notes on paper. His white hair stood out under the lights, like a flag, leading everyone forward. Despite being extremely fatigued, his spirit was highly concentrated. In his heart, there was only one goal: to research a cheap and effective cancer treatment as soon as possible, to bring light to those patients and families struggling in the dark. The lights in the laboratory appeared increasingly dim under the dusk, and outside, the sky grew darker, with the city's hustle and bustle gradually calming down. After a busy day, the people in the laboratory gradually set down their work, dragging their tired bodies out. However, Chun Tianyong remained seated at the experimental table, his wrinkled face filled with concentration, his eyes fixed on the experimental data. The pen in his hand occasionally recorded notes, seemingly forgetting the passage of time. At that moment, a figure hurriedly entered the laboratory, looking quite anxious. She looked at Chun Tianyong, who was exhausted yet still persevering, and frowned in concern. "Dad, go take a break." Chun Shue's voice was not loud, but it was particularly clear in the quiet laboratory, carrying a tone that brooked no refusal. As a member of the medical academy, Chen Shue was also the pride of the Chen family. At nearly 30 years old, she had already become a professor, achieving remarkable accomplishments in the medical field. She had published several groundbreaking papers in internationally renowned medical journals and participated in numerous major medical research projects. Some of her theories and treatment plans had caused a stir at international medical conferences, earning high honors for the development of medicine in Longguo. Hearing his daughter's voice, Chen Tianyong merely lifted his head slightly, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. "I'm not tired yet. The research here is at a critical moment." Saying this, he lowered his head again to continue working. Chun Shue quickly walked to her father's side, snatched the pen from his hand, her eyes reddening. "Dad, just look at yourself. You're exhausted. If you collapse, what will happen to this research? You can't work so hard." She tightly held her father's arm, trying to pull him up from his seat. Chen Tianyong wanted to resist, but he was too tired to argue with his daughter. Chun Shue half supported, half pulled her father toward the exit of the laboratory. While Chen Tianyong muttered, "There are still many things left to do," Chun Shue replied as they walked, "Dad, you need to rest first. Your health is the foundation of everything. If you collapse, that would be the biggest loss for those patients." With Chun Shue's insistence, Chun Tianyong was finally led out of the laboratory. Chen Shue brought back steaming hot meals from the cafeteria, and the father and daughter sat at the table, beginning to eat quietly. The fatigue of the day seemed to ease somewhat during this warm meal, and they chatted casually, creating a relaxed and harmonious atmosphere. Just then, a crisp knock on the door broke the tranquility. "Academician Chun, you have a letter," came a voice from outside. Chun Shue hurriedly got up, quickly walked over to open the door, and received the letter. "What letter is it?" Chen Tianyong put down his chopsticks and casually asked. "It seems to be a letter regarding a paper submission," Chun Shue said while examining the envelope. "Then let me see it." Chen Tianyong reached out his hand. "Dad, you should keep eating. I took a look, and this letter is from Sanliton Vocational Technical College. It seems to be a junior college, and you really don't need to look at this kind of letter. It might just be a waste of time." Chun Shue frowned, her eyes showing a hint of disdain. As a graduate of a top 985 university, she naturally held some prejudice against lower-tier institutions. She thought they were all slackers. Young people in Longguo should focus on research to help the country avoid being left behind. Chen Tianyong's expression darkened immediately. He looked seriously at his daughter and said sternly, "Education should not be discriminated against. What's wrong with junior colleges? Have you forgotten that your dad also came from a junior college? Just because of a lower degree, does that mean they have no qualifications to pursue research? Dad, The junior colleges of your time are not the same as now, Chun Shui rebutted. The competition in research is so fierce now, and most good research results come from top universities and research institutions. What valuable things can a junior college produce? She waved the letter in her hand, her face full of skepticism. Chun Tianyong furrowed his brow, stood up, walked to Chen Shui, took the letter, and said firmly, "No matter the era or the institution, there may always be dreamers with real talent. We cannot deny others' efforts and possibilities just because of a label. Let me see that." Chen Tianyong took the letter from Chun Shui's hand and returned to the table. He opened the envelope and began to read its contents. Initially, Chun Tianyong's expression showed a hint of skepticism, his mouth slightly turned down, as if thinking this was yet another ordinary, unvaluable letter. After all, over the years, he had received too many similar submissions, most of which held no substantial content. However, the intention was good. The idea of tackling cancer was very commendable. But as he continued reading, his gaze gradually became focused, and he unconsciously sat up straight. His eyes were fixed on the letter, as if afraid of missing a word. Reading each line multiple times, his expression shifting from serious to surprised. Suddenly, Chun Tianyong became excited, his eyes shining with enthusiasm, the light sparkling like brilliant stars in the night sky. His hands trembled slightly, and his breathing became rapid. "So it can be done this way. Our research direction was wrong, and the approach from the US is also incorrect. Ha ha. Dad, what's wrong with you?" Chen Shui asked worriedly from the side, thinking her father had gone a bit crazy. Chen Tianyong laughed heartily. "It's a cancer miracle drug. The research on the cancer miracle drug has been completed. It's completed. We in Longguo are blessed." Chen Tianyong suddenly stood up, laughing joyfully, the sound echoing in the room. His laughter was filled with surprise, relief, and uncontrollable excitement. Like a child receiving their most cherished toy. Chen Shui was startled by her father's sudden action, looking at him with disbelief, wondering if her father had gone nearly mad with his research. How could he suddenly say that the cancer miracle drug had been developed? Was it just because of that letter? But that letter came from a vocational college. Immediately after, Chen Tianyong put on his coat without a moment's hesitation and rushed out like the wind. As he walked, he quickly pulled out his phone from his pocket, his fingers trembling as he dialed a number. His steps hurried, as if he couldn't afford to lose a second. "Hello, is this old Chun? I need you to send a team over immediately to secure a location." Chen Tianyong's voice was urgent and authoritative. "Huh? Why are we sealing again?" Chen Bao on the other end seemed a bit confused, his voice filled with surprise. "What do you mean again?" Chen Tianyong paused for a moment, but didn't dwell on it and continued, "Because the cancer miracle drug has been developed." Taking a deep breath, Chen Tianyong's tense expression eased slightly, but his eyes sparkled with uncontrollable excitement. "Wow, that's amazing, old Chun. You finally got what you wanted," Chen Baowo exclaimed, his voice involuntarily rising a few notches. "But it wasn't developed by our medical institute." Chen Tianyong smiled faintly, a hint of bitterness in his expression. "Huh, not yours. Then whose is it? This is unbelievable." Chen Baowo was both surprised and delighted. "It's from Sanlitan Vocational Technical College," Chen Tianyong said, emphasizing each word, his expression becoming serious. Sanlitan Vocational Technical College? Chen Baowo was taken aback, quickly searching his mind for the familiar, yet strange name, blinking in disbelief. "This name sounds familiar, old Chun. You're not joking, are you?" He remembered that he had surrounded this college last time. "Do you think I would joke about something like this? Stop wasting time. Arrange it quickly, and ensure the safety there. We can't afford any mistakes. This miracle drug is a matter of life and death for countless people." Chen Tianyong urged. "Okay, I'll arrange it right away, old Chun, just wait," Chun Baowo said as he quickly began to operate, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His eyes filled with both tension and anticipation. "Make sure to act fast." After Chun Tianyong finished speaking, he hung up and hurried outside. At that moment, Chen Shui rushed over anxiously. "Dad, where are you going again? Can't you finish your meal before leaving?" Her clear yet slightly reproachful voice echoed in the air, her eyes shimmering with concern as she shouted at the slightly gaunt figure rushing out. Hearing his daughter's shout, Chen Tianyong stopped, slowly turned around, and revealed a gentle smile. Looking at his daughter who had chased after him, a hint of guilt flickered in his eyes, but he still softly comforted her. Shue, don't worry. Just go back and eat. I have something very, very important to do. I'll eat later. What could be more important than your health? Chun Shue sighed helplessly, shaking her head slightly, feeling somewhat powerless about her father's persistence. She knew her dad had always been like this, always prioritizing work, often neglecting food and rest. Chun Shue had gotten used to her father disregarding his health and throwing himself into his work. Although she often worried about this, she understood her father's determination and perseverance, and could only silently support him from the side. But today, she couldn't hold back anymore. No, I have to go too. No matter what you're doing, please take me with you. Chun Shue became curious about her father's excitement, wondering if the cancer miracle drug had really been developed. All right, Chun Tianyong, not want to waste time, had no choice but to bring Chun Shue along. Chapter 21. Surrounding Sanlitun Vocational Technical College again. Not long after, a dark green military helicopter hovered above the medical institute. Chun Tianyong anxiously watched as the helicopter slowly descended, and as soon as the doors opened, he quickly boarded. He didn't mind the loud roar of the rotor blades filling the space, causing a bit of ringing in his ears. However, Chun Bao was already waiting inside the helicopter, looking excited, his eyes sparkling. When he saw Chun Tianyong come aboard, he reached out to pull him in. Haha, this is great. The cancer miracle drug has really been developed. Chun Tianyong exclaimed, bursting with excitement like a firecracker, his face flushed with enthusiasm. He couldn't help but grip Chun Bao's hand tightly. Every word he spoke was filled with passion, and saliva was flying everywhere as he spoke. Hey, old Chun, your saliva is splattering on my face. Chun Bao wiped his face, pulled Chun Tianyong to sit down, and fastened his seatbelt before finally settling down. But Chun Bao was also filled with excitement, slapping his thigh vigorously. This is truly a wonderful thing. Old Chun, how many cancer patients are suffering right now? How many families are shattered because of cancer? With this drug, isn't their hope? As he spoke, his body began to tremble slightly, tears shimmering in his eyes. His voice choking up. Seeing his old partner so excited, Chun Tianyong couldn't help but feel tears welling up in his own eyes. Yes, this is not just an ordinary invention. This is something that can change the world, a blessing for all humanity. His fists clenched tightly, as if he wanted to condense all this excitement into his fists. The helicopter sped toward its destination amidst their excited chatter. By the way, where did you say we were going? Chun Baowei asked. A school called Sanlitun Vocational Technical College. It seems to be a college. Chun Tianyong replied seriously. But we can't underestimate it just because it's a vocational college. When mentioning the plan to surround Sanlitun Vocational Technical College, Chun Bao's brow furrowed slightly. A complex expression flickered in his eyes, and his mouth seemed to twitch, but he quickly returned to normal. It can't be that coincidental, right? Chun Bao thought to himself. Chun Tianyong noticed Chun Bao's expression and, although he felt a bit puzzled, was too preoccupied with thoughts of the miraculous cancer drug to think too much about it. The next day, they finally arrived above Sanlitun Vocational Technical College. Looking down from the helicopter, the scene was spectacular. Below, dark green military trucks were lined up neatly. At the command, soldiers quickly and orderly jumped down from the trucks, spreading out like a tide as they began to surround the entire Sanlitun Vocational Technical College. These soldiers couldn't help but feel puzzled. They had just surrounded this school not long ago. Why were they here again? However, in the principal's office, the principal was leisurely sitting in his large armchair, holding a steaming cup of fragrant tea. The aroma of tea filled the room as he took a sip, revealing a look of contentment. However, this tranquility was instantly shattered when his secretary rushed in a panic, shouting, "Principal, it's bad. The soldiers have surrounded the school again." The principal's hand shook violently, causing him to spray tea all over his desk, his eyes wide open in disbelief. "What's going on? Here again?" The principal jumped up from his chair, his facial muscles twitching slightly. "Didn't we just take Longguo away? What's happening?" His voice trembled slightly. He began to pace back and forth in the office, his brow furrowed, filled with anxiety and confusion. His hands kept rubbing his hair, which was already sparse, making it even thinner. On campus, students gather by the windows and in the corridors, looking out at the densely packed soldiers outside, their eyes filled with fear and bewilderment. Teachers try to maintain order, but their voices seemed so weak in this grand scene. A student trembled and asked, "What is it this time? Why are they surrounding our school again? Are we in danger?" The teachers could only shake their heads helplessly, equally in the dark. The entire academy was shrouded in inexplicable fear and confusion, while the soldiers surrounding it were like an iron barrel, showing no signs of loosening. At that moment, two people who had just landed hurried towards the school gate. Bang! The sturdy door of the academy was kicked open by a guard's sharp kick, making a loud noise. Chen Baohua and Chen Tianyang walked into the campus with steady and powerful strides. Chen Baohua stood tall like a pine tree, his sharp military uniform accentuating his authority. Chen Tianyang, on the other hand, wore a simple and appropriate white coat. He was slender but had an elegant demeanor, with the marks of time clearly visible on his face. His gaze was gentle, and a pair of glasses on his nose added to his benevolent aura as a healer. Before the two could enter the office, Principal Zhang hurried over with a forced smile. "Isn't student Qian Weiguo already taken away by you? Why are you here again?" Chen Tianyang frowned slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. "What Qian Weiguo? I am here looking for a student named Li Shizhen and a teacher named Qi Yan." Principal Zhang looked bewildered. "What's going on? Why has it changed to another person?" "But it's the same teacher." The principal was still confused. Chen Baohua's expression was serious. He finally remembered that when he entered the school, it felt somewhat familiar. He was not quite certain before, but hearing the principal say it was the same teacher, he was now sure, but he couldn't disclose this secret. However, the current situation was different. The cancer cure was not a military secret. Moreover, according to what Chen Tianyang told him, if all went well, it was a free donation and would soon be put into production after clinical trials. He immediately excitedly said, "Li Shizhen is not an ordinary student. He has developed a cancer cure." Principal Zhang was stunned, unable to close his mouth. "A cancer cure? How is that possible? Are you joking with me? How could a student from my school develop a cancer cure?" Chen Tianyang waved his hand immediately. "The theories and techniques in the letter Li Shizhen sent me have been fully verified by me. You don't need to doubt it. He has approached it from such angles. It's simply groundbreaking, and it's definitely effective." Chen Tianyang's excited voice echoed in the corridor, creating waves of reverberation. Chapter 22. Once again surrounding the electronics factory. Shocking everyone. Upon hearing Chen Tianyang's words, Principal Zhang felt as if struck by lightning, standing there in a daze. Countless flashes of lightning seemed to cross his mind, and his heart shook violently. A cancer cure? A student from their school? These few words collided continuously in his thoughts, making him feel as if he were dreaming. But the serious expressions of the two before him told him this was undoubtedly true. Suddenly, joy surged in his heart like a tide. What incredible achievement! Their school had produced such a genius. Once this cure went into production, how many lives would it save, and what a glorious reputation it would bring to the school. However, this joy was quickly swallowed by a wave of panic, like a brief spark extinguished by fear. His face turned pale, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He realized he had done something wrong and hurriedly led the two important figures to the office. Upon entering, he heard voices. "Quickly bring them over." No. I will personally go find them." Chen Tianyang's voice was urgent and authoritative, his eyes shining with eagerness. He could not wait to meet the two key figures who would change medical history. Principal Zhang's lips trembled, his eyes filled with bitterness. Wanting to cry, but having no tears. They're not here. Chen Tianyang and Chen Baohua frowned simultaneously, displeasure flashing in their eyes. "What do you mean?" Principal Zhang spoke almost in a choked voice. "They're currently working at Huachuang Electronics Factory." "What?" Chen Tianyang and Chen Baohua's voices rose in unison. Their faces first showed disbelief, followed by shock and anger. Chen Baohua's face turned red, veins bulging on his neck. He slammed the table, scattering the documents everywhere. Wasn't the previous lesson enough? You're still letting them work at the electronics factory? What kind of principal are you? Such a genius student. And you let him go work at an electronics factory? Do you know how serious this loss is? The cancer cure is a research achievement that concerns countless lives. If it's wasted like this, you are simply unforgivable. Chen Tianyang shook with anger, his usually refined demeanor giving way to a roar. Teachers and students should be studying properly at school or continuing their research in the lab, contributing to the health of all humanity. But you, as the principal, have forced them to the electronics factory to do manual labor? This is simply a disgrace to the education sector. Principal Zhang was filled with regret, slumping in his chair, his hands constantly beating on his thighs. I didn't know, I thought they were just doing some ordinary research. I didn't expect to be so confused. Chen Tianyang paced back and forth in the office, his eyes filled with deep sorrow. You, as the principal, have reached the end of your rope. Chen Bao became even angrier. Enough nonsense. We're going to Huachuang Electronics Factory right now and must bring them back. With that, the two turned and left in a huff, their footsteps quick. Principal Zhang sat there in a daze, the echo of their reprimands ringing in his ears, regret tightly entwining his heart. His educational career seemed doomed. Meanwhile, Chen Tianyang and Chen Bao were rushed towards Huachuang Electronics Factory in a flurry of anger and urgency. They had only one thought in mind. They must find Li Shizhen and Qi Yin and let them continue their in-depth research. Inside Huachuang Electronics Factory, the familiar sounds of machines and the busy figures of workers intertwined to form an ordinary production scene. Qi Yin was focused on working with the students in a corner of the workshop. The students were earnestly learning operation techniques, occasionally asking Qi Yin questions, and he patiently answered them. Today was the second day after they submitted their paper, and both Qi Yin and Li Shizhen appeared calm. Last time, Qi Yin had waited over a week for a reply, so they felt this time would be similar and were not in a hurry. They were immersed in their work and discussions, completely unaware that outside, chaos was erupting because of them. However, the calm atmosphere was suddenly shattered by a loud, rumbling sound. The noise burst over the factory like thunder, causing the window glass to tremble slightly. It was the sound of helicopters. The huge propellers stirred the air, producing a whooshing sound. Soon after, soldiers appeared like heavenly warriors, quickly descending from the helicopters down ropes, moving decisively and uniformly towards the factory. In an instant, the entire factory felt as if a bomb had been dropped, leaving the workers stunned. The tool in hand stopped mid-air, eyes wide open, a face full of disbelief. This was already the second time. The last scene was still fresh in memory, and it was surprising to see it replay so soon. The workshop supervisor stood by, his face as pale as paper. He watched the soldiers file in, his eyes filled with despair. His lips trembled as he muttered, "Who surrounds our electronics factory every day? If this goes on, the boss will fire me, the supervisor. I want to resign. I can't continue this work. It's too frightening." His hair was a mess, blown by the helicopter's airflow, making him look extremely disheveled. The all-too-familiar scene unfolded again. The factory was noisy, and the workers had yet to recover from the shock of the soldiers' sudden arrival. Chen Tianyang and Chen Baoquo strode in with vigorous steps, their demeanor imposing yet calm and powerful. Their sharp gazes quickly and precisely scanned every corner of the crowded room. Who is Qi Yin? Who is Li Shizhen? Chen Baoquo's resonant voice echoed in the spacious workshop, carrying an undeniable authority. Instantly, the previously loud atmosphere quieted down several notches. Upon hearing the sudden call, Qi Yin and Li Shizhen revealed expressions of confusion. They slowly lifted their heads, their eyes flashing with an uncontainable surprise, which seemed to mix with some unease. "Is it you?" Chen Tianyang fixed his gaze on the two, his eyes sparkling with excitement. There was also a hint of urgency, as if waiting for them to provide a clear answer. "How could you arrive so quickly?" Li Shizhen couldn't help but ask, his heart racing involuntarily. Qi Yin was equally shocked, but more so with a sense of relief. He knew that their research results had finally attracted attention. "Let's not worry about that for now. Your research results are very important, and we came specifically for them," Chen Baoquo said, his eyes filled with respect for talent. Qi Yin and Li Shizhen quickly regained their composure, filled with gratitude. They understood that this was a rare opportunity, and their efforts and contributions over the past few months were finally going to be recognized. "Gentlemen, please come with us. We want to validate your results. Longguo needs you." Chen Tianyang sincerely invited, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for scientific breakthroughs. Okay, Qi Yin and Li Shizhen answered in unison. They put down their tools and followed Chen Tianyang and Chen Baoquo out. Chapter 23, Donating Cancer Miracle Drug. Chen Tianyang, in tears, Qi Yin and Li Shizhen were taken to a laboratory in Modu, a place both familiar and unfamiliar to them. It was the medical laboratory they had used before. A crowd had gathered outside the laboratory, all filled with excitement upon hearing the news. "You two should get started right away," Chen Tianyang said, unable to contain his excitement. "All right," Qi Yin agreed, leading Li Shizhen into the lab. The two quickly immersed themselves in their work. Li Shizhen skillfully prepared the experimental samples, carefully placing the cancer cell samples on slides. Qi Yin systematically mixed the reagents, precisely combining various solutions in the pipette, with every drop measured to perfection. When they applied the specially formulated cancer miracle drug onto the cancer cell samples, everyone held their breath, fixated on the scene under the microscope. "It must succeed," Chen Tianyang silently urged, knowing how crucial the cancer miracle drug was for Longguo. As the cancer cells came into contact with the miracle drug, they changed dramatically, as if encountering a nemesis. The once active cancer cells began to shrink and disintegrate, ultimately being completely consumed, the entire process resembling a silent yet shocking war. All the experts erupted in cheers. They had waited too long for this day. Seeing this, Chen Tianyang was overwhelmed with tears of joy, his body trembling slightly, lips quivering. "Ha, that's great. Longguo is finally going to eradicate cancer. Longguo is thriving." He envisioned countless cancer patients regaining their lives, families torn apart by illness being restored, laughter echoing in every corner. The experts behind him were equally ecstatic, some clenching their fists, others embracing one another, tears of excitement glistening in their eyes. Behind them, Chen Shui stared at Li Shizhen with glowing eyes, her cheeks slightly flushed. This monumental breakthrough embodied their reverence for life and infinite hope for the future. This moment would be etched in the annals of Longguo's medical research history, becoming an immortal monument. The excitement in the air lingered for a long time before gradually subsiding. Chen Tianyang took a deep breath, slowly looking at Li Shizhen and Qi Yin, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He slightly parted his lips, his voice tinged with apprehension. How much will this technology cost? All the experts turned to him. This was the crux of the matter, as the final decision rested in the hands of Qi Yin and Li Shizhen. Chen Tianyang felt extremely uneasy. He knew the value of this cancer miracle drug technology was priceless. This small vial of solution carried the hopes of countless cancer patients and meant that countless lives would no longer be overshadowed by cancer. Yet he feared that even with the drug developed, cancer patients might still be unable to afford it. Just like the miracle drug developed in the US that could combat certain cancers, which cost $2 million per dose. He couldn't imagine how much this drug capable of completely annihilating cancer cells would cost. At that moment, beads of sweat had formed on Chen Tianyang's forehead, and his hands unconsciously clenched and relaxed. He had mentally prepared himself, silently calculating his assets. Those savings felt insignificant compared to this technology, but he had no hesitation. If the money was insufficient, he even considered humbling himself and asking everyone he could borrow money from. In his heart, nothing was more important than bringing this miracle drug to market. Moreover, he was determined that once he possessed this technology, he would not profit from it. His sole goal was to ensure that the drug could be produced smoothly, allowing those suffering patients to use it as soon as possible. He anxiously awaited Li Shizhen and Qi Yin's response, as if waiting for a verdict from fate. "We won't sell it," Li Shizhen said firmly. Chen Tianyang's smile instantly froze. Like a flower frozen in ice, his eyes filled with shock and disappointment. Not sell? However, the next moment his movement halted. "We will donate this cancer miracle drug technology." Li Shizhen's voice rang clear in the quiet laboratory. Chen Tianyang's eyes widened, disbelief flooding over him like a tidal wave. The experts behind him displayed the same shocked expression. Mouths agape, unable to close for a long time. "But we have one condition," Li Shizhen continued, and everyone held their breath, their eyes locked onto him. waiting for him to state that condition. That is, this cancer miracle drug must not be shared for use by foreigners. Qian said, and it was also what they had agreed upon. Suddenly, Qian slammed the table and stood up abruptly. His voice echoed in the laboratory, striking heavily at everyone's hearts. Qian thought to himself, there is always talk online about how science knows no borders, but that is simply nonsense. Over the years, our dragon country has struggled on the road of scientific research, while foreign advanced technologies have been tightly sealed off from us, with not even a hint of sharing. They guard their core technologies as if they were treasures, afraid we might learn from them. We just want to draw on a bit of experience, but what about them? They want to even acknowledge us. Now, they want us to hand over the cancer miracle drug we worked so hard to develop. How is that possible? The answer is impossible. The laboratory fell silent as everyone pondered Qian's words. Chun Shui widened her eyes, staring intently at Li Shizhen. Suddenly, Chun Tianyang slapped his thigh excitedly and shouted, of course we can." His eyes sparkled with excitement, and a bright smile spread across his face. "I thought it was something major. Of course we can." In fact, he had long been displeased with those foreigners. Good things should be prioritized for our own countrymen. The researchers of Dragon Country have poured so much effort into this miracle drug. Those sleepless nights of research, the experiments that failed and started over. Every step soaked in their sweat and tears. Developing the cancer miracle drug is to save our own people, not to appease those foreigners who once looked down on us. Qian was stunned. He didn't expect academician Chen Tianyang to agree so readily. He was still thinking of what to say to refute them. But then he revealed a gratified smile and walked up to Chen Tianyang, shaking his hand tightly. "Thank you, academician Chen, for understanding our heartfelt struggles." "Haha, Teacher Qian, you don't need to thank me. We can't be soft-hearted. Science may know no borders, but we do," Chen Tianyang replied firmly. At that moment, people around began to gather, holding onto Li Shizhen and Qian's hands, their eyes filled with gratitude and excitement. "Mr. Qi, thanks to you. If this drug had gone to foreigners, who knows what would have happened? Mr. Li, you are amazing. This is the pride of our Dragon Country. You are truly benefiting all the people of Dragon Country." Li Shizhen said with tears in his eyes, "We must let this miracle drug shine and save our own people first." The crowd cheered, excitement spreading in the conference room. They seemed to envision countless cancer patients being reborn because of this miracle drug, seeing new hope for the medical cause of Dragon Country. Chapter 24 Invitation for Qian to join the Medical Institute. Chen Tianyang looked sincerely at Li Shizhen, his eyes full of anticipation. "Li Shizhen, you are truly excellent. Come to our Medical Institute. I will personally guide you. You have great talent, and this cancer miracle drug still needs your help. You will definitely shine brightly in the Medical Institute. If all goes well, you are about to become the youngest academician in our Medical Institute." He leaned forward slightly, very sincere. Li Shizhen frowned slightly, his lips pressed together, showing a look of hesitation. His hands unconsciously tightened, his gaze shifting between Chen Tianyang and Qian beside him. This was a rare opportunity, but he also had his own concerns. Just then, Qian laughed heartily and waved his hand. "I've already agreed for Li Shizhen. This is a rare opportunity. You must seize it." After saying this, Qian patted Li Shizhen on the shoulder. Li Shizhen's eyes widened in shock, looking at Qian with disbelief, his lips trembling. "Teacher, you." Qian patted Li Shizhen's shoulder, his eyes filled with reassurance and openness. "Shizhen, there are limits to what I can teach you. Look outside. How many people are suffering from illness? The knowledge I teach you is not for any return. You are like an eagle. You can't always stay in my little nest, or you'll be like a frog at the bottom of a well. The Medical Institute has a broader horizon, allowing you to maximize what you've learned and contribute your strength for the country and for all those in need. Isn't that your dream?" Qian's voice was steady and powerful, each word carrying weight, striking at Li Shizhen's heart. Li Shizhen's gaze at Qian gradually became resolute. He took a deep breath and slightly bowed to Chen Tianyang. "Academician Chen, I am willing to join the Medical Institute and will not disappoint your and teacher's expectations." Chen Tianyang burst into hearty laughter and came over to pat his other shoulder. Good. I believe you let me down." Li Shizhen lifted his head, his eyes sparkling. He knew he was about to embark on a path of great significance, and he was ready for it. However, Chi Yin's words had already stirred waves in the hearts of the experts present. They exchanged glances, all visibly moved. An elderly expert with gray hair gently wiped his eyes and sighed. This is a true teacher. Such a high vision is admirable. Other experts nodded in agreement, a hint of shame appearing on their faces. They had walked too long on the academic path, tainted by too many worldly prejudices. Compared to Chi Yin, they couldn't help but feel ashamed of their narrow-mindedness. Chun Tianyang was even more excited, his eyes shining as he walked up to Chi Yin, gripping his hand tightly. "Teacher Chi, your level as a mentor has impressed me. I have a humble request. I hope you can also join our medical institute as a professor." "What?" The experts immediately widened their eyes, gasping in surprise. They hesitated to speak, their expressions complex. A middle-aged, bald expert frowned internally, muttering to himself, "This Chi Yin is just lucky to have such an excellent student like Li Shizhen. How capable can he be himself?" Director Chen's decision is too hasty. Although the others didn't speak, their eyes revealed similar thoughts. However, Chun Tianyang seemed to see through their minds. Narrowing his eyes slightly, scanning the room, and slowly said, "I know what you are thinking, but I have no academic discrimination. Think about it. If Li Shizhen respects him so much, what does that indicate? Teacher Chi must have extraordinary qualities that we haven't seen." His gaze was firm, exuding confidence in his judgment. When Chi Yin heard Chun Tianyang's invitation, he was also taken aback and quickly waved his hand. "Professor Chun, you are overestimating me. I'm just an ordinary teacher. I don't qualify to be a professor." His face was full of humility, taking a small step back. He didn't want to go to the medical institute, as he would be constrained there, and he didn't like that feeling. Being with his students was what he truly desired. But Chen Tianyang was relentless, smiling as he said, "Teacher Chi, please don't refuse. I trust my judgment. Your insight and vision are exactly what our medical institute needs. Moreover, with you here, it might bring us even more fresh perspectives." Someone among the experts couldn't help but whisper, "Director, this matter still needs to be considered carefully. Our medical institute as professors are all with profound academic backgrounds." Chen Tianyang frowned, sternly saying, "While academic background is certainly important, isn't character and vision important too? I believe Teacher Chi let us down." Chi Yin looked at Chen Tianyang's determined gaze, a warm current rising in his heart. But after pondering for a moment, he raised his head, his gaze becoming resolute. "Professor Chun, I still can't." He still rejected this seemingly enticing invitation. A slight smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Warm yet undeniable. "I still can't. Although the medical institute is great, it's not my home. I have been teaching at our school for many years, where there is a group of children who are very interested in scientific research. If I leave, there will be no teachers to guide them, which will be a huge loss for me. Moreover, many of them have limited access to knowledge due to their circumstances. I am their window to the world of scientific research. If I leave, they might lose this opportunity." The expert looked shocked, seemingly unable to understand why Chi Yin would give up such a great opportunity. Chen Tianyang also stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the rejection. Meanwhile, Li Shizhen looked at Chi Yin with admiration. However, Chi Yin did not respond to Chen Tianyang and added, "I am used to my freedom, and there are many students waiting for me to return. They need me more. But the resources at the medical institute are far greater. You can better utilize your talents here." Chen Tianyang urged, "You can access cutting-edge research, have the best experimental equipment, and your achievements will undoubtedly be limitless." Chi Yin waved his hand, his gaze looking far away as if he could see the innocent faces of those students. "I know the medical institute has abundant resources, but to me, those students are my responsibility. They do not have good conditions or advanced equipment. They only have me. I can bring them hope and help them open the door to knowledge, which is more meaningful to me than achieving success for myself. I want to watch them grow and become the hope of Long Country in the future. If I go to the medical institute, I will be unable to fulfill my mission." Chapter 25. Factory urges people to leave. Please don't come. After a series of intense discussions, Chun Tianyang, filled with helplessness, could only let out a deep sigh. He knew Qi Yin's determination was unshakable, and he respected Qi Yan's choice. However, he felt regret for not being able to recruit such an outstanding talent to the medical institute. Well, it's fine, it's fine. Chen Tianyong waved his hand, his gaze becoming incredibly firm. I guarantee that the cancer cure you two are jointly developing will be produced and marketed as quickly as possible. There are too many patients suffering from cancer in this world. They need this hope. Moreover, I will make sure that your contributions will be made known to the public without reservation. Qi Yin and Li Shizhen were immediately shocked and hurriedly waved their hands. Qi Yin quickly said, "No need, really no need. We're just doing what we should do. The most important thing is to develop the cure, and we don't need to be pushed into the public eye." Li Shizhen also nodded in agreement. "Yes, we just hope this medicine can help patients, not for fame and fortune." However, Chen Tianyong's attitude was firm. He looked at the two with a serious expression. In this era, heroes should be remembered. What you are doing is of great significance. This is not only recognition for you, but also motivation for all researchers, letting everyone know that those who contribute to human health are worthy of respect. Seeing he couldn't change Chen Tianyong's mind, Qi Yin had to give up. He thought to himself, this cancer cure is different from controllable nuclear fusion. The latter involves too many secrets and international situations. The key is to promote the cure quickly to benefit patients, and revealing it should not be a big problem. Moreover, since Chen Tianyong had made up his mind, he felt it inappropriate to continue opposing him, hoping everything would develop in a good direction. I hope those families overshadowed by cancer can see the light again soon. After another detailed discussion, all matters were arranged properly. Everyone was crowding around Li Shizhen, preparing to leave. At this moment, Chen Tianyong secretly called Qi Yin, pulling out a card from his pocket and sincerely handing it to Qi Yin. "Teacher Qi, there is 10 million in here. You must accept it. This is not a bribe. It is what you deserve, a treatment for heroes. You and Li Shizhen have put in too much for this cure, and this is recognition of your achievements. We will also take care of things on Li Shizhen's side. Don't worry. If you don't accept it, I want to feel at ease." Chen Tianyong spoke earnestly, his eyes filled with an unwavering determination that left no room for refusal. Qi Yin was a bit at a loss. Just as he was about to refuse, Chen Tianyong stuffed the card into his hand, patted his shoulder, and said, "Don't decline. This is what you should take." Holding the card, Qi Yin's eyes were filled with mixed emotions and gratitude. His lips slightly parted as if he wanted to say something but didn't know where to start. As everyone gradually left, Qi Yin stood in place, watching Chen Tianyong's receding figure, feeling a surge of emotions. That figure, though no longer young and upright, had a kind of admirable strength. With someone like academician Chen in Long Country, how could it not flourish? Qi Yin sighed softly. In this era of material desires, academician Chen is devoted to research and talent. His fairness, generosity, and respect for the value of research shine like brilliant stars, illuminating everyone's path in scientific research. He not only values research achievements, but also cherishes the researchers who put in their efforts. With such people around, Long Country's scientific research will surely thrive, bringing hope and well-being to countless people. Qi Yin's gaze was filled with respect. He knew that academician Chen embodied qualities worth learning for a lifetime. However, the scene shifted. Qi Yin returned to the electronics factory, preparing to continue completing the remaining 2 months of his internship. Inside the factory, the roar of machines echoed, and the huge workshop was somewhat dimly lit. Rows of workbenches were piled with electronic components, and workers were busy at their respective posts, with a faint smell of metal and plastic in the air. At this moment, the factory owner approached Qi Yin with a helpless expression. The owner looked as if he wanted to cry, but had no tears. The wrinkles on his forehead were all scrunched together. He said to Qi Yin with a pained face, "Teacher Qi, I really have no way out. Look at this place. It was already chaotic enough, and everyone is working hard to catch up. But ever since you came, every 2 weeks the military has to come once, which has greatly disrupted the factory. Look at the workers around. Every time the military comes, they get really nervous, and their work gets completely disrupted." The owner pointed around as he spoke, and those workers stopped their tasks, looking over with puzzled faces. Qi Yin also looked confused at the person in front of him. The owner continued, This workshop is not large, and there are devices and materials everywhere. Every time the military personnel come to inquire, they walk back and forth in this narrow aisle, and we can't work normally. Plus, the lights are dim. Their presence makes it feel even more oppressive. The owner sighed and said to Chi Yin, "Teacher Chi, I know you are a good person, but I really have no choice. How about this? You and your students just don't work here anymore? Of course, I won't let you suffer. I'll calculate your internship wages as if for 3 months. How's that sound?" The owner looked at Chi Yin, who still had nothing to say, and began to get anxious. At this point, the owner was filled with a desire to complain and couldn't help but start a vent. "You don't know, every time the military comes, it's like they've entered some confidential place. And if this gets out, everyone will say our factory has some special situation, which is not good for our factory's reputation. I've been so worried these past few days that my hair has turned white. This is just too ridiculous. I really can't take it anymore." Listening to the owner's complaints, Chi Yin felt a bit guilty and was considering what to do next. But he recalled that he had previously mentioned to the principal about ending the internship early, but the principal did not seem keen on letting them finish early. After pondering for a while, he slowly began to speak. He frowned slightly and quickly waved his hand to refuse. "Isn't this inappropriate, boss? We are here to complete our internship tasks. The school hasn't agreed yet. My students are counting on this internship to complete it smoothly and graduate. I can't just take them away like this." Just then, Chi Yin's phone rang, displaying 3 words, "Principal Zhang." Chapter 26. Stop screwing around. The principal's regret. When the factory owner heard this, a more bitter expression appeared on his face, and he grabbed Chi Yin's arm, pleading, "Teacher Chi, please have some understanding. My small business really can't withstand this kind of turmoil. If you could leave, it would be a huge help to me." Just as both sides were at a standstill, Chi Yin's phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and, seeing it was the school number, quickly answered. On the other end, Principal Zhang's familiar voice came through. "Teacher Chi, you and the students should come back. There's no need to work there anymore. I know there have been many issues with this internship. I've signed off on the students' internship period, so you don't need to worry." Principal Zhang spoke quickly, his tone carrying a hint of urgency. Chi Yin was somewhat surprised. "Principal, this..." Before he could finish, Principal Zhang continued, "Teacher Chi, also, the school has decided to give you the position of Dean of the School of Mechanical and Electrical Engineering. Everyone recognizes your abilities, and when you return, we have some important matters to discuss." Chi Yin was stunned. Because the factory was too noisy, he switched to speakerphone, and the students beside him also heard. The students were shocked and widened their eyes upon hearing the content of the phone call. They whispered among themselves, unable to believe this sudden good news. They all wondered if they might have a new principal now. At this moment, Chi Yin found it difficult to say anything, so he relayed the principal's words to the factory owner. Upon hearing Chi Yin's words, the factory owner was first taken aback, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Then, a look of mixed surprise and joy instantly spread across his weathered face. He walked up to Chi Yin, firmly grasped his hand, tears welling in his eyes. His voice choked with joy. "Teacher Chi, this is truly wonderful. My heart can finally rest. Look, your principal has spoken, so hurry back." After saying this, he couldn't help but sniffle, breaking into a smile. Chi Yin was somewhat dazed. He never expected things to develop this way. He had simply wanted his students to have a good internship and graduate smoothly, but now there was such a change. However, this was a good thing. Looking at the expectant expressions of the students around him and the factory owner's relieved demeanor, he feigned a serious expression. He took a deep breath and said to Principal Zhang on the phone, "All right, Principal, I will take the students back now." After hanging up, his face revealed a joyful expression, and he happily shouted to the students, "Pack your things, we're going back to school." The students immediately cheered, and the atmosphere became lively. Chi Yin quickly helped the students pack their luggage, bid farewell to the factory owner, and set off on the way back to school. Soon, the vehicle came to a steady stop at the school gate. The door opened, and Chi Yin was the first to get out, followed by the students one after another. As soon as they appeared, they attracted the attention of many other students around. The originally quiet campus path suddenly became bustling. "Huh, why are they back so early? Isn't the internship still not over?" A boy wearing glasses asked in confusion, his eyes full of curiosity. They were from a neighboring class. and they had just returned from the factory, coincidentally at the same time. Who knows? Maybe they couldn't stand the hardships of the electronics factory and sneaked back. A girl nearby speculated, her tone laced with disdain. Humph. Maybe there's some kind of connection. Why should they get special treatment? A tall boy provocatively shouted, crossing his arms, his eyes clearly showing dissatisfaction. However, his loud voice attracted even more attention. For a moment, the gazes of the surrounding classmates were filled with confusion, jealousy, and a sense of watching a spectacle. These gazes shone on Chi Yin and the students like spotlights, making them feel somewhat uncomfortable. Chi Yin frowned. He originally wanted to explain clearly, but seeing the negative emotions on the faces of the surrounding students, he knew it would be hard to clarify in a short time. The students felt somewhat wronged. They had just experienced the ups and downs of the factory, and now they were being misunderstood by their classmates, which felt very unpleasant. However, Chi Yin patted their shoulders, signaling them not to mind, and suggested returning to school first, as they still had more important matters to face. He knew that the truth would come out eventually. The urgent matter was to communicate with the principal about the follow-up issues. So, he let the students go back to their dorms to rest while he turned and walked towards the principal's office. When he arrived at the principal's office door, as soon as he knocked, he heard Principal Zhang's slightly flustered voice from inside. "Come in." Chi Yin pushed open the door, and what came into view was Principal Zhang's tearful and trembling appearance. "Teacher Chi, right? Come, have a seat. Please sit down." Principal Zhang had a smile plastered on his face, but the tension was evident in his demeanor. He hurriedly walked out from behind his desk, bending over backward to lead Chi Yin to the sofa, even personally wiping non-existent dust off the sofa cushion to indicate Chi Yin should sit down. Chi Yin found this series of fawning actions very strange. Before he could say anything, Principal Zhang had already brought over a steaming cup of tea and placed it on the coffee table in front of Chi Yin, his hands trembling slightly as he said, "Teacher Chi, you really have kept my heart in suspense. You don't know how things have been lately." As Principal Zhang spoke, he wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead, sitting down across from Chi Yin, leaning forward with a face full of flattery. "First, people from the Longguo Institute came to ask about you, and then the medical college sent someone too. These two places, I really can't afford to offend. As a small principal, being caught in the middle has really scared me." Chi Yin looked puzzled, pretending not to know, and asked in confusion, "Ah, Teacher Chi, don't play dumb with me. You must have some extraordinary qualities that have garnered the attention of people from these two major institutes. They came to ask me about your situation at school, and the pressure is immense, fearing that if I say one wrong word, it might bring some bad influence to the school." Principal Zhang stood up, pacing back and forth in the office, muttering, What to do? Teacher Chi, you must tell me what your relationship with him is. If you have any major moves, you need to inform me in advance. My heart really feels unsettled." Chi Yin looked at Principal Zhang's flustered demeanor and felt increasingly perplexed. Chapter 27. Chi Yin becomes the dean. A call from his uncle's family. Principal Zhang cleared his throat, unconsciously adjusting his glasses with his right hand, and then seriously asked, "Teacher Chi, what exactly is the matter with students Li Shizhen and Qian Weiguo? I've heard about their astonishing performance in research. Are they really as talented as the rumors say?" Principal Zhang frowned slightly. Having been at this school for many years, he had a certain understanding of the students' levels. In his view, such genius students should not easily appear in his school, especially not from the same class. It was simply unbelievable. Chi Yin smiled slightly, with a confident expression on his face. He leaned back on the sofa like the principal and said casually, "My students are naturally intelligent. They are all very promising students." Principal Zhang's eyes widened slightly, revealing a hint of skepticism. "Teacher Chi, don't try to play tricks on me. I know you have the ability, but the talent displayed by these two students is not something that ordinary education can cultivate." Chi Yin straightened his posture, his expression becoming serious. "Principal, as you know, I have always focused on cultivating my students' research abilities. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made such requests to you before. Moreover, Li Shizhen and Qian Weiguo have a great passion for research and work very hard. In my class, every student has the opportunity to explore their potential." Principal Zhang still seemed unconvinced. He stood up and slowly paced around the office, hands clasped behind his back. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "So how did you discover them?" And what about your other students? Qian picked up his teacup, took a small sip, and replied, actually, every student has their shining points. It just depends on whether we can discover them. Li Shizhen and Qian Weiguo always have unique insights into some complex research problems in class. Furthermore, my other students are not bad either. The topics they are researching are quite valuable. Principal Zhang stopped pacing and looked at Qian. Oh, what kind of topics? Qian put down the teacup and said slowly, some students are researching new energy conversion technologies, try to find a more efficient and environmentally friendly way to utilize energy. Others are exploring technology in the national defense field. Additionally, one group of students is delving into photolithography technology to avoid being bottlenecked. As Principal Zhang listened to Qian's account, his mouth slightly opened in shock, and his hands began to tremble unconsciously. This is simply incredible. Each of these topics is not a simple matter. If these research projects succeed, the entire dragon country will be changed. His voice trembled with excitement, and his expression was as if he had discovered a new continent. Wow, their college is just too impressive. Even Qingbei can't be this good. Qian nodded. That's right. Principal, my students are all serious about research. They have dreams and abilities. As long as they are given opportunities and support, I believe they can achieve great things. Qi Yin spoke with confidence. With the system in place, developing such cutting-edge technology was almost a guaranteed outcome. Principal Zhang walked back and forth a few steps, his eyes shining with a mix of excitement and concern. He said excitedly, Teacher Qi, you've really given me a big surprise. But this also puts a lot of pressure on me. We must create the best conditions for these students. However, there are many difficulties and challenges involved. Funding, equipment, and resources are all issues. Principal Zhang was, after all, a shrewd person. Some things could only go wrong once. Investing in Qi Yin was an opportunity for compensation. Qi Yin looked at Principal Zhang and firmly said, Principal, I believe there are always more solutions than difficulties. We could try to seek external cooperation to secure more resource support. Principal Zhang looked at Qi Yin with a newfound respect. Teacher Qi, you are right. It seems I have underestimated you and these students before. We need to plan carefully and not let these promising talents go to waste. At that moment, Principal Zhang was completely shocked by these amazing topics. He seemed to see a brilliant future for the school. However, he also knew this was a big secret that he absolutely could not expose, and he realized it was his opportunity. The corners of the principal's mouth nearly reached his ears, revealing a row of uneven teeth. His eyes, which were originally small, now widened like copper bells, staring intently at Qi Yin with a flattering gaze. Ha ha ha. Teacher Qi, whatever you need, just let me know as long as I can do it. I will agree to you. His voice sounded like an old bellows, filled with an urgent hoarseness. As he spoke, he wiped the beads of sweat off his forehead with his palm, revealing a hint of flattery. Qi Yin felt a sense of discomfort and thought, Principal, you should return to your previous rebellious self. This makes my skin crawl and feels really uncomfortable. After bidding farewell to the principal, Qi Yin walked towards his classroom with mixed feelings. He just wanted to return to the familiar classroom and comfort the students, urging them not to be affected by rumors. However, just as he was passing through the corridor, his phone suddenly rang with a loud jingle, which sounded particularly jarring in a quiet environment. Qi Yin stopped, frowned slightly, and took out his phone. When he saw the words, second uncle on the screen, his expression instantly darkened, and a complex mixture of disgust and helplessness flashed in his eyes. Qi Yin's hand tightened around the phone, his knuckles turning white from the force. In this world, he was an orphan. He recalled the painful past. In his middle school year, his parents had an accident at the construction site and both passed away. What should have been a sunny afternoon became an everlasting darkness in his life. Fortunately, the construction site boss was somewhat conscientious and provided a large sum of compensation. But at that time, he was just a child, and that compensation was taken away by his second uncle's family under the pretext of helping to keep it safe. From then on, Qi Yin's life fell into hell. His second uncle's family beat and scolded him, treating him as free labor. He had to do heavy housework every day, eat leftovers, and wear tattered clothes. The compensation money was never used on him, but was squandered recklessly by his second uncle's family. He had tried countless times to reclaim what belonged to him, but each time he was ruthlessly rejected, often receiving even harsher beatings. It wasn't until he went to university that he gradually freed himself from his second uncle's family. Chapter 28. Chi Yan's background, the vampire's second uncle. He took a deep breath before pressing the answer button. Hello? Chi Yan's voice was somewhat cold, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily drooped. Chi Yan, you little brat. Have you grown wings? You don't even answer my calls? The arrogant and overbearing voice of his second uncle came through the phone, making Chi Yan's ears hurt. Chi Yan bit his lip, suppressing the anger inside, and replied, I'm at school. I'm busy with research, so I forgot to call back. What's the matter? I'm at school. You still remember you're a teacher? You're just a college teacher. Don't forget, if it weren't for our family raising you, you would have starved to death long ago. His second uncle's words were like sharp blades, piercing Chi Yan's heart fiercely. Chi Yan remained extremely indifferent and said, if you don't have anything else, I'm hanging up. Immediately, his second uncle, without any pleasantries, shouted, Chi Yan, transfer 1 million yuan to me right now. Your second aunt was diagnosed with cancer and needs money for treatment. His tone was unyielding, like a high and mighty creditor demanding repayment. Chi Yan frowned, a hint of annoyance flashing in his eyes as he coldly replied, I don't have money. Aren't you a college teacher now? Don't you eat from the country's plate? How could you possibly be out of money? The volume of his second uncle suddenly rose, his shrill voice seeming to pierce through the phone's receiver. He regarded Chi Yan's response as a challenge to his authority, his tone filled with anger and greed. Chi Yan couldn't help but pull the phone a little further away. Chi Yan took a deep breath, trying to suppress the anger inside, and patiently explained, Do you think teachers earn a lot? His hand tightened around the phone, feeling absurdly frustrated by this unreasonable demand from the old relatives. I don't care if I have no money. I'll just borrow it. Uncle Air roared like a lit stick of dynamite, his voice exploding over the phone. Chi Yan could even imagine his distorted face full of anger, spittle flying from his mouth. At that moment, Aunt Air also began shouting, her voice as grating as nails on a chalkboard. You ungrateful white-eyed wolf. We raised you this big, and now you can't even spare a bit of money? Her tone was filled with resentment, as if Chi Yan were the most ungrateful person in the world. Chi Yan scoffed, his eyes full of sarcasm. Oh, what about the compensation my parents left for me? If you return it, I might give you a little. His lips trembled slightly, the anger in his heart burning like a flame, all the grievances and injustices of the past years surging to the forefront. Your compensation? You parentless wild child. If it weren't for us, would you have today? That money is our hard-earned money. Uncle Air roared on the other end of the phone. And that money can't possibly be given to you. It's already spent. Don't you know how much it costs to go to school? Uncle Air's response was devoid of any guilt, so self-righteous that it was both infuriating and laughable. I don't care. You must give us money. I need to go for treatment. I've heard there are special cancer drugs in the U.S. Aunt exclaimed Hoazili, her tone filled with blind admiration for American healthcare. Upon hearing this, Chi Yan could no longer contain his fury and raised his voice to retort. Do you think everything in the U.S. is good? Go try getting treated there for free. Do you think the U.S. is paradise? Do you know how many people go bankrupt in the U.S. because they can't afford medical bills? And you keep saying you raised me, but how have you treated me? You treat me like a slave. And that compensation was originally mine, yet you squandered it and now have the nerve to ask me for money? Chi Yan's face turned red with anger, the veins on his forehead bulging. Uncle Air shouted back, what do you know? The healthcare in Longguo is garbage, just a money scam. How can it compare to the U.S.? Anyway, we must go to the U.S. for treatment, and you have to give us the money. His words were filled with stubbornness and ignorance, firmly believing in his own prejudices. Chi Yan trembled with rage, hardly believing the ignorance and selfishness of Uncle Air and Aunt Air. You are truly unreasonable. You have no trust in your own country and only know how to fawn over foreign countries. Do you think American miracle drugs can definitely cure cancer? We don't care. You still have to give us money, or we will cause a scene at school and get you fired. Uncle Air began to act like a rogue, proving to be a scoundrel willing to use any means to achieve his goals. Chi Yan's eyes flashed with determination. You dare? If you dare to cause a scene at school, then don't even think about getting my money. Both sides fell into a fierce argument, refusing to back down. You two idiots, go eat shit. In the end, Chi Yan angrily hung up the phone, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. Did these two old relatives really think they could bully him? It was one thing to be bullied before he had the system, but now that he had the system, he wouldn't let them bully him anymore, right? After parting on bad terms, Chi-Yin tried hard to calm his emotions. American cancer miracle drugs? Huh? Just wait and see how Longguo's cancer miracle drugs will amaze you in a while. He straightened his clothes, took a deep breath, as if to throw all the unpleasantness behind him. Then he walked towards the classroom with firm steps. Despite just having gone through such a terrible argument, he knew he couldn't let these negative feelings affect his work. His gaze regained focus because there was a group of students in the classroom waiting for his knowledge. Upon arriving in the classroom, all 28 students in the Machine Design 2 class looked at Chi-Yin with eager eyes. What is wrong with you guys? Why do you all look like you've been injected with adrenaline? Chi-Yin chuckled. Teacher, we also want to be like Chi-Yin and Li Shizhen. A student replied with a silly grin, and Chi-Yin teased back. Like what? Just. When Chi-Yin asked, the students stammered and were too shy to answer. Chi-Yin laughed and waved his hand. All right, I know what you're all thinking. You want to show off outside, right? That's not wrong. Who says researchers can't become famous and enjoy life? We made contributions, so we should enjoy it. It's what we deserve. Chi-Yin said, hands on his hips, speaking loudly. Is there anything wrong with having the heart of a youth? Of course not. Everyone is not a saint, especially those sitting here, all 20-year-old kids, and vocational school students who have been looked down upon their whole lives. With Chi-Yin's words, all the students burst into cheers, their eyes filled with fiery enthusiasm. Research. Chapter 29. A call from Chun Tianyang. Qin Tianhai is shocked, also a vocational student. On the other side, Longguo University in a Nuclear Physics No. 1 Research Institute. Brightly lit. Here, a great breakthrough is about to witness its birth. Qin Tianhai stood tall at the control panel, his gaze sharp, closely monitoring the busy experts around him. His hands instinctively clenched, the slight tremor in his fingertips revealing his inner excitement and tension. Every command he issued carried an undeniable authority. Qianweiguo was fully focused on guiding the experiment. He would occasionally lean down to check data, sometimes whispering to the experts beside him, his voice steady and powerful. Here, double-check the parameters. We can't afford any mistakes. And here, these lines need to be checked carefully. His fingers moved quickly over the diagrams filled with formulas and data, looking quite serious. If it weren't for his youthful voice, one would surely think he was an old expert. However, the experts around him were all focused, their eyes glued to various instruments. Their foreheads were covered with fine beads of sweat, but no one had the leisure to wipe them away. The massive controllable nuclear fusion device stood in the center of the laboratory, with various pipelines densely packed yet orderly. Let us push harder, comrades. We're not far from success. Qin Tianhai's deep voice echoed in the laboratory, igniting the passion in everyone's hearts. As the experiment progressed, various data flashed quickly on the screen, and the sounds were orderly. The increasingly blinking green signal lights indicated they were step by step on the right path. The atmosphere in the entire laboratory became more tense and fervent, and everyone could feel that the great moment was about to arrive. Each person was immersed in this excitement, their eyes filled with the desire for a scientific miracle to be born. Watching the busy and orderly research scene, Qin Tianhai revealed a satisfied smile and raised his voice, saying, "Everyone did a great job, especially you, Qianweiguo. If this experiment succeeds, you'll be the one to take the credit." Upon hearing the praise, Qianweiguo's face turned slightly red, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. "Oh, it's nothing. This is the result of everyone's collective effort. I just contributed a little." After a while, Qianweiguo seemed to suddenly remember something and turned to Qin Tianhai, his eyes full of expectation. "Director Qin, how has Teacher Chi-Yin been doing lately?" Upon hearing this, Qin Tianhai's expression instantly turned helpless, secretly cursing. This guy, what time is it? And he's still thinking about that Chi-Yin. He couldn't help but tease. "I say, Qianweiguo, we're currently working on such an important research project. And you're still thinking about Teacher Chi-Yin? Are you really that concerned about him?" Qianweiguo chuckled, his eyes shining with excitement. "Of course. Teacher Chi-Yin is not an ordinary person. He is my mentor, my life mentor. I want him to witness the success of our controlled nuclear fusion." Qin Tianhai curled his lips, thinking, this kid is great in every way, but he cares too much about that Qian. Am I an academician in nuclear physics? Not as good as him. However, he didn't want to dampen Qian Wei's enthusiasm at that moment. So he casually replied, Qian is doing well. Don't worry about him. Just focus on our experiment. After saying that, he turned and walked toward the office, his back seeming to carry a hint of helplessness. Once back in the office, Qin Tianhai's mood improved significantly. The good news about controlled nuclear fusion allowed his long-tensed nerves to relax temporarily. He rarely allowed himself to unwind, and as he lazily leaned back in his chair, preparing to close his eyes for a moment of rest, he reached for his phone, only to be caught off guard by the sudden ringing. The screen displayed the three large characters, Chen Tianyang. Yes, Qin Tianhai and Chen Tianyang were close friends. In the past, they supported each other through countless nights on their scientific journeys. Although they were on different paths, they maintained contact and shared a deep bond. Hey, Lao Qin, I need your help this time. Chen Tianyang's voice came through the receiver with a hint of urgency. Qin Tianhai raised his eyebrows in surprise, but a smile still played on his lips as he teased. Oh, Lao Chen, what kind of trouble has got you so worked up? Your speech is almost as fast as a rocket launch. Ignoring his teasing, Chen Tianyang spoke quickly. Lao Qin, do you know? The breakthrough in cancer miracle drug technology has been achieved. This is great news for cancer patients in Longguo. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. Qin Tianhai straightened up suddenly, surprise flashing in his eyes. Really? That's incredible news. When he first heard about the breakthrough in cancer miracle drug research, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a while, his eyes wide as if trying to see through the phone, Chen Tianyang's words echoing in his mind. He never expected that the long-sought miracle drug in the medical field had actually been developed. After a brief moment of shock, a brilliant smile broke out on Qin Tianhai's face, his voice slightly altered with excitement. Lao Chen, congratulations. This is truly a monumental achievement for humanity. This must be the result of your years of research. You really are a hidden gem. On the other end, Chen Tianyang quickly clarified. Lao Qin, it's not me. It's not me. This achievement was made by a young student. A young student? Qin Tianhai was somewhat surprised, but his eyes were filled with admiration. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. That student must be quite impressive. Which professor is their mentor? Chen Tianyang's tone was filled with pride. It's a vocational college student. His mentor is also a vocational college teacher. A vocational college student? Qin Tianhai's pupils constricted, his face filled with disbelief. He could not connect such a monumental research achievement with a vocational college student. In his mind, such complex and advanced scientific projects were typically the domain of elites from top universities and research institutions. Qin Tianhai opened his mouth to speak, but suddenly remembered the breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion on his end. Their controlled nuclear fusion technology had also achieved a significant breakthrough. And astonishingly, the leader of that breakthrough was also a vocational college student. However, since controlled nuclear fusion involved national secrets, he could not easily disclose it. He had to swallow the words he was about to say. The turmoil in his heart was like a surging sea, stirring up waves of shock. Two vocational college students? Both taught by vocational college teachers? Was this merely a coincidence? It was clear that this shattered his existing understanding. As he pondered, Chen Tianyang's voice continued. I am now preparing to nominate several academicians, and then we will go through special procedures. We must get this drug approved for market as soon as possible, and it must be included in the medical insurance. We can't afford a delay for a second. Chen Tianyang became increasingly excited, his voice unconsciously rising a few notches, and Qin Tianhai could hear him pacing back and forth, his steps hurried and forceful. Qin Tianhai was also infected by his emotions. The cancer miracle drug was indeed a blessing for humanity, and no matter what, he would support it. He stood up and walked back and forth in the office, saying, Lao Chen, your idea is absolutely right. How many lives can this drug save? What do you need me to do? As long as I can do it, I'll do it without hesitation. Qin Tianyang quickly said, I need you to help me contact some leaders of related departments and explain the importance of this drug to them. You have a wide network in this area, and having you come forward will make things much easier. Moreover, We need to prepare the materials quickly to ensure a smooth approval process. This time, we must fight for every second for those patients. Qin Tianhai nodded heavily, as if Chen Tianyang could see him, and loudly said, "Okay, Lao Chun, don't worry. I will contact them right now. This matter will definitely succeed." After hanging up the phone, Qin Tianhai's face radiated the same excitement and joy as Chen Tianyang. He could almost see the smiling faces of countless cancer patients regaining their lives. But then he remembered what Chen Tianyang had said and unconsciously began to think. Could these two vocational college students be from the same school? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Qin Tianhai suddenly slapped his forehead, feeling regretful. He had been too shocked and contemplative, forgetting to ask which school the miraculous vocational college student came from. He paced regretfully in his office, filled with curiosity about the young student he had never met. But he still remembered the task Chen Tianyang had given him and hurriedly left the office to take action toward this great goal. In the blink of an eye, a month passed like a fleeting moment. Inside the Medical Research Institute, sunlight poured through the windows onto Chen Tianyang's desk, everything appearing tranquil and harmonious. Chen Tianyang sat at his desk, tightly holding a document, his slightly trembling hands revealing his excitement. "Ha, it's finally done. The cancer miracle drug is about to be released." His eyes were fixed on the contents of the document, his face beaming with joy, his smile as radiant as a blooming flower. His assistant was also filled with excitement. This document was of great significance. It was the approval for the cancer miracle drug to be marketed. And even more thrilling was the related document for its inclusion in medical insurance. This was undoubtedly a bombshell for the entire medical community in Longguo, bringing hope for life to countless cancer patients. Under normal circumstances, such a process would often take several years, undergoing multiple approvals, countless clinical trial data evaluations, complex interest negotiations, and tedious procedures. However, this time, with the joint proposal of Chen Tianyang and several esteemed academicians, they worked together to create a special pathway for this miracle drug. Behind this was their relentless advocacy and repeated communication and coordination with various departments, every step reflecting their hard work. Thinking of this, the assistant couldn't help but reflect, it's really not easy. The most crucial factor in all of this was the selfless dedication of Qi Yin and Li Shizhen. Without them, there would be no cancer miracle drug. As the core figures in this research, they resolutely chose to donate their work without compensation. In the field of pharmacy, patent fees are like a towering mountain obstructing the path to the widespread availability of medications. After the successful development of a new drug, the patent fees often keep the prices high, causing many patients to give up hope. However, the kind acts of Qi Yin and Li Shizhen have allowed the drug to enter the market in a more accessible manner, reaching those patients who urgently need it. For this document, Chen Tianyang and his team overcame various doubts from all sides. After all, the emergence of a cancer miracle drug was too sudden, and many people were concerned about its safety and effectiveness. They had to continuously present detailed data, organize expert validations, and explain the principles and advantages of the new drug to everyone. At the same time, they had to deal with the covert obstruction from certain vested interests in the pharmaceutical market, who feared that the release of a new drug would disrupt their existing profit structures. Nevertheless, Chen Tianyang and his team never backed down. With a deep respect for science and a sense of responsibility towards patients, they broke through numerous obstacles to finally obtain this hard-won document. Sitting in his quiet office, Chen Tianyang picked up his phone, found that familiar number, and dialed. After a short while, the phone rang on the other end, and it was quickly answered. "Hello, academician Chen. What can I do for you?" Qi Yan's youthful voice came through the receiver. Chen Tianyang cleared his throat, striving to make his voice sound calmer. "Qi Yan, I have great news to share. All the progress on the cancer miracle drug has been completed, and it will be released soon. I'm calling to invite you to the press conference. It will be broadcast nationwide. You must come." His eyes sparkled with joy over the success of the project. And there was also an expectation towards Qi Yan. There was a brief silence on the other end before Qi Yan's voice came back. "Academician Chen, I think I won't go. I'm not doing this for fame. As long as the drug can help patients, that's enough." Qi Yan sat in his humble dormitory, his expression calm and resolute, fiddling with the book in his hands, unwavering in his decision. Chen Tianyang grew anxious, standing up and pacing around his office, his brows furrowing tighter. Qian, that's not acceptable. This is the honor you deserve. You can't just be an unsung hero. Do you know what this miracle drug means for the entire country and for the patients? Your contribution is too significant. Everyone has the right to know that you created this miracle, that it is the result of the efforts of you two heroes. His speech quickened, his voice unconsciously rising a few notches, a slight blush appearing on his face due to his urgency. Qi Yin chuckled softly on the other end, still unmoved, academician Shun. I really don't care about these things. I just hope my research can genuinely save lives, not for those empty accolades. Let Li Shijin attend the press conference. I have students who need my guidance. Chen Tianyang detected Qi Yan's insistence, but he was even more resolute in his own thoughts. He stopped pacing, gripping his phone tightly. Qi Yan, listen to me. This is not just about fame. It's a celebration of the spirit of science, a form of encouragement for future generations. Moreover, I plan to nominate you as one of the top 10 outstanding youths in Magic City. Young people like you should become role models for everyone. His eyes were filled with sincerity. He recognized Qi Yan's value and did not want his brilliance to be buried. Qi Yan fell into contemplation, gazing out the window at the sky, feeling a ripple of emotions within. Following that, Chen Tianyang did not press Qi Yan for an immediate decision, leaving him with, Qi Yan, please think it over before getting back to me. And then he hung up the phone. Chapter 31. Online Outcry. Is Qi Yan a thankless wolf? Looking at the disconnected call, Qi Yan furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with helplessness. He sighed softly, as if he had no choice but to attend the press conference. However, he was not fond of being in the spotlight, so he decided to think it over, as the date had not yet been set. Before he could shake off the irritation from the previous call, his phone rang again urgently. He glanced at the screen, and the words Qi Dafu caught his eye. It was his second uncle, and in that moment, an ominous premonition surged within him. Recently, Qi Yan had been extremely troubled. He never expected to find himself in such a situation. Ever since learning that his second uncle's family needed treatment in the United States, his peaceful life had been completely disrupted. Initially, his second uncle cautiously approached him for a loan, but as the illness worsened and treatment costs soared, their demands became increasingly assertive. They no longer cared about Qi Yan's feelings and would come to him almost daily, crying, begging, and even threatening him to lend them money. Xiaoyan, look, your second aunt's illness won't be cured without treatment in the United States. Please, do us a favor and lend us some money. His second uncle said with a troubled expression. But second uncle, I really don't have that much money, Qi Yan replied helplessly, having repeated this line countless times. How could you not have money? Don't think I don't know. You've saved quite a bit from working all these years. Besides, isn't it what relatives do to help each other? Are you just going to watch your second aunt die? His second aunt chimed in, her tone full of accusation. Faced with the unreasonable demands of his second uncle's family, Qi Yan felt both angry and helpless. However, it seemed they had no intention of relenting. They not only pestered him daily, but also spread rumors, claiming Qi Yan was cold-hearted and indifferent to family ties. In no time, various rumors began to circulate, piling pressure on Qi Yan. After hesitating for a moment, he answered the call. Immediately, his second uncle's urgent and flattering voice came through. Qi Yan, have you managed to raise the money? I must tell you, your second aunt and I are flying to the United States in a few days for her treatment. So don't delay the matter. His second uncle's tone was very firm. Qi Yan felt a surge of anger rise within him. He struggled to contain his temper and replied, Second uncle, I've already told you, I don't have money to lend you. Hearing this, his second uncle became agitated, his voice rising by 8 degrees. Qi Yan, what did you say? You think you got wings now? Your second aunt is still lying in bed sick, and you're just going to stand by and watch? How did our Qi family end up with such a cold-blooded person like you? Qi Yan sneered, countering, Second uncle, you know how you've treated me all this time. I've helped as much as I could. This time, I really can't do anything. Besides, you have hands and feet. Why don't you figure it out yourselves? His second uncle, feeling provoked, erupted in a tirade. Qi Yan, you ungrateful little brat. If you don't give us money, you'll regret it later. You've brought shame to our Chi family. Listening to his second uncle's furious insults, Chi Yin felt an unusual calm within. He had had enough of their unreasonable behavior and didn't he want to be endlessly entangled with them anymore. He hung up the phone directly and tossed his phone aside, not wanting to deal with it anymore. He knew his second uncle was just bluffing. Their family was always trying to gain benefits from him, and when they couldn't get what they wanted, they would resort to verbal attacks. He stood up, tidied up his room a bit, and prepared to go to bed. He had important matters to attend to tomorrow. He needed to meet with Chun Tianyang to discuss the press conference. Since he had decided to go, he would take it seriously. He couldn't let his second uncle's family issues affect his work. Lying in bed, Chi-Yin stared at the ceiling and gradually, his thoughts settled down as he drifted off into a weary sleep. Early the next morning, Chi-Yin took the subway to the city center as usual, preparing to meet with Chun Tianyang to discuss the press conference. The car was not too crowded, but he felt a strange discomfort. People around him were glancing at him, both intentionally and unintentionally, making him feel uneasy. Moreover, he could hear them whispering among themselves, occasionally pointing at him. Chi-Yin was puzzled. He hadn't done anything noteworthy. He furrowed his brows. But fortunately, the god-level fighting skills that the system had given him came with some peculiar effects, making his hearing much sharper than average. He perked up his ears, trying to catch the subtle sounds. That person is the scum from online, right? A sharp female voice reached Chi-Yan's ears, filled with disgust. Seriously, how shameless. How can such scum be a teacher? A man's voice followed, dripping with contempt. He doesn't even care for his uncle's family who raised him. His uncle is crying everywhere, saying he is ungrateful. For the sake of money, he doesn't even care about his relatives. Such a person should be condemned by society, expelled from school, and not allowed to poison students anymore. Another ant-like figure joined in the accusations, her expression as if Chi-Yin were a heinous criminal. More malicious voices chimed in. This person is simply trash in society. He should be thrown into a sewer to drown, so he doesn't pollute our eyes here. Such a scoundrel deserves to be tortured. How can he still have the face to go out? He is shameless to the extreme. Such a heartless thing should die a horrible death, get hit by a car when going out, or choke to death while eating. How can he be so inhumane? His conscience must have been eaten by a dog. I bet his parents are so angry they die again in their graves. Chi-Yin? He wore a confused and angry expression, with rising fury hidden beneath a face full of question marks. Chi-Yan's face instantly darkened. He never expected to be subjected to such harsh words. His fists clenched unconsciously, a surge of anger welling up inside him. He had a hunch about what was going on. It must be his uncle's family causing trouble. He quickly opened his phone and tapped on several commonly used short video apps. As soon as he opened one, the first recommended video made his blood boil. The title read, "Ungrateful Nephew, a teacher at an academy, refuses to help his aunt who has cancer." The bold letters were extremely conspicuous. Chapter 32, Shocked. Chen Shui and Li Shizhen are together. The video displayed Chi-Yan's photo prominently, as if afraid others wouldn't recognize him. In the footage, his uncle Chi Dafu's seemingly honest face was filled with pity and anger as he shouted at the camera. "Hello, kind-hearted people. What sin have I committed to raise such a heartless nephew? My wife, his second aunt, has cancer and is waiting for money to get treatment in the U.S. Yet this ungrateful person has money but refuses to pay a single cent. We even pitted him, raising him after his parents had an accident, treating him like our own son." While saying this, his uncle wiped tears from eyes that were completely dry. If Chi-Yin had seen this exaggerated performance at another time, he would have found it ridiculous, but now it was merely a false act to gain others' sympathy. The second aunt, lying on a hospital bed, looked even more miserable, her face pale and her sparse hair spread on the pillow. Weakly, she said, "This nephew of mine, we never treated him poorly. Now I'm like this. He doesn't care for me. Why my life so hard?" As she spoke, she coughed weakly. Anyone watching would think Chi-Yin was a monstrous person. His uncle continued to lament. How did our Chi family produce such a scoundrel? He is now a teacher, educating others, but he has no humanity himself. How can he teach students well? He is a thankless wretch. We treated him like our own son, and yet he treats us like this. Truly a white-eyed wolf. Everyone, please judge for us. Next, Chi Yan's face grew serious as he slowly scrolled down the comment section of the video. He was taken aback upon reading. He felt his blood surge, as if it would burst from his 7 orifices. The first comment read, "TSK, TSK. This person's heart is truly black. How can they see someone dying and not help? And they're supposed to be a role model as a teacher, PFF. Such morally corrupt people don't deserve to stand at the podium to teach." This comment was filled with anger and disdain. The second comment was even harsher. "Just look at this person's appearance. You can tell they must not be a good teacher. Simply scum of society, a disgrace." The next comment directly pointed fingers at the entire school. "Found it, Sanliton Vocational Technical College. Look, only a college like yours could produce such an unprincipled teacher. Honestly, your school is no better, just a rotten institution." Such extreme remarks undoubtedly brought significant negative impact to the school. However, amid the accusations and denunciations, a different comment emerged. "Stop randomly guessing and talking nonsense. Teacher Chi cares for us students and is dedicated. He is not the kind of person you say he is. He is an excellent and respectable teacher." One could imagine how eager the student was to clear their teacher's name. But soon, other netizens replied, "Upstairs. Are you out of your mind? How can you defend such a heartless teacher? Maybe you're just as selfish and unempathetic as she is." Chi Yan watched the scenes of this shameless performance and the malicious comments in the video, laughing in anger. His uncle's family's ability to twist right and wrong truly opened his eyes. They painted themselves as pitiful victims while dumping all the filth on him. These people, lacking understanding of the truth, blindly believed his uncle's one-sided words and launched such vicious attacks on him, leaving him furious. He wanted to explain, but the hostile gazes around him made him realize that no one would listen to his explanation now. All of this was a despicable tactic used by his uncle's family to force him to comply. His body trembled slightly, anger flickering in his eyes, and he vowed to expose the truth and not let these malicious rumors continue to harm him. Chi Yan looked at the upside-down video on his phone, filled with indignation. But at that moment, the subway had arrived at the station. He suppressed his anger, knowing that there were more important matters waiting for him. So he hurried to the place he had agreed upon with Chun Tianyang. When Chi Yan arrived, Chun Tianyang was already there. Upon seeing Chi Yan, Chun Tianyang immediately greeted him with a beaming smile. "Chi Yan, you really came. This press conference will surely let everyone know what a hero from our dragon country is." "Ha ha ha," he said, enthusiastically patting Chi Yan on the shoulder. Just as Chi Yan was about to respond, he noticed Li Shizhen standing behind Chun Tianyang. Li Shizhen looked particularly spirited today, but what surprised Chi Yan was that he was holding hands with a young and beautiful woman, and the two appeared very close. Chi Yan's eyes widened. Upon closer inspection, she looked somewhat familiar, resembling academician Chun Tianyang. This woman was none other than Chun Tianyang's daughter, Chun Shui. This scene left Chi Yan somewhat at a loss, his gaze shifting back and forth between the two. Under Chi Yan's stare, Li Shizhen's face turned red instantly. He scratched his head awkwardly, about to explain when Chun Shui stepped in first. She confidently walked in front of Chi Yan and smiled. "Hey, don't be so surprised. I'm the one pursuing Shizhen. I really like Li Shizhen." Her eyes sparkled with affection and admiration as she looked at Li Shizhen. Chun Shui, who previously held herself above all men except her father, was completely stunned after meeting Li Shizhen last time. A college student could research cancer miracle drugs, and he was so generous to be willing to donate cancer miracle drugs. Chun Shui initially felt a huge curiosity towards Li Shizhen, and later found that they got along very well, which naturally led them to be together. On the side, Chun Tianyang saw this and burst into laughter. He walked over to Chi Yan and said, "Chi Yan, my daughter has always had her own ideas since she was little. I was a bit surprised at first, but then I thought children will have their own blessings as long as they are happy together. As an old man, want to interfere." A happy smile radiated from Chun Tianyang's face, clearly approving of the young couple's relationship. Hearing their words, the gloom in Chi Yan's heart caused by his uncle's matter dissipated significantly. He looked at the happy couple before him, and then at the open-minded Chun Tianyang, feeling genuinely relieved and happy. "Li Shizhen, you really are lucky. A girl as wonderful as Chun Shui likes you. You must cherish her well." Qi Yin said with a smile. Li Shizhen blushed and nodded. Teacher Qi Yin, please don't tease me. I will treat Xiaoxue well. Shen Shua Nusla Bazida Li Shizhen. Her face full of sweetness. At that moment, Qi Yin felt warmth and beauty, as if the surrounding air had turned sweet. He temporarily forgot about the malicious slanders, immersed in the joyful atmosphere, and offered the most sincere blessings to his students and the couple. Chapter 33. Uncle's Threat, Qi Yin's Cold Smile. Chun Tianyong was discussing the follow-up arrangements for the press conference in detail with Qi Yin, and the atmosphere of their discussion was very focused. Just then, Chen Shui, who had been whispering and laughing with Li Shizhen, suddenly frowned, her gaze fixed on her phone screen, and her expression turned grave. Her youthful face, once brimming with vitality, was now overshadowed by a dark cloud, looking very unpleasant. Li Shizhen quickly noticed Chen Shui's unusual behavior and leaned over to look at her phone. When he saw the video playing on the phone, his face instantly turned ashen and anger ignited in his eyes. He abruptly raised his head and walked toward Qi Yin. Speaking excitedly, Teacher, have you seen the video online? Your uncle is simply outrageous. Li Shizhen was so angry that his body trembled slightly, his fists clenched unconsciously. Teacher, we all know what kind of person you are and how you've lived these years. Your uncle is a complete rogue. We've all seen how he treats you. Now he is online fabricating stories, disguising himself as a victim to slander you. Li Shizhen's voice trembled with anger, his eyes burning with rage at the injustice. What right does he have to speak about you? He took your parents' compensation and has been using and exploiting you. Now he wants to ruin your reputation. How can there be such shameless people in this world? Chen Shui also came over, her eyes filled with anger and concern for Qi Yin. She couldn't believe that this man had suffered so much. His parents were gone, and the relatives he encountered were vampires. Li Shizhen continued with a dark face. Teacher, we cannot let them succeed like this. We need to find a way to clarify. We cannot let your reputation be trampled like this. He looked at Chen Tianyong, seemingly seeking support. Academician Chen, you also know Teacher Qi Yin's character. We cannot let these malicious rumors continue to spread. Chen Shui nodded repeatedly, angrily stating, we must let everyone know the truth. We cannot let this vicious uncle get away with it. Teacher Qi Yin, rest assured, we will stand by your side and fight to the end against these evil people. Li Shizhen and Chen Shui spoke one after another, their protective feelings for Qi Yin evident, and their angry words echoed in the air. Qi Yin looked at them, standing up for him, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. The more Li Shizhen and Chen Shui spoke, the more agitated they became, their anger seeming ready to erupt. Chen Tianyong listened, his expression growing darker. Finally, he slammed the table and shouted angrily, how outrageous! How can there be such shameless people in this world? This is simply a desecration of kindness and justice. His face turned red with anger, veins popping on his forehead, and his usual calm demeanor transformed into outrage at his uncle's family's wrongdoing. Chen Tianyong looked at Qi Yin with concern, decisively stating, Qi Yin, I will help you settle this matter. I will not let them bully you like this. I will make them pay for what they've done. His eyes revealed an unwavering determination. As someone with a certain status and influence in society, he was confident and capable of handling this matter well. However, Qi Yin gently waved his hand to refuse. Although anger filled his eyes, there was more stubbornness and confidence. Chen Lao, thank you for your kindness. But this is my family matter. I don't want to involve you. Moreover, I believe I can handle it myself. I cannot always rely on others to solve my own problems. Qi Yin's tone was resolute. With the system, he was not afraid of such online explosions. To him, Qi Dafu and his ilk were merely clowns at this point. Chen Tianyong looked at Qi Yin, his eyes filled with admiration and concern. But he ultimately chose to trust Qi Yin. He nodded and said, all right, Qi Yin, I believe you have this ability. However, if you need anything, just let me know at any time. Then, his expression became serious as he added, in a week, the press conference will be held. This is an important opportunity for you. Moreover, you have been selected for the Top 10 Outstanding Youth Award, which is recognition and honor for you. You must prepare well and not let these trivial matters affect you. A glimmer of light flashed in Qi Yin's eyes, and he solemnly promised, Chen Lao, rest assured, I will prepare well and not disappoint you. After parting with everyone, Qian's mood calmed down a bit, but just a short distance away, his phone rang urgently again. Looking at the caller ID, it was his uncle's family calling, and his expression instantly darkened. This old man calling must mean trouble. And the reality matched Qi Yan's expectations. As soon as Qi Yan answered the phone, his uncle's arrogant voice boomed like thunder in the receiver. Qi Yan, you little brat. Look at the good things you've done. The internet is scolding you. Your reputation is ruined now. Huh? This is the consequence of going against us. Funny. Does your lousy video contain even a shred of truth? You've cared for me so attentively, but how many times in my life have you beaten or scolded me? Chidafu thought it was bad luck to have such a brother as his. You better pray that you don't run into him after you die. Qi Yin responded expressionlessly. He was standing up for his original self. Speaking of Qi's father, Chidafu's face instantly darkened. He and Qi Yan's father had grown up together. But Qi's father was always better than him, better in studies, and even had a more attractive wife. Whenever people in the village talked about the Qi family as children, they praised Qi's father, while he felt like he was invisible, so he had always been very jealous. Fortunately, fate had its eyes, and an accident caused both of them to die. As their child, Qi Yin naturally felt the need to take a small revenge. However, he believed that this was what Qi Yin deserved. This was what his father owed him. I don't care. I just know that if you don't give us the money now, you'll regret it. His second uncle shouted, Aren't you a teacher? Let me tell you, we have already contacted your school's leadership and told them about your misdeeds. If you don't hurry up and send the money, just wait to be expelled from school. Don't even think about keeping your job as a teacher. At this moment, his second aunt's sharp voice came through as well. Qi Yin, we have no choice. Your second aunt needs money for medical treatment. Can you bear to watch me die? If you don't give us the money, we will ruin your reputation and let everyone know what a cold-blooded person you are. Qi Yin couldn't help but laugh in anger. Don't go too far. How much have I helped you? This is extortion. Extortion? We are your relatives. You should give us money. We don't care how you think. If you don't want to lose your job, just obediently hand over the money. And it has to be enough for us to go to the United States for treatment. His second uncle's tone was filled with threats, as if he was determined to get that money for medical treatment. On the other end of the phone, it seemed there were others whispering, probably their relatives, also chiming in. That's right, Qi Yin, you can't be so heartless. If you don't save your second aunt, you'll be punished by heaven. Chapter 32, Underling Gonfit, Zhu Feng. I'm giving you one last chance. If you delete the video, I can pretend nothing happened. After all, I did grow up under your care. Qi Yin said with a serious face, and Qi Dafu on the other end directly sneered. Giving us a chance? We should be the ones giving you a chance. Hurry up and send the money, or you can forget about your job. Yes, send the money. I need it for medical treatment. His second aunt's sharp voice continued to ring out. Just don't regret it later. Having said that, Qi Yin felt he had been patient enough. When the time came, if he died, he could face his father without regret. It was they who sought their own death. Qi Yin hung up the phone. He snorted coldly, and the busy tone rang out in the quiet room, feeling particularly jarring. His chest heaved violently, and the anger in his heart felt like it was going to burn him alive. He thought to himself, I've endured a lifetime of grievances, and now, with this magical system, if I continue to suffer, what is the point of this journey? Wouldn't it be a waste of coming here? Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Yin walked to the desk and opened the computer with a loud bang. The moment the screen lit up, the light reflected on his resolute face, and his eyes revealed a determination. At this moment, the internet was already in an uproar, and the heat surrounding him was skyrocketing like a rocket, already hitting the top 10 of trending topics. Qi Yin glanced at those various headlines and comments, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, thinking, look at these people, jumping to conclusions without understanding the situation. How foolish. Without a doubt, his second Uncle Chidafu was behind the scenes stirring the pot. That greedy and cunning guy would stop at nothing for his own benefit, particularly skilled at twisting right and wrong. Moreover, he would rather spend money hiring internet trolls than save some for his own medical treatment. How foolish. Qi Yan's lips curled into a confident, yet slightly mocking smile. Secretly pleased. So the internet is a battlefield, huh? The internet is not a lawless land. He directly activated the hacking skills granted by the system, his long fingers flying across the keyboard at lightning speed. The code scrolled rapidly on the screen, his eyes sharpening intensely. He began to directly target those who were jumping up and down online, those who insulted him and slandered him. Not one of them would escape. As he operated, he thought, "You love to talk nonsense, don't you? Let's see if you can keep talking in the future." With his actions, he gradually gathered information on those people. Meanwhile, on the other side, in a luxurious villa, a banquet was underway. The lights at the banquet were as bright as day, and the melodious classical music flowed through the air, intertwining with the laughter and chatter of people, creating a lively atmosphere. The people here were dressed in splendid attire. The men wore well-tailored suits that exuded elegance, while the women donned haute couture gowns adorned with sparkling jewelry. They held champagne flutes, mingling on the exquisite marble floor, sometimes whispering softly and sometimes bursting into joyful laughter. Beneath the enormous crystal chandelier, a long table was filled with exquisite delicacies, and the silver cutlery gleamed under the lights. In the center of the banquet, couples danced gracefully in the dance floor. Outside the villa, luxury cars were lined up neatly, their headlights flashing in the night, showcasing their owner's noble status. At this gathering of high society, money, status, and luxury collided to create a captivating spark, and a lively atmosphere seemed to drown the villa. In the center of the crowd stood a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He was tall and exuded a confident aura, making him the absolute star of the banquet. This was Chu Feng, the host of today's banquet. He bounced around excitedly, every movement filled with energy, attracting everyone's attention. This grand banquet was organized entirely by him to celebrate his upcoming recognition as one of the top 10 outstanding youths in Magic City. Of course, he had to show off. At this moment, his eyes were already filled with the determination to secure that honor of being one of the top 10 youths. Meanwhile, the people around him met his expectations, throwing him envious and congratulatory glances, which made him feel very proud. The music seemed to grow even more cheerful, and the atmosphere of the entire banquet reached its peak at this moment. He moved through the crowd, warmly conversing with guests, sharing his joy. At this moment, he was the most dazzling presence in this luxurious banquet. The title of one of the top 10 outstanding youths was a symbol of significant honor. It was not just a title, but a glittering business card. With this honor, everything he did would go smoothly, allowing him to navigate the business world with ease. Although he had his family's backing in securing the spot, thanks to their substantial resources and connections, he had also put in considerable effort, delivering valuable gifts to influential figures and maneuvering through various networks. However, in his view, all of this was worth it. At the very least, he was intoxicated by the envious gazes of others, enjoying the joy that this honor brought him. Suddenly, a man dressed in a black butler's suit hurriedly approached. His steps were quick and steady, as if he brought some significant news. The butler whispered in Chu Feng's ear, though his voice was low. It felt like a heavy hammer striking Chu Feng's heart. What? Chu Feng's expression instantly froze. His originally excited face drained of color. His features contorted in shock and fear, looking as if he had just eaten something disgusting. His body swayed slightly. The once spirited Chu Feng now resembled a shell without a soul. He grabbed the collar of the black-clad butler, angrily asking, "Say that again. How is this possible? My spot has been replaced by someone else?" At the banquet, everyone saw Chu Feng's horrified expression and exchanged puzzled glances. How could the once proud Chu Feng suddenly appear like a wilted eggplant? Someone couldn't help but ask, "Chu Ge, what is going on? What happened?" Chu Feng stood up with a dark face, anger clearly written on his face, and spoke in a low voice filled with suppressed rage. "My spot as one of the top 10 outstanding youths in the Magic City has been snatched away." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "The spot for the top 10 outstanding youths is no joke. It's a highly prestigious honor. So many people fight to get it. And once you have it, you can easily rise in your career and gain credibility in the business world. How could it be taken away?" Everyone began to discuss among themselves. Although they spoke very officially, it only fueled Chu Feng's anger further. At this moment, Someone asked. Who on earth has such ability to dare to snatch the spot from young Master Chu? With a grim face, Chu Feng gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "It's a guy named Qi Yin. Does anyone know him?" Almost everyone shook their heads, their eyes filled with confusion. Chapter 35. Chu Feng's counterattack. What right does a college teacher have? However, at this moment, someone stepped forward. He was a tall man with a faint scar on his face, and his eyes held a hint of malice. "I know him," he said in a low voice. If Qi Yin were present, he would definitely recognize that this was Fong Bo, the person he had beaten before. At this moment, Fong Bo had a slight smirk on his lips, bringing a sense of schadenfreude that made the already tense atmosphere even more delicate. Fong Bo sneered disdainfully and began to criticize Qi Yin. "Humph, you all don't know that Qi Yin is just an ordinary college teacher. A person like him, who usually just stays in that small campus. What kind of prospects can he have? Besides having some strength and knowing a bit of martial arts, he's basically trash. That white-eyed wolf trending online these days is him. And someone like that can actually receive the title of one of the top 10 outstanding youths. How strange." Fong Bo's voice was loud, echoing in the luxurious banquet hall, each word dripping with contempt. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, their faces showing scorn. In their eyes, the identity of a college teacher was simply too insignificant, a low status that was worlds apart from theirs. They believed that people of such identity should remain nameless at the bottom of society. How could they possibly compete with them? Meanwhile, Chu Feng's already dark expression became even more sinister upon hearing this. He could accept that his spot was taken, but only if that person was a stronger individual with a better background than him. A college teacher? This was an outright insult to him. The anger in his heart surged, and he felt as if flames were about to burst from his eyes. What right does a college teacher have? What qualifications does he have to take my spot? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He decided to use his family's influence to thoroughly investigate who Qi Yin was. He wanted to see what kind of capability this audacious person had to dare snatch this honor of being one of the top 10 outstanding youths from him. So, he immediately took out his phone and began contacting people to initiate an investigation, his eyes revealing a determination to not rest until he achieved his goal. The results soon came in. The reason was that the medical college had suddenly announced a major press conference. The significant news at the conference was that a new drug was about to be launched, which would become a milestone in the medical field. The main characters were Qi Yin and one of his students named Li Shizhen, and it was a technology patent that they had donated together. This caught the attention of many people within the medical community. However, in Chu Feng's eyes, all of this was nonsense. A college teacher working with a college student to research a new drug, and it could be called a milestone in the medical field, was simply unbelievable. How could such an impressive technology come from a college teacher? Moreover, the fact that they even donated the patent for free was even less credible. Who would be so foolish as to not sell a patent and give it away for free? He felt that this must be fake. Either there was some hidden conspiracy behind it, or someone was deliberately exaggerating. He frowned and secretly vowed to uncover the truth behind this facade, not allowing this absurd farce to continue, and demanding that the spot of the top 10 outstanding youths be returned to him. He began to gather information from various sources, preparing to conduct an in-depth investigation into the matter. At this moment, Fong Bo, who had been standing next to Chu Feng, was watching him intently. He slowly pulled out a video. This video was currently trending online, with discussions about it everywhere. The content of the video was shocking, depicting a man's aunt suffering from cancer and in urgent need of family care. However, the nephew, who had been raised by his uncle's family, revealed his ugly nature at this moment, acting like a white-eyed wolf and ignoring his uncle's family, directly refusing to take out even a little money. The shocking part was that the protagonist of this video was actually Qi Yin. Fong Bo looked at the video with a cold smile on his face and said to Chu Feng with a hint of pride, "Young Master Chu, we can take this angle. This video is so hot right now. The public's impression of Qi Yin will definitely be greatly reduced. If we add fuel to the fire, he definitely won't be able to turn things around." Upon hearing Fong Bo's words, a sinister gleam flashed in Chu Feng's eyes, and he laughed wickedly. Good. This video has come at just the right time. Ha ha ha. He thought to himself, heaven is helping me. Qi Yin, let's see how you compete with me this time. Chu Feng suddenly remembered that he had a company specializing in online manipulation, a powerful weapon for controlling public opinion. He could already envision the scene of Qi Yin being drowned by the waves of public opinion, a wave of pleasure rising within him. He laughed darkly. Ha ha, I didn't expect it to be used against you. He decided to utilize this company. He planned to release a large volume of information about Qi Yan's ingratitude, guiding the public to condemn him. He wanted to make Qi Yin appear as a morally corrupt person, rendering his reputation utterly foul. This way, Qi Yin would have no chance to compete with him for the title of top 10 outstanding youth in the Magic City. That honor could only belong to him. Without hesitation, Chu Feng immediately picked up the phone and issued instructions to the online manipulation company. The online army quickly sprang into action. They posted maliciously edited video clips on various online platforms, fabricating false stories. They painted Qi Yin as a heinous villain, and a storm of public opinion targeting Qi Yin began to unfold. Meanwhile, Qi Yin was still at his computer desk, intently searching for those outrageous online trolls. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, with only the cold light from the computer screen illuminating his somewhat tired face. However, gradually, Qi Yan's originally relaxed brow began to furrow slightly, forming a small crease in the center of his forehead. He clearly felt that in the last few hours, the public opinion on the internet had become extremely bizarre. It was as if an invisible pair of hands were manipulating everything from the shadows, deliberately guiding the narrative. The comments did not seem like random statements from ordinary netizens. They resembled the actions of a trained online army. Their patterns of speech were similar, and their posting times were tightly coordinated, as if they were an organized group targeting Qi Yan. Chapter 36. Qi Yan's counterattack. I accidentally hacked your computer. Worse yet, several influential figures online also began to release videos attacking him. These videos are well-produced, and the copy is highly provocative, clearly indicating prior preparation. Moreover, the likes on these videos have skyrocketed, and the comment section is flooded with a large number of negative remarks, almost drowning Qi Yin in this public opinion. Just then, Qi Yin's phone rang urgently. It was Principal Zhang calling. On the other end of the line, Principal Zhang's voice was filled with concern. Qi Yin, what on earth is going on? Someone has reported this matter to the Education Bureau, and the situation is very serious. They even proposed to expel you. I know you're a good kid. There must be a misunderstanding, but the pressure from public opinion is too great right now. We need to think of a way. Qi Yin tightly gripped his phone, his expression darkening. He took a deep breath, trying to keep his voice calm. Principal Zhang, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I will handle this matter well and won't let the school be implicated. After hanging up, a determined look flashed in Qi Yan's eyes. The water army, huh? A cold smile crept onto Qi Yan's lips, his expression extremely calm. But beneath this seemingly calm surface, a war without gunpowder was quietly unfolding. Qi Yan was not someone to be trifled with. He possessed god-level hacking skills. With a series of keystrokes, he quickly retrieved the most popular videos online that criticized him. He was not flustered at all, methodically searching for other videos with the same copy. Those identical phrases were, in his eyes, the key clues to finding the mastermind behind it all. He began to lock onto the publishing addresses of these videos. However, many people's addresses turn out to be in the same building. This is interesting. It's a company, isn't it? Qi Yin said with a smile. He followed these clues to reverse locate, and finally, he successfully pinpointed the other party's company. The cold smile on Qi Yan's lips widened, and he snorted softly, his hands moving without pause. With what seemed like a casual move, he hacked directly into the other party's computer system. Once inside, Qi Yin initially wanted to find more evidence of their manipulation of public opinion, but accidentally, he clicked open their chat records. Chu Feng, you guys need to stir that popular video again. Make sure that person can never turn things around. The water army expert. That will cost a lot of money. Chu Feng, is 500 enough? The water army expert. Enough. That's more than enough. Guaranteed to complete the task. Salute. Then he clicked into another group of several water army members, where the leader was posting messages. Water army expert. All members. A task is now issued. Everyone go smear this person in the video. 100 per post. The more likes and comments, the more money. Attached was the video of Qi Yan's uncle online cursing at him. Everyone in the group was thrilled to see this message. 100 for one video. Usually it's only 50. This is a great opportunity to make money. They couldn't help but post dozens of videos a day. Chi Yin then realized that the mastermind behind all this was actually Chu Feng. Chu Feng had issued a command to the Water Army Company to smear him. And he was quite generous, spending a full 500 just to completely ruin his reputation. Chu Feng, who is this person? Chi Yin furrowed his brows, filled with confusion and bewilderment. He couldn't understand why someone he seemingly had no connection with would go to such lengths to blacken him. Sitting in front of the computer, he pondered repeatedly but found no clues, feeling that the reason behind this was too mysterious. No matter who you are, if you provoke me, you will definitely pay the price. Chi Yin gritted his teeth and quickly typed Chu Feng into the search engine. As the web page loaded, a wealth of information appeared, and Chi Yin quickly skimmed through it. Suddenly, his gaze stopped on a piece of news. Chu Feng was nominated as one of the top 10 outstanding youths in Magic City. Upon seeing this, Chi Yin instantly understood. So that's how it is. You want to step on me for this so-called honor, huh? Unfortunately for you, you've picked the wrong person. Chi Yin's eyes sharpened, a cold smile forming on his lips, and his fighting spirit ignited. Chi Yin was not someone who would easily swallow his pride. He decided to use their own methods against them. With his superior hacking skills, what was there to fear? First, he gathered information on several companies under the Chu family holdings. These companies spanned multiple fields, and he meticulously analyzed every piece of data, missing no detail. Hard work pays off. After thorough digging, Chi Yin discovered some scandals about these companies. He consolidated this information, categorized it, and placed everything into a compressed folder. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. However, he did not stop there. He hacked back into the Water Army Company, lingering on the WeChat interface of the company's leader. Looking at the familiar screen, Chi Yin couldn't help but smile. Sitting in front of the computer, his fingers flew over the keyboard as he skillfully issued a new command in the Water Army's workgroup. He even made sure to address all members to ensure everyone could see it. Water Army expert. All members big scandals. 500 per post. 1. Chu Hospital. Using fake medicine, disregarding patients' lives, performing unnecessary surgeries, harming public health. 2. Chu Engineering. Cutting corners, shoddy projects, building collapses, cheating money. 3. Chu Food Company. Food hygiene standards not met. Dirty and messy. Food contains maggots. To motivate these Water Army members further, Chi Yin also established detailed reward rules. For every successful post that met the requirements, they would receive double the corresponding payment. The better the job, the more money they would make. He also provided the evidence to these Water Army members. He knew that under the temptation of money, these Water Army members would definitely act quickly, and the price was 5 times more than before. How could they not be tempted? Leaning back in his chair, Chi Yin looked at the command he had issued on the screen, feeling a mix of emotions. He hadn't wanted to get involved in such a dispute, but since the other party had initiated the trouble, he wouldn't sit idly by. Otherwise, others would really think he was easy to bully. In fact, Chi Yin truly considered himself a particularly low-key person. Aside from nurturing some students to serve the country, he had little interest in other matters. Sigh. Why are there so many idiots in this world who like to oppose me? Chi Yin lamented helplessly. Heaven, please let me be reborn in a world without idiots next time. Chapter 37. Chu Feng's Breakdown. The Chaos of the Chu Family Group. When the employees of the Water Army Company saw the new command in the work group, they were all stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. Isn't this Chu Tian Company one of our major clients? Why suddenly smear our own company? Someone mumbled quietly, their eyes full of confusion. The colleagues around them exchanged glances, each person's eyes reflecting their bewilderment. But this confusion was only momentary, as their attention was soon drawn to the reward rules behind the command. Who cares? The money is really good. One employee couldn't help but say. Exactly. If you do well, that's completely 10 times more than those previous videos. Let us go. Another person chimed in. Right? There's even evidence here. We're just exposing, not guiding public opinion. Let us go. As soon as this was said, others nodded in agreement. Faced with the huge temptation of money, their doubts quickly vanished into thin air. Yeah, such generous rewards just by moving a finger to post a few messages, why not? Soon, these Water Army members were already taking action. At this moment, a large amount of negative information about the Chu group quickly flooded the internet, with various negative news overwhelming the platform. There were not only written descriptions, but also seemingly real videos. These contents spread like a virus, wildly circulating in every corner of the internet. The public opinion online instantly exploded. Wow, the Chu group is really too much. How could they do such things? It's truly insane. It's too dark, too dark. This is simply treating the safety of ordinary people's lives as a joke. What fake drugs, shoddy projects, and substandard food? Don't they have any conscience? I had seen a doctor at Chu Tian Hospital before, and I never expected they would use fake drugs. Isn't this playing with people's lives? They must give an explanation. The buildings constructed by the Chu group are where we live and work every day. If they are really shoddy projects, it's simply unimaginable. Relevant departments must conduct a thorough investigation. Such enterprises must not be allowed to continue harming society. I often buy food from Chu Food Company, and just thinking about their unsatisfactory hygiene standards makes me feel nauseous. These companies go to any lengths to make money. Regulatory authorities cannot sit idly by. The Chu Group, such a large enterprise, should be a model for society, but unexpectedly, they are engaged in these shameful activities behind the scenes. Such enterprises should be severely punished and made to pay a heavy price, giving society an explanation. The once glorious image of the Chu Group was on the verge of collapsing under the impact of this negative information. And all of this was part of Qian's plan. He quietly watched the storm unfold online. At this time, in a dimly lit room, Longguo had stayed up late surfing the internet again last night, only falling asleep in the early morning. In the morning, the harsh ringing of the phone sounded, piercing his eardrums like a sharp cone, pulling him abruptly from his dreams. He sat up abruptly, his face already clouded with annoyance and anger from being woken up. And a surge of rage erupted within him. Longguo was a college graduate. A few years ago, he could be described as a waste, doing nothing and idling away his time. He often vented his negative emotions freely in the online world, frequently ranting like a madman, a true troll. However, one day, he stumbled upon a new world where trolling online could actually make money. This discovery opened a door to wealth for him, and from then on, he was like a wild horse, unable to be restrained. He published his negative emotions recklessly online, using harsh words and being quite extreme. Later, he even used his little cunning to establish a specialized troll company. Under his management, this company rapidly grew, and he was even able to work under the Chu Group. Now, for him, earning tens of millions annually was just a piece of cake. However, all this money was earned by suppressing employees. After making money, he became even more arrogant, living a life of excess. Who the hell is calling me so early in the morning? Longguo yelled into the phone, his voice loud enough to potentially stun the person on the other end. His eyes bulged with anger, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. I am your grandfather. Zhu Feng. A furious curse came from the other end of the line, the voice booming like thunder in Longguo's ears. The angry tone carried an undeniable authority. Longguo, who had been in a daze, was instantly awakened by the scolding. The Chu Group was a giant with a significant position in the entire business world. No matter how rich and arrogant Longguo became, he would never dare to easily provoke them. Moreover, he was still working under Chu Feng. If he lost this cash cow, his company would collapse along with it. What is it, young Master Chu, to be so angry? Longguo immediately suppressed his arrogance and said with a fawning expression, his tone becoming extremely humble, as if he were a different person. You dare to ask me what happened? I want to ask you, is the money I gave you not enough? Or do you want to rebel by using trolls to tarnish our Chu Group? Chu Feng's voice was laced with uncontainable anger. How could that be? Longguo's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't understand how his troll company could be involved in blackening the Chu Group. There must be some misunderstanding. Before Longguo could say anything, the other side had already erupted in fury. You should go online and see the mess you created. Longguo hurriedly opened his computer, and upon seeing the overwhelming videos tarnishing the Chu Group online, he was instantly dumbfounded. His lips trembled slightly, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, and his mind was in chaos. What on earth is going on? How could the public opinion change like this in just the time it took to sleep? Shouldn't it be the scolding of that white-eyed wolf? How did it turn into an attack on the Chu group overnight? He realized he had landed himself in big trouble. And it was huge trouble. Not daring to delay for a moment, he quickly realized that the actual situation was worse than he had imagined. Chapter 38. Exposing Uncle's Evil Deeds, the Tragic Family of Uncle. Sweat beads the size of soybeans rolled down Longguo's forehead, and his voice trembled with urgency as he hurriedly explained to Chu Feng on the phone. Young Master Chu, this must be a misunderstanding. How could I possibly tarnish the Chu group? You must believe me. Someone must have deliberately framed me. Young Master Chu, you have to believe me. However, Chu Feng was already furious and didn't want to hear his weak explanations at all. He coldly said, I don't want to hear nonsense. Hurry up and resolve this matter for me, and don't let me see this mess again. If you can't handle it well, get the hell out of here. As far away as possible. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Longguo stood there holding the still buzzing phone, dazed for a while. Then, as if waking from a dream, he rushed to his computer and quickly opened the work group of the troll company. When he saw the content in the group, he was completely stunned. The new order to tarnish the Chu group was glaringly evident, and it was sent by him. How is this possible? His brain raced as he tried to recall, but he couldn't remember ever issuing such a task. He slammed his hand on the table in anger. What the hell is going on? Did I send this when I was drunk last night? That shouldn't be. I would only attack those boring bastards at the Chu group in my dreams. I wouldn't dare do it in reality. Longguo muttered to himself, never considering that someone could easily hack into his computer and send messages. But now was not the time to investigate the cause. The urgent matter was to quickly salvage the situation. He gritted his teeth and decided to resolve this issue at all costs. He quickly contacted several familiar troll companies, offering an irresistible price to help them regain control of the narrative. These newly hired trolls began to flood the internet with messages clarifying the Chu group, attempting to shift public opinion. However, it was all too late. The actual evidence had turned the Chu group's wrongdoings into an established fact. Moreover, the speed of the internet's dissemination was rapid. The earlier messages tarnishing the Chu group had already spread like a virus, deeply embedded in the public's mind. Additionally, those negative messages triggered panic among investors, who began to sell off their shares in the Chu group. The stock price of the Chu group plummeted. The company's executives were already in disarray, urgently convening a meeting to discuss countermeasures. Meanwhile, Chu Feng's face was as dark as thunder. He never expected things to deteriorate to such a terrible extent. While arranging the company's crisis response, he gritted his teeth over Longguo's blunder, secretly vowing that once this matter was resolved, he would make Longguo pay a heavy price. Longguo, on the other hand, sat in his office, staring at the plummeting stock price of the Chu group, his face as pale as paper. He knew he had caused a huge disaster. Even if he could slightly mitigate the online public opinion, the losses suffered by the Chu group were incalculable. He also feared that he might get entangled in endless troubles because of this incident, potentially losing everything. At that moment, his heart had already sunk to the lowest point. Damn! The key was that he still didn't understand what was going on. On the other side, however, the scene was entirely different. Chi Yin sat at his computer desk, the corners of his mouth curling up in a high arc. His eyes sparkled with glee as he stared at the Chu group's stock chart, which was in free fall. With his arms crossed over his chest, he leaned back in his chair. The Chu family, this is just the beginning. You dare to provoke me, thinking I'm easy to bully? However, the most important thing is what comes next. It's your turn now, uncle. Chi Yin muttered to himself, a flicker of resentment crossing his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, Chi Yin skillfully operated his computer and uploaded a carefully prepared video to the internet. This video carried years of his pain and hatred. At the beginning of the video, a dimly lit, cramped room was shown, the image slightly shaky, heavy breathing audible. It was a young Chi Yin secretly recording from a corner. The face of his arrogant uncle appeared on screen, scolding Chi Yin loudly. You little brat. Now that you've lost your parents, you should obediently listen and not have any improper thoughts. Next were clips showing his uncle withholding Chi Yin's living expenses, forcing him to live in poverty. Subsequently, screenshots of transfer records appeared on the screen. clearly showing each transaction where his uncle transferred compensation money that belonged to Qi Yan's parents into his own account. There were also conversations between his uncle and aunt discussing how to continue exploiting Qi Yan, every word dripping with endless greed and ruthlessness. The video even featured Qi Yan crying alone at night, his frail figure appearing so helpless in the darkness, a stark contrast to his uncle's misdeeds. Once the video was released, it immediately caused a sensation. Online comments and messages spread rapidly, the anger of netizens erupting like an imminent volcano. I said that old man didn't look like a good person. Turns out he's a scoundrel. Not only occupying someone else's compensation money, but also failing to take care of the child. Is this really a blood relative? This is inhumane. This comment quickly garnered countless likes, and the replies echoed similar sentiments. Such a person should face legal consequences. It's simply outrageous. I feel for Qi Yan. How much suffering has he endured over the years? This uncle must pay the price. The online public opinion underwent a dramatic reversal. Originally, some people had doubts about Qi Yan's actions, but after seeing the irrefutable evidence in the video, everyone rallied behind Qi Yan, condemning his uncle with increasing fervor. Beep, beep, beep. Not long after, Qi Yan's phone rang again, flashing his uncle's name on the screen. Qi Yan sneered and answered the call. On the other end, his uncle's voice was frantic. What have you just done? Qi Yan feigned innocence, responding, I didn't do anything. I just spoke the truth. Why are you so angry, uncle? His uncle shouted in rage. What do you mean, why am I angry? You just exposed all the things I've done. Do you want to ruin me? Qi Yan scoffed. Ruin you? That's what you deserve. All my suffering over the years is thanks to you. Do you really think you can go unpunished forever? His uncle clearly did not expect Qi Yan to retaliate like this. He had always thought Qi Yan was still the weak boy he could exploit. After all, why hadn't Qi Yan resisted all these years? It was just a moment of impulsiveness. Delete the video immediately, do you hear me? The commanding tone from Qi Dafu came through the phone. Delete the video? Don't even think about it. I didn't expect you to be so shameless. But I also didn't expect you to be foolish enough to think I would never fight back. I've kept that evidence for so many years just for today. Qi Yan's tone was firm and resolute. His uncle's misdeeds had also spread throughout the village. The villagers were pointing fingers at him. This person has brought shame to our village. Don't ever come back. Others echoed the sentiment, and his uncle's reputation in the village was completely ruined. Those who had once flattered him now avoided him like the plague. Qi Yan didn't want to entangle himself further with his uncle and hung up the phone. Chapter 39. Uncle flees. Zhang San takes action. Press conference begins. Beep, beep, beep. The monotonous sound of the phone being hung up echoed in the hospital room. Qi Dafu looked at the disconnected call, his face flushed, veins bulging on his forehead, and he cursed in frustration. This ungrateful wretch dares to treat me like this. I never expected he was waiting for us here. Just wait and see how I deal with him later. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, his eyes filled with fury. His aunt stood beside him, equally angry, and began to curse as well. One ungrateful brat. Had I known he would be so disobedient now, I should have exploited him for more money earlier. Her sharp words echoed in the hospital room. However, after a moment of venting, both of them seemed drained of energy, looking at each other in confusion, a hint of bewilderment appearing in their eyes. They truly did not expect that Qi Yan, who had always been submissive, would retaliate so forcefully. They also never anticipated that the secrets they had hidden for so many years would be exposed to the public in this manner. What should we do now? His aunt said with a quivering voice, panic evident in her tone. His uncle furrowed his brows, pacing back and forth in the hospital room. But he had no idea what to do. At this moment, his aunt seemed to suddenly think of something, her eyes lighting up. Why don't we just go to America now? His uncle stopped and looked at her. His aunt, as if grasping a lifeline, began to praise the idea. Look at America. It's a great place. They have advanced medical technology, and maybe my illness can be cured quickly if we go. Plus, the environment is nice, with skyscrapers everywhere, much better than here. In America, as long as you have money, anything can be solved. Listening to his aunt's description, a glimmer of hope also flashed in his uncle's eyes. In their minds, America was a sanctuary, a place that could help them escape their troubles. The more they thought about it, the more they felt it was a good idea, as if everything would be fine once they reached America. Then let's get ready to leave now. His uncle made up his mind, a spark of hope rekindled in his eyes. Both of them completely ignored the storm of public opinion outside and the consequences they would soon face, eager to escape to the America they longed for. In fact, they had originally wanted to go to America. It was just that the urgency had increased now, thinking that once they arrived in America, everything would be fine. However, at that moment, the online public opinion was quickly changing direction. The fervor of condemning Qi Yan's misdeeds was gradually waning, and there were noticeably fewer discussions about him. After all, the online environment was ever-changing, with information constantly being updated. The emergence of one hot topic often coincided with the disappearance of another. However, Qi Yan did not feel relieved because some people, as if blinded, stubbornly continued to attack him online. They were being stubborn, arguing confidently. Qi Yan has been supported by others for over a decade. No matter what Uncle Tu and the others do, it's only right. His current actions are nothing but ingratitude. Seeing these comments, Qi Yan was both angry and amused. These people have no idea what others have gone through. How can they point fingers here? It seems they really have had too many misfortunes in life and come online to seek a sense of existence. Qi Yan certainly did not want to let those who led the online bullying against him off so easily. He was not a soft persimmon to be bullied at will. Before long, he pinpointed a few of the loudest voices online, a total of 5 people, 3 men and 2 women. By further checking their chat records, Qi Yan discovered that these people were not good people themselves. Their families were a mess, their own lives in disarray, yet they still had the leisure to criticize him, which was truly laughable. Since you want to play, then I'll play with you well, Qi Yan coldly thought to himself. He immediately took action and contacted a well-known lawyer in the industry. It was none other than Zhang San, a name that resonated throughout the legal community in the Magic City. He was a nightmare for online bullying criminals and a hope for victims, revered as the nemesis of online violence. Speaking of his achievements, they were nothing short of legendary in the legal field. He had once taken on a sensational case of online bullying that shocked the nation, where a group casually made comments online, leading to someone becoming depressed and committing suicide. However, Zhang San, with his in-depth research on online violence and superb legal knowledge, found evidence amidst the complex web of evidence and relationships. In court, he eloquently expressed every detail and legal basis clearly, leaving those criminals nowhere to hide. In the end, one of the most vocal online bullies was sentenced to death, while the others received appropriate heavy sentences. This verdict brought applause and cheers from countless victims. Zhang San was undeterred by difficulties. He formed a professional team of technology and legal experts, meticulously preparing for everything from tracing the source of online language to the application of legal provisions. He was determined to maintain order on the internet and punish those who made inappropriate comments. When the call connected, Zhang San's voice was steady and firm. Qi Yan anxiously recounted the misdeeds of the online bullies on the other end of the line, and Zhang San listened attentively, his brow furrowing slightly, a flicker of anger in his eyes. He assured Qi Yan, "Don't worry, I will definitely bring those online bullies to justice. In this virtual world of the internet, they think they can act recklessly, but they are wrong. The net of the law will not let any of them escape." His words were like a tranquilizer, allowing Qi Yan to feel the power of justice. A few days later, the entire city was eagerly awaiting the launch of the Medical Institute's new drug press conference, which finally began. The Medical Institute rarely held press conferences, but this time broke the norm. Once the news spread, it stirred a wave of excitement across various sectors of society. The venue was solemnly arranged, with a huge banner displaying the words Medical Institute New Drug Press Conference, especially striking under the lights. However, there was still a sense of mystery. The hall was packed, with medical experts from various regions, major media reporters, representatives from the healthcare industry, and numerous concerned members of the public all gathered together. The flashlights flickered like stars, and the cameras focused on the stage, with everyone's eyes filled with anticipation and curiosity. The venue's decor was simple yet grand, with a white background symbolizing the sanctity of medicine, and blue light lines symbolizing hope. Fresh flowers adorned the podium, and the microphone at the speaking stand was polished to a shine. The big screen continuously played highlights of the medical institute's development and research achievements, adding a touch of mystery to the special occasion. Chapter 40. Has the yellow-haired researcher developed a cancer miracle drug? At this moment, Chi-Yin quickly tidied himself up and, filled with excitement and nervousness, headed straight for the venue. After weaving through the crowded people, he soon met up with Chen Tianyang and others. They exchanged looks filled with anticipation, all aware of the significant meaning of this press conference. The host stepped onto the podium, and the audience instantly quieted down, all eyes focused on the stage. The air thick with tension and mystery. The host gave a brief opening statement, but did not mention anything about the new drug, which intensified everyone's curiosity. Next, let's invite academician Shun from the Medical Institute to speak. As soon as the host finished speaking, an elderly man with graying hair but a spirited demeanor slowly walked onto the stage. His steps were steady, and his eyes exuded wisdom and seriousness. Academician Shun stood at the speaking stand, glanced around, and the flashing lights from below instantly erupted into a flurry. He cleared his throat and slowly began. As everyone knows, this press conference is of extraordinary significance. Our medical institute has put in countless efforts for this moment. He paused slightly, and the audience unconsciously leaned forward, eager to know the exact purpose of the press conference. During this time, there have been many speculations from the outside world. Some guessed that we have developed a miraculous drug that can conquer all cancers, while others speculated it was some new type of targeted drug. But I can tell everyone that the results this time far exceed everyone's imagination. Academician Chen's words caused an uproar in the audience, and people began to whisper to each other, with various guesses rising and falling. However, the professor raised his hand, signaling for everyone to be quiet, and continued, "Our cancer miracle drug has a unique mechanism of action. It is unlike any previous treatment method. It does not simply target a specific type of cancer or a single gene target." He paused again, as if to calm his own immensely excited heart. Under the dazzling spotlight, Chen Tianyang stood on the podium, surrounded by light, like the hope of the entire Long country. His eyes sparkled with an uncontrollable excitement, brighter than all the lights from below. He took a deep breath and, with a slightly trembling voice, loudly announced, "We have succeeded. The research on the cancer miracle drug has been successful. A miracle drug effective against all cancers." This statement instantly stirred up a tremendous wave in the audience. The audience first fell into a suffocating silence, followed by an eruption of gasps. The reporters nearly dropped their cameras, their eyes wide open, unable to believe their ears. Medical experts were also in shock, followed by uncontrollable joy. They exchanged glances, seeing the same surprise and relief in each other's eyes. Ordinary representatives of the public were even more moved to tears, tightly embracing each other, seeing the hope for cancer patients to regain new life. Chen Tianyang looked at the reactions of the crowd below, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting and his eyes also glistening with tears. He calmed his emotions slightly and continued, "This miracle drug has an astonishing effect on cancer. It can accurately identify cancer cells and effectively destroy them, while minimizing damage to normal cells. In clinical trials, most patients showed significant tumor shrinkage, and some even reached the clinical cure standard." At this moment, the gasps from the audience had transformed into warm applause and cheers, the sound like thunder, echoing throughout the venue. Chen Tianyang raised his hand again, signaling for everyone to be quiet, his voice becoming even more resonant. "As for the price issue that everyone is most concerned about, we already have a complete plan. This miracle drug will be launched at a very affordable price, and we are actively communicating with the medical insurance department to include it in the medical insurance system. Our goal is to ensure that every patient in need can afford it and access it." The entire venue erupted again, with people cheering and celebrating. Some waved the flags in their hands, while others raised their arms and shouted, "Long live the Medical Institute. This is a blessing for all humanity." The shouts echoed back and forth. Everyone was rejoicing in the milestone achievement of the Medical Institute, and the whole venue was immersed in a sea of joy and hope. However, just as everyone was lost in immense happiness, Chen Tianyang's expression grew serious, and he raised his hand again to signal for silence. The venue gradually quieted down. and everyone looked at him with confusion. Chun Tianyong cleared his throat and said loudly, "Actually, this is not solely the achievement of our medical institute. The real developers of this special drug are others. They donated this technology to us selflessly after they acquired it. They're the true heroes behind the scenes, and they gave us the opportunity to save countless lives." A commotion erupted in the audience. People first showed expressions of surprise, followed by deep admiration. They began to discuss enthusiastically, speculating about who these unnamed heroes might be. Nevertheless, everyone was filled with gratitude towards the medical institute and these selfless donors. At this moment, the venue was not only filled with joy over the birth of the special drug, but also with a profound respect for the selflessness and kindness in human nature. Next, let's invite these two great heroes to speak. They are Li Shizhen and Qi Yan. After inviting the two onto the stage, Chen Tianyong hurriedly walked into the lounge at the back of the venue. After a while, he came out with Qi Yan and Li Shizhen. Academician Chen Tianyong personally stood with the two as they walked up, with Li Shizhen in the lead, Qi Yan behind him, and Academician Chen last. Qi Yan still maintained his calm and reserved demeanor, but everyone's attention was instantly drawn to Li Shizhen. He had strikingly bright yellow hair. The yellow hair shimmered under the lights, with each strand seemingly defying people's traditional perceptions of genius. The reporters' cameras, which were initially focused on the stage, all turned towards him at once, with shudder sounds ringing out and flashes like lightning. The audience whispered to each other, their faces filled with disbelief. Is this really the top genius who developed a special drug for cancer? One reporter couldn't help but exclaim softly, his voice clear in the oddly quiet atmosphere. Nearby audience members nodded, their eyes full of confusion. The genius they had imagined should be someone wearing thick glasses, dressed in a meticulously neat white coat, and possessing a serious and composed demeanor. But the young man with yellow hair in front of them looked more like a rebellious youth from the streets. How could he possibly be the genius who developed a special drug for cancer? Chapter 41. Shocking the entire internet. How ridiculous can a college student be? However, Li Shizhen seemed oblivious to the unusual gazes from the crowd. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth, wearing a hint of a carefree smile. He strode confidently forward. His steps relaxed, which only increased everyone's curiosity. How did this guy manage to develop a special drug for cancer? What unknown secrets lay behind this young man with yellow hair? Can someone with yellow hair really research a special drug for cancer? It must be fake. As he approached the center of the stage, the atmosphere in the venue grew increasingly tense and mysterious. Under the spotlight, Li Shizhen stood on the stage, his yellow hair shimmering and dizzying under the lights. The reporters began to press him with questions, each one more tricky than the last. Li Shizhen, is your yellow hairstyle the inspiration for developing the special drug? One reporter shouted, a mix of teasing and skepticism in his voice. Li Shizhen scratched his yellow hair, blinked, and leisurely replied, "Hey, you know what? One time I was looking at the hair dye instructions and had a sudden thought. If only drug formulas were as simple and easy to understand as that. Then I got a bit of inspiration." Laughter erupted from the audience, but the reporters weren't going to let him off easily. The questions became increasingly sharp. Initially, the reporters asked about the challenges in developing the special drug for cancer, and Li Shizhen was able to handle them casually, his yellow hair bobbing comically with his movements. Wow, this guy with yellow hair seems to really have something, everyone thought. However, they still wanted to seize the opportunity to question this yellow-haired guy. Mr. Li Shizhen, could you please explain how the novel protein fusion technology used in your special drug addresses the issue of activity stability in the complex environment of a human body? A bespectacled reporter adjusted his glasses, his gaze sharp as he asked, having just looked up some tough questions on Baidu. As soon as this question was asked, many people held their breath. It was a difficult question and somewhat off-topic regarding cancer, but they thought that if Li Shizhen really developed a special drug for cancer, he should have some medical knowledge. Qi Yan's expression turned a bit grim, as Li Shizhen was known to be a specialist. He excelled in the field of cancer drug development, but was weak in other areas. Sure enough, upon hearing this question, Li Shizhen squinted his eyes, searching his mind for knowledge, hesitated for a moment, and stammered, it's a special method that stabilizes it. Why can't I remember? Li Shizhen stumbled through his words for a moment on stage. But that moment of stammering instantly made the reporters in the audience seize upon Li Shizhen's embarrassment, and laughter erupted. Li Shizhen's face turned bright red, looking at so many people laughing at him. He felt as if he could dig out a three-bedroom apartment from the awkwardness. Qi Yin rushed up, patted Li Shizhen's shoulder, signaling him not to be afraid. As there were teachers present, at this moment, another reporter asked, "Are you really from a vocational college? With your capabilities, you could develop a special drug for cancer. You are truly the pride of vocational colleges." The tone was dripping with sarcasm. Qi Yin cleared his throat and said loudly, "That's right. We are from a vocational college, and we're very proud of it. You don't need to flatter us, reporter," the reporter replied. "I didn't flatter you. Can't you tell I'm being sarcastic?" But Qi Yin paid no attention to the reporter's bewildered expression and began to answer seriously. His expression grew serious, and confidence shone in his eyes as he slightly raised his chin and began to explain in detail. "First, we conducted in-depth research on various parameters of the human environment, including the acidity and alkalinity of different tissues, temperature variations, and the effects of various enzymes." He gestured with his hands as if demonstrating those microscopic structures. At the same time, we also employed an innovative cross-linking technology. The reporters in the audience listened intently. Some were taking quick notes, while others nodded slightly, their skepticism gradually replaced by surprise and admiration. Then Qi Yin changed his serious expression, smiling as he said, "We vocational students have stepped out of the mud. With no fancy packaging, only solid results. Those who doubt us must have gotten lost in those high-end facilities. Seeing us achieve results from a humble environment has made them envious, right?" The expressions of the reporters varied. Some were deep in thought, while others looked embarrassed, making the atmosphere in the venue increasingly subtle. Chen Tianyang watched with a helpless expression, thinking, these reporters are really too tricky and can make up stories. Now they should believe that these guys have real capabilities, right? But he had to admit that Qi Yan's words had alleviated the tense atmosphere quite a bit. The reporters didn't manage to uncover much about his academic background, and Qi Yan's knowledge was indeed genuine, so they had to shift their focus elsewhere. One reporter loudly asked, "Qi Yan, there are rumors online that you once fought 20 people at once. Is this true? Moreover, some say you are an ingrate. What do you have to say about that?" As soon as the question was asked, the venue fell silent, with everyone staring at Qi Yan, eager to see how he would respond. Qi Yan, however, remained composed and smiled as he replied, "The story of fighting 20 people was actually me trying to stop a street brawl. I went there to mediate. I just used some special methods to let them know that fighting isn't a good way to solve problems. As for the claim that I'm an ingrate, that's really a misunderstanding. I've already provided the evidence. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do about it, but time will prove everything." His response was sincere and clever. The people present nodded, and the skeptical gazes lessened. With the successful conclusion of the press conference, the news rapidly spread across social media platforms. Qi Yin and Li Shizhen's photos and news flooded various social platforms and news websites. Online discussion érupted, and the names Qi Yin and Li Shizhen quickly became trending topics. The subject of a college student developing a cancer cure exploded on the internet. Netizens left countless comments. "Oh my God, a college student actually developed a cancer cure? This can't be a joke, right? This completely overturns my worldview. I always thought research was the domain of top students from prestigious universities, but now it seems like a slap in the face. What a fantastic story. A college student? A cancer cure?" Those two phrases together are as unbelievable as a meteor hitting the earth. These two are undoubtedly geniuses, hidden masters among the people. I feel like my understanding is being rubbed into the ground. I always thought that academic qualifications were the key to scientific research. But Qi Yin and Li Shizhen have shown me with facts that true talent can break through all constraints. This is a real-life comeback. A college student has accomplished something so groundbreaking in cancer research. Those who still feel inferior about their qualifications can get back up. I can't take it anymore. I'm out of words. I'm just shocked, nothing but shock. Hats off to them. Chapter 42. Online doubts, 589, 112. I'm not as good as them on the internet. Although Qi Yin and Li Shizhen received continuous praise and support, doubts were pouring in. especially from those at the top universities like 589 and 112, filled with disdain and skepticism. In an academic discussion group at Hucking University, the news had already blown up. A top-performing, usually proud PhD student was the first to speak up. "I don't believe it. This is definitely fake." What can a college student do? This must have been pushed by someone else behind the scenes. As soon as he spoke, many resonated with his words. Exactly. We spend countless hours and effort in top laboratories and struggle to make breakthroughs in cancer research. How can someone from a college do that? Don't be ridiculous. They probably just got lucky and stumbled upon something, and now it's being packaged this way. Unlike us, who conduct rigorous scientific research at every step. This college student must have taken some shortcuts. How can such dubious results be recognized? Honestly, the medical academy should have investigated thoroughly before letting them take advantage of the situation and hold a press conference. This is really unprofessional. This might be a joke in the medical field. A college student developing a cancer cure? It's a desecration of science. Those who genuinely engage in research are still working hard in silence. Yet these two who came out of nowhere are stealing the spotlight. It's absurd. In forums of other prestigious universities, similar comments were rampant. Some even initiated a petition to boycott, demanding that relevant departments re-examine the so-called drug development process. Others maliciously speculated, claiming that they were merely the children of some big shots, relying on their parents' technology to gain fame, and that they had not developed a cancer cure through their own capabilities. They emphatically stated that this farce could not continue, as if they had already determined it was a scam and they were the righteous guardians of academic integrity. However, behind these sarcastic voices, no one was willing to truly understand the hardships Qi Yin and Li Shizhen endured at their college. The countless nights spent researching in a modest laboratory, the resilience in the face of failure, were all selectively ignored. They were simply immersed in their own sense of superiority, unable to accept being surpassed by those they considered to have lower academic qualifications. There wasn't even a sense of joy or excitement over the emergence of a cancer cure for patients suffering from the disease. Instead, all they did was question the educational backgrounds of the developers, which deeply saddened academician Chen Tianyang. In response to the baseless doubts online, the entire Class 2 of the 21st Machine Design program was furious. They erupted in the class group chat, with various outrage comments shooting out like cannonballs. These people are too much. They don't know teacher Qi Yin and classmate Li Shizhen at all. They just guess and rant. A usually gentle girl was so angry her face turned red, her fingers flying over the keyboard. Exactly. We know best what teacher Qi Yin and Li Shizhen were like in school. They worked hard in the lab every day. How many times did we go to sleep while they were still researching? Who were they to say such things? The class leader couldn't contain his anger either, loudly defending them. This is jealousy, pure and simple jealousy. Just because teacher Qi Yin and Li Shizhen achieved what they couldn't, they want to drag others down. These people are despicable. Faced with the anger of his classmates, Qi Yin remained calm. He sent a message in the group. Everyone, don't be angry. We'll let the truth speak for itself. They can say whatever they want. We don't need to waste our energy on these false claims. What's most important for you now is to continue studying and researching. The time for upgrading your qualifications is approaching, and we need to move towards our goals without letting these distractions interfere with us. As the classmates read Qi Yan's words, it gradually calmed down, but the anger against the unfounded doubters still burned in their eyes. However, as the aftershocks of the press conference continued to ripple through domestic networks, online public opinion kept fermenting wildly. Unexpectedly, this wave of public sentiment began to spread abroad, on some well-known foreign social media platforms and professional research forums. This incident caused a huge uproar. However, a large number of mocking voices also emerged abroad. On a globally recognized scientific social platform, a person claiming to be a professor from a prestigious university commented disdainfully, "A college student from the Dragon Country developing a cancer cure? This is simply a fantasy." Has the research level in the Dragon Country sunk to such a low point that such ridiculous lies are allowed to spread? His comments were echoed by others, who added, "This must be a publicity stunt, perhaps to attract attention or for some ulterior commercial motive. How could their research environment and educational background support such a great achievement?" Some foreign netizens were even sharper in their criticism, leaving comments in the discussion section. This is the funniest joke I've heard this year. A college student making breakthroughs in cancer research is as laughable as a kindergarten child claiming to have solved advanced mathematics problems. People from a dragon country just love this kind of false advertising. They're really losing face. Such prejudiced and discriminatory remarks continue to spread across the internet. In the Grand Chu Group building, in a luxurious office, Chu Feng was pacing back and forth irritably, his brows furrowed and his eyes filled with anger. Who did this? Are you all useless? Get out of my sight. Occasionally, the sound of things being thrown could be heard. Recently, the stock of Chu Group had plummeted like a dam breaking. He had called countless high-level meetings trying to identify the person behind the sabotage, but each time it ended in failure. The atmosphere within the group was tense, and employees were privately speculating about the company's fate. His partners were also wavering, calling to announce the termination of their contracts. Chu Feng had now vented his anger and was, as usual, fixated on the constantly fluctuating stock data on his computer screen. At that moment, he inadvertently came across a video of Qi Yin being criticized online. In the video, Qi Yin was met with various doubts and accusations, with harsh comments from netizens scrolling across the screen. A smirk of schadenfreude suddenly appeared on Chu Feng's previously sullen face. He leaned back in his chair, slightly reclining, arms crossed over his chest, his eyes glinting with a twisted pleasure. Chapter 43. Reporter investigation at vocational college. National security takes action. Ha ha ha. Qi Yin, you're getting what you deserve today. Chu Feng mocked inwardly. Still thinking you can compete with me for one of Shanghai's 10 outstanding youths? You should look at yourself. He seemed to have completely forgotten the gloom brought by Chu Group's stock crash, having tossed it aside, reveling in the thought of revenge against Qi Yin. Look at how these people are cursing you. It's truly satisfying. Chu Feng continued to ridicule in his mind. Do you think that just because you developed a cancer cure, you can soar high? Now you're stripped bare for everyone to see. What genius! In the eyes of those people, you're just a clown. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as images of Qi Yin's disgraceful state flashed in his mind, each scene bringing him immense satisfaction. I've long been displeased with your smugness. Now, enjoy the taste of being criticized. This is what happens when you oppose me. Chu Feng was immersed in this narrow and dark sense of revenge, as if it were his greatest comfort and satisfaction. Outside the Sanlitan Vocational Technical College, a figure wearing a crumpled baseball cap, a faded denim jacket, and old jeans was sneaking toward the school. The leather of his Martin boots was scuffed and worn, making a clattering sound as he walked. Hanging around his neck was a camera, its strap worn and the body bearing several scratches. This was reportedly Kai, a man who had clawed his way through the journalism industry for 7 years. However, in those 7 years, he had not pursued the truth and value of news, but had focused entirely on how to attract attention and seize first-hand information. He was always ready to pounce on any prey that could bring him traffic and popularity. To obtain so-called hot topics, he would stop at nothing. He had once waited outside a celebrity's residence late at night, just to snap some meaningless private moments. He would also deliberately ask sharp and misleading questions during interviews to provoke emotional responses from interviewees, creating dramatic effects. His eyes were fixed solely on the fame and fortune brought by trending topics. Today, when he saw Qi Yin becoming a hot topic online, his keen sense for trends was immediately triggered. Almost instantly, he rushed to the outside of Sanlitan Vocational Technical College. One thought consumed his mind: to expose Qi Yin's secrets fiercely. He firmly believed that a vocational student could never develop such advanced technology. Vocational student? What real skills could they possibly have? There must be some unspeakable secret behind this. Li Kai thought to himself, already fantasizing about the immense attention he would receive after revealing Qi Yin's truth. He imagined becoming the focus of a news industry, with major media outlets reprinting his report and his name trending on every social platform. He could almost see his career taking off, with fame and fortune within reach. Li arrived at Sanlitan Vocational Technical College with a pounding heart, his eyes shining with excitement and his steps quickening. However, he had no idea that a nightmare was about to unfold. Before he could approach the college's entrance, several figures emerged from the shadows and swiftly apprehended him. Li Kai's eyes widened in panic. He struggled desperately, his voice sharp with fear. "Who are you? Why are you grabbing me? Do you know I'm a reporter? I can easily film you and post it online. Let me go." The figures remained unfazed, casting a cold glance at the miniature camera hidden in Li Kai's cap, revealing the badges on their arms. National security. The words hit Li Kai's mind like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily blank. How could this be? You can't be. I don't believe it. You must be impersonators. He couldn't fathom how his simple inquiry into a vocational college's news had anything to do with national security. But soon, he was taken to a confined space and interrogated. He was locked up, and a detention notice was ruthlessly placed before him. What awaited him was a prison sentence of over 5 years, charged with simple espionage and leaking state secrets. Li Kai sat slumped in a cold corner, trembling uncontrollably. His heart was filled with regret and confusion. He had thought it was just an ordinary attempt to capture a hot topic, but he hadn't realized he had crossed the red line of national security. He recalled every action, every detail, but it was all too late. Those seemingly trivial bits of information gathering were glaringly conspicuous in the face of national security. He didn't know what secrets he had leaked, nor did he understand the extent of the damage those secrets could cause to the nation. But he clearly knew that his entire life would be ruined by this foolish act. The online discourse surrounding Qi Yin continued to ferment, and just when the entire internet was casting strong doubts on him, the official account of the Medical Institute suddenly released a serious and solemn statement. They declared that the cancer cure was a joint research achievement of Qi Yin and his student, Li Shizhen. To reward the two, a series of honors and promotions followed. Li Shizhen, as Qi Yin's student, was exceptionally promoted to an academician of the Medical Institute for his outstanding performance in research. Qi Yin himself received a prestigious honor, being nominated as one of Shanghai's 10 outstanding youths. Moreover, his position at the school was directly elevated to vice president of Samleton Vocational Technical College. This news was undoubtedly shocking to the public. Once the announcement was made, the entire internet erupted. Countless netizens began to discuss and share, with comments pouring in like snowflakes. The official account of the Medical Institute issued a statement. "My God, actually got the Medical Institute to stand behind them. What a big deal. I need to take back my doubts. I'm starting to believe they are genuine. After all, this is the official statement from a medical institute, and those awards are indeed stamped with official seals. Not to mention the undeniable authority of the Medical Academy. The honor certificate is also issued by the state, which cannot be doubted in the slightest." Chapter 44. Longguo Institute's platform. Qi Yin has become an internet celebrity. Those past slanders and doubts about Qi Yin seem somewhat ridiculous at this moment. This sudden turnaround has pushed the entire online public opinion into a new climax. However, what surprised everyone even more was yet to come. Just 1 hour after the Medical Academy issued its statement, the Longguo Institute also released a statement, instantly pushing this public opinion storm to an even newer height. The statement from the Longguo Institute was serious and solemn, with clear and straightforward content, exploding like a bomb on the internet. The statement explicitly pointed out that Qi Yin and his student Qian Weiguo have made particularly outstanding contributions in the field of national special technologies. Huh? I can't be mistaken, can I? How can it be Qi Yin again? Could be a namesake? Huh? What's going on? But this is indeed an official account, right? Why is the Longguo Institute also joining the fun? It can't be a joke, can it? As soon as this news was released, it was immediately blocked, and the account was permanently muted. Moreover, they specifically added that their research results have injected strong momentum into the country's development. To reward the two, the Longguo Institute promoted Qian Weiguo to the level of an academician of the Longguo Institute, and he has now entered the Longguo Institute to continue his studies. Qi Yin, on the other hand, requested to continue teaching and nurturing students, and after negotiating with the Medical Academy, he was awarded a research grant of 10 million, tax-free, issued by the state. This decision is undoubtedly the greatest recognition of his abilities and a strong proof of the value of their research results. In an instant, names like Qi Yin and Qian Weiguo became the focus of the entire internet, with their popularity continuously rising. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Wow, my goodness. These are actually the 2 top research institutions in Longguo. It's simply amazing. Having the fortune to see these two top research institutions, my life can be considered fulfilled. That's right, this is the Longguo Institute and the Medical Academy. These are the institutions that many researchers dream of getting into. How many people have devoted their lives to this? Oh my God, these two top research institutions actually stood up together to support Qi Yin. This situation has never occurred before. It's simply unprecedented. Indeed, now I completely believe that Qi Yin and the others are truly talented individuals. Even these two top research institutions publicly express their support. I am truly in awe of them. This is definitely my sincere opinion. Amidst this shock, there was a particularly harsh voice. How can a college student become an academician? What is this world coming to? I mean, it's one thing for the Medical Academy to issue a statement, but what does the Longguo Institute mean? What has Qian done? Exactly, what has he done? Why didn't they speak up earlier? There must be something fishy about this. I don't believe it. And those graduates from 985 universities were directly triggered. They found it hard to accept that a college student could receive such a supreme honor. Because in their perception, the sacred title of academician should be something that comes from prestigious schools, accumulated step by step along a predetermined academic path. When some netizens, not believing in evil, specifically used hacking techniques to find information about Qian, they were basically all taken in for tea, and their accounts were permanently muted. Not long after, due to Li Shizhen and Qian becoming academicians and being protected by relevant regulations, their information could not be excessively mentioned or discussed online. Netizens also tactfully stopped discussing the two of them. However, the firepower of this online storm was almost entirely directed at Qi Yin. Qi Yin became the target of public criticism, with netizens expressing their curiosity, doubts, and amazement in a complex mix. Before long, a keen-eyed netizen discovered Qi Yin's account on Douyin, and this news quickly spread, prompting a large number of Good Samaritans to take action. The number of followers on Qi Yin's Douyin account began to grow at an almost frenzied geometric rate. Every second, hundreds and thousands of new followers poured in. In the blink of an eye, the number of followers on Qi Yin's Douyin account broke the 5 million mark. This previously obscure account suddenly became the hottest presence on the internet. At this moment, Qi Yin was still immersed in sleep at the Sanlitan Vocational Technical College. He was too tired last night to check his phone and went straight to bed after finishing his tasks. At this moment, he was completely unaware of the storm that had erupted outside. The morning sunlight streamed through the window onto his face, waking him up with a series of phone calls. Groggily, he reached for his phone. "Hello, this is Qi Yin," he said, rubbing his sleepy eyes with one hand. On the other end of the line, a voice said, "Qi Yin, come to my office for a moment. There's something very important. Hurry up." "Oh," Qi Yin simply responded. Before he could react, the call was already disconnected. He glanced at his phone, and the word principal caught his eye. Suddenly, Qi Yin sat up abruptly. "Huh? The principal just called me? Why does the principal feel different? What could the principal want with him?" Then, a series of red dots appeared on his phone, with many missed calls and unread messages. A pile of messages left him dazed, his eyes wide open, unable to believe what he saw, his mind blank. What is going on? He couldn't make sense of it. After reading the messages, he opened Douyin. The first video was the statement jointly released by the Longguo Institute and the Medical Academy in support of him. These two research institutions, which he regarded as sacred, actually spoke out for him at the same time, which was something Qi Yin had never expected. He thought the Longguo Institute and the Medical Academy looked down on him a bit, thinking it was all due to his two students' achievements. However, Qi Yin was also pleased, as the wind shows in the forest rather than urging it. He was too special. It was better to remain low-key. He sat dazed on the edge of his bed, trying to digest this astonishing news. However, before he could recover from this shock, when he saw the jaw-dropping number of followers on his account, he fell into a state of confusion again. The constant rolling notifications of new followers, overwhelming private messages and comments made him feel as if he were still dreaming. He never expected that overnight he would become an internet celebrity, not 5 million followers. However, he didn't waste any time, hurriedly washed up, and headed to the principal's office. Chapter 45. Shocked, Qi Yin became the vice principal. Qi Yin walked along the road. "Is that Teacher Qi? He really is a handsome guy. Good morning, Teacher Qi. You look so great today. Good morning, Teacher Qi, you are my idol." A series of greeting voices entered Qi Yan's ears, pulling him out of the shock of the Longguo Institute and the medical academy, supporting him in the surge in his Douyin followers. The continuous greetings brought him back to reality. He looked up and saw several students passing by him with bright smiles, their eyes filled with respect and curiosity. These greetings made Qi Yan somewhat flattered. However, what surprised him even more was that a student excitedly approached him with paper and pen, asking for his autograph. Qi Yan was a bit at a loss, but seeing the eager eyes of the students, he sincerely began to explain. "Thank you for your support, classmates. Let's forget about signatures. The most important thing is for you to study hard when you go back." After all, he doesn't want to create too many misunderstandings, as he will continue to focus on research in the future. During this time, Sanlitan Vocational and Technical College has become well known. In the past, it was just an ordinary college that went unnoticed among many prestigious schools. But now, the situation has changed dramatically. The students in the college are standing tall online, no longer anonymous. This is because their school has produced 2 academicians, whether on campus forums or major social media platforms. They proudly declare themselves as members of Sanlitan Vocational and Technical College. They no longer feel inferior just because they are a junior college. The college's fame is now rivaling top institutions like Hucking. Discussions about Sanlitan Vocational and Technical College are everywhere online, with some exploring the details of Qi Yan's teaching here, and others speculating if there are more great talents like Qi Yan hidden within the college. The students walking around campus can feel an unprecedented sense of honor. When they talk about their school, their words are filled with pride. All of this is thanks to Qi Yan, Li Shizhen, and Xian Weiguo, who have illuminated Sanlitan Vocational and Technical College. Qi Yan was surrounded on his way to the principal's office, with students packed in so tightly that there was hardly any space. He moved inch by inch to get out, comparable to a popular star. Around him were cheers and voices asking for autographs. He finally squeezed out of the enthusiastic crowd of students. Before he could catch his breath, his phone rang urgently. It was Principal Zhang calling. "Qi Yan, why aren't you there yet? Why is it so noisy over there? Are you blocked by the students and can't move?" "Haha, I'll have the security disperse them. Hurry over, it's good news." On the other end of the line, Principal Zhang's voice was filled with uncontainable excitement, urging him to come to the office because there was something important. Qi Yan just agreed and headed toward the principal's office, where most of the crowd had already been dispersed by the security. The path was much wider now. Qi Yan exhaled deeply. Finally out. Otherwise, the air in that crowd was so suffocating. Just as he reached the office door and was about to knock, the door swung open. Before he could step inside, he heard Principal Zhang's boisterous laughter echoing throughout the office. "Haha, has Oli eaten? How did you know our school just produced 2 academicians?" Qi Yan pushed the door open and saw Principal Zhang, his face glowing, pride evident in his voice, pacing back and forth in the office while holding his phone. He then waved his arm, sending a voice message to another person. "Old Chun, yes, you're right. Our school just gained 2 academicians today." The excitement filled the entire office with a lively atmosphere. "Old Wang, your undergraduate school can't compare. I have 2 academicians." Every word from Principal Zhang was laced with unabashed bragging, and his eyes were squinting with glee. Qi Yan walked into the office with a dark expression, looking at Principal Zhang's demeanor, feeling both amused and exasperated. He couldn't help but tease Principal. "Are you trying to let the whole world know that our school has 2 academicians? Your phone must be about to explode." When Principal Zhang saw Qi Yan arrive, his eyes lit up. He hung up the phone and quickly walked over Qi Yan, patting his shoulder firmly. "Qi Yan, you are truly our school's lucky star. Look, our school is famous now, and it's all thanks to you." Qi Yan smiled helplessly. "Principal, you're exaggerating. But with this making such a big fuss, I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed." "Overwhelmed? This is a great thing." Principal Zhang pulled Qi Yan to sit on the sofa. "Do you know, our school has never had much fame, but now it's different. With these 2 academicians, our school's development will surely get better and better." Qi Yan nodded. "I hope so too, but now I'm surrounded everywhere I go. It feels like I'm losing my personal life." "Haha, that's the celebrity effect," Principal Zhang said with a smile. "Just adapt to it. This is just the beginning. There are more good things waiting for us in the future." Oh, right, this. Principal Zhang, smiling broadly, took a document from his desk drawer. Qian, take a look at this. He handed the appointment letter to Qian. His eyes filled with satisfaction and pride. You have been promoted to Vice Principal of Sanliton Vocational and Technical College. Qian was stunned when he heard this. He squinted his eyes, finding it hard to believe, as there had been no prior mention of him becoming the vice principal. His status had jumped several levels recently. Principal, is this really true? Qian stammered, his hands hesitating to take the appointment letter. Not because he didn't want to, but because his hands didn't want to. He never expected that one day he would become the vice principal of the school. How much work would that involve? This wouldn't do. He still needed to focus on research in the future. How could he be the vice principal? He immediately decided to come up with a reason to deflect Principal Zhang. But Principal Zhang, seeing Qian's hands that were slow to take the appointment letter and the shocked look on his face, laughed heartily. Of course it's true. You are now the pride of our school. Your achievements are evident to all. This is what you deserve. Qian was still somewhat stunned, but he immediately said, Principal, from an ordinary teacher to vice principal, this change is just too sudden. The leap is too great. Principal, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. Qian expressed his concerns. What are you afraid of? I believe you have this ability, and with such outstanding research achievements, I'm sure you can lead our school to new heights. Principal Zhang patted Qian's shoulder, giving him an encouraging look. Chapter 46. A Wife with Cancer. A Husband's Responsibility. While the internet was abuzz, on the other side, a special cancer drug had quietly hit the market in a top-tier hospital in Longguo. People were coming and going, bustling and busy. Among the endless crowd, a ragged man stood out. He tightly held a tattered bag in his arms, which was bulging with money. He walked with heavy and hurried steps toward the inpatient department. The man's name was Li Bin. He was just in his 30s, but his hair was already gray. His eyes were bloodshot, yet there was a flame burning in them. His cracked lips trembled continuously as he muttered, Wife, wait for me. I've finally raised the money. Li Bin was originally one of the happy families among the countless households in Longguo. More than a decade ago, he graduated from top university in Longguo. He and his wife were childhood sweethearts and got married early after graduation. For them, although their married life was plain, it was filled with sweetness. They supported each other, sailing smoothly, and were seen as a model couple by others. However, fate is cruel. Half a year ago, during a routine checkup, his wife was diagnosed with late-stage liver cancer. At that moment, when he heard the news, it felt like the entire world had collapsed around him. That night was the most painful time for him. He locked himself in a dark room, crying silently, gripping his hair tightly, hoping to release his pain this way. Late-stage liver cancer, in everyone's eyes, meant waiting for death with very little chance of recovery. Relatives came to persuade him, holding his hands with eyes full of pity. Don't treat it anymore. It's a bottomless pit, just a waste of money. But how could he be willing to give up? His wife was the most important person in his life, the one who had accompanied him through thick and thin. They had endured the difficult days of eating simple meals together. How could he let go when his wife needed him the most? Therefore, to treat his wife, he embarked on a difficult journey to raise money. He sold all the family assets that could be sold, the house, the car. He moved between various relatives and friends, putting aside all dignity to gather more money. His figure became increasingly emaciated, but his eyes grew more determined. However, cancer treatment costs were indeed a bottomless pit. Having exhausted his savings, it was really hard for him to get more money. The last bit of money was borrowed with great difficulty, even kneeling to ask. And now, he finally raised the funds. Every penny in his pocket was soaked with his sweat and tears. He rushed to the hospital, to the ward where his wife was, as if he could see her smile after recovery, which was his motivation to keep going. He kept whispering to himself, Wife, we have hope now. I've raised the money. You can proceed with the next stage of treatment. I've already paid, so you can rest easy for a while. You must hold on. You have to hold on. Li Bin walked slowly into the ward, carefully holding a food box. He approached the bedside, his gaze never leaving his wife on the bed. The woman in the hospital bed was so thin that she looked like a skeleton, her complexion waxy yellow, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. Her eyes were deeply sunken, once bright, now only dim and exhausted. The long, black, shiny hair she once had was long gone, her scalp showing a heartbreaking pale color. Her lips were cracked, devoid of color, and every breath seemed to exhaust all her strength, her body resembling a withered tree drained of life, making it hard to look at. Abin, why are you so foolish? My illness can't be cured. You're just wasting money. The woman's voice was as faint as a flickering candle in the wind. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from the depths of her throat, tinged with helplessness and despair. She weakly raised her hand, wanting to grab Li Bin's clothes, but it just weakly swayed in the air. Listen to me, you're still young. Save this money. After I die, you can find someone else, she continued, her eyes flickering with complex emotions, a reluctance for her husband and a surrender to fate. Her gaze fell on Li Bin's weathered face, tears slowly sliding down her cheeks, soaking the pillow. These words had been on her mind for a long time before she could say them out loud. She really couldn't bear to see her beloved man become this way. Li Bin listened to her words, already in tears, as the tears flowed freely down his stubbled face, pooling at his chin and dropping onto the ground. He gently held his wife's hand, as thin as a withered branch, against his cheek, stroking it, choked with emotion. No, I don't want anyone else. I only want you. You'll get better. We still have so many days to live together. Don't worry. I've already paid the money. You can rest and recuperate during this time. Didn't the doctor say there is still a chance for recovery? Even if it's only 1%, I won't give up on you. His voice became hoarse from crying, his body trembling continuously. In the ward, others were silently wiping their tears. An older woman nearby covered her mouth with a handkerchief, sobbing quietly, murmuring, "What a wonderful couple. Why do they have to suffer like this?" A young nurse, who was originally organizing medical equipment, also paused her actions and turned away to secretly wipe her tears. Her eyes filled with emotion and compassion. The doctor stood at the ward door, watching this scene with a slight sigh. He had seen too many partings between life and death, but the genuine feelings between this couple still moved him. Li Bin held back his tears, picked up the food box beside him, scooped a little with a spoon, and brought it to his wife's lips, gently saying, "Wife, have some soup. The vegetable and lean meat soup you like." His wife slightly shook her head, her lips trembling as she tried to refuse. But the determination in Li Bin's eyes made her unable to speak further. She gently took a small sip, the soup leaving a bit of moisture on her cracked lips. Seeing his wife manage to eat a little, a hint of relief flashed in Li Bin's eyes, and he gently wiped the soup from the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief, his movements very tender. Li Bin watched as his wife gradually fell asleep, carefully tucking her in, gently brushing her stray hair aside, his eyes full of tenderness and reluctance. He looked at the time. It was time to continue making money, as the subsequent treatments would cost a lot. Chapter 47. It turns out the husband also has cancer. What is love? Li Bin slowly stood up, preparing to leave the ward. However, just as he took a step, a sudden sharp pain pierced his right upper abdomen. His expression changed instantly. His previously gentle face twisted in agony, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and sliding down his cheeks. He clutched his abdomen, staggering toward the nearby bathroom, each step feeling as if he was expending all his strength. Once in the bathroom, he quickly closed the door, his body sliding down the door until he squatted down and began to cough violently. The sound of his cough echoed in the small space, as if he were coughing out his heart and lungs, each sound filled with painful tremors. Li Bin trembled as he reached out his hand, a shocking red appearing in his palm, starkly contrasting with his pale skin. But there was no surprise on his face, only a fleeting look of desolation in his eyes. Yes, he was also ill, suffering from the same terrifying liver cancer, and it was already in the late stage. In fact, he had found out just a few days before his wife. It was his own illness that had prompted him to have her checked. But he hadn't told anyone about his illness. Why? Why does the heavens treat me this way? Why are we both in the late stage? Oh heavens, I'm already in the late stage. Why is my wife also? He just wanted to live a good life with her. They had never done anything wrong. So why did such a disaster have to befall them? Heavens, aren't you being too unfair? Li Bin leaned against the wall, tilting his head back, tears welling up in his eyes, filled with helplessness and despair. His lips trembled slightly, and the cracked lips were bitten until they bled from the pain. His vision gradually became blurry, the surroundings spinning around him. He felt his body growing heavier, his consciousness slowly fading. He reached out his hand, seemingly wanting to grasp something, but only grasped at emptiness. "No, I can't fall down. She still needs me," he shouted in his heart, but his body could no longer hold on. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground, the dull thud startling those in the bathroom. Immediately, the bathroom alarm went off. Someone has fallen. A man washing his hands rushed over in panic, knocking on the bathroom door. "Hey, can you hear me?" There was no response from inside, and they quickly realized that the person inside might have fainted. "Doctor, quick! Someone has fainted." People gathered around, some trying to open the door, while others ran to call for a doctor. Outside the bathroom, there was suddenly a cacophony of noise, while Li Bin lay quietly on the ground, completely oblivious, with tear stains still on his face. In his unconscious state, he seemed to fall into a dark abyss, where his wife's smiling face flickered in and out of the darkness. He wanted to reach out and touch her, but he couldn't grasp her at all, only letting the darkness slowly swallow him. Meanwhile, in another hospital room, after Li Bin left, his wife quietly opened her eyes, filled with despair and reluctance. Tears streamed from her eyes like a flood breaking through a dam, soaking the two pillows under her head. "Bin, I can't let you be so willful anymore. You can't be burdened by me any longer. You're so good. You deserve a better future. Just pretend I never appeared in your life." Her voice was extremely weak, yet carried an undeniable firmness. She tried to struggle to sit up, her already frail body trembling slightly, each movement appearing very laborious. She reached out her withered arm towards the oxygen delivery device beside her. That oxygen tube was the last straw keeping her alive. But at that moment, in her eyes, it became a shackle preventing her husband from gaining a new life. She had to break the shackle. With all her strength, she moved her body little by little, the bed sheets crumpling under her grip. Finally, her fingers touched the oxygen tube, and in that instant, a flash of determination crossed her eyes. She tightly grasped the oxygen tube and then pulled it out forcefully. As the oxygen tube was removed, her body began to tremble violently, and her breathing became rapid and difficult. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm in the room immediately emitted a piercing sound. Nurses rushed in, their footsteps hurried and chaotic. Doctors quickly ran towards the room, their faces filled with tension and concern. The room was instantly in chaos, with various shouts and footsteps intertwining. Yet, amidst this turmoil, the wife appeared particularly calm, her gaze fixed on the direction where Li Bin had left. Her only concern was that her husband's future could be a little better. Hoping he could free himself from this heavy burden, Li Bin's consciousness slowly withdrew from the endless darkness. He first felt an immense heaviness in his eyelids and exerted great effort to crack them open slightly. What came into view was a sea of blue. The walls, bed sheets, and ceiling were all blue. The familiar smell of disinfectant entered his nostrils, and he realized he seemed to be in a hospital room. No, it didn't quite feel like a hospital room. It felt more like an operating room. What was going on? Shouldn't I be dead? His voice was hoarse and weak. He moved his body but found himself utterly powerless, as if he still had some numbness. At that moment, his gaze suddenly fixed on a frail woman lying beside him. Wasn't that his wife? Her face was still pale, but her eyes were open, filled with confusion as she stared at him. Their eyes met, full of bewilderment. Li Bin's wife was equally dazed, her mind still lingering on the determination she felt when she pulled out the oxygen tube. She thought she had said goodbye to this world, but now she found herself back here. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know where to start. "The patient has woken up. Please call Director Wang to take a look." A nearby nurse noticed Li Bin and his wife had regained consciousness. She immediately pressed the call button, her voice ringing clear and bright, breaking the somewhat eerie silence in the room. Soon, hurried and steady footsteps echoed in the corridor, and Director Wang, dressed in a white coat, arrived. His face bore a serious and professional expression, with a stethoscope hanging around his neck, and he inquired about the patient's condition as he walked. Upon reaching the bedside, he first looked at Li Bin, then at his wife, a flicker of relief crossing his eyes. He was deeply moved by the bond this couple shared. Chapter 48. the 5,000 yuan cancer miracle drug, standing by the bedside. Director Wong looked at this couple who had endured so much and couldn't help but exclaim, "You two truly have a deep bond. One is devoted and self-sacrificing for the sake of love, while the other is understanding, even while suffering from a serious illness, still thinking of the other." After expressing his sentiments, he turned his serious gaze toward Li Bin's wife and said, "However, this cannot happen again. We haven't given up yet, and you shouldn't give up first. Pulling out the oxygen tube is something you really shouldn't do." Li Bin looked at his wife in astonishment, not expecting her to be so foolish as to give up her chance at life by pulling out the oxygen tube for him. "Why are you so foolish?" Li Bin looked at his wife with a soft expression. Speaking of which, Director Wong's gaze shifted to Li Bin, carrying a hint of complexity. "Li Bin, do you think you can hide this from everyone? We actually already know you also have cancer, and it's in the late stage. We've seen your medical report. Failing to report your condition is a major taboo. You two have just narrowly escaped death." Li Bin's wife's face instantly turned anxious, her eyes filled with fear and worry. Her lips trembled slightly as she looked at Li Bin, her voice cracking as she cried out, "Ah Bin, why didn't you tell me? I thought I was the only one." Tears welled in her eyes. She never expected her husband was bearing such pain alone. No, his suffering must be 100 times greater than her own. After all, she could still seek treatment, but her husband had given up directly. Li Bin forced Simide, reaching out to hold his wife's hand, comforting her. "It's okay, my dear, don't worry. We're both fine now, aren't we?" He gently patted her hand, trying to calm her down, then turned to look at Director Wong, his eyes filled with confusion. "Director Wong, I find it strange. I feel like my body is much better than before, and look, my wife's complexion seems to have improved as well. What's going on?" His eyes were filled with anticipation, hoping to receive a reasonable explanation from the doctor. Director Wong cleared his throat and began to explain in detail. "The reason for your improvement is that our country has made significant breakthroughs in cancer treatment. Recently, we successfully developed a cancer miracle drug, which is a milestone in the history of global medicine. This miracle drug has just been launched, but it is still in a somewhat special phase. We are looking for the first batch of users, which can also be considered a clinical trial." He paused and continued, "Your condition was too urgent at the time, especially after your wife pulled out the oxygen tube. It was truly dangerous. After careful consideration, we decided to use this miracle drug for you. It was a desperate measure, as the consequences of inaction would have been unimaginable." At this point, a hint of a relieved smile appeared on Director Wong's face. "However, the results are excellent, far exceeding our expectations. This cancer miracle drug has played its role within you. After examination, we found that the cancer cells in your bodies have been almost halved after using the medication. This is a very good figure." Li Bin and his wife, upon hearing this, had their eyes sparkle with surprise and hope, hardly believing their ears. "Their illness could be cured?" Director Wong continued. "Now you just need to rest in the hospital for half a month, during which we will closely monitor your physical condition. Once the rest period is over, you will need to take this miracle drug 2 more times, which will basically eliminate the threat of cancer cells to your bodies. Of course, some follow-up rehabilitation treatments will still be necessary. But what can be confirmed is that you have been pulled back from the edge of death. This is truly a blessing in disguise." Li Bin was first stunned by Director Wong's words, and then he was overwhelmed with joy and cried. He embraced his wife beside him, very excited, and tears flowed down his weathered cheeks like a bursting river. He wiped his tears with trembling hands. His eyes filled with the relief of surviving a catastrophe. But soon after, a trace of worry surfaced in his heart. He cautiously asked Director Wong, "How much does this medicine cost?" Director Wong smiled and held up 5 fingers. Li Bin's eyes instantly widened, his face turned pale, and he stammered, 500,000? His heart sank suddenly. This number was undoubtedly astronomical for him at this moment. "No, it's not 50,000, of course. That's the price with insurance. If he didn't have insurance, the price would be even more exorbitant." Li Bin was completely stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. Was this not real? Was he dreaming? 5,000 yuan could cure cancer? It was hard to imagine. He saw his wife beside him nodding vigorously, as if to say that this was true. After a while, Li Bin finally reacted. Director Wong patted his shoulder and turned to leave. leaving this warm space for the couple who had weather hardship. Li Bin and his wife embraced each other, tears streaming down their faces. His wife leaned in Li Bin's arms, sobbing, "This is great. We are saved." Li Bin tightly held his wife, nodding vigorously, his voice choked. "Yes, we are really saved." Hope for the future and gratitude for having their lives back sparkled in their eyes. Li Bin looked at his wife, his eyes full of determination. "Wife, we are so lucky to have survived. This is all a blessing from our great country. It is the researchers who have worked tirelessly that have given us hope for life. And the insurance policy, if we didn't have it, we wouldn't be able to afford this medicine at all." His wife wiped her tears and said, "We must repay this country well. In the future, we will also contribute to society and help those who suffer like us." Li Bin excitedly said, "Yes. Once we are healthy, we will work hard and donate the money we earn to those who cannot afford treatment. We will also volunteer to promote the insurance policy and let more people benefit from it." They seemed to have already seen their future selves, busy in all the places that needed help. They knew that this kindness was as heavy as a mountain and as deep as the sea, and they would spend their lives repaying it. Chapter 49. Abroad. Longguo should share cancer breakthrough drug technology. The cancer breakthrough drug quickly hit the market in Longguo after passing clinical trials. Families suffering from cancer, like Li Bin's, were almost in tears of joy. In the hospital corridors, in cancer-fighting communities, an atmosphere of excitement filled the air. Those who once wore worried expressions and were desperate over sky-high drug prices had their eyes rekindled with hope. Although the cancer breakthrough drug still required 5,000 yuan after insurance reimbursement, it was undoubtedly a significant reduction compared to the previous treatment costs of hundreds of thousands or even millions. Moreover, previous treatments only delayed death, but now it could truly cure cancer. This was a tremendous blessing for them. However, this not only meant that more patients had the possibility of continuing treatment, but also that more families would not be shattered by high medical costs. Online, public opinion was in an uproar. Netizens praised the greatness of Longguo's insurance policy. The trending topics on major social platforms were firmly occupied by discussions related to the cancer breakthrough drug and insurance policies. On Weibo, the topic of cancer breakthrough drug insurance reimbursement remained hot, with views instantly surpassing hundreds of millions. Netizens expressed their opinions one after another. Longguo has really done an amazing job. The insurance policy is a lifeline for ordinary people, making cancer no longer an incurable disease or a demon that bankrupts families. Accompanying photos showed painful moments of family members suffering from cancer, contrasted with warm images filled with hope. Look at this data comparison. We Longguo people are the happiest. I'm so proud to be born in Longguo. Accompanying photos showed a set of data comparing domestic and international cancer drug prices and insurance reimbursement situations. Once again, we thank the heroes who contributed to the people of Longguo. You are our greatest heroes. Thank you, Longguo. Thank you, heroes. Accompanying photos showed the improvement of relatives after using the breakthrough drug, filled with gratitude for the country and medical researchers. Now that we have the breakthrough drug and the insurance policy has followed suit, this is hope. Hope that belongs to us, Longguo. Everyone was cheering and celebrating the benefits achieved in Longguo. However, this groundbreaking achievement also caused a stir abroad. On international social media platforms, discussions about it surged. Many foreign netizens expressed astonishment. How could Longguo develop such amazing technology? Their words were filled with disbelief. Some citizens of Western countries, long troubled by slow medical research and high drug prices in their own countries, felt a sense of imbalance upon seeing Longguo's astonishing achievements in cancer treatment. They engaged in heated discussions online. Longguo should share this cancer breakthrough drug technology without charge for the benefit of all humanity. Yes, Longguo cannot be so selfish. It should share the cancer breakthrough drug technology. Why does Longguo want to hide this? Is your technology fake? Exactly. Your cancer breakthrough drug cannot even gain recognition from the World Health Organization. You must share the cancer breakthrough drug technology. Science knows no borders. Longguo must share the cancer breakthrough drug technology. Such voices echoed repeatedly in international networks. However, they were blinded by jealousy and unwilling to acknowledge the fact that Longguo has been tirelessly working in the field of scientific research for a long time. They still wanted to demand the free sharing of cancer breakthrough drug technology that truly showed their grandiosity. Meanwhile, another voice in international public opinion became increasingly loud, calling for Longguo to show its great power and also share the cancer breakthrough drug technology for free. Some international organizations and officials from certain countries also subtly expressed similar views, claiming that cancer is a common challenge faced by all humanity. Since Longguo has developed an effective breakthrough drug, it should selflessly contribute the technology for the fate of all humanity. This reasoning is quite grandiose. In the highest-level medical academy in the United States, the atmosphere was tense and serious. The usually solemn figures gathered together, discussing only one topic, Longguo's cancer breakthrough drug. As the data was presented one by one, these knowledgeable elites first showed expressions of shock. It was disbelief at Longguo's breakthrough in research level. They understood the difficulty of developing cancer breakthrough drugs, and the fact that Longguo achieved such results greatly impacted them. However, this shock quickly transformed into another thought. We need to report this to our foreign ministry. An elderly authoritative expert was the first to break the silence, asking why this technology has not yet been shared. Our American people are also suffering from cancer. His tone carried an undeniable questioning tone. That's right. Hasn't Longguo always claimed to be helpful? Now is their time to show it. Another person echoed, their eyes glimmering with calculating light. We can demand them to share now. More people began to agree, as if it was a matter of course. Soon, a malicious public opinion campaign was launched. Someone specifically organized the filming of videos showcasing patients in the U.S. suffering from cancer, their haggard faces and expressions of pain meticulously edited for presentation. Subsequently, a pale-faced white man appeared on screen, calling on the Dragon Country to provide help with a pitiful expression. His demeanor suggested that the Dragon Country's refusal to share technology was a grave sin. He completely ignored the arduous efforts of the Dragon Country during the research and development process and neglected the fact that this was the culmination of the hard work of Dragon Country's researchers. Instead, he stood firmly on his own position, attempting to morally coerce the Dragon Country into yielding its scientific achievements. The meticulously produced video from the U.S. quickly went viral on domestic short video platforms. In no time, various voices emerged, with many blindly supporting the idea. Some said that our country should share the technology for effective cancer drugs. This is the responsibility of a great nation. Others agreed, suggesting that sharing might even elevate our standing internationally. There are those who pointed to the U.S. tech mogul, claiming, "Look at the U.S. tech mogul. He's willing to open source." Their words were filled with praise for this so-called open source sharing, and such comments even trended online. Anyway, some simpletons just love to hype such statements. Chapter 50, Qian's Counterattack, Double Standard Dogs in the U.S. However, there were many clear-headed netizens in the Dragon Country who, upon seeing such news, couldn't help but laugh in anger. One particularly clear-headed netizen remarked, "Is that so-called open source by the tech mogul even comparable? Don't be fooled. His so-called open-source technology is worlds apart from the high-end technology of effective cancer drugs. It's merely a basic, relatively mature, and easily replaceable technological framework, not a core. Difficult to conquer high-end innovation. Moreover, there are many errors in the code he open-sourced. This isn't genuine sharing, but clearly ill-intentioned. It misleads our domestic researchers, causing them to waste time and energy on the wrong path." With 1.08 million likes, more and more rebuttals followed. Don't let those Americans lead you astray. Our Dragon Country has faced countless difficulties in developing effective cancer drugs. Our researchers have spent countless days and nights, investing massive amounts of funds and effort to achieve the results we have now. The U.S. tightly guards its own research achievements, yet demands we share ours for free. What kind of logic is that? We are not without the responsibility of a great nation. But that responsibility does not mean unconditionally handing over the fruits of our labor under moral coercion. Do not let those who are enamored with foreign things lead you astray. We must support our country's decisions. The Dragon Country must first ensure the health and well-being of its own people before considering international cooperation based on equality and mutual benefit. The U.S. has an extremely unbalanced distribution of medical resources, yet has the audacity to make such demands. It's utterly ridiculous. Amidst a chorus of rebuttals, rational voices gradually gained the upper hand. Qian also saw this news online. As he read the comments demanding the Dragon Country share its effective cancer drug technology, his anger began to rise. To him, the actions of the U.S. were undoubtedly a blatant double standard. He was also aware of the U.S.'s consistent approach in the tech field, always tightly protecting its most advanced and strategically valuable technologies, such as stealth bomber technology and aircraft carrier technology. Why don't they talk about their responsibility as a great nation when it comes to sharing their technology? Their reason is that these technologies pertain to military hegemony, national security, and international status. Why would the U.S. have any thoughts of sharing? Yet, when it comes to the effective cancer drug technology painstakingly developed by the Dragon Country, they shamelessly demand free sharing. Qian could no longer tolerate the despicable actions of the U.S. He decided to expose their double standard in his own way. I guess it's time to use some hacking skills, Qian sighed. He quickly gathered a wealth of information about the U.S.'s protection of its technological achievements and its demands from others, meticulously crafting it into a video. The video starkly contrasted the U.S.'s strict defense of its key technologies with its greedy demands for the Dragon Country's drug technology. Then, Qian rapidly typed on his keyboard, pinning this video to the top of all short video platform homepages. Soon, Qian's carefully crafted video was uploaded online, instantly causing a huge stir and unprecedented excitement. The video included a series of nerve-wracking images, such as the 81192 incident, sanctions against Huawei, the difficult drift of the Galaxy ship at sea, and the bombing of the Yugoslav embassy, all of which struck a chord with the Chinese people. The likes skyrocketed like a rocket, and the comment section was soon flooded with a massive number of messages. How could the peace and development won by our predecessors with their blood and lives be so easily belittled? The memories of past sufferings were still vivid. The U.S. had never ceased its suppression of our country, and now they even dared to attempt to morally coerce us into sharing cancer drug technology. What a delusion! Many people, reflecting on the humiliations and hardships endured by the nation, underwent a drastic change in attitude. Those who had previously felt pity for the sob stories from some Americans were now awakening. The tide of public opinion completely reversed, forming a powerful backlash. We sympathize with every life tormented by cancer, but the U.S. has no right to demand this in such a double standard and domineering manner. Back then, Martyr Wang Wei sacrificed his life heroically to defend our national airspace. Huawei has been struggling to move forward under unwarranted U.S. sanctions. The Galaxy ship drifted in international waters for months, and our compatriots at the embassy were innocently killed. Each of these instances reflects no sense of responsibility from any other great nation. A wave of patriotism began to spontaneously rise online, with various articles and videos reflecting on history and analyzing U.S. hegemonic actions springing up like mushrooms after rain. People deeply recognize that in international affairs, one must not be deceived by superficial sorrow and moral rhetoric. We must firmly uphold national interests and dignity. At the same time, it showed the world that the Dragon Country is no longer the weak country that can be bullied in the face of international pressure, but a great nation with a firm stance and national backbone. As the video spread, the U.S. was suddenly thrown into extreme panic. They had never anticipated that the situation would develop in this way. It was completely unexpected. They also knew that if such a video continued to ferment, the U.S.'s international image would suffer, and the narrative hegemony they had painstakingly built over the years would be on shaky ground. Thus, the U.S. government attempted to use various means to get a certain platform to take down these videos. However, what the U.S. never expected was that the videos streaming on the platform seemed to be fixed by an invisible force. No matter how the U.S. struggled, the spread of the video not only did not stop, but instead accelerated rapidly across the internet. Meanwhile, the Dragon Country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs also quickly made a serious statement, representing our Dragon Country. emphasizing that we were not disturbed by these external voices. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs stated, the Dragon Country government is actively promoting the reasonable use of effective drugs domestically and improving the supporting policies for medical insurance, while also demonstrating an attitude of openness and cooperation. Furthermore, the Dragon Country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs has officially announced its willingness to engage in scientific research cooperation with other countries on the basis of equality, mutual benefit, and win-win outcomes, but certainly not under conditions of moral coercion to unconditionally transfer technology. Faced with baseless jealousy and unreasonable demands, Longguo firmly defends its rights to scientific research achievements, while also demonstrating to the world that Longguo's development is for the happiness of its own people and is willing to make positive contributions to global health. But all of this will be built on the foundation of fairness and justice. At this point, several official accounts in Longguo began to share this message. Chapter 51. It is truly a blessing for Longguo to have Qian. However, the subsequent message released by the Longguo government made it so that people around the world dared to be angry but could not speak out. The Longguo Foreign Ministry clearly stated, the special cancer medication will not be shared with foreign countries free of charge. If they want it, they can only purchase it. Moreover, the price is set at 10 million renminbi per pill. For the special country of Zairehuo, it will cost 100 million renminbi. This price is not arbitrarily set. It takes into account huge research and development costs, a long R&D cycle, and the scarcity of raw materials, among other factors. As soon as this news broke, there was an uproar abroad, with complaints echoing everywhere. What does Longguo mean? We Zairehuo need to spend 100 million renminbi to report to the country. They even directly translated it into multiple languages for fear that the other party might not understand. Arrogant, truly arrogant. Although other countries were dissatisfied, they were helpless. After all, they did not have such advanced technology. In the face of the ravaging cancer epidemic, they lost their bargaining power and leverage. There was once a glimmer of hope, but it was drowned out by their voices that followed other countries in making a fuss. However, at this critical juncture of life and death, for those countries and regions able to afford it, the high price could not stop them from saving their own lives. At the medical institute, Chen Tianyang was busy with his daily research work. Suddenly, his assistant spoke about the statements released by the foreign ministry, stirring up waves in his calm heart. Chen Tianyang was taken aback, seemingly unable to believe his ears. In an instant, his eyes turned red, and tears uncontrollably streamed down his face. Those tears contained too many complex emotions. Scenes from the past played out like a movie in front of his eyes. Once at an international medical exchange conference, foreign experts questioned and belittled Longguo's medical standards. Those piercing words and disdainful gazes repeatedly stabbed at his heart. In multinational medical cooperation projects, Longguo was always assigned the most marginal and insignificant tasks, and the proposals and insights put forth were often ignored or outright rejected. He could only endure in silence, burying that humiliation deep within. And now, all of that would become history. How wonderful it is that our Longguo has truly risen. Just looking at the faces of those countries that have suffered defeats makes me feel so pleased. After work today, I will treat everyone to celebrate. Cheers erupted in the medical institute. With the birth of this special cancer medication, Longguo has suddenly become the center of global attention. Longguo will no longer be that country looked down upon, struggling to catch up in medical technology, but rather a pioneer leading a new direction in global cancer treatment. The international community will have to reassess Longguo's medical strength, and the former arrogance and prejudice will dissipate under the brilliance of this special medication. Chen Tianyang also knew that this was not just a victory for a medication, but the result of countless researchers in Longguo who had silently worked hard and persistently explored for many years. Qian and Li Shizhen are undoubtedly the heroes of this medical revolution. It is their wisdom and perseverance that have won dignity and glory for Longguo. We are truly fortunate to have Qian and Li Shizhen in Longguo. Chen Tianyang sighed with a smile, saying that this technology for the cancer special medication was all thanks to them. Chapter 52. A Mutation, the Arrival of Musk. On the other side, inside the Sanlitun Vocational and Technical College in Modu, The atmosphere in the classroom of Class 2, Grade 21, is filled with tension and focus. Because they only have 1 month left for their upgrade exam, time is very tight. At 8 in the morning light has yet to fully illuminate the campus. But the classroom is already packed. The students are sitting upright, their eyes revealing a thirst for knowledge and determination. On the podium, Chien stands tall, his voice loud and powerful, the chalk in his hand dancing lightly on the blackboard, writing line after line of dense foundational theoretical knowledge. Below, the students' eyes closely follow Chien's movements, their pens racing across their notebooks, afraid of missing any important points. The entire classroom is filled only with Chien's clear teaching voice and the sound of chalk scraping against the blackboard. All right, we'll stop the foundational theory here for today. The remaining time is for you to study on your own. If you have any questions, come ask me. Also, if your project needs experiments, you can find me. There is only 1 month left for the upgrade exam, so prepare well, Chien announced as he put down the book. Everyone responded in unison and quickly immersed themselves in their respective study tasks. Recently, their quality of life has improved significantly. This is due to Li Shizhen and Chien Weiguo's consecutive major achievements in the field of scientific research, leading to a subtle yet significant change in the atmosphere of the entire campus, especially for Class 2, Grade 21, led by Chien. The school's attitude has undergone a 180-degree turn. Many previous restrictions are now gone. The school not only granted them the greatest freedom to carry out various academic explorations and practical activities, but also provided extremely generous benefits to allow them to focus on research. A considerable subsidy is deposited into the students' accounts every month, and the school cafeteria is fully open to them, allowing free meals 3 times a day. Regarding this change, Chien naturally accepted it calmly. In his view, this is a recognition and respect for his class's hard work and contributions, while enjoying it with peace of mind. It also motivates him to devote himself more to nurturing these students. It has been half a month since the successful launch of the special cancer medication. During this time, the global sensation it caused has somewhat cooled down, and the heat is no longer as high as before. However, the disputes and struggles surrounding this special medication between various countries and Longguo regarding drug introduction, price negotiations, technology exchanges, and blockades show no signs of stopping. However, Chien no longer paid much attention to this. He prepared to devote all his energy and efforts to the class and research. Amidst the busy teaching and research work, Chien welcomed a rare moment of rest. As usual, he habitually opened a certain app to relax. However, the title of the first video that caught his eye made him furrow his brows slightly. What is he doing here? So high profile, especially during this special period of international relations. Doesn't he know to avoid suspicion? The video reported a major piece of news. The renowned tech mogul, Master Ma, would arrive in Longguo tonight, aiming to engage in in-depth discussions with Longguo on cooperation in the field of new energy vehicles. Chien had naturally heard of this Master Ma. This legendary figure, known worldwide in the internet field, has a reputation that precedes him, both domestically and abroad. He spans multiple cutting-edge fields and has single-handedly created a remarkable business empire. Master Ma's explorations in the aerospace field are considered monumental. His space exploration technology company continually challenges human understanding of the universe, successfully launching rockets time and again, making space travel no longer an unattainable dream. In the field of new energy vehicles, the brand he founded has sparked a revolutionary wave in the global automotive industry with its advanced electric vehicle technology, intelligent driving experience, and forward-looking environmental concepts. With outstanding achievements in these areas, he has long held the title of the world's richest person, accumulating immense wealth and significant influence. For this reason, many netizens regard him as a legendary figure. In their eyes, he seems to embody technological progress, as if the entire tech world would stagnate without his guidance. Some even go so far as to believe that a small company, merely relying on Musk's wisdom and decision-making, could surpass a country like China, which has a vast research system and numerous scientific talents, in terms of comprehensive technological strength. Chien looked at the screen, filled with praise for Musk, and felt a sense of abstraction and absurdity. This commentary seemed truly abstract. Qi Yin couldn't help but scoff. However, in his opinion, such exaggerated promotion seemed somewhat excessive. Even if he possesses extraordinary abilities, he is ultimately a person from another country, with a natural distance and gap from China. Qi Yin found it hard to understand how people could so unabashedly praise a foreigner and what substantial benefits this could bring to their own country. Could it be that with just a few compliments, Musk would generously open his wallet, handing over core technologies to help China's technology soar? Or would he dedicate himself to the well-being of the Chinese people? This was clearly an unrealistic fantasy. Some people were just too soft. On the international stage, every country prioritizes its own interests, chasing objectives that benefit their development. Musk's visit to China must also be driven by his commercial considerations and strategic plans, certainly not to play the role of a technological savior for China. Qi Yin couldn't help but shake his head slightly, feeling a hint of curiosity. What exactly was this Musk, who has stirred the global tech world, doing in China? Was he eyeing China's vast market potential, wanting to further expand his business territory in the new energy vehicle sector, or was there some other deeper intention for cooperation or strategic planning? What impact and opportunities would his arrival bring to China's new energy industry and the entire tech ecosystem? Would it spark a new wave of win-win cooperation, or hide intricate secrets within a complex business game? Qi Yin didn't know, but he hoped that Musk would behave himself and not pull any tricks. Otherwise, he certainly wouldn't go easy on him. This is China, and it's Qi Yin's bottom line. If you're a dragon, you must be coiled. If you're a tiger, you must be crouched. Chapter 53. Musk's arrogant remarks. Give China 50 years, and they still can't catch up to me. However, the reality seemed to align with Qi Yan's expectations. Qi Yan's hand continued to scroll down, and he saw Musk's extremely arrogant speech video. In the video, Musk stood in front of Tesla's massive factory, with rows of brand-new electric vehicle models gleaming in the light behind him. He wore a smug smile, but his eyes betrayed an unhidden arrogance. Musk declared, Tesla has achieved a major breakthrough in the new energy field, and this breakthrough will completely change the future of electric vehicles. He raised his voice and loudly announced, Tesla is preparing to increase production, aiming for this brand new energy vehicle to quickly dominate the global market. At this point, Musk paused slightly, and then his smile became even more arrogant. With this upgrade in our new energy technology, China won't catch up for the next 10 years. His voice spread through the video like a surround sound system, echoing everywhere. At the end of the video, someone behind Musk even raised a middle finger to the screen. Arrogant, extremely arrogant. His remarks quickly stirred public opinion, and soon, Qi Yin noticed that the comment section of this video was growing at an astonishing rate. Damn, this guy is too arrogant. Seriously, is this how he behaves while holding a press conference in China? This is provocation. Exactly. ISNT is just bullying us because our new energy vehicles aren't as good as theirs? What is there to be proud of? Maybe in a few days, we will develop even better new energy vehicles. I really don't understand what they are so pleased about. It's not like China is withholding cancer cure technology from them. Support what the previous commenter said. Their new energy technology hasn't been shared with China either. Now, they come to seize our market. Just because of his arrogant words, I will always support domestic products. Seriously, if we anger the Chinese people, what benefits will that bring you? Let us see if Tesla can survive without the Chinese market. Initially, there were angry curses, but not long after, some of Musk's loyal fans began to appear. What can you do? China's new energy technology just can't compare to Tesla. Musk has opened up his technology. Who can we blame if China can't catch up? ISNT it, just that you guys lack the capability? Exactly. You guys don't appreciate the guidance from Tesla and still slander it. This is truly the style of you Chinese people. Besides, most of you probably own Tesla's new energy vehicles, right? If you're so supportive of domestic products, why do you still buy our Tesla vehicles? Right. You Chinese are like this. What you say and what you do are completely different. If you have the ability, why don't you create even better new energy vehicles? It's indeed a fact that China's new energy vehicle technology lags behind the U.S. by a lot, but their current approach is really puzzling. This made Qi Yin wonder if Musk's arrogance was specifically aimed at retaliating against China for not sharing cancer cure technology with them. After all, in the eyes of many. While medicines that cure diseases are great, technologies related to future energy patterns sound grander and more impressive, seemingly better representing a country's technological advancement. Qian stared at the screen, observing the wave of arrogance online, and couldn't help but smirk coldly. Tesla's technology won't be caught up by China for 10 years. Just our controllable nuclear fusion technology alone is enough to keep you behind for decades. Okay? It's simply ridiculous. His heart was filled with indignation and disdain. Without any hesitation, Qian quickly made a statement on social media. I clearly tell everyone, China's new energy technology is absolutely not inferior to Tesla's. It's not that we will take 10 years to catch up. Rather, Tesla won't catch up to China even in 100 years. Qian's words were firm and carried an undeniable confidence. However, as soon as the video was released, it quickly attracted a flood of ridicule due to the rapid increase in his followers earlier. Who does this guy think he is? Just because he has some small achievements in the medical field, he doesn't know his place. New energy technology, isn't your specialty. How dare you babble on? It's simply the height of arrogance. Exactly. Qian, you're doing medical research. Just stay in your lab and mess with those medicine bottles. You have no business in new energy matters. Dude, Tesla is an industry giant. What Musk says carries weight. And here you are, claiming that Tesla won't catch up to China in 100 years. Do you think you're writing a sci-fi novel? Stop trying to attract attention. It's embarrassing. I really don't know where he gets the courage to challenge Tesla. With his follower count, does he think he has a big shot online and can do whatever he wants? In the face of new energy technology, you don't even count as an elementary school student. You're just trying to grab attention and ride the wave. People like you should be banned to avoid misleading the public. Better not talk big. There should be a limit to bragging, you know? The situation for the new energy vehicles in Longguo is already very dangerous. Please stop saying such unfounded things. Comments like these are flooding in like a tide. However, Qian is completely unconcerned. He knows that the new energy sector in Longguo is supported by controllable nuclear fusion technology, which makes it a clear winner over other new energy sources without comparison. He firmly believes that those who only see the surface and blindly idolize Tesla will eventually be proven wrong by facts. It's just that many achievements have yet to be fully presented to the world. Qian looks at the glaring, sarcastic remarks on the screen, his fingers flying over the keyboard. Just as he is about to organize his thoughts to retort, his phone suddenly rings urgently. He glances at the caller ID and is surprised to see it's Qian. Qian can't help but be taken aback, wondering to himself, why is this guy calling at this time? He answers the phone with confusion, only to hear Qian's anxious voice. Teacher Qi, have you seen the online public opinion? I can't hold back anymore. That master mob from Tesla is so arrogant, daring to underestimate our Longguo's new energy technology. I have an idea. Let's scale down the controllable nuclear fusion device and install it in the cars. This will definitely make them shut up. But we're stuck at a crucial step, and I need your help. Qian's eyes widen. It's really happening. Chapter 54, A Call for Help from Qian. Teacher, save me. Upon hearing this, Qian's confusion instantly turns into a sense of relief. Controllable nuclear fusion is a top-tier technology that could change the global energy landscape. If it can really be successfully applied to cars, Longguo's new energy technology will undoubtedly leave others far behind. He replies without hesitation, Sure, I'm definitely willing. Wait for me. I'll come right over. After hanging up, Qian quickly tidies up and prepares to leave. Meanwhile, in the Longguo Institute, in the technology-filled laboratory, Qian has just finished his call with Qian. Before he can catch his breath, several expert academicians beside him immediately start to criticize. Among them, academician Qin Tianhai frowns and takes the lead. Weiguo, why did you call that Qian here? He's just a junior college teacher. The other academicians nod in agreement, their faces showing obvious disdain. An elderly academician speaks with skepticism. The last controllable nuclear fusion technology was indeed impressive, but in our view, it was clearly your achievement. Qian, what role could Qian possibly play? We know he may have some knowledge of medicine, but this is controllable nuclear fusion. It's completely different from that field. He feels that in this advanced new energy research field, Qian is just an outsider, lacking the professional qualifications and research capabilities to match it. They exchange words, and the atmosphere in the office becomes oppressive. Qian feeling angry, immediately retorts, "You're wrong." Teacher Qi, although he comes from a junior college, his knowledge and innovative thinking far exceed your imagination. In the last controllable nuclear fusion project, he proposed several key ideas that helped me break through the bottleneck. However, the expert academicians remain unconvinced, stubborn in their opinions. Some even sneer and say, "Humph, what unique insights can a junior college teacher have? You're probably exaggerating." Qian looks at their arrogant and prejudiced expressions, feeling helpless. He knows that continuing to argue with these rigid-minded, self-important people will lead nowhere and is just a waste of time and energy. So he takes a deep breath, stops speaking, but his eyes convey determination. He firmly believes that once Teacher Qi arrives, with a solid foundation and unique thinking, he will undoubtedly demonstrate extraordinary ability in solving the key problem of scaling down the controllable nuclear fusion device, silencing those who look down on Qi Yin with facts. Qi Yin, anxious and in a hurry, rushes to the Longguo Institute. At the entrance, the security personnel stand tall and serious, diligently performing their duties. Just as Qi Yin is about to step in, the security guard reaches out to stop him, politely yet firmly saying, "Sir, please show your identification." Qi Yin quickly pulls out his ID and hands it over, politely saying, "I'm here to find someone." The security guard takes the ID, examines it closely, and when he sees that Qi Yin is a teacher from a junior college, a hint of disdain flashes in his eyes. Qi Yin, having hurriedly left his place, realizes he has brought the ID he uses for classes. He quickly explains, "I'm really here for an important matter. Security brother, please let me in. My students are waiting for me." He slightly raises his chin, his tone turning cold. "Humph, this is the Longguo Institute, a key research facility, not a place you can enter casually. Besides, how could your students possibly be here? You must be lying." Qi Yin feels somewhat displeased, but patiently explains the reason for his visit. The security guard, still skeptical, shows no sign of letting him in and continues to question him. Just then, Qian rushes over with a group of academicians. From a distance, Qian calls out, "Teacher Qi, we've finally been waiting for you." The security personnel immediately freezes, showing a look of astonishment on his face. He never expected that this junior college teacher, whom he looked down upon, would be so valued by academician Qian who even brought a group of esteemed academicians to personally welcome him. Qian quickly walks to Qi Yan's side, enthusiastically shaking his hand, saying, "Teacher Qi, let's hurry to the laboratory." He then turns to the security personnel, his gaze carrying a hint of reproach. The security guard stands awkwardly in place, his face turning red, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Although the academicians still harbor disdain for Qi Yin in their hearts, they politely welcome him into the Longguo Institute. Once inside, Qian immediately beams and approaches Qi Yin, shaking his hands tightly and starting a warm conversation. "Teacher, we've been looking forward to your arrival. You don't know how much that Master Ma's arrogant words have been circulating online these days. It's simply outrageous. Our Longguo's new energy technology is far superior to theirs. I brought you here to help us stand up for Longguo." Changing the subject, a look of worry appears on Qian face as he begins to express the bottleneck he has encountered with controllable nuclear fusion technology. "We have been trying to scale down the controllable nuclear fusion device for application in cars, but we are currently stuck at a crucial stage. You see, controlling the fusion reaction and balancing energy output is extremely difficult. I've tried various methods to ensure stable operation while reducing the device's size, but nothing has worked out. I really don't know what to do." The experts beside them listen, frowning and shaking their heads in sighs. This is indeed a tough problem. With Qi Yin here, they are hoping for a miracle. One of the senior experts, Qin Tianhai, pushes up his glasses, looking serious as he says, "If this controllable nuclear fusion technology can be successfully applied to cars, its significance goes far beyond the transportation sector. From a military perspective, it would be a revolution. It could even provide almost endless and clean energy from military equipment, enabling our military assets to achieve qualitative leaps in endurance and power. Whether it's new warships, fighter jets, or ground combat vehicles, they would possess super combat efficiency. greatly enhancing our national defense strength and strategic deterrence. Moreover, in the civilian sector, it would completely change the energy landscape, making energy cheap and abundant, driving rapid technological and economic development across society. So, this technological breakthrough is crucial. We must not let Tesla underestimate our Dragon Nation's scientific research capabilities. Ian listened seriously, a strong sense of mission surging in his heart. He also knew that this task might be quite difficult, and he had made some preparations in his mind. He looked at the expectant gazes of everyone and nodded slightly, his eyes revealing fearlessness and determination. Don't worry, just watch me this time. Chapter 55, Looked Down Upon by the Academicians. Ian made his move. In that slightly oppressive atmosphere, the few of them still harbored grudges. Their gazes cautiously met in the air, and in the brief exchange of glances, embarrassment and entanglement were fully evident. Ultimately, someone gritted their teeth and spoke up. Some people, it's better not to be too arrogant. If you can't do it, you can't do it. Don't feel embarrassed to say it. This was said by Qin Tianhai. Then, another person slightly raised their head, the corners of their mouth curling into a mocking arc, continuing in a sarcastic tone. And don't think that just because you've had a good student like Qian Weiguo, you're something special. That is, just because he is smart. Don't flatter yourself. Next to him, Qin Tianhai gently tugged at his sleeve, seemingly wanting to stop him from continuing, but he shook it off. He even raised his voice. Does Qian not know his own capabilities? What real skills does he have? Isn't it just luck to encounter a genius student? At this moment, the others silently lowered their heads, a hint of pity on their faces, with an indifferent coldness that suggested it was none of their business. Teaching isn't solely dependent on the student's excellence. If you don't have true talent and knowledge, how could you possibly nurture good students? An elder slowly spoke, his voice carrying a hint of authority, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. However, the person did not buy it. True talent and knowledge? His little skills can only fool outsiders. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly oppressive, and everyone fell into awkward silence. The sunlight outside struggled to penetrate the clouds, casting a bit of warmth, but it was blocked by the gloom indoors. Yet, facing such sharp and bitter words, Qian did not get angry. In his heart, he understood that these old experts had dedicated their lives to the development of the Dragon Nation. Their doubts and criticisms were merely a different form of motivation for him. There were nothing to worry about. Why not let me give it a try? What if I succeed? Trust me this time, it won't take long. Qian slightly raised his head, his gaze firm and steady, and still patiently asked softly. Everyone looked at each other, and for a moment, they couldn't find a better way, so they reluctantly nodded in agreement. A group of people slowly walked into the Nuclear Physics Research Institute Laboratory No. 1. The heavy door slowly closed behind them, making a dull echo. As soon as they stepped inside, a cool and tranquil atmosphere greeted them. The space here was extremely spacious, with silver-gray metal panels covering the walls, emitting a cold sheen under the lights. Various intricate circuits wound along the ceiling and walls, connecting towering and precise instruments and equipment. Indicator lights blinked incessantly, rhythmically pulsing. In the center of the hall stood a massive controllable nuclear fusion device. It measured 5 meters long and 10 meters wide, with its main body being a gigantic ring-shaped magnetic container made of special superconducting material, its surface glowing with a ghostly blue light, a unique characteristic of the superconducting state. Surrounding it were tightly packed coils of varying thickness, layered one on top of another. On one side of the device was a row of towering control panels, covered with various buttons, dials, and displays. Data continuously refreshed and updated, monitoring every minute state of the device in real time. Various colored indicator lights shone in a dazzling yet orderly manner, red for warnings, green for normal, yellow for standby. Qian calmly moved forward, carefully observing the massive, controllable nuclear fusion device. He sometimes crouched down to examine the bottom structure, and sometimes stood on tiptoe to gaze at the top wiring connections, his eyes focused and profound. Meanwhile, the academicians next to him still crossed their arms, a hint of disdain in their smiles, their eyes filled with skepticism and scorn, seemingly waiting to see a joke. Time quietly passed in this tranquil yet tense atmosphere. After an unknown amount of time, Qi Yin seemed to have gained some insight and quickly walked to a nearby operating table, picking up a piece of paper and swiftly writing and drawing on it. Before long, he went straight to Qian Weiguo with the paper. "Weiguo, can you see if we can change our approach like this?" Qian slightly bent down, pointing to the formulas and diagrams on the paper, his voice steady and clear. Qian Weiguo, initially with a hint of confusion and curiosity, was instantly captivated. His eyes fixed on the content of the paper, his brows slightly furrowing. As Qi Yin explained in simple yet profound terms, Qian Weiguo's eyes gradually widened, the confusion in them illuminated by a ray of light, quickly dispersing, replaced by surprise and sudden realization. Oh, so it can be done this way." He couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, leaning slightly forward, his hands unconsciously gesturing. "You're absolutely right, teacher." The two immediately immersed themselves in an intense discussion, Qi Yin speaking faster, using rich gestures to elaborate on his viewpoints and ideas. Qian Weiguo frequently nodded, occasionally raising his own questions and thoughts, sometimes revealing admiration for Qi Yan's brilliant answers. Around them, it seemed a unique magnetic field formed, blocking out everything external. Indeed, at this moment, Qi Yan's special skill as a first-time teacher quietly activated. One-on-one teaching. His words had a certain probability of triggering instant enlightenment for students like Qian Weiguo, who had understanding and potential. This was the confidence the system gave him. This was also the capital that allowed him to remain so confident in the face of doubt earlier. Their voices rose and fell. The speed so fast, it was almost difficult to keep up with the rhythm, various professional terms and novel concepts colliding and intertwining in the air. The nearby academicians, who had initially worn looks of disdain, had long lost that demeanor, replaced by expressions of shock and disbelief. Their mouths slightly agape, eyes wide open, their faces filled with incredulity. One of the academicians unconsciously touched his chin, seemingly confirming he wasn't dreaming. They were indeed discussing with a semblance of seriousness. They just didn't know what the drawings looked like. One person still did not believe it, disdainfully saying, "What can they do? Just an outsider. They don't understand much. Maybe they just searched for a few definitions online." Time quietly passed in this tense and passionate discussion, and after an unknown duration, the voices of the two gradually subsided. The once blank piece of paper was now densely filled with writing, a brand new drawing vividly coming to life, with complex lines, precise annotations, and a series of new formulas displayed. Let's go see the drawings they made. Chapter 56, The Shocked Academicians of the Dragon Science Institute. Qi Yin is amazing. Qin Tianhai and several other academicians, filled with doubt and curiosity, walked hesitantly toward Qi Yin and Qian Weiguo. They gathered around the table that held countless crystallizations of wisdom. Initially, the academicians merely glanced over the paper, questioning whether what was written was nonsense. However, just moments later, their gazes were deeply captivated, gradually becoming focused and serious. Qin Tianhai was the first to pick up the paper and pen, starting to deduce according to Qi Yan's ideas, his fingers quickly dancing on the calculator. He furrowed his brows, the wrinkles on his forehead becoming increasingly pronounced, murmuring to himself as he cautiously substituted and calculated each formula. Next to him, academicianly leaned in, his eyes glued to the paper, nodding and shaking his head at times, unconsciously gesturing with his hands as if simulating the flow of energy in the air. As the reasoning deepened, their expressions grew more and more astonished. They initially thought it was just a reckless attempt by a young person, but unexpectedly, this seemingly fanciful idea turned out to be logically coherent and tightly interlinked, demonstrating such high feasibility. If this device were modified according to Qi Yan's theory, it seemed it could truly break through the existing bottleneck, miraculously shrinking its massive size to that of an engine. This breakthrough meant that controllable nuclear fusion technology would no longer be the exclusive domain of large scientific research facilities, but could potentially enter a broader application field like a nimble sprite. The several academicians stopped their movements and slowly raised their heads. The disdain and contempt in their eyes when looking at Qi Yin had completely vanished, replaced by deep respect and admiration. Their gaze seemed to say that this young man was not just a name, but truly a person of profound academic achievement and extraordinary innovative thinking. Other researchers around also turned their eyes towards him. Young research assistant Xiao Wang's mouth fell open, his eyes wide as copper bells. His face filled with disbelief as he secretly marveled. How is this possible? Such a complex problem, and he managed to resolve it so easily? Senior researcher Old Zhang squinted slightly, his expression quickly shifting from initial doubt to surprise and admiration. He gently pushed up his glasses, seemingly wanting to see this miracle-making young man more clearly. It had only been a short while since everyone was still questioning and observing. And here Qi Yin had already collaborated with Qian Weiguo to come up with something so groundbreaking. Qin Tianhai couldn't help but mumble to himself. Reflecting on Qian Weiguo's admiration for Qi Yin earlier, everyone suddenly realized that Qian Weiguo's words were indeed true. Qi Yin was the core figure holding the key to black technology. A young researcher, Xiao Zhao, jumped up excitedly, exclaiming, "This is simply amazing. I was blind before and almost missed the real genius." The nearby experimenter, Xiao Li, nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes. Such a brilliant idea has taken shape in such a short time. Qian's abilities are truly admirable. If this can be applied, we will be at the forefront of technology." Academician Qin Tianhai took a deep breath, breaking the brief silence. "Qian, we old folks underestimated you and were disrespectful. Your achievement could very well rewrite the historical process of controllable nuclear fusion research." The other academicians also looked at Qi Yin with slightly flushed faces, but each one generously apologized. In research, those who excel are the teachers. Since Qi Yin is stronger than them, there's nothing shameful about apologizing. Qi Yin smiled modestly. "Academicians, you flatter me. This is the result of our collective discussions. I merely propose some new ideas." However, everyone understood that Qi Yan's contribution was far more than just some ideas. From that moment on, Qi Yan's status in their hearts had undergone a tremendous change, becoming a leader in their eyes who could guide them to break through research dilemmas and step into a new future. Qi Yan's humble and forgiving attitude made them feel even more ashamed. A hint of redness appeared on Qin Tianhai's face, a mix of shame and regret. His eyebrows slightly lowered, and his eyelids drooping, unable to meet Qi Yan's gaze. "We old guys, relying on our seniority, made such a serious mistake. It's truly embarrassing." The other academicians nearby echoed his sentiment, with academician Li pushing up his glasses, his eyes filled with guilt. His lips were slightly pressed together, and his brows were deeply furrowed, seemingly deeply remorseful for his previous behavior. "Yes, we were indeed unfair, blinded by prejudice, completely failing to see your extraordinary talents." Another academician sighed deeply, his face full of regret, his eyes looking at the ceiling as if searching for some comfort. "We were there, self-righteously pointing fingers at you. And now thinking about it, it's truly ridiculous." The academicians still felt somewhat guilty, so they kept apologizing, making Qi Yin feel a bit embarrassed. Because the several academicians present were all elderly, in their 70s or 80s, and a significant part of the backbone of Dragon Country was built by them. Qi Yin wore a faint smile, his gaze calm and forgiving, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a few white teeth. He gently waved his hand, his movements graceful and natural, saying, "There is no need for such self-reproach, esteemed academicians. The path of science is indeed filled with questioning and exploration. Your previous attitudes were merely cautious considerations regarding research outcomes, which I can fully understand." Qin Tianhai raised his head, his eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. His eyes slightly moist, bright, and firm. "A teacher should be like this. Your ability to forgive us so generously is truly admirable. Your broad mind can accommodate 100 rivers. We will take you as our example, discard our prejudices, and work with you wholeheartedly for the research of controllable nuclear fusion." Other academicians nodded in agreement, their gazes toward Qi Yin filled not only with admiration, but also with more closeness and trust. Meanwhile, Qian Weiguo was already beaming with joy, as his teacher had finally been recognized by all the academicians of the Nuclear Physics Institute. At this moment, he was happier than if he himself had been recognized, because he knew Qi Yin, who selflessly dedicated himself, almost at any cost, to help them, the specialized students, succeed. He persisted for 3 years, even using his own salary to fund the research, and asked for nothing in return. How could such a teacher not move people? Chapter 57. Invitation for Qi Yin to join the Dragon Academy. However, just as Qi Yin was about to propose his plan to develop and apply the technology for miniaturizing the controllable nuclear fusion device, he was interrupted. A group of expert academicians instantly broke into smiles, their faces filled with excitement and relief. We will take care of these small matters. You don't need to worry about them. Yes, we'll handle it. They all expressed that they would take full responsibility for the follow-up matters. And Qi Yin need not worry. Well, then I'll relax a bit. Qi Yin had just breathed a sigh of relief when he noticed that all the experts and academicians were focusing their gazes on him. Their eyes were as hot and intense as spotlights, leaving him somewhat at a loss, thinking these people wouldn't be looking at me unfavorably again, would they? At that moment, Qin Tianhai slowly stood up, his eyes filled with utmost seriousness and anticipation, his voice steady and powerful as he said, "Teacher Qi Yin, I now represent the Dragon Academy to sincerely invite you to join us. The reason is that your outstanding talents and unique wisdom displayed in the field of controllable nuclear fusion are comparable to those of Qianweigua. We have decided to request special approval from our superiors to promote you to an academician." As soon as these words were spoken, the conference room fell silent for a moment, an utter hush. However, the surrounding expert academicians displayed shock and anticipation on their faces, whispering to each other, feeling both surprised, and yet it seemed quite justified. It should be noted that the status of an academician in the research community is paramount. They are the towering figures in academia, controlling the lifeblood of numerous research projects. A single decision can sway the flow of research funding, and a single word can summon elite researchers from various fields. Their honor and influence shine like brilliant stars in the scientific community, leading countless researchers to look up in admiration and follow. At this moment, Qi Yin, who was the focus of everyone's attention, stood there in a daze. His eyes filled with confusion. His brain felt as if it had suddenly been stuffed with a tangle of threads, making it impossible to sort out his thoughts. Qi Yin was stunned. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Becoming an academician of the Long Science Institute was the highest honor that countless researchers dreamed of, signifying endless resources, a broad platform, and opportunities for in-depth communication and collaboration with top scientific leaders. However, this sudden and enormous surprise left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He looked at the expectant gazes around him, and waves of emotion surged in his heart. Me? An academician? Isn't this too sudden? He murmured to himself. Beside him, Qianweigua was grinning from ear to ear, his eyes filled with genuine joy. He knew of Qi Yin's talent and felt sincerely happy that the Long Science Institute was not overlooking talents like Qi Yin. Qi Yin frowned, feeling conflicted. It is an honor to become an academician of the Long Science Institute. But what about my students if I work there frequently? His voice, though not loud, echoed in the spacious laboratory. The several academicians exchanged glances, their faces filled with disbelief. Is it just for those vocational students? They murmured. In their view, only a few like Qianweigua could balance students and research while achieving remarkable results. They admired Qi Yan's ethics, but found it somewhat difficult to understand. In the end, academician Qin Tianhai made a decisive decision. We will immediately apply to the higher-ups to grant Qi Yin the position of academician. But he wanted to report to the Long Science Institute every day. What do you think about that? Qi Yin nodded slightly, reluctantly agreeing. Qin Tianhai looked at Qi Yin, his mouth twitching slightly, and couldn't he help but say, for those vocational students, expending your energy like this is a waste. You are a rare genius, and your time should be spent on more valuable pursuits. Qin Tianhai and the others still felt that vocational students could achieve something. Li Shizhen and Qianweigua were already extremely rare gems. Could it be that Qi Yin's entire class was filled with tech geniuses? How could that be possible? Qi Yin smiled mysteriously, saying, "You will understand in the future." In his heart, those students, although only vocational students, had potential like uncarved jade. With careful nurturing, they could shine brilliantly. Besides, he had his own teaching system. If he stopped teaching, how could humanities science continue to develop? Moreover, he believed that the resources at the Long Science Institute could open up broader horizons for his students. In Kyoto, at the center of a bustling city, a unique banquet was taking place in the uppermost level of a luxurious hotel. Unexpectedly, all the attendees were white people. They were dressed in splendid attire, moving about under the sparkling crystal chandeliers, and the air was filled with the rich aroma of champagne and gourmet food. In the center of the banquet hall, a well-dressed white man was dancing with abandon. He moved with athletic grace, each spin and leap radiating an ineffable excitement and pride. If someone familiar with the tech world were present, they would instantly recognize this person as the tech mogul, Master Ma, who had come to visit Long Country. He was well known in the international tech field, with significant influence, which was why he had sparked such a huge online discussion. Master Ma, we truly depend on you this time. Your actions have allowed us to vent our frustrations and feel vindicated. A corpulent white man with a smiling face approached Master Ma, holding a glass of champagne and fawned. Indeed, the issue with the cancer miracle drug still makes people angry when recalled. Those people from Long Country are simply unreasonable. They developed a cancer miracle drug, which should have been a great benefit to all humanity, but instead of sharing the results, they try to sell it to us at an exorbitant price. This is not a cooperative attitude. They clearly see us as fools to be taken advantage of. Another bespectacled white man, seemingly cultured, echoed with a glint of resentment in his eyes. Fortunately, Master Ma has the strength to turn the tide for us. If we let Long Country continue to be arrogant, who knows if they would still treat us well? The crowd gathered around Master Ma, fawning over him with a mix of dissatisfaction and resentment regarding Long Country's handling of the cancer miracle drug. In their view, Long Country's actions had shattered their long-standing advantages and interests in the fields of technology and medicine. Master Ma accepted the praise with a smile, a hint of satisfaction showing in his eyes. He secretly reveled in being the hero in everyone's eyes. Chapter 58. Must Defense Breach. Is Long Country capable of controlled nuclear fusion? At this moment, the air was thick with Master Ma's overwhelming arrogance. He sat comfortably in an armchair, stretching his body, with his legs casually crossed. His left hand rested elegantly on the armrest, while his right hand gently swirled a glass of brightly colored red wine, which spun slowly against the glass wall. Suddenly, he tilted his head slightly, the veins in his neck bulging, and a highly exaggerated sneer curved his lips as he made an extremely arrogant statement. Ha! The sound came out heavily from his nostrils, carrying a strong sense of disdain. The technology for the cancer miracle drug was merely an accidental stroke of luck for Long Country. With their level of technology, even if they were given another 20 years to catch up, they could never surpass us. In Blue Star, our country represents technology, which will always be number one, no matter the field. As he spoke, he pointed his right index finger forcefully at the ground, as if to emphasize Long Country's technological inferiority. He paused, took a small sip of red wine, swallowed it down, and then leaned forward sharply. He slammed the wine glass heavily onto the coffee table in front of him, producing a dull thud and splattering some wine. He waved his hands dramatically in the air. The new energy technology, once showcased in the competition, is an insurmountable peak for Long Country. Those so-called new energy vehicle companies of theirs are like little ants in front of my technology. I came to Long Country this time with full confidence, ready to thoroughly invade their market. He stood up and walked back and forth in the hall with large strides, his leather shoes making a rhythmic yet aggressive sound on the floor. I want them to know what true technological hegemony is. It won't be long before I bankrupt all their car companies, making them completely lose their voice in the new energy field, and they will have to obediently cede their market share. At that time, Long Country will be at our mercy. He crossed his arms over his chest heaving violently, his eyes filled with arrogance and pride, as if he could already see his victory. Master Ma's voice echoed throughout the banquet hall. Good. Master Ma is absolutely right. By then, Long Country will have to obey us. Ha 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 ha. The crowd was immersed in the illusory joy of victory. Just as the banquet hall was filled with laughter and dreams of dividing the Long Country market, A hurried sound of footsteps broke the seemingly harmonious atmosphere. Thud, thud, thud. A white man rushed towards the crowd, looking flustered, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his eyes filled with panic and unease. Not good, not good. His voice trembled, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The smiles on everyone's faces instantly froze, and a sense of foreboding spread through the air. Master Ma looked at the man with disdain. But the man, gasping for breath, didn't he notice Master Ma's expression? He struggled to speak. The Dragon Country's Institute of Nuclear Science just suddenly announced a major piece of news. They have successfully developed controllable nuclear fusion and claim that this technology is fully mature. It can not only be applied in the military field, but will also shine in civilian applications, such as in the automotive industry. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire banquet hall seemed to be muted, followed by a collective gasp. The expressions on everyone's faces were instantly replaced by shock, their eyes wide and mouths agape, as if they couldn't believe their ears. How is this possible? Controllable nuclear fusion has always been a challenging problem that the global scientific community has struggled with. How could the Dragon Country achieve a breakthrough so easily? An elderly man with white hair shook his head in disbelief, almost dropping his wine glass. Elon Musk's previously arrogant expression had vanished, replaced by astonishment and confusion. His brows furrowed, and a hint of panic flickered in his eyes as he leaned forward, seemingly wanting more confirmation from a messenger. Are you sure the news is true? Could it be that they're just bluffing? His voice lost its usual steadiness and carried a sense of urgency. People around began to murmur to each other, discussing the news. The banquet hall, once filled with arrogance and contempt, was now shrouded in a heavy atmosphere of seriousness and unease as everyone struggled to digest this sudden bombshell. Controllable nuclear fusion is one of the ultimate dreams of the scientific community. The energy it contains could change the entire world's energy landscape. Once realized, it would be an inexhaustible, clean energy source, allowing humanity to completely rid itself of dependence on traditional fossil fuels, and it would bring unprecedented changes in the military field, reshaping everything from power systems to strategic deterrence capabilities. The United States has invested countless human, material, and financial resources in this area, gathering the country's top scientific elites and spending decades, yet they have always been trapped by numerous technical challenges. The extreme temperature and pressure control, the confinement and stabilization of plasma, each of these is a nearly insurmountable barrier. They have repeatedly thought they were on the verge of a breakthrough, only to be pushed back to square one. Master Ma's lips trembled slightly as he muttered to himself, "This is impossible. How could they have conquered a problem that we have struggled with for years so quickly?" His hands unconsciously clenched, knuckles whitening from the effort, and his body swayed slightly. The people around him were also in a state of extreme disbelief, echoing each other. Exactly. How could they break through so quickly, and even claim it's mature? I don't believe it. This must be a deception. It must have taken them a lot of time. How could they have broken through so fast? How could we in the United States not know about this? Someone angrily smashed their wine glass on the floor, the sound of shattering glass piercing the silence of the banquet hall. Others paced back and forth, scratching their heads and mumbling that all of this must be fake. The expressions of the guests darkened as if they could squeeze water from them. Their hearts instinctively resisted this news, but reason told them that, given the authority and international influence of the Institute of Nuclear Science, such a significant announcement regarding a national scientific breakthrough could not possibly be a joke. Nor was there any need to lie. Everyone was in a panic. If this news is true, what will they do now? Chapter 59. Tesla's stock price plummets. Military arrives at the Institute of Nuclear Science. How could this be? We have already invested so much in the new energy field. How could they suddenly overtake us? Musk's voice was slightly hoarse, filled with reluctance and anxiety. Tesla's proud new energy technology was nothing compared to controllable nuclear fusion. Their technology ultimately relied on limited energy storage and conversion, while controllable nuclear fusion offers nearly endless energy supply. As expected, Tesla's stock price began to plummet. Investors fell into panic and started selling their shares. It's over. It's really over now. Master Ma muttered involuntarily, sensing the storm that would bring him a tremendous impact. The company's market value sharply shrank, and the once grand business blueprint became blurred at that moment. The news of the Dragon country's successful development of controllable nuclear fusion quickly spread. Soon, those investors who had once flocked to him began to waver, and partners were calling to inquire about the situation. The media was also quick to react, ready to report this astonishing reversal widely. The news swept across the internet, and public opinion quickly polarized. With controllable nuclear fusion coming out, who would still buy those so-called new energy vehicles? It's like having electric cars and still wanting to grab bicycles. Musk's previous arrogant declarations still lingered on the internet, but now, netizens began to mock him. Oh, isn't this the once mighty Master Ma? He said he would bankrupt our car companies. Now what? As soon as the controllable nuclear fusion technology from the Institute of Nuclear Science emerges, who is the one being eliminated by the times? A netizen sharply commented on social media, posting a photo of Musk's previous spirited speech, but with a clown's red nose added by users. Some people always used to admire foreign technology, thinking the moon abroad is rounder than ours. Now, does it hurt to get slapped in the face? Another netizen's comment quickly garnered thousands of likes. People began to dig up past statements that blindly praised foreign technology while belittling their own country's scientific capabilities, criticizing them one by one. Back then, you bragged so much. Does your face hurt now? You thought it was some golden rule, but it was just nonsense. Previously, some said that the Dragon country would take another 20 years to catch up with foreign technology levels. How do they explain that now? The breakthrough in controllable nuclear fusion is enough to prove that our scientific potential is limitless. Various related topics rapidly topped the trending searches, and the heat kept rising. Netizens were engaged in heated discussions in the comments, some directly mocking Musk and others, creating various humorous memes and jokes that circulated online. Those who once boasted about Tesla's unbeatable new energy technology should now be quiet, right? Our Dragon country is about to usher in a new era of energy revolution, and the world will belong to controllable nuclear fusion. In major automotive forums, discussions about national car companies soaring with the help of controllable nuclear fusion technology were also in full swing. People were filled with confidence about the future, and national pride surged on the internet. Those who once admired foreign technology could only hide in corners now, afraid to speak. As the internet was filled with calls for their denunciation and criticism, the entire domestic new energy vehicle industry would be completely rewritten by this technology. The CEOs of car companies, who usually furrowed their brows under market competition and foreign pressure, now seemed infused with endless vitality, all excited and animated. On the surface, the emergence of controllable nuclear fusion seemed to create ripples in the new energy vehicle market. After all, once this disruptive technology is widely applied, energy acquisition will become nearly inexhaustible, low-cost, and vastly different from the battery storage and charging models that traditional new energy vehicles rely on. The current product architecture and technology roadmap may face revolutionary adjustments, and the battery technology and range solutions that have been invested in with great hopes in the past may be reshaped and rewritten. However, for current domestic new energy vehicle companies, what lies behind this is more of a counterattack and the dawn of vindication. Unlike before, when they struggled to survive in the international market, foreign car companies relied on technological barriers, brand advantages, and united capital and public opinion to arbitrarily suppress domestic new energy vehicles. They used public opinion to smear and slander product quality and innovation capabilities, making it extremely difficult for domestic car companies. Every inch of overseas territory expansion and every technical breakthrough required multiple times the effort and cost. The emergence of controllable nuclear fusion in Dragon country holds entirely different significance. The independent and controllable nuclear fusion achievements of Dragon country mean subsequent research and development of energy support technologies. Local companies can take the lead, relying on their deep research foundation to first obtain the benefits of technology spillover, innovate power systems, optimize energy conversion processes, and let product performance soar ahead. From the perspective of the industrial chain, new materials and new infrastructure derived from controllable nuclear fusion are like fertile soil, nurturing the robust growth of car companies. The supply chain is no longer constrained by the outside. Key resources like rare earths can be efficiently allocated within the domestic cycle, giving rise to cost advantages and supply stability. Now, the executives of car companies cannot hide their joy, gathering in private rooms. Their passionate songs and the clinking of glasses are a release of pent-up emotions and a grand vision for the future. Beyond the influence on car companies, the military is the most affected by controllable nuclear fusion. Many senior military leaders are also excited and unable to sleep after hearing the news of controllable nuclear fusion. Although controllable nuclear fusion technology has already made breakthroughs, due to confidentiality principles, only a few top figures knew the details. However, according to reliable sources, controllable nuclear fusion technology has now matured and can even be scaled down for civilian use. Dragon Country is no longer hiding it and has directly laid its cards on the table. I am indeed remarkable. So what? Almost immediately after the news spread, several important figures in the military took urgent action. Ignoring the deep night, they quickly arranged vehicles and sped towards the Dragon Institute of Technology. The vehicles raced down the highway, with the night scenery outside the windows quickly passing like a series of blurry paintings, while the high-ranking leaders inside wore serious yet expectant expressions. They know that in this era where technology dominates the outcome of wars, being the first to master controllable nuclear fusion technology and apply it to the military is equivalent to holding an indestructible weapon on future battlefields. When the convoy arrived at the Dragon Institute of Technology, the entire campus was brightly lit, with busy researchers bustling about. The military leaders quickly walked into the research building, their footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. "I want to find Qin Tianhai," an old general shouted forcefully. Chapter 60. Shocked, the military wants to capture Qian? After meeting with the experts from the Dragon Institute of Technology, the military representatives did not engage in any small talk or pleasantries, directly stating their intentions. They hoped that controllable nuclear fusion technology could be applied to the military field at the fastest speed and the highest level. Whether it is the power system upgrade of new warships, the energy endurance expansion of long-range strategic weapons, or the construction of energy self-sufficiency systems for military bases, this technology will bring revolutionary breakthroughs. For the entire day that followed, Qin Tianhai was busy hosting the military leaders from the Army, Navy, and Air Force. They all expressed their desire to apply it to their respective military areas without compromise. Qin Tianhai felt that this process was too long, and his scalp tingled with stress as heavy as a mountain. These military bigwigs had a powerful presence, and every question and demand carried an undeniable authority. Qin Tianhai found it difficult to cope, and in helplessness, he passed this tricky task to Qian Weigua, thinking that this young person was fearless and could handle it. Qin Tianhai's expression was somewhat embarrassed. "Little Qian, I can't bear this burden. You take it." After all, they would give face to a child. Qian Weigua was pushed to the front line and felt somewhat intimidated in front of the respected military leaders, awkwardly greeting them. Those leaders scrutinized the young man before them with piercing eyes. They knew a little about Qian Weigua, the rising star of the Dragon Institute of Technology. However, they did not expect him to be even younger than they had imagined. But soon, admiration appeared in their eyes. An army general nodded slightly, his voice booming. "Little Qian, achieving this at such a young age is indeed remarkable. Heroes emerge in youth." An Air Force general added, "Seeing you handle things in an orderly manner and your deep understanding of technology, your future is limitless." A Navy Rear Admiral also smiled and affirmed, "At such a young age, taking on important responsibilities in such critical matters is a stroke of luck for our military." Faced with this wave of praise, Qian Weigua did not become complacent. He stood straight and humbly waved his hands, saying, "You all flatter me. My performance today is not solely due to my own efforts. The reason I have come this far in my research journey and achieved some results is because I have an exceptionally outstanding teacher, and that is Qi Yan. It was teacher Qi Yan who led me into the world of research, pointed me in the right direction when I was confused, patiently answered my questions when I encountered technical difficulties, and taught me experimental techniques and theoretical knowledge hand in hand. Without teacher Qi Yan's careful guidance and generous teachings, I would never be able to stand here to face all this. This honor is partly mine, but it is even more so my teacher's. Qianwei spoke sincerely, his eyes filled with respect and gratitude for his mentor, which made the military leaders present involuntarily hold Qi Yin in high regard, even though he was not present. However, the name Qi Yin caused a stir in their hearts. Military personnel are inherently sensitive to such matters, so upon hearing Qianwei's words, they did not press further. They found a secluded spot to discuss. Outside, a large crowd gathered, vigilantly guarding the place where they were meeting. Qi Yan's recent appearances have been too frequent. The breakthrough in cancer treatment drugs, followed closely by the breakthrough in controllable nuclear fusion technology, is intricately linked to him. An army general with graying hair but sharp eyes furrowed his brow and broke the silence first, his voice low and serious. The Air Force general beside him slightly nodded, revealing a hint of doubt in his eyes. Both matters are fundamental to the nation and could even influence the direction of global affairs. Such a close association with the same person cannot be mere coincidence. His fingers rhythmically tapped on the table. The Navy general's gaze was deep, pondering. If someone is deliberately orchestrating these events, the underlying motives could be unimaginable. He made a serious gesture, indicating whether they should control Qi Yan. Who exactly is Qi Yan? A genius working independently, or a pawn pushed to the forefront by a certain force? Such an uncontrollable factor is too dangerous for Dragon Country. It would be better if it could all be under our control. He stood up and paced back and forth, and the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly oppressive. For a moment, the conference room fell into a brief silence, with only heavy breaths and the increasingly rapid sound of footsteps. Everyone's minds raced, and various speculations flooded in. Just as the atmosphere in the conference room became nearly frozen, an elderly man suddenly pushed the door open. He appeared to be over 70, with a kind and gentle face, and the years had etched deep yet warm wrinkles on his face. He stood tall and straight, and although he was already old, he still exuded the unique tenacity of a soldier. His old military uniform, somewhat faded, was adorned with heavy metals. Each metal shimmered under the light, silently recounting the glorious history of the past. In the conference room, all the military bigwigs stood up almost immediately upon seeing him, their expressions serious and filled with admiration. This elder was a leading figure in the early days of the founding of the Dragon Country, galloping across the battlefield in a time of war and shattered lands. Each time he went to battle, he commanded with confidence, leading troops to breach enemy lines time and again, making significant contributions to the establishment and stabilization of the Dragon Country. In the early stages of national construction, he also dedicated himself to national defense, organizing military scientific research under harsh conditions, laying the foundation for the military modernization of the Dragon Country. It can be said that in military defense matters, he was the only figure with absolute authority. At this moment, his gaze slowly swept across the crowd, his eyes carrying an undeniable majesty. "Gentlemen, I know what you are thinking. It's best not to let baseless speculations disrupt our focus," said Elder Zhu in a deep and powerful voice. He had donated these 2 research projects to the Dragon Country free of charge. What was their doubt? Anything that benefits the country deserves our full support. The strength of a nation does not lie in tightly grasping everything in our hands, but in being inclusive and wisely utilizing the strengths of all parties. Now that controllable nuclear fusion technology has emerged, it is a vital asset for the nation and a key to changing the global landscape. Our foreign policy should also adapt to the times, using this technology as leverage to gain greater influence on the international stage and expand the space for national development. The crowd looked at Elder Zhu, the turmoil in their hearts gradually calming. His words were enlightening, making them realize that when facing significant opportunities, they should maintain a broader and wiser attitude. They had been too impatient. Under Elder Zhu's calming presence, the atmosphere in the conference room gradually shifted from tension and suspicion to serious contemplation. Everyone began to re-examine the profound impact of controllable nuclear fusion technology and the future strategic direction of the country. The emergence of controllable nuclear fusion technology in our Dragon Country is a blessing, and perhaps it is time for us to change our foreign policy. A slight smile appeared on Elder Zhu's lips, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Chapter 61. the United Nations General Assembly, the Dragon Country is utterly arrogant. If we talk about the largest organization in the world, it is undoubtedly the United Nations, an organization formed by over 200 countries on Blue Planet, where every order can shake the globe. Inside the venue of the United Nations General Assembly, the first thing that caught the eye was the large semicircular arrangement of seats, where rows of tables and chairs were neatly and orderly placed. The ceiling of the venue was extremely high, adorned with magnificent chandeliers, with countless crystal pendants reflecting dazzling light under the illumination. Flags from various countries stood around the venue, gently swaying in the breeze. On the podium, there was a simple yet solemn lectern, the wooden surface exuding a steady luster, with a microphone quietly standing there. The walls of the venue were embedded with profound artistic murals, depicting beautiful visions of world peace or illustrating historical moments of humanity moving forward hand in hand, silently conveying the purpose and ideals of the United Nations. Delegates began to enter the venue one after another, dressed in their respective traditional costumes or formal uniforms, engaging in soft exchanges with various languages intertwining to create a unique buzz. Representatives from various countries gathered, creating a grand scene. At first glance, it seemed like 100 flowers blooming, with diverse cultures and different political ideologies colliding and intersecting here, each country having the opportunity to express its own position and demands, presenting a lively and vibrant spectacle. However, in reality, there were 5 permanent members of the Security Council, resembling the 5 hegemons of the spring and autumn period, with 5 parts seemingly on equal footing. Yet it also resembled the 3 kingdoms, where the competition and balance of a few superpowers became the key to the delicate balance of international relations. Behind this, there was even a faint indication of a dual kingdom struggle, with the tension of competition and confrontation between 2 major powers permeating the discussions of many significant issues. At this moment, the United Nations General Assembly was as noisy as ever. Some small countries, instigated by the United States, maliciously slandered the Dragon Country without basis, fixating on the issue of cancer treatment drugs. They even spread rumors that the technological advancements of the Dragon Country were plagiarized achievements. Meanwhile, Longguo, the ambassador sent by the Dragon Country to the United Nations, was engaged in a verbal battle with them. His expression was extremely gloomy, his gaze sweeping over the representatives of various countries who were either passionately stating their positions or whispering to each other, feeling a mix of emotions. He removed the headphones on his head and muttered under his breath, "Seriously, I've never been in such a frustrating United Nations meeting. Why do they keep fixating on the cancer treatment technology? They want to share it with other countries for free, right? It's driving me crazy." The current international situation was chaotic, with some countries led by the United States forming a small organization, wary of the Dragon Country's growing influence, scheming to restrain its development. They made baseless accusations and maliciously made things difficult, while the Dragon Country was still in a critical stage of development and needed a stable external environment, thus could not easily sever ties with these forces. Wang Gang was also aware of the mission and responsibility he bore, feeling like a thorn in his back on this stage of the United Nations. He watched as the representatives of small countries, under the instigation of the United States, once again slandered the Dragon Country without evidence, their words filled with malice and prejudice. Abba. He could tell, just by watching their lips, what they were saying. Helpless, he had to put the headphones back on. At that moment, Wang Gang suddenly heard a hurried voice in his headphones. His expression first froze, then turned to shock, as his wide-open eyes seemed unable to believe what they were hearing. But soon, a wave of ecstasy began to ripple from the corners of his mouth, first slightly lifting, then evolving into uncontrollable laughter. He stood up and laughed heartily in the United Nations General Assembly Hall, regardless of his surroundings. Ha 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 ha! This sudden burst of laughter broke the original atmosphere of the venue, and delegates from various countries turned to him with shocked and puzzled expressions. Some representatives looked astonished, whispering to each other, speculating what could have happened to make the usually composed ambassador of the Dragon Country act so out of character. However, Wang Gang paid no attention to these gazes. His laughter echoed throughout the hall, as if it were a different kind of response to those who had always tried to suppress the dragon country. But the representatives of the small countries seemed to have caught the dragon country in a mistake and began their verbal attack. Is this your dragon country's attitude? Seriously, is this how your representative behaves here? Laughing without regard for the country's image? We are discussing the issue of freely donating cancer treatment drugs. It seemed they did not care about the image of a major country at all. HMPF, how arrogant. I suggest directly revoking the dragon country's permanent member status. They really do not deserve this position, being so arrogant. Exactly. The purpose of the United Nations is to promote world peace. How could they allow a country like the dragon country to disrupt world peace? I agree. I also agree. Wang Gang suddenly stood up, the pent-up frustration and indignation instantly transforming into a torrent of sharp words. His gaze was like a torch, directly targeting those small country representatives who were maliciously slandering the dragon country. His voice resonating throughout the hall. You countries have no dignity or sovereignty. Merely puppets of the United States. Dogs at their beck and call. That's right, kimchi country, I'm talking about you and all of you who are just following the trend. Willing to distort the truth and maliciously slander our dragon country to please your American master. Do you think this can hinder the rise of dragon country? It's simply wishful thinking. This sudden outburst left the representatives of several small countries, including pickled vegetable country, dumbfounded, their mouths agape, unable to speak for a long time. Originally, according to their prior collusion with the United States, they were just supposed to continue repeating those slanderous remarks and watch how the representatives of dragon country would struggle to respond. But now, this script has been completely disrupted. They anxiously turned their gazes towards the U.S. representative's seat, their eyes filled with desperation and fear, as if waiting for the U.S. representative to come to their rescue. Meanwhile, the U.S. representative was too preoccupied to pay attention to their pitiful expressions. With a furrowed brow, the U.S. representative was intently listening to the broadcast in his earpiece, his expression growing increasingly grim, shifting from initial calmness to seriousness and concern. The news coming through the earpiece was clearly putting them in some sort of predicament or dilemma. The atmosphere in the conference hall suddenly froze, with all the representatives secretly speculating about what kind of news could make the usually arrogant U.S. representative behave so uncharacteristically. What gave the Dragon Country ambassador such strong confidence to openly criticize here at the United Nations General Assembly? Those countries that had previously been targeting Dragon Country were now closing their mouths. Their earlier arrogance completely vanished. Chapter 62, Dragon Country. I'm calling you out, United States. Those small caramel countries were all looking at their U.S. big brother for help, but to their surprise, the next words from the U.S. representative stunned them. The U.S. representative stood up, breaking the silence first, forcing a somewhat awkward smile, and cleared his throat, saying, in today's world, globalization is an inevitable trend. And as a global village, we are all family, and we should help each other. There may have been misunderstandings and frictions in the past, but we should let them go with the wind. The previous firmness in his words had disappeared, replaced by an attempt at reconciliation. All the countries were shocked. What did this mean coming from the U.S., which had always been at odds with Dragon Country? Why were they not singing a different tune? There must be some trickery involved, big trickery. The representative of Little Cherry Blossom Country, seeing this, hurriedly approached, his face filled with sycophantic smiles, as if he had forgotten all the previous malicious actions, shamelessly saying, "That's right, everything before was a misunderstanding. From now on, we sincerely hope to work together with Dragon Country to contribute to world peace and development. In the United Nations, it has become tradition to say whatever the U.S. says." That flattering tone echoed in the conference hall, making Wang Gang feel a sense of disgust. Meanwhile, the small countries that had been cheering for the U.S. were now dumbfounded. They looked at each other, filled with confusion and disbelief, unable to comprehend why the situation had suddenly turned upside down. Just moments ago, they were united in attacking and slandering Dragon Country, and now they were all changing their faces, beginning to flatter. They felt anxious and restless. Their originally certain plans completely disrupted and could only stand by in bewilderment, waiting for further developments in this rapidly changing situation. Wang Gang, however, watched this dramatic scene with a slight cold smile. Hey, U.S. representative, can you stop pretending? It's really disgusting. Wang Gang directly scolded the U.S. without giving them any face, yet the U.S. representative didn't get angry, appearing rather accommodating. After a brief moment of silence and confusion, the representatives of the small countries who were lagging behind finally received the incredibly shocking news through their earpieces. Dragon Country has successfully achieved controllable nuclear fusion research, and it is already mature. Controllable nuclear fusion, hailed in the scientific community as the ultimate solution to humanity's energy problems, is of undeniable importance. It signifies an almost unlimited energy supply, which will completely rewrite the global energy landscape. Once controllable nuclear fusion is applied on a large scale, energy will no longer be a shackling constraint on human development. In the military sector, it will undoubtedly reshape the global military strategic balance. In industries such as transportation, communication, and aerospace, this technology will initiate a new chapter of development. For Dragon Country, the successful development of controllable nuclear fusion technology undoubtedly gives it the wings to soar. Economic development will no longer be constrained by energy bottlenecks. Technological innovation capabilities will be rapidly enhanced with sufficient energy support, and international influence will sharply rise with this great achievement. No wonder the U.S., a superpower that has long flaunted its might on the international stage, instantly backed down. Even little cherry blossom country quickly changed its attitude, go to great lengths to curry favor. Their greedy intentions were now painfully obvious, trying to take a share of the feast brought by Dragon Country's controllable nuclear fusion technology. The speed of this turnaround was astonishing. As the small countries realized all this, they fell into deep contemplation. At this moment, a cough sounded ahead. The U.S. representative saw the opportunity had come, cleared his throat, put away his earlier awkward expression, and adopted a seemingly sincere face. Taking the lead in speaking, the extraordinary achievement of Dragon Country in the field of controllable nuclear fusion has indeed attracted the attention of the entire world. This undoubtedly showcases the exceptional wisdom and unwavering perseverance of Dragon Country's scientific research team, serving as a model for global scientific research efforts. Such a great breakthrough has immeasurable positive significance for the future direction of the entire Blue Planet. As he spoke, the U.S. representative's demeanor became animated, showering compliments on Dragon Country. Suddenly, he turned the conversation around, shamelessly making demands. Given that this technology concerns the well-being of all humanity, we sincerely hope that Dragon Country can generously share controllable nuclear fusion technology with all countries. Of course, we also understand the immense value behind this. The United States is willing to offer a sum of money as a purchase price for this technology to show our sincerity. After saying this, the U.S. representative did not forget to signal the audience with his eyes, attempting to unite various forces to pressure Dragon Country. The representatives of Little Cherry Blossom Country and Pickled Vegetable Country understood and quickly echoed. The representative of Little Cherry Blossom Country nodded and said, "Dragon Country, your country has always been a model for us in Asia and even the world. Now that you have succeeded in this key technology, you should play the role of a great power and share the results with us." The representative of Pickled Vegetable Country chimed in, "Yes, this is a good thing that benefits all humanity. Dragon Country cannot keep it to itself." Faced with this series of pressure and moral coercion, Ambassador Wang Gang only smiled coldly. How could he not know the calculations the U.S. is making? He also knew that the U.S. possessed many top technologies, such as advanced chip manufacturing technology and certain core military technologies, which they have always kept secret. They imposed technological blockades on other countries to maintain their own technological hegemony and international superiority. Yet now, they're trying to make Dragon Country easily hand over the key technology of controllable nuclear fusion, which could change the world landscape. It's simply wishful thinking. His eyes reflected determination and disdain. You think your calculations are too good? You keep your core technologies tightly guarded and come to demand that Dragon Country share? Where's the logic in that? Ambassador Wang Gang firmly responded. The controllable nuclear fusion technology is the result of years of hard work and countless resources invested by Dragon Country's researchers. It concerns Dragon Country's future development and national security, and it cannot be shared lightly. Dragon Country is willing to engage in scientific cooperation with all countries on the basis of equality, mutual benefit, and respect for sovereignty. But it will never cede core technology under such coercion and inducement. Just like our cancer treatment technology, we will not share it with you for free. His words were resolute, demonstrating Dragon Country's firm stance and unyielding attitude. The U.S. representative was infuriated by Longguo's firm refusal. His face flushed red and his voice raised several decibels. What does Longguo mean by this? In matters concerning the welfare of all humanity. Such a lack of cooperation. Do you not understand the importance of unity and collaboration? With this attitude, do you intend to be adversarial with other countries and abandon friendly relations internationally? Are you forcing us to the brink of war? His aggressive demeanor suggested that if Longguo did not agree to share technology, it would be seen as a heinous crime. However, Wang Gang remained unfazed and even found it amusing. He calmly responded, "Is the U.S. threatening us? If you think this will force Longguo to submit, you are gravely mistaken. Fine, since you're so aggressive, Longguo can now withdraw from the P5 and leave the United Nations. We have our own development path and bottom line, and we will never compromise under such unreasonable demands." Wang Gang had come with the intention of representing his country, especially now that he had the backing of controllable nuclear fusion technology. He had a strong support system and confident negotiating power. This strategic advantage was gained through Longguo's scientific prowess, not to serve as a ransom to be extorted by other countries. Upon hearing Wang Gang's words, the U.S. representatives were taken aback. They had initially hoped to pressure Longguo into compliance through their hegemony, but they did not expect Longguo to be so resolute. Chapter 63. Longguo is withdrawing from the P5, and the U.S. is panicking. The U.S. representative quickly forced a smile, speaking hurriedly. It was just a joke. Please don't take it seriously. Longguo's position in the UN is crucial, and the stability and development of the UN cannot do without Longguo's participation. They understood that if Longguo truly decided to walk away, the UN's influence would be greatly diminished. The international order would fall into chaos, and the U.S.'s ambitions to maintain dominance within the existing international system would be completely thwarted. Although the U.S. was reluctant in the face of Longguo's tough stance, they truly had no countermeasures. The once arrogant momentum aimed at pressuring Longguo into submission gradually dissipated, and they could only suppress their calculations for the moment, preparing for a long-term strategy. After all, Longguo now held the trump card of controllable nuclear fusion, which could no longer be easily manipulated as in the past. With controllable nuclear fusion technology, Longguo would completely break free from constraints in the energy sector. Industrial development would soar, and technological innovation would accelerate due to abundant and cheap energy supplies. In military terms, the potential strategic advantages brought by this technology could not be underestimated, ensuring national security and sovereignty. Economically, the significant reduction in energy costs would enhance the competitiveness of Longguo's products, attracting more international capital and cooperation projects. Moreover, as time goes on, Longguo, leveraging this technology, would surely make significant progress in various fields, continuously elevating its comprehensive national strength. It was only a matter of time before it surpassed the U.S. Today, the U.S., while still a world power, was showing signs of anxiety and helplessness in the face of Longguo's strong technological breakthrough. Meanwhile, those smaller countries that had always followed behind the great powers were keenly sensing the subtle changes in the global landscape. They began to privately assess how to engage with Longguo. Some visionary small countries realized that clinging to Longguo's leg and actively seeking cooperation opportunities might allow them to benefit in the future global economic and technological transformations. They sought to board the fast train of Longguo's development rather than continue to be pawns and cannon fodder under U.S. hegemony. Thus, they began to reassess their diplomatic strategies, trying to extend olive branches to Longguo, hoping to secure a favorable position in the formation of the New World Order. Meanwhile, on the side of Master Ma, he was anxiously asking U.S. tech, and political bigwigs if there was any way to suppress Longguo's controllable nuclear fusion technology, or if the U.S. could also contribute similar research projects. However, he received a firm rejection. In that moment, he was completely dumbfounded, with only one thought left in his mind. This is really unplayable. Tesla's stock price continued to drop, and as he watched the declining stock price curve, his anger and helplessness erupted like a volcano. To minimize losses, Musk reluctantly decided to sell the existing vehicles quickly to recoup funds and weather the crisis. But when he turned his attention to the Longguo market, he found that Tesla's cars were facing unprecedented difficulties. The Longguo market was no longer buying. He couldn't sell them. On major online platforms, discussions about Tesla erupted, with all sorts of comments pouring in. With controllable nuclear fusion technology on the verge of being released, who would still buy ordinary electric cars now? Longguo's first batch of controllable nuclear fusion vehicles was the direction of the future. Only a fool will buy traditional electric cars at this time. Why not wait to see Longguo's technological miracle? Haha, if anyone still goes to buy Tesla electric cars now, I would really laugh at them for a lifetime. Isn't this clearly being eliminated by the times? Longguo's own new energy vehicle technology was also continuously improving. Combined with the advantages of future energy transformation, Tesla's competitiveness was plummeting. Supporting domestic products, Longguo's technology was rising. And of course, we would choose local brands first. Seeing these sharp and hopeful comments, Musk's inner defenses completely collapsed. He knew that if he did not take action, Tesla would be completely marginalized in the Longguo market. So, gritting his teeth, he decided to significantly reduce the price of Tesla cars to stop the losses. Initially, he tried to lower the price by 10 to 20, thinking it would attract consumers, but the market response was extremely tepid, and sales figures remained stagnant. Anxious, Musk gritted his teeth and continued to increase the price cut, reducing it by 30, 40, until it dropped to 70, finally attracting some consumers to make purchases. However, such low-price sales compressed Tesla's profit margins to the extreme, and the brand image suffered a heavy blow. Master Ma slumped helplessly on the office sofa, his eyes filled with exhaustion and defeat. He realized that in this confrontation with the wave of Longguo's technological revolution, Tesla had already fallen behind. No more, he murmured to himself. On a quiet night, without notifying anyone, Master Ma packed up and boarded a flight back to the U.S. At the moment the plane took off, he looked out at the gradually shrinking city lights, feeling a mix of emotions. Musk's disheveled and dejected return to America did not escape the lenses of some people. The photos quickly spread online, sparking a new wave of discussion and mockery. Look, the once invincible Musk can only run away with his tail between his legs now. This is the outcome of failing to keep up with Longguo's technological pace. Did he really think he could dominate the new energy vehicle field forever? I said it. Longguo's technological rise is unstoppable. Master Ma was still dreaming of continuing his monopoly here, and now he's been harshly slapped in the face by reality. He had previously boasted about how great their electric vehicle technology was, but as soon as Longguo launched a new energy solution, everything was exposed. This is what it means for fortunes to turn. While Longguo's researchers were working hard, some people were still complacent. Now they know how formidable it is. Look at his disheveled appearance. Is he thinking about how to explain this to the U.S.? Longguo's technology is not something that can be boasted about. It is real hard power. Various mocking comments spread freely in the online space, and Musk once again became the laughingstock of the public. Chi Yen, watching the shifting public opinion online, couldn't help but feel a sense of comfort. From the initial unwarranted doubts and malicious slanders faced by the Dragon Kingdom, to now being able to make the world re-evaluate it through solid technology, all the hardships along the way have turned into a heart full of pride at this moment. This is the success of controllable nuclear fusion technology, allowing the Dragon Kingdom to stand at the forefront of technological revolution, gaining a voice and influence. Chapter 64. The research progress of the nanolithography machine technology has reached 90. Qian glanced at the time, unconsciously rubbing his fingers, silently calculating the days in his heart. There are only 20 days left until the specialized undergraduate entrance exam, and his eyes were filled with tension and anticipation. He hoped that all the students he was mentoring could successfully advance to the undergraduate program. Suddenly, a familiar mechanical voice unexpectedly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host, student Chen Feng, has reached 90 progress in nanochip technology research, generating progress rewards. Qi Yin was slightly taken aback. He hadn't heard this voice in a long time. He had been busy with the research on cancer miracle drugs and controllable nuclear fusion, and it seemed that other students hadn't asked him any questions either. He and paid much attention. But was Chen Feng the one who usually liked to slack off? How could his progress be so fast? Ding! Rewarding the host with malicious perception ability. The host can sense enemies with malicious intent within a radius of 100 meters. The mechanical voice sounded again, and a hint of surprise flashed in Qi Yan's eyes. Malicious perception ability? That sounded like a very magical reward. But he was still filled with surprise and confusion. Wasn't Chen Feng the one who liked to slack off? How did he reach 90 progress so quickly? I really didn't expect him to progress this fast. He frowned, and images of Chen Feng's usual lazy demeanor kept surfacing in his mind. This curiosity and doubt quickly spread in Qi Yan's heart, driving him to find Chen Feng and ask for clarification. He hurriedly stood up and headed straight for Chen Feng's dormitory. However, when he opened the dormitory door, he found that Chen Feng was not there. Qi Yan was stunned, increasingly feeling that something was off, because at this time, Chen Feng was either swimming in the canyon or lost in dreams. Where could that kid possibly go at this late hour? Qi Yan muttered to himself. Hey, do you guys know where Chen Feng went? He asked a few of Chen Feng's dorm mates. After a while of inquiries, they told him that Chen Feng was actually studying in the self-study room. Qi Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, and he raised his hand to check the time. The hour hand had already pointed to 10 p.m. At this time, he was still in the self-study room, while Qi Yan muttered to himself. He quickened his pace towards the self-study room. The school at 10 o'clock was very quiet and a bit chilly, with streetlights casting a dim yellow light. Qi Yan's shadow stretched long under the light. His heart was both anxious and curious, and his steps unconsciously quickened. However, along the way, Qi Yan noticed something. Every person he encountered had a glowing aura above their heads, as if they were shining lights. Most were yellow lights, but there were also a few red lights. Qi Yan saw the previously demoted Dean Wang. Although he had been demoted, he hadn't immediately left the school. Hello, Dean Wang. Qi Yan greeted instinctively, causing Wang Dahai, who had been trying hard to avoid him, to let out a bitter smile. Teacher Qi, oh no. It should be Principal Qi now. Congratulations on your promotion. Is there something going on so late? Nothing much, just looking for my student. Dean Wang is quite determined too. Coming out to exercise so late. Ha, I'm no longer the dean, just call me Xiao Wang. Wang Dahai said with a flattering look, genuinely afraid of Qi Yan, showering him with compliments. Qi Yan felt helpless. He didn't like this version of Wang Dahai. It would be better if he were a bit tougher and made Qi Yan look at him with more respect. Finding it boring, Qi Yan exchanged a couple of pleasantries before leaving. Before long, Qi Yan arrived at the self-study room door. Peering through the window, he saw Chen Feng sitting in the corner, completely focused on the books and materials in front of him, with his pen continuously writing on the paper. Qi Yan stood there quietly, gazing at Chen Feng, who seemed like a different person, his heart filled with indescribable surprise. What's going on here? Qi Yan frowned slightly. He truly couldn't understand what had caused this seemingly lazy student to undergo such a significant transformation, working so hard on nanochip technology at this late hour. Was he the one who slacked off the most? Qi Yan continued to watch Chen Feng from outside. His chubby face showed signs of fatigue, yet he exuded an incredible focus. The round cheeks glowed softly under the desk lamp, and the strands of hair on his forehead were damp with sweat. Sticking to his forehead, his eyes were tightly fixed on the book, and his pen quickly left marks on the paper. Standing at the door, Qi Yan looked at this scene, feeling a sense of strangeness. In his impression, Chen Feng was the most lazy student among all his students. In the past, during class, this kid always found various excuses to slack off, either secretly playing with his phone under the desk or pretending to sleep on the table. The assigned homework was often dragged out, and he would do the bare minimum, truly a master of slacking off. But Qi Yan had to admit that Chen Feng was very smart. He learned things quickly. While other students might need to ponder over the same knowledge point repeatedly to understand, he could grasp the key points in a short time. It was just that this cleverness wasn't applied in the right places, which made Yin both angry and helpless. And at this moment, the Chun Feng in front of him, burning the midnight oil and neglecting his sleep, formed a stark contrast to his past image. Yin couldn't help but wonder if he had walked into the wrong place or was dreaming. He slowly walked forward, taking light steps, afraid of disturbing the immersed Chun Feng. Chun Feng, Yin called out as he got closer. Hearing the call, Chun Feng slowly raised his head, revealing bloodshot and slightly red eyes to Yin. He also had heavy dark circles under his eyes, exuding an air of extreme exhaustion. Yin's heart tightened, and he hurriedly asked, Chun Feng, what is wrong with you? Why are you suddenly studying so hard? It's nothing. I just want to study. Chun Feng's expression was evasive, while Yin's expression was stern. Chun Feng, are you trying to deceive even me, your teacher? Chun Feng's expression froze, and Yin continued, if there is something, just say it. Do you think I can't find out if I check one by one? You must always remember, I am your teacher, and I am responsible for everything about you at school. You can also rely on me. Teacher, Chun Feng finally couldn't hold it in any longer. His lips trembled slightly, and a wronged expression appeared on his face. His voice choked with emotion as he began to recount the changes that had happened at home. Yin quietly listened from the side. It turned out that Chun Feng previously had an enviable and happy family. His father was a senior executive at a company, with a high income that provided a comfortable material life for the family. His mother devoted herself entirely to taking care of the home, managing everything in an orderly manner. Chun Feng grew up carefree in such a warm and harmonious environment. However, this peace was ruthlessly shattered not long ago. Due to his father's busy work, he spent less and less time with the family. Gradually, some unusual signs began to emerge at home, until one day, his mother accidentally discovered that his father had a mistress outside and had already had a child. Chapter 65. Chun Feng's story, I want to earn a lot of money. This thunderbolt from a clear sky plunged his mother into immense pain and despair. Overwhelmed with shock and anger, she mustered the courage to confront his father. Unexpectedly, not only did father show no remorse or guilt, but he also became enraged and slapped mother across the face. The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the room and struck heavily on Chun Feng's heart. He cried out angrily, saying that mothers were eating off him, using his resources, and had no right to interfere in his matters. They only needed to stay at home and educate the children. Chun Feng rushed forward to argue with his father, but he was met with a brutal beating. Father even threatened to cut off his allowance, leaving him to fend for himself. Yin listened, feeling a mix of emotions. Chun Feng was already crying uncontrollably, yet he continued to speak. He felt both heartbroken and regretful for Chun Feng's family situation, and at the same time, he was comforted and admired Chun Feng for his rapid growth and transformation in adversity. The family's upheaval had thrown Chun Feng, once a child who could rely on his parents and enjoy life, into the cruel abyss of reality. He gently patted Chun Feng's shoulder, saying, Chun Feng, although you have faced so much suffering, you must believe that as long as you persevere and work hard, the future will surely get better. The teacher will support you. Chun Feng kept talking. Teacher Chi, my mom has really treated me well. Chun Feng's voice trembled slightly, tears welling in his eyes. She was once an outstanding student, even better than my dad academically. But ever since I was born, in order to take care of the family wholeheartedly and ensure I grow up healthy and happy, she resolutely gave up her career and willingly became a housewife. Chun Feng's face was filled with pain and unwillingness as he continued, for so many years. She has silently contributed, managing the household meticulously and pouring all her love into me. But now, just because my mom looks older and has wrinkles, that bastard dad actually starts to despise her. At this point, Chun Feng's tears streamed down his face, his eyes becoming even redder and more swollen from crying. Yin looked at the heartbroken student in front of him, feeling a deep sense of sorrow. The cheerful and somewhat mischievous chubby boy he usually knew was now bearing such immense pain and grievance, as if the burdens of life were bending his shoulders. Teacher Chi, I must become my mother's support. Chun Feng raised his head, his eyes filled with determination. Although his vision was blurred with tears, one could still see the flickering resolve. I want to earn money, to have a lot of money, and to hold a respected position. Only then can I protect my mom and prevent her from being bullied by anyone. However, with a change in tone, a hint of guilt appeared on Chen Feng's face. Like a child who had done something wrong, he looked at Qi Yin with a pitiful expression, his voice becoming low and timid. Teacher, am I disappointing you? Am I pursuing a somewhat shameful goal by doing research for this reason, instead of purely seeking the truth and progress of science? Qi Yin gently shook his head, moved closer to Chen Feng, and gently wiped the tears from his face. Qi Yin slightly bent down, looking at Chen Feng with a soft yet firm gaze. At that moment, the usual playful and lazy demeanor of Chen Feng had vanished, replaced by exhaustion and sorrow. His chubby face seemed to have lost some weight, his rounded chin appearing sharper, and his eyes, swollen and red from crying, resembled two ripe peaches with dark circles under them. His once bright and lively eyes were now filled with bloodshot veins, but still stubbornly flickered with a hint of unwillingness and determination. Qi Yin softly comforted him. Chen Feng, you must not have such thoughts. It is completely normal to desire wealth and status to protect your family. It's what you deserve. In the face of life's challenges, your ability to grow quickly and find your direction is already quite remarkable. Although scientific research pursues a higher academic realm, it can also be a pathway to achieve your personal goals and change your destiny. Your mother has raised you with great effort, and her love for you is pure and profound. Now that you want to become her support, this is an invaluable act of filial piety. As he spoke, Qi Yin gently patted Chen Feng's shoulder, which trembled slightly with his sobs. Qi Yin continued, I believe that when you achieve success through your efforts, your mother will certainly be proud of you. She will see her child rise in adversity and become a responsible and capable person. I also believe that as long as you hold onto this firm belief and work hard on the path of scientific research, you will not only fulfill your wishes, but also bring unique contributions to this field. Upon hearing Qi Yin's words, Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, but then hope reignited in his eyes. He nodded vigorously, as if at that moment he drew boundless strength from his teacher's encouragement. At this point, Qi Yin shifted his tone, earnestly reminding him, however, you must also understand that the road of scientific research is long and cannot be achieved overnight. Just like the research on chip technology, it requires steady and methodical progress. Now, you must learn to balance work and rest. Excessive fatigue will only backfire and affect your efficiency and physical and mental health. Chen Feng listened to Qi Yan's words, his nose twitching like a child who had been wronged. He wiped his tears with his chubby hands, the flesh on his wrist jiggling slightly with the motion, exuding a sense of cuteness and clumsiness. Teacher, understand, Chen Feng said in a muffled voice, still tinged with the remnants of crying, finally revealing a hint of a smile, albeit one filled with fatigue. That's right. Now hurry back to your dormitory and rest well. You need to replenish your energy to better engage in your upcoming studies and research, Qi Yin said with an undeniable tone. Chen Feng obediently packed his books, his fingers, which usually adeptly played with various trinkets, now moving slowly but with great seriousness as he organized his materials. Under Qi Yin's watchful gaze, he slowly walked out of the study room, his steps somewhat heavy, yet incredibly resolute, his chubby silhouette gradually fading in the light, seemingly carrying countless dreams and responsibilities. Qi Yin watched his departing figure, silently wishing him well, hoping he could realize his dreams in the future and protect the love and concern he held for his mother. Chapter 66. The United States takes action to restrict chip exports to the Dragon Country. In a solemn and serious conference room in the United States, the atmosphere was tense. Around the large oval conference table sat a group of influential figures in the United States. They were dressed in crisp suits or military uniforms, sitting upright, but their worried and anxious expressions were hard to conceal. Each of them was sitting stiffly, their eyes revealing shrewdness, and their fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. Some had their hands crossed in front of their chests, often exchanging meaningful glances with each other. They all knew what this meeting was about. As the meeting began, an elderly man with graying hair stood up. He cleared his throat and spoke in a deep, hoarse voice. Ladies and gentlemen, the Dragon Country now poses an unprecedented threat to us. We cannot just sit and wait for our doom. You must be aware that recently, they have made significant breakthroughs in two key technologies. First is the emergence of a cancer miracle drug, which will allow the Dragon Country to dominate the global healthcare field, saving countless lives, and the associated economic benefits and international reputation will surge towards the Dragon Country like a tide. He paused, his expression becoming even more grave. What is more terrifying is that their controllable nuclear fusion technology has also made tremendous progress. This means that the Dragon Country is about to achieve a leap in the energy sector, freeing itself from dependence on traditional energy sources and possessing almost limitless clean energy supplies. In this way, their industrial development will no longer be constrained by energy. An economic takeoff is just around the corner. By then, even if we want to stop it, we won't be able to. His words instantly stirred up a great commotion. The conference room erupted in chaos, and everyone's expressions turned extremely grim. Most of them furrowed their brows tightly, as if they could crush a fly with the lines on their foreheads. Why has Longguo suddenly made such rapid progress in this area when it had been slow and steady before? A young and impetuous man stood up and said, his face flushed and veins bulging on his forehead. Everyone nodded in agreement, filled with confusion and disbelief. They simply couldn't understand what had enabled Longguo to achieve such astonishing technological breakthroughs in a short time. In their perception, the United States had always been the dominant power in the technology sector, yet now this position seemed precarious. A senior official from the White House rubbed his temples and sighed. Now is not the time to question this. If we do not take action to stop it, allowing Longguo to develop unchecked, it won't be long before the United States loses its international standing. At that time, the global political and economic landscape will be completely rewritten, and we cannot sit idly by. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes, as if he had already begun to devise a countermeasure in his mind. Others also fell into deep thought, and the entire conference room was enveloped in a stifling and tense atmosphere. After a brief silence, the attendees began to passionately discuss plans to sanction Longguo. Voices rose and fell, with some advocating for a complete trade blockade, while others suggested isolating Longguo diplomatically. However, these plans were fraught with various risks and uncertainties. Just as the debate reached a stalemate, an academician from the National Academy of Sciences slowly stood up. He was tall and thin, with neatly combed silver hair, deep-set eyes gleaming with wisdom behind his glasses, and a confident smile on his face. I have a method. His voice was steady and powerful, instantly capturing everyone's attention. That is to start with the lithography technology. Currently, the pinnacle of lithography technology can achieve precision of around 5 nanometers, and this advanced technology is in the hands of our ally Holland. The academician walked calmly to the front of the conference room, pacing as he elaborated. Chips are the core of modern high technology. Whether it is artificial intelligence, communication technology, military equipment, or aerospace, all high-tech industries heavily rely on chips. Although Longguo has made significant progress in many fields, it still has a considerable dependence on external technology in high-end chip manufacturing. He paused for a moment, glanced around, and seeing the focused expressions of the crowd, continued. We can propose that Holland restrict chip exports to Longguo, placing Longguo in a predicament with no chips available. Once they lose support from chips, their high-tech industry will suffer severe blows, and economic development will face tremendous obstacles. In this way, Longguo will inevitably realize the seriousness of the problem and ultimately have to bow to us, obediently handing over the technology for cancer treatment and controllable nuclear fusion, allowing us to continue solidifying the United States' position as the global leader. After the academician finished speaking, there was a moment of silence in the conference room, followed by enthusiastic applause. The once furrowed brows of the bigwigs now displayed proud smiles, as if they could already envision Longguo yielding under sanctions. At this moment, the atmosphere in the conference room became jubilant, and the gloom on everyone's faces was swept away, replaced by uncontrollable joy. Wonderful! This plan is brilliant. A military bigwig in a splendid uniform adorned with medals suddenly slammed the table. The water cups on the table trembled slightly, and his rough voice was full of admiration. No wonder he is an elite from the Academy of Sciences. This tactic of cutting off the supply will surely put Longguo in a desperate situation. Other bigwigs nodded in agreement, showering him with compliments. A senior official from the White House, with a beaming smile and a cunning glint in his eyes, said, "This plan is simply seamless. No matter how powerful Longguo is, without chips, they will have to comply." Amidst the praises, everyone quickly sprang into action, beginning to arrange personnel to implement the sanction plan. U.S. diplomats hurriedly traveled between various allied countries, conveying the order to sanction Longguo on chip exports. The reasons they provided were simple and perfunctory. A sudden chip shortage made it difficult to meet domestic demand. But in reality, everyone was tacitly aware that this was just a grand excuse, driven by interests and hegemony. Although some of the U.S. allies had doubts, they had no choice but to follow orders. In the government departments of Holland, officials gathered to discuss how to implement the chip embargo against Longguo. Some business owners felt regretful about losing such a vast market, but under the pressure of national policy, they could only cooperate helplessly. Meanwhile, some U.S. allies in Asia, such as Sakura country and Kimchi country, also began to adjust their trade policies, restricting the export of chip-related products to Longguo. Their customs strengthened inspections on chip goods, and containers of chips originally destined for Longguo were seized at the ports. The entire world was stirred by an invisible hand, and a storm of sanctions against Longguo led by the U.S. was rapidly sweeping across. Chapter 67. The Tragic Rice Company. No chips available. The policies discussed by the United States had already begun to be quietly implemented, and the smartphone manufacturers in Longguo became the first wave of victims. At this moment, at the headquarters of the rice company in Longguo's bustling business center, President Lei Jun's office is located on the top floor of the building, spacious and bright, with a simple yet elegant decor. At this moment, Lei Jun was sitting behind a large desk piled high with various documents and materials, his gaze intensely focused. The pen in his hand occasionally jotted down notes on paper, clearly planning carefully for the company's development. The data on the computer screen flickered continuously, and he sometimes frowned in thought, while at other times a satisfied smile appeared, fully displaying his strategic prowess. Today was particularly special for him, as he was live streaming to the entire internet to promote the upcoming new Rice 13 smartphone. In the live stream camera, Lei Jun, dressed in a sharp suit, appeared energetic. He enthusiastically introduced the various highlights of the new product. Our Rice 13 smartphone takes photos like no other, with a resolution high enough for you to count the craters on the moon. The comments quickly filled the screen, with one viewer joking, "President Lei, if this phone is so amazing, does it mean it will be sold at an astronomical price? If you sell it like the U.S. Apple, I can't afford it." Lei Jun laughed heartily and humorously replied, "Astronomical price? That won't do. We want everyone to easily enjoy high technology, not robbing a bank. The price will definitely be affordable, guaranteed to surprise you." Another comment asked, "President Lei, will the Rice 13 still heat up like the previous phones? It could be used as a warming phone." Lei Jun pretended to be serious and said, "Heat up? That's impossible. If it dares to heat up, I'll throw it to Antarctica to cool off." This made the audience send laughter emojis, and the atmosphere in the live stream was lively and cheerful. Thus, Lei Jun humorously kicked off the pre-launch activity for the Rice 13 smartphone amid his busy work. In the business world of Longguo, Lei Jun is undoubtedly a highly influential legendary figure. The rice company he leads has a powerful rice industry chain that spans various upstream and downstream fields. Although it is often criticized from the outside and seen as a low-end processing factory lacking technological content, Lei Jun has carved out a unique development path with his visionary strategic insight and decisive execution. In the mobile phone business sector, he keenly sensed the strong demand among the general public for affordable, high-quality smartphones. Through arduous negotiations with numerous suppliers and a complete restructuring of the internal research and production system, he successfully broke through the dual shackles of technology and cost. Moreover, despite the pressure and doubts from peers, he relied on his strong integration capabilities and business acumen to bring smartphone prices down to a more accessible level. This allowed the Xiaomi phones to sell well in the market at affordable prices, making them a technology product within reach for the general populace of the Dragon Country. As a result, Lei Jun established a high prestige among civilian consumers, and Xiaomi steadily rose amidst skepticism, gradually shaping its image and position in the industry, moving towards becoming a technology leader and a diversified industrial giant. However, amidst this vibrant live broadcast atmosphere, one of his subordinates rushed into the office with a panic-stricken expression. He quickly walked up to Lei Jun, leaned down, and whispered a few words in his ear. Lei Jun's previously enthusiastic face instantly froze, followed by a furrowed brow, a flash of disbelief and anger in his eyes, and his expression gradually darkened. The barrage of comments was immediately filled with confusion. What happened? Why does Lei Jun suddenly look so bad? He seemed fine just a moment ago. How did he change so quickly? What on earth happened? I'm so curious. The audience speculated in a flurry, and the heat in the live broadcast room continued to rise. Lei Jun suppressed the turmoil within him, took a few deep breaths to try to calm himself, but his unappealing expression still could not be hidden. He faced the live broadcast camera and announced to the viewers, his voice slightly hoarse and heavy. Dear friends, I regret to inform you that the launch of the Xiaomi 13 phone may be delayed. As soon as these words were spoken, the live broadcast room erupted in chaos, with viewers expressing their confusion in the comments. Why? We've waited so long. It was about to be released. Why the sudden delay? Seeing the barrage of questions, Lei Jun helplessly explained, it's due to a problem with the phone's chips, and we are working hard to find a solution. Just as he finished speaking, the live broadcast room was in an uproar. At that moment, someone in the comments revealed, brothers, I know the reason. Everyone, check the trending topics. Something happened. Something happened. Many quickly switched pages, only to see that the trending topics included terms like foreign countries refuse to provide lithography machines to the Dragon Country and claim of insufficient domestic chip supply, restricting exports to the Dragon Country, rapidly climbing the ranks. It was clear to anyone that this was a statement released by the United States in conjunction with several other countries. They claimed that due to insufficient domestic chip supply, they would restrict chip exports to the Dragon Country. As is well known, chips are the core driving force of modern technology, and their manufacturing hinges on lithography machines. Lithography machines are the magical devices that engrave complex circuit structures onto tiny silicon wafers, serving as the core equipment that transforms chip designs into physical products. However, the difficulty of manufacturing lithography machines is beyond imagination. Their complexity and precision far exceed that of atomic bombs. The principle behind atomic bomb manufacturing is based on nuclear physical reactions, which can be considered engineering practices under specific scientific theoretical frameworks. In contrast, lithography machines involve the integration of cutting-edge technologies across multiple disciplines, such as optics, mechanics, electronics, and materials, requiring stable and efficient operations at the microscopic nanoscale precision. Globally, no country can independently complete the manufacturing of lithography machines. While Holland occupies a leading position in this field, it is actually under the joint control of Western countries. By controlling the technology and production of lithography machines, Western countries firmly hold the upstream advantage in the global chip industry chain, treating chips as a strategic resource and imposing restrictions on exports, thereby constraining the technological development of other countries. This puts many technology companies in the Dragon Country under severe challenges, with Xiaomi also caught in the crisis of chip supply disruption, directly threatening the launch of its new products and even the survival and development of the entire enterprise. The news swept across the internet like a storm, plunging netizens into panic and despair. The comments in the live broadcast room were rolling in frantically. What are we going to do? The Dragon Country's electronics industry is going to suffer a major blow. Without chips, mobile phones, computers, and nearly all electronic products would be paralyzed. The Dragon Country's market would truly fall into a dire predicament. These countries are doing this on purpose. Perhaps the United States is behind it. This is outrageous. Chapter 68, Qianweigua. I think my teacher can research a lithography machine. Everyone realized that chips, as the core components of modern technological products, have a supply shortage that is akin to choking the throat of various industries. From high-end smartphones to everyday smartwatches, from advanced medical devices to convenient electronic payment terminals. None can function normally without chips. As panic spread, online public opinion began to grow complex. Some ill-intentioned netizens started to make sarcastic remarks, saying, this is karma. Previously, when the Dragon Country made breakthroughs in cancer treatment technology and controllable nuclear fusion technology, it kept everything tightly under wraps and was unwilling to share anything. Now look, they're being choked on chips. Serves them right. They should have shared everything back then. It wouldn't have come to this. Seriously, you people from the Dragon Country are so selfish. What's wrong with us refusing to export chips to your country? Are you allowed to refuse to share cancer treatment drugs and controllable nuclear fusion? Such comments sparked intense debates. Some netizens retorted, technological achievements are the result of independent research and development. We have the right to decide whether to share. How can this be the same? Why should we suffer such retaliatory treatment because of this? You really think highly of yourselves. This is not even on the same level. How can you compare? It's just a lithography machine, right? The Dragon Country will make one eventually. However, the former voices did not subside. They continued to incite public sentiment. The Dragon Country has always wanted a rise in the high-tech field, but now even chips are under foreign control. How can they talk about becoming a technological powerhouse? Those so-called breakthroughs are just fleeting. Then go ahead and make your chips before you speak. What are you shouting about? Yet, some rational netizens were striving to call for calm. Everyone, stop arguing. This isn't the time for bickering with others. We should unite to support domestic companies in overcoming the chip problem. But under the shadow of panic, such voices seemed somewhat weak. In an instant, the entire technology industry in the Dragon Country fell into chaos. The atmosphere in the offices of major enterprises was filled with tension and oppression. The heads of these companies wore frowns and looked haggard. Their hearts felt as if they were being scorched by fierce flames. They understood the seriousness of the chip supply disruption. It was akin to losing the foundation of a building, putting the company's future at serious risk. Some small electronic enterprises even began to see their employees in a state of anxiety, worried about company closures and seeking alternative paths. Meanwhile, those large enterprises relying on imported chips were on pins and needles, watching their dwindling inventory data. At the Xiaomi headquarters, Lei Jun gazed at the bustling cityscape outside the window, but his heart was filled with desolation. He knew that, at the current rate of chip consumption, the inventory would be depleted in a maximum of 2 months, at which point the production line would have to stop, leading to massive economic losses and a loss of market share for the company. He slammed his fist against the wall, letting out a desperate roar. If only the Dragon Country had its own lithography machines. In this predicament, they deeply realized that their long-term reliance on foreign chip supplies had placed them in such a passive position in the international technological competition. At this moment, they are eager for the country to possess the capability to independently research and produce advanced lithography machines, breaking this technological shackles and freeing the Dragon Kingdom's technology industry from dependence. In a conference room at the Dragon Academy of Sciences, the atmosphere is as tense as the oppressive air before a storm. Academician Qin Tianhai and other scholars are seated around the conference table, their eyes fixed on the news report on chip supply shortages on the computer screen, their faces filled with anger and helplessness. This is simply technological bullying. Our Dragon Kingdom has been striving in the field of technology, yet they attempt to curb our development with such means. Academician Qin Tianhai slammed the table heavily, his voice filled with uncontainable rage. The lithography machine technology has always been an insurmountable peak for us. For so many years, we have been continuously researching, but its difficulty is truly immense. Another academician shook his head, his face filled with bitterness, saying, "Only lithography machines with processes below 20 nanometers have practical application value. And many high-end chips even require below 10 nanometers, involving the manufacture of optical precision instruments, ultra-high purity materials technology, precise control software algorithms, and so on." They know that every item mentioned by this academician is a world-class challenge, its difficulty possibly rivaling that of controllable nuclear fusion. It requires the collaboration of top technology across multiple disciplines, as well as substantial financial investment and long-term research accumulation. Everyone is voicing their frustrations. At this moment, in the corner, an elderly man nearing 80 slowly lowered his head, his face filled with guilt and self-blame. He spoke with a trembling voice. "I'm sorry, everyone. It is our Chip Technology Research Institute that has brought shame to the Dragon Kingdom. We have worked so hard for so long, yet we still haven't been able to break through this key technology, leaving the country in such a passive position in the chip field. I apologize to you all here. It's my own incapacity, and now the Dragon Kingdom has fallen into such a situation." The conference room fell silent instantly, and everyone's gaze turned to the elderly man. The self-blaming elder is academician Qin Feng, a pillar in the field of chip technology in the Dragon Kingdom. For decades devoted to chip research, he has always remained on the front lines of research, unafraid of Western technological blockades and monopolistic suppression, forging ahead despite numerous difficulties. Academician Qin Tianhai sighed, walked over to the elder, and patted his shoulder. "Qin Lao, this is not just your responsibility. The conquest of chip technology is a difficult, long march, and we are all striving along this path. Although we are facing difficulties now, we cannot give up. We must unite and find ways to overcome this challenge." Others also began to comfort him. "Qin Lao, you don't have to feel this way. It's not your fault. You have worked hard enough. Under the Western monopoly and suppression, managing to research a 40-nanometer lithography machine is already impressive." Other academicians nodded in agreement. He led a team, overcoming countless technical challenges through numerous experiments and failures in a difficult environment with limited resources and technical constraints, allowing the 40-nanometer lithography machine to come into being. This achievement has made a significant leap for the Dragon Kingdom in the chip manufacturing field. With only a handful of countries worldwide capable of independently developing a 40-nanometer lithography machine. While the 40-nanometer lithography machine cannot meet the ultra-high precision chip production demands of advanced electronic devices, it is highly significant for the ordinary home appliance industry. With the support of 40-nanometer chips, the intelligence level of home appliance products has been greatly enhanced. This not only promotes the upgrading of the Dragon Kingdom's home appliance industry, but also reduces dependence on foreign chips, winning greater competitive advantage for the Dragon Kingdom in the global home appliance market. However, facing the severe challenge of high-end chip supply shortages in the current international situation, academician Qin Feng knows that this is not something the 40-nanometer lithography machine can solve. His face is filled with helplessness and despair as he slowly raises his head, his eyes reflecting endless weariness. "Since I entered the Dragon Academy at the age of 40, I have devoted myself entirely to the research of lithography machines. It has indeed not been easy along this path. The technology of lithography machines is not as easy to study as one might imagine." He paused slightly, his voice trembling. "I have calculated countless times that if I were given another 30 years, with our team's efforts and accumulation, there might be hope to conquer the 5-nanometer lithography machine technology. But now, the international situation is ever-changing, and the technological blockade from Western countries like the United States makes our research path extremely difficult, and time does not allow us to explore step by step. It feels so powerless." The conference room was silent, the heavy atmosphere almost suffocating. The academicians all frowned, their faces filled with worry. They are the elite of the Dragon Kingdom's scientific community, leaders in various fields. Yet at this moment, they're all trapped in this chip dilemma. In this meeting, which gathered most of the academicians from the Dragon Academy, everyone racked their brains trying to find a breakthrough. But reality is so cruel that every proposed solution faces numerous difficulties and obstacles. Could it be that we really have to submit to the United States and other Western countries? A young academician couldn't help but murmur. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone felt a mix of emotions. Submitting to the United States would mean making significant concessions on technological sovereignty. But if they do not submit, the current chip crisis could sever the throat of the Dragon Kingdom's thriving technology industry at any moment. Faced with this dilemma, every academician fell into deep thought, knowing that regardless of the final decision, the Dragon Kingdom's scientific community would face an unprecedented challenge and transformation. Suddenly, A slightly immature, yet timid voice broke the oppressive silence in the conference room. Everyone's gaze turned to the source of the voice, where Qian Weiguo stood awkwardly. Chapter 69. The Academician's Doubts. How could Qi Yin handle the lithography machine? His simple appearance and conspicuously yellow hair made him seem somewhat out of place among the serious academicians. I think this matter can be consulted with my teacher. I believe he can definitely handle it. Qian Weiguo stammered, his eyes revealing a strong confidence in his teacher. Several academicians exchanged glances, most of whom did not know the teacher Qian Weiguo mentioned. Curiously, they asked, "Who is your teacher?" In their view, the top experts in chip technology in the Dragon Kingdom were almost all gathered here, so it would be surprising if there were experts they did not recognize. Qian Weiguo took a deep breath and answered loudly, "Teacher Qi Yin." As soon as this name was mentioned, the conference room fell into a brief silence, followed by a slight commotion. "Who is Qi Yin?" The academicians all showed puzzled and confused expressions, quickly searching their minds for information about Qi Yin, but most of them looked bewildered. In their perception, there was no one in the chip technology field who was famous enough to solve the current lithography machine problem. Academician Qin Feng frowned. He has deep qualifications and extensive connections in the research community, but at this moment, he has no impression of this name. He looked up and down at Qian Weiguo, trying to gauge from the young man's expression whether he was joking. But the serious and determined look in Qian Weiguo's eyes made him feel that things might not be that simple. "Qi Yin? Which expert is this? How come we have never heard of an academician with the surname Qi? This name really doesn't ring a bell. I've been in academia for so many years. How can I have no impression at all? Could it be a newcomer who has just emerged? Are we really so ignorant? But among so many academicians, how can we not remember such a person? Could it be that you remembered it wrong, little classmate? He might not be a specialist in photolithography and nanotechnology. He could be from another field, right?" Everyone nodded, filled with doubts. But Qian Weiguo said firmly, "It's not Kaien's, it's Qi Yin. He is also an expert in other fields, but he understands this photolithography and nanotechnology." His expression was even more serious than before. However, as soon as Qian Weiguo said this, someone rebutted, "Oh, you must have remembered wrong. Experts from other fields cannot possibly understand our photolithography and nanotechnology." At this moment, only a few academicians from the field of nuclear physics, like Qin Tianhai, wore expressions of helplessness, but their eyes revealed a complicated understanding of the situation. Qin Tianhai secretly scoffed. "Qian Weiguo, your admiration for your teacher Qi Yin is too much." Although after the last incident, he knows that Qi Yin is extraordinary and indeed a talent, with achievements in cancer-specific drugs and controllable nuclear fusion that are hard to imagine. But those are accomplishments in nuclear physics and medicine, completely unrelated to photolithography and nanotechnology. Qin Tianhai cleared his throat, breaking the deadlock. His teacher is named Qi Yin. He was his former teacher, a very capable person. He has made contributions in cancer-specific drug technology and controllable nuclear fusion, and he's the person recently awarded special recognition by the state. Moreover, Qi Yin has already been nominated as a new academician by our Nuclear Physics Research Institute. Only then did everyone realize, oh, so that's how it is. He is indeed a rare genius. Yes, being so capable in both fields is indeed impressive. After some flattery, they still complained. But nuclear physics and photolithography are too far apart. There is really no common ground between the two. Even if someone is smart, it's impossible to excel in 3 different areas. Yes, that is definitely impossible. Qian Weiguo looked around, his eyes filled with determination and persistence, and raised his voice. "I tell you, there is definitely no problem consulting teacher Qi Yin about this. His talent and wisdom far exceed your imagination. Don't let conventional fields limit your thinking. Don't you understand this logic?" However, the only response he received was the crowd's doubtful gazes and whispers. A senior academician shook his head and retorted mercilessly, "Classmate Qian Weiguo, your statement is unfounded. Qi Yin may have achievements in his original field, but for the challenges of the photolithography machine, we need professionals with practical experience and results to solve them. Otherwise, our dragon country would still be in such a passive position." Other academicians echoed in agreement, and the questioning voices rose and fell in the conference room. Qian Weiguo looked at this scene, filled with helplessness, and could only sigh deeply. Sigh, they still don't believe me at the Sanlitun Vocational Technical College. A tense atmosphere spread across the campus. In the classroom of Class 2 of Machine Design 21, Qian stood at the podium, looking at the young and slightly tired faces below, feeling mixed emotions. Students, we only have 5 days left until the specialized upgrade exam. Time is tight. Qian raised his voice, his chalk constantly writing and drawing on the blackboard as he explained key topics. Yet he couldn't help but complain in his heart. These students were impressive in their research projects, but in terms of basic academic skills, they were really lacking compared to ordinary college students, and could even be said to have some characteristics of students with means focusing only on one subject. Take this specialized upgrade exam, for example, with their current level. It's really not easy for them to pass steadily. While explaining, Qian scanned the classroom. You can't just focus on research projects. You also need to solidly grasp foundational subject knowledge. Qian couldn't help but say, his words holding both reprimand and more concern, in order to give them more confidence. Qian could only work overtime to help them review. Every day was packed with classes, and even break times were fully utilized. Despite the fatigue, Qian knew this was a critical period, and he had to give it his all. The students below also felt the teacher's dedication. They put away their usual laxity, and their eyes showed more determination. They worked hard in this final sprint phase to make up for their shortcomings, hoping to submit a satisfactory answer sheet in the specialized upgrade exam. After Qian finished explaining the key points of the test questions, he arranged for everyone to start self-study as usual. The classroom immediately quieted down, with only the sound of pens scratching against paper. Everyone was immersed in absorbing knowledge, looking focused and serious. Time quietly passed, and before they knew it, the class bell rang promptly at noon. The students gradually got up, packed their things, and left the classroom. Chapter 70, Breaking Through the Nanolithography Machine Technology. As Qian organized his lecture notes and prepared to leave, his gaze inadvertently swept across the classroom and noticed a familiar figure still quietly sitting in place. It was Chun Feng, his chubby face particularly eye-catching in the somewhat empty classroom. Qian, feeling a bit curious, walked over and softly asked, "Chun Feng, class is over. Why aren't you leaving?" Chun Feng looked up, his eyes showing a hint of fatigue, but more of persistence and excitement. "Teacher, I don't want to rest right now. I feel that I'm very close to success." His voice was not loud, but it was full of strength. Qian was slightly taken aback. "What do you mean by that?" Chun Feng took a deep breath and slowly said, "Teacher, you know I've been researching nanotechnology, which is essentially photolithography technology. During this time, through repeated exploration and experimentation, I've overcome most of the difficulties. Now I'm just missing that one opportunity, a key point that will allow all the processes to connect perfectly and achieve a breakthrough. I want to take advantage of this momentum to think it over. Maybe inspiration will strike me all of a sudden." Qian looked at Chun Feng's determined eyes and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. He knew that Chun Feng had been working very hard in research lately, but he didn't expect him to have made such significant progress. "Chun Feng, your spirit of inquiry deserves praise, but you also need to pay attention to balancing work and rest. Don't push yourself too hard. You don't need to be in such a hurry." Chun Feng raised his head and asked in confusion, "Teacher Qian, don't you know what is happening online right now? Have you seen Douyin?" Qian gently shook his head, smiling wryly. "I don't watch Douyin anymore. Last time I said something online and so many people paid attention to me, it was too scary and it's easy to get criticized. Since then, I've been afraid to speak carelessly. I'd better focus on teaching and research." Chun Feng anxiously stood up. "Teacher, you really need to go online and take a look. This matter is too serious." Seeing Chun Feng so earnest, Qian didn't want to refuse anymore. He took out his phone and clicked on the video link as Chun Feng suggested. As the video played, Qian's expression gradually turned grim. The video detailed the situation of Dragon Country being subjected to chip sanctions, with Western countries uniting to restrict chip supplies to Dragon Country. Many high-tech companies faced the dilemma of having no chips to use, and some research projects were forced to halt due to the chip shortage. Qian's brows furrowed tightly. He understood the importance of chips to modern technological development, and this sanction was undoubtedly a heavy blow to Dragon Country's tech industry. Chun Feng said heavily beside him, "Teacher, did you see? It's because of this that I want to break through our chip technology as soon as possible." Chun Feng explained excitedly, "Teacher, you don't know how big the impact of this chip sanction is on our Dragon Country. Those Western countries, especially the US, are simply acting like bullies. They actually want to use this critical technology of chips to choke our country's technological development, leaving our high-tech industry paralyzed." Chun Feng's face turned red, and his eyes burned with anger. Many domestic companies, which originally had great development prospects, are now facing bankruptcy crises due to the cutoff of chip supplies, unable to fulfill orders, and forced to halt research and development, resulting in a significant loss of funds. Research institutions also have to stop many cutting-edge experiments and projects at the theoretical stage due to the lack of advanced chips. How much progress in technology will this delay? Not to mention, they want to keep us forever behind, engaged in low-end processing and manufacturing, while they enjoy the huge profits brought by high-end technology. At this point, Chun Feng paused slightly, a different light flashing in his eyes. He actually had a bit of selfishness. This was also an opportunity for him. If he could successfully research a 1-nanometer lithography machine, it would be different. Not only could he fight for the country, slapping those arrogant Americans in the face and letting them know that we, the people of Longguo, are not to be bullied, but he could also gain huge rewards for himself. With this technology, he could ensure that his mother would have endless money and live a prosperous life. As for his lousy father, he wanted him to regret his original decision, to see his current achievements, and to understand what an outstanding person he had missed out on, along with a great mother. After watching the video and listening to Chun Feng's passionate and hopeful narrative, Chi Yin felt a surge of emotions. He gazed at Chun Feng and saw in his young and determined eyes the resolve to fight to the death, as well as the glimmer of hope for Longguo's technological breakthroughs. After a moment of contemplation, Chi Yin nodded heavily, agreeing with Chun Feng's thoughts. However, looking at Chun Feng's unusual expression, he couldn't help but remind him, "I understand your anger about the country's sanctions and your desire to change your fate and prove yourself. Chun Feng, your starting point has its merits. But the path of scientific research cannot be driven solely by utilitarian motives. It requires a love and respect for science itself. Nevertheless, regardless of anything, the teacher will support you. I hope you can maintain this momentum and truly make breakthroughs in lithography machine technology." Chun Feng nodded slightly, the excitement in his eyes undiminished, and his determination to conquer the 1-nanometer lithography machine technology grew even stronger. Chi Yin patted Chun Feng on the shoulder. "All right, let us give it our all. Even if we don't rest these days, we must develop the 1-nanometer lithography machine technology." Chi Yin's voice was full of strength. A flicker of surprise and emotion flashed in Chun Feng's eyes as he nodded vigorously in response. That night, to have a quiet environment that wouldn't disturb others, the two rented a hotel room near the school and quickly embarked on their challenging journey. They covered the room's desk and coffee table with draft paper, stacks of thick paper filled with densely written formulas. The computer was still displaying literature annotation drafts. Chi Yin and Chun Feng exchanged a glance, and everything was understood without words. They quickly divided their tasks and plunged into intense work. Chi Yin sat in front of the computer, fully focused on reviewing various domestic and international research materials, his eyes rapidly scanning the screen, not missing any potentially useful information. He occasionally frowned in thought and quickly jotted down notes. Chun Feng, on the other hand, was at the nearby table, continuously deriving formulas on draft paper with a pencil, his mind racing and mumbling to himself. Occasionally, he would stop to carefully cross-check against the materials before continuing to write furiously. Time passed quietly, with only the sound of keyboard typing, the friction of the pen against the paper, and their occasional low voices discussing and exploring ideas filling the room. They forgot their fatigue and the existence of time, with only the common goal of breaking through 1-nanometer lithography machine technology in their hearts. Chapter 71. What? Let Chi Yin research the lithography machine. However, as news of Longguo facing chip sanctions rapidly spread, the online community was in an uproar. Anxious emotions spread among Longguo netizens. Many companies, fearing that their chip reserves would run out without stock, took measures to cut production and raise product prices simultaneously. Most electronic product prices have quietly increased by 10, undoubtedly putting heavy pressure on consumers. Regarding this matter, netizens had varied opinions online. Since the chip sanctions, companies have reduced production and raised prices, making life difficult for ordinary people. Phones and computers are increasing in price. In the future, buying an electronic product will require careful consideration of our pockets. Sigh. Being choked by chip technology, these companies are helpless in reducing production, but we consumers are suffering. The impact of this sanction is truly all-encompassing. I was planning to change my phone, but with this, the prices are skyrocketing. My budget is already limited. Now I either have to lower my standards to buy a poor quality one or grit my teeth and spend a lot more money. The computer at home has been used for many years, and I was thinking of replacing it during this promotion, but when I looked at the prices, I was completely discouraged. Not only computers, but also smart home appliances and other electronic products are following suit in price increases. It feels like technology is becoming increasingly out of reach. How are we supposed to live? However, what is heartbreaking is that among many rational voices, some weak opinions emerged. I think Longguo should just bow to the U.S., apologize, share our controllable nuclear fusion technology and cancer treatment technology to exchange for the lifting of chip sanctions. And everyone would be at peace. Wouldn't that be good? Why insist on such a hard stance, making us ordinary people suffer? Yes, Longguo should stop holding on. Just lower our heads and apologize to the U.S. Hand over our controllable nuclear fusion technology and cancer treatment technology, and consider it a protection fee to have them lift the chip sanctions. That's right. We could return to our normal lives without worrying every day. And companies wouldn't have to struggle so much, which would save a lot of trouble. Exactly. The U.S. is so powerful. Why provoke them? As long as we submit and give them enough benefits, they will definitely let us go. Sacrificing these two technologies could stabilize the entire country's technology industry. This deal is worth it. These opinions ignited anger among the crowd. Comments suggesting that those with weak opinions should die, asking if technology sanctions could be resolved through appeasement. Indeed, this is a matter concerning national technological sovereignty and future development, and we can never compromise or surrender. Support. Technological progress has never come from begging. It is achieved through independent innovation and hard work. Those who want to use such dirty tricks to make Longguo submit are definitely impossible. That's right. Longguo has come this far in the field of technology through countless difficulties. How could we kneel and surrender because of this small chip sanction? Controllable nuclear fusion is the hope of our energy revolution, and cancer treatment technology is a great achievement that saves countless lives. They carry the hard work of numerous researchers and the expectations of the entire nation, and they are not commodities to be traded with the enemy. What difference is there between you maintaining the U.S. and those traitors? I suggest checking the nationality of those weaklings. People unanimously condemned this treasonous idea. But after a few apologies, netizens helplessly realized that the breakthrough in lithography machine technology was the key to breaking the deadlock. Sigh. If only we could really develop the lithography machine in Longguo, it would be great. Yes, if we had it. Let's see if those Americans would still dare to target us like this. At this time, someone left a message on a technology company's platform, and this action prompted others to follow suit, with netizens flocking to leave messages on the official platforms of various research institutions and high-tech companies. I hope you can conquer the challenges of lithography machines soon. The rise of Dragon Country's technology relies on you. You have the support and trust of billions of citizens behind you. Keep it up. Do not fear difficulties, and do not be discouraged by temporary setbacks. You are the vanguard of Dragon Country's technology and the hope for breaking the blockade. Even if you have to grope in the dark, you must climb steadfastly towards the peak of lithography technology. Any company that can develop a lithography machine will have our full support for its products. This is our trust and expectation for national technology enterprises. Your efforts will be remembered by history, and your achievements will forge the brilliance of Dragon Country's technology. In short, it all depends on you. Our confidence in Dragon Country is restored by you. The comments from netizens are very diverse and numerous. Eventually, It even affected some technology-related bloggers, such as Qi Yan. A debate about Qi Yan quietly unfolded. Some netizens passionately voiced their demands on various platforms, strongly urging Qi Yan to research lithography machines. Their words were intense and full of expectation, believing that Qi Yan possesses the talent and wisdom to accomplish anything. They wrote in the comments, "Qi Yan is so smart and capable, he will definitely bring breakthroughs to our country's lithography technology. We look forward to Qi Yan stepping up to solve the lithography machine problem. Yes, if he can handle cancer drugs and controllable nuclear fusion, this shouldn't be a problem, right? Qi Yan, we expect you to come out and deal with those arrogant Americans." These voices rose and fell, filling the internet. However, soon some people began to mock this. One netizen bluntly said, "Do you really think Qi Yan knows everything? Lithography machine technology is very complex and cutting edge. How could just anyone step into this field? Exactly, why call on him for everything? How could he possibly understand lithography machine technology? This is simply seeking medical advice in a panic." Their words were filled with skepticism and disdain. What the previous commenter said is not without reason. Lithography machine technology involves cutting-edge knowledge from many disciplines, requiring long-term professional research and significant financial investment. Even if Qi Yan has achievements in other fields, it does not mean he can easily handle such a highly specialized area like lithography machines. Some even stated, this blind demand for others to do things beyond their capabilities is not only unrealistic, but also disrespectful to professionalism and technology. In the hotel, Qi Yan's room was still brightly lit. He looked at Qin Feng, who had just fallen asleep on the table, and rubbed his tired eyes. However, he did not lie down. Instead, he boredly flipped through web pages and inadvertently saw those comments demanding him to research lithography machines. A hint of shock flashed in his eyes. Huh, how do they know I'm researching lithography machines? Chapter 72, Qi Yan. Give me 2 days, and I'll research a lithography machine. Okay? But as he scrolled down through the comments, he gradually realized that things were not as he imagined, and he quickly furrowed his brows. They're looking down on me, saying I can't research it here, huh? Then I'll build one for you to see. After all, he and Qin Feng have been working tirelessly in the hotel these days. To be honest, a 1-nanometer lithography machine was almost ready, just needing some improvements. In this regard, he was quite confident. So, without hesitation, he directly retorted, "Give me 2 days, and I'll get a 1-nanometer lithography machine technology ready. Okay?" As soon as he said this, as a major blogger with 8 million followers, Qi Yan's statement was quickly screenshot and rapidly spread by sharp-eyed netizens. Instantly, it stirred up a storm online, immediately causing a huge uproar because of his determined tone, confident words, and undeniable attitude. People were shocked, but more inclined to think he was incredibly arrogant and just trying to ride the wave of popularity. At that moment, the comment section under Qi Yan's post was flooded with netizens. "You are too arrogant. Lithography machine technology is a top global technological challenge. How many professional teams have spent years without making significant breakthroughs, and you dare to boast that you can solve it in 2 days? This is simply a desecration of science. Do you think just because you have a bit of fame, you can do anything? Are you dreaming? Do you really think of yourself as a technology god?" Perhaps he was just impulsive and wanted to boast, but such statements are incredibly irresponsible. Public figures should be cautious in their words and actions. Who do you think you are? To create a 1-nanometer lithography machine technology in 2 days is simply nonsense. Have you lost your mind? I really don't know where your confidence comes from to speak such big words. Are you desperate for fame? What a joke. Boasting without a draft, and really thinking of yourself as something important? Meanwhile, some internet celebrities also joined in and fiercely criticized Qi Yan. What an ignorant guy, thinking that just because he has a bit of fame online, he can boldly challenge lithography machine technology. It really makes people laugh. Just a junior college teacher. Does he really think he is that impressive? His knowledge reserve and professional ability are insignificant compared to lithography machine technology. These internet celebrities' comments further ignited netizens' emotions, making the mockery of Qi Yan even more intense. Exactly. How capable can a junior college teacher be? And he wants to talk big in the lithography machine field. He is simply overestimating himself. He probably just wants to ride the wave for attention. But unfortunately, he's gone too far this time. Let's see how he ends up. Qi Yan's fans were caught in a dilemma. A portion firmly supported him. I believe Qi Yan has this ability. He has never disappointed us. But more fans express concern. Isn't this too risky? Such a boast is hard to back up. For a moment, the internet was filled with a mix of criticisms, doubts, ridicule, and support for Qi Yan. Meanwhile, in Longguo Institute, they had also basically received encouragement from netizens, all suggesting that they study lithography machines diligently. However, Qi Yan's arrogant remarks also reached their ears. Academician Qin Feng listened to his subordinates, discussing how there was someone online who was very arrogant, claiming they could invent it in 2 days. This shocked him. How could someone be so confident? Who is Qi Yan? Are young people this arrogant nowadays? Academician Qin pondered. The name sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. After a moment of thought, he suddenly recalled that Qi Yan seemed to be Qian Weiguo's teacher. However, regarding Qi Yan's bold claim, Academician Qin shook his head. Sigh, it's not something you can just say and make it happen. He doesn't even have the basics, let alone in-depth research. In his understanding, a layperson, even if they devoted decades to research, might not even make it through the door. Academician Qin knew well the hardships and complexities involved, so he was not optimistic about Qi Yan's remarks. Qin Feng sighed softly and turned his attention back to the research materials in front of him. Time was tight, and the task was daunting. Breakthroughs in lithography machine technology could not afford the slightest slack. Every minute and second was extremely precious, and he had no extra energy to pay attention to these unrealistic remarks. So, he tidied up his mood and decided to continue working overtime on the research. In his heart, only by being pragmatic and working hard could there be a real breakthrough in lithography machine technology and contribute to the development of the country's technology. At the Sanlitun Vocational and Technical College, in a nearby budget hotel, Qi Yan and Qin Feng were also fully immersed in their research. Their room was a mess, with tables piled high with materials and various tools and parts, and both of their eyes were bloodshot. But within it flickered a firm and fervent light. Qin Feng frowned tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he quickly flipped through the materials with both hands, lips pressed together, muttering, "No, this idea is wrong. I need to rethink it." One hand was rapidly writing on the paper while the other kept scratching his hair, showing signs of anxiety. Qi Yan's eyes were fixed on the computer screen, his gaze focused and urgent, fingers flying over the keyboard as he searched for relevant data and information. Suddenly, he jolted, shouting, "Qin Feng, come look at this." Then he pointed at the screen, his face showing a mix of excitement and confusion. The two leaned in together. Qi Yan bent down, eyes wide open, staring at the screen, saying, "This might be a breakthrough, but it still needs further validation." After saying that, he straightened up and began pacing back and forth in the room, his hands gesturing continuously as if constructing a model in his mind. Qin Feng sat in the chair, leaning forward with his hands on his head, lost in thought. After a while, he suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining, and excitedly said, "I've got it. That's it." For 3 whole days, they buried themselves in their work here. Aside from hurriedly showering and grabbing a few bites of takeout, they wasted no time at all. They were completely immersed in their research world. At night, when sleepiness hit, they splashed cold water on their faces to stay awake. During the day, sunlight poured through the windows onto them, but they remained oblivious, fully focused on their work. In these 3 days, they were like madmen, all in pursuit of a breakthrough in their research. Chapter 73. Becoming a teacher for the first time, junior teacher. Not knowing how long had passed. Under the dim light, Qi Yan's pen finally came to rest with the last stroke. His hand trembled slightly, and beads of sweat slid down his cheek. Qi Yan slowly lifted his head, his eyes filled with fatigue, yet brimming with uncontrollable excitement. At the same time, Qin Feng, who had been staring at him, suddenly leaned in, their eyes meeting instantly. Qin Feng's breathing quickened, his eyes wide open, his chubby face showing tension and filled with anticipation. Qi Yan took a deep breath, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting into a trembling smile. The two exchanged a glance, as if they shared a telepathic connection, and suddenly erupted into boisterous laughter. Their laughter broke the silence of the room, filling the entire space and the hallway. Ha ha, we did it. Qian spread his arms wide, leaning back, the muscles in his face twitching with excitement. Chun Feng clenched his fists, waving them wildly in the air, shouting, "We really succeeded. We really figured it out." Their gazes shifted to the side, where the floor was covered with blueprints and dense calculations. Chun Feng grabbed a sheet of paper and held it high, as if showcasing an incredibly precious trophy. Then he squatted down, quickly flipping through the calculation papers on the ground, mumbling, "That's right, that's it." Their laughter and chatter intertwined, echoing in the small room. Their faces radiated joy and pride from their success, as if all the previous fatigue and hardships had vanished in that moment. Beep. Detected that student Chun Feng has successfully researched the nanolithography technology, generating special rewards. Beep. Contributed to the completion of the project research by 3 students. Current progress 330. Becoming a teacher for the first time upgraded to junior teacher. Junior teacher effect. You can teach multiple students and have a small probability of inspiring them. Qi Yin was thrilled. He hadn't expected his title to upgrade, allowing him to teach more than one person. This was a huge improvement. However, it wasn't the time to think about this. The sound of their wild laughter echoed in the quiet hotel corridor, quickly drawing the displeasure of other guests. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent and angry knocks sounded, and Qi Yin awkwardly stopped laughing, quickly walking to the door to open it. Standing outside were several disgruntled guests, with a middle-aged man at the front, his face full of anger as he shouted, "What are you yelling about in the middle of the night? Can't you let people rest?" A nearby woman also complained, "Yeah, it's so noisy. Don't you have any public morality?" Their gazes swept past Qi Yin, seeing the room in disarray with blueprints scattered everywhere. One young man scoffed, "What's all this? It's a mess. Are you two crazy? Studying in a room? It's laughable. Are you doing research or what?" Chun Feng's face turned red, repeatedly apologizing. Sorry, we got too excited, really sorry." The guests glared at them one last time before turning to leave, still muttering, "Really a couple of lunatics." Qi Yin closed the door and let out a long sigh. In the room, Chun Feng and Qi Yin exchanged glances, their earlier excitement slightly subsiding, replaced by a helpless smile. Chun Feng lowered his voice and said, "Sai, teacher, how can we not be excited? We've pulled several all-nighters to get this done. Can't we be a little excited?" Qi Yin walked to the window, looking out at the night sky, sighing. "These past few days, we haven't had a moment's rest. We've only slept a few hours each day. And as soon as we open our eyes, we dive right into work, hardly eating properly. It's been tough on your little body." Chun Feng sat in the chair, rubbing his temples. "ISNT that, right? Those dense data and complex formulas nearly drove me crazy. I wanted to give up so many times, but I gritted my teeth and persevered." Qi Yin turned back, his gaze firm. "But thankfully we made it through. We finally succeeded. And all this hard work was worth it." Chun Feng nodded, a gratifying smile returning to his face. "Right, it was worth it. Next, let those who once looked down on us take a good look." Next, they needed to organize and send over these blueprints and formulas. However, the lithography technology and the related materials were simply too many. Qi Yin had already decided to use his authority at Longguo Academy. Although Qi Yin hadn't officially joined Longguo Academy yet, he already had some privileges. Thus, he could directly use the internal software to send these valuable research results to the experts and academicians at Longguo Academy who specialized in chip research. And he had already thought of the academician. It would be Qin Feng. In Qi Yin's heart, academician Qin Feng had always been a figure he greatly respected. He believed that academician Qin Feng was a true giant in scientific research, wholeheartedly dedicated to the study of lithography technology, and his focus and dedication were admirable. In his impression, academician Qin Feng was a very diligent and hardworking person. Qi Yin had heard that academician Qin Feng had spent several sleepless nights tackling a key technical challenge, constantly experimenting and improving, just like them. But academician Qin Feng had fought through countless days and nights. This love and persistence for scientific research deeply moved Qi Yin. Moreover, academician Qin Feng's speeches at conferences were always forward-looking, benefiting Qi Yin immensely. He believed that handing over his and Chun Feng's research results to academician Qin Feng would definitely receive fair evaluation and attention. Sitting in the messy room, Qi Yin and Chun Feng faced the dim glow of the computer screen. Qi Yin took a deep breath, rubbed his hands together, and said, "Let us get started." Chun Feng nodded, his expression serious and focused. Chun Feng's fingers clumsily tapped on the keyboard, clearly nervous, his eyes fixed on the screen as he murmured, "First, write to the esteemed academician Qin Feng." Qi Yin was beside him, sorting through the blueprints, picking out the important parts to explain one by one. "Teacher, look at this part about the core technology of the lithography machine. Is this clear enough?" Chun Feng furrowed his brows and turned to Qi Yin. Qi Yin leaned in to take a closer look and said after a moment of thought, "Make it more detailed. Include the principles and experimental data." Chun Feng nodded and began to revise seriously again. After much effort, the content of the email gradually became richer. They detailed the innovations in lithography technology, the experimental process, the results achieved, and the future application prospects, along with carefully organized blueprints and detailed verification processes. Qi Yin checked the email one last time, confirmed there were no mistakes, and said, "Okay, ready to send." Chun Feng took a deep breath, placed his hand on Qi Yin's shoulder, and the two exchanged a glance before Qi Yin decisively clicked the send button. At the moment the email was sent, the two felt as if all their strength had been drained. Qi Yin's body slumped onto the chair, while Chun Feng fell directly onto the bed. They gasped for breath, relief evident on their faces. After a while, their breathing gradually steadied, and they fell into a deep sleep. This sleep lasted a whole day and night. It wasn't until the third day, when sunlight streamed through the window and fell on their faces, that they finally woke up. Chapter 74. The Higher Education Entrance Examination begins. Is Chun Feng late? Qi Yin slowly opened his eyes, struggling to pry them apart as if they were glued shut. His hair stood on end, looking like it had been struck by lightning, with strands pointing in different directions. Rubbing his eyes, he mumbled indistinctly that sleep made my body feel like it's not mine anymore. Chun Feng, on the other hand, had woken up, but his head hung down like a wilted eggplant. His face bore the creases of his clothes, marked in stripes like a big calico cat. He opened his mouth, drool hanging at the corner, and groggily muttered, "Oh my, why is my head so heavy?" Chun Feng squinted at Qi Yin beside him and couldn't help but burst out laughing, saying, "Ha, teacher, look at your hair. It's a mess, a total mess, ha ha." Qi Yin squinted at the equally freshly awakened Chun Feng and hoarsely asked, "Huh, what time is it now?" Chun Feng drowsily picked up his phone, mumbled, "It's 8 o'clock." Qi Yin yawned, turned over, and said, "Oh, it's only 8. Let's sleep a bit more." After saying that, he closed his eyes again, preparing to continue sleeping. The two of them dozed off again, still heavily laden with sleepiness. However, for some reason, the alarm clock suddenly went off, its sharp sound piercing the quiet room. Chun Feng jolted awake, sitting up abruptly, eyes wide as he stared at his phone, shouting, "Oh no, it's 8 o'clock." Qi Yin was startled by Chun Feng's shout and grumbled discontentedly, "It's only 8. What's the rush?" Chun Feng looked panicked, his voice tinged with a whimper, "Teacher, my higher education entrance exam." Qi Yin, still a bit dazed, frowned and said, "Huh, isn't your exam on the 30th? We've only slept one night. It's still the 29th. Chun Feng was nearly in tears, despairing. "Is it possible that it's already the 30th? Woo-woo, teacher. It seems like we've slept for a whole day and night plus some." Qi Yin was now fully awake, sitting up straight with wide eyes. "Say what? The 30th? It can't be." He cursed, suddenly springing up from the bed. Loudly, he said, "Chun Feng, stop dawdling. Get up quickly, or we'll be late." Chun Feng jumped out of bed, frantically getting dressed while muttering, "It's over, it's over. This is it. All because we slept too soundly." Qi Yin was also flustered, saying, Don't panic. Hurry up, maybe we still have time." Chun Feng, while putting on his shoes, complained, "Teacher, I will never sleep with you again." Qi Yin sighed helplessly. "What are you saying? Who could have guessed? Stop the chatter and hurry up." The two washed up in a rush, leaving without even tying their shoelaces. Qi Yin held Chun Feng's exam materials, urging as they ran, "Faster, faster." Chun Feng was gasping for breath, continually mumbling, "Teacher, what are we going to do?" They sprinted down the street, attracting curious glances from passers-by. Qi Yin's face was flushed, sweat streaming down his cheeks. Chun Feng's backpack bounced on his back, almost falling off. After a hard time, they finally managed to catch a taxi, and Chi-Yin anxiously shouted, "Driver, please hurry. To the exam venue, it's urgent." The driver stepped on the gas, and the car sped away. "We're going to be late for the exam." "Young people really have no sense of time," the driver remarked, causing Chi-Yin's face to turn even redder. He knew he was a bit unreliable as a teacher. Finally, just in time, they reached the exam venue. Chi-Yin collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. It was then he had time to look down at his phone and saw a screen full of missed messages. "Teacher, are you missing? Teacher, you won't have something happen, right? Did you die? Ki-Yi. If you don't show up soon, we're going to call the police." Chi-Yin looked at these messages, feeling both amused and exasperated, muttering to himself, "These little rascals are just waiting for me to be in trouble." In a separate research room at Longguo University, academician Xin Feng was fully immersed in research on the lithography machine. The lighting in the room was dim, but it clearly illuminated the scattered drafts and blueprints. Academician Xin Feng sat at a desk piled high with materials, his brow furrowed, his pen moving continuously across the paper. His eyes were bloodshot and red, looking as though he hadn't closed them in many days. His hair was slightly disheveled, with a few strands falling over his forehead, which he had no time to arrange. He would occasionally fixate intensely on the blueprints in front of him, his gaze sharp as if he wanted to penetrate the complex circuits and data. At other times, he would fall into deep thought, unconsciously twirling the pen in his fingers. Academician Xin Feng leaned slightly forward, his shoulders tense. His lips were cracked, but he paid no mind to take a sip of water. The trash bin beside him was already filled with crumpled waste paper. He raised his head, rubbed his sore eyes, and let out a long sigh, but there was no sign of slackness or retreat in his gaze. In the field of lithography machines, there are very few experts in the Dragon Country. Most people have turned to other research directions because it is too difficult to achieve results in this field. Only he remained here, day after day, year after year. The misunderstanding from others and the numerous difficulties in research had never shaken him even slightly. He firmly believed that as long as he persisted, he would surely achieve breakthroughs for the Dragon Country in the field of lithography machines. The U.S. is being too harsh with its chips sanctions. Without chips, all industries will be affected. One could say that in the early stages, its impact even exceeded that of controllable nuclear fusion, as the current energy supply is barely sufficient. Academician Xin Feng sighed deeply, his voice filled with profound helplessness. He slowly stood up, his steps a bit unsteady, walked to the window, and gazed at the gloomy sky outside. The chip industry in the Dragon Country had already started late and was weak in foundation. Now, it was facing such severe sanctions. And lithography technology is the core of chip manufacturing. Academician Xin Feng's hands clenched into fists, his knuckles turning white. He turned around, looking at the room full of drafts and blueprints, his eyes filled with helplessness. "I have given my all, day and night, in research, yet progress remains so slow. If I had another 20 years, I am confident I could research and develop a lithography machine capable of producing chips smaller than 10 nanometers, sufficient for the Dragon Country's needs. But the reality is that time waits for no one." Academician Xin Feng's voice trembled and tears welled up in his eyes. He slumped helplessly in his chair, covering his face with his hands, his shoulders shaking continuously. "We are constrained everywhere, and every step forward is so difficult. Meanwhile, the United States uses its technological advantage to blockade and suppress us. I hate my own inadequacy and wish I could break through these obstacles immediately." Academician Xin Feng raised his head, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Chapter 75. Xin Feng's excitement. A college student develops a 1-nanometer lithography machine, but I really can't accept this. Seeing the technological development of the Dragon Country being stifled by chip restrictions, I feel powerless. "Time, why can't you give me a little more, even just a bit?" Academician Xin Feng lowered his head again, pulling at his hair in anguish, pain and helplessness nearly swallowing him whole. The room fell into a dead silence. Only the sound of Xin Feng's heavy breathing and occasional sighs echoed. However, academician Xin Feng did not remain discouraged for long. He took a deep breath, forced himself to gather his spirits and return to his research. He buried himself among the piles of dense draft papers and blueprints, his pen moving nonstop, beads of sweat sliding down his cheeks, and he didn't even bother to wipe them away. However, while deriving a key formula, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Mumbling to himself, "This data seems off. I need to check the information to confirm." With that, he reached for the computer. As the computer booted up, the email icon in the lower right corner of the screen flashed incessantly, indicating numerous unread emails. Qin Feng knew that most of these were from people trying to contact him, but he simply didn't have time to reply one by one. His gaze lingered only briefly on the email icon before preparing to open the internal electronic library of Longguo Institute to search for information. Just then, a bright red emblem caught his attention. It was the distinctive logo of Longguo Institute, standing out among the numerous email notifications. Who could it be? Who would send me an email? Qin Feng's curiosity piqued, and he couldn't help but move the mouse and click on it. At that moment, his eyes were filled with confusion and anticipation. As he opened the email, Qin Feng leaned slightly forward, his eyes fixed on the screen, his expression focused and eager. He wanted to know as soon as possible what kind of news this email from Longguo Institute brought. A worst-case thought arose in his mind. Could it be the director is looking for him? However, when he saw the sender's name, Qian, author, Qin Feng, a 1-nanometer lithography machine technology research report, the few words instantly made Qin Feng furrow his brows. How could this be possible? "Ijian sound somewhat familiar, but I don't know anyone named Qin Feng in a 1-nanometer lithography machine technology research report. I might believe a 10-nanometer report, but this?" Academician Qin Feng could only shake his head helplessly. "It's probably someone from Longguo Institute trying to solve the problem for me, but this is clearly nonsense." He muttered to himself, his finger already hovering over the delete key. But just as he was about to press it, a hint of hesitation crept in. What if it really is true? Then I'll just take a look, just a glance. To not let that person's goodwill go to waste. With his slight doubt, he moved the mouse and opened the email. Initially, academician Qin Feng's eyes were still filled with skepticism and scrutiny as he quickly skimmed through the beginning of the report. However, as he read further, his expression gradually changed. The tightly furrowed brows began to relax, his eyes widened more and more, and his body, which had been leaning casually against the chair, straightened involuntarily. When he saw the key data and innovative technical ideas, Qin Feng's complexion changed dramatically, his mouth slightly agape, filled with disbelief. His hands began to tremble, and his voice turned excited and shaky. How is this possible? This idea, this data. Continuing to read on, Qin Feng was shocked beyond measure, and he suddenly stood up from his chair. He then gripped the edge of the table tightly, his eyes fixed on the screen as if he wanted to engrave every word into his mind. This is simply a groundbreaking achievement. If this is true, it would represent a major breakthrough in the field of lithography machines. His heart raced, and his breathing quickened, his expression shifting from initial indifference to extreme shock and ecstasy. This really is a 1-nanometer lithography machine. It's truly been successfully researched. Qin Feng. Academician Qin Feng scratched his head excitedly, mumbling continuously. Qian? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Oh, right. It seems to be a teacher named Qian Weiguo from the nuclear physics department. Qian Weiguo. Yes, I remember now. He is a somewhat famous young genius in the industry, having researched controllable nuclear fusion at such a young age. I didn't expect his teacher to be Qian. Moreover, I heard they both came from that college. This is simply unbelievable. And this Qin Feng, could he also be a college student? Qin Feng's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. A college student can produce such research results? How many people's perceptions would this overturn? He paced back and forth in the room, his brows tightly locked, the shock in his heart surging like waves. No, now is not the time to dwell on this. Academician Qin Feng shook his head vigorously, as if to shake off these distracting thoughts. His gaze became firm and urgent. This is a major breakthrough. He must find them immediately. And more people must know right away. Academician Qin Feng's breathing grew increasingly rapid, the sound of his heartbeat seeming to amplify in his ears. He grabbed the computer from the table tightly, as if afraid it would disappear. Then, like a gust of wind, he rushed toward the door. As he burst out of the door, he nearly tripped over the threshold, but he didn't have time to think about it. He quickly steadied himself and continued to run. His face radiated with excitement, and he shouted as he ran, "This is a miracle. This is hope." The people around him were startled by his sudden action, but academician Qin Feng completely ignored the strange looks from others. In the Nuclear Physics Research Institute of Longguo Institute, a quiet and focused atmosphere prevailed. Qin Tianhai, Qian Weiguo, and others were gathered around a precision instrument, their expressions serious and focused, fully immersed in their research. Qin Tianhai's brow was slightly furrowed, his eyes fixed on the data on the instrument, a serious expression on his face. Qian Weiguo leaned down, carefully observing the subtle changes in the instrument, also having shed his previous carefree demeanor. This research had reached a critical stage, and the authority written on Qin Tianhai's face was evident, while everyone else was busy with their own tasks. The entire research institute was filled with only the slight hum of the instrument and occasional low discussions. Every piece of data, every operation was crucial and allowed no room for error. At that moment, suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps broke the silence. Thud, thud, thud. Then a person rushed in, screaming, "Ah!" Everyone was startled by this sudden disturbance, their faces instantly turning pale. They turned to look at Qin Tianhai. Chapter 76. Everyone shocked. Another college student's research. Qin Tianhai suddenly looked up, his eyes flashing with anger, and he gritted his teeth, whispering, "Who is it? So lacking in manners." Everyone else thought to themselves, "This person is doomed." They walked into a gun barrel. Qian Weiguo frowned as well, displeased, turning his head, his operations coming to a stop. Others followed suit, glaring angrily, their hearts filled with frustration. If this affects the experimental data, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Someone couldn't help but complain in a low voice. "Yeah, I wonder who it is." However, when they saw that the newcomer was Qin Feng, they couldn't help but tone down their anger a bit. But their expressions were still somewhat unpleasant. After all, being interrupted so abruptly would make anyone uncomfortable. Qin Tianhai took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart, and tried to make his tone a bit more even. "Qin Feng, why are you here? Don't you know we're in a critical stage?" Qian Weiguo also said with a hint of reproach, "Academician Qin, this doesn't seem like your style." At this moment, Qin Feng realized his recklessness. He was panting, his chest heaving violently, and the sound of his rapid breathing was particularly clear in the quiet research institute. His face was filled with excitement and urgency, and the gleam of excitement shone in his eyes. However, when he saw the angry and unpleasant expressions on everyone's faces, especially the slightly reproachful gaze from Qin Tianhai, a hint of embarrassment and guilt flashed across Qin Feng's face. His mouth twitched as he tried to explain, but due to his excitement, he was somewhat incoherent. "I am sorry. I was too anxious, really sorry." He stood there helplessly, tightly clutching the computer he had brought. "I know this was my mistake. I shouldn't have been so reckless, but I just couldn't control myself. Please let me explain, let me finish," he said, gasping for breath. Qin Tianhai, with a darkened face and a tone laced with suppressed anger, asked, "Qin Feng, why are you in such a hurry? What exactly is going on?" The excitement on Qin Feng's face did not diminish. He just slightly restrained it under Qin Tianhai's questioning and gasped, "I came to find Qian Weiguo." Everyone was taken aback, looking at each other in confusion. Someone couldn't help but murmur, "Looking for Qian Weiguo? What urgent matter could there be at this time?" Qian Weiguo stood up in a daze, looking at Qin Feng with a puzzled expression, asking, "Academician Qin, what do you need me for?" His eyes were filled with confusion and curiosity. Qin Feng was extremely agitated at this moment. He suddenly reached out and tightly grabbed Qian Weiguo's arm with a grip so strong it seemed as if he could crush the bones. One of his hands trembled slightly due to the excessive force, making him appear somewhat frantic. "Quick, take me to find your teacher, that Qi Yin. By the way, don't you have a classmate named Qin Feng? Hurry and take me to find him. We can't waste a moment." Qin Feng's eyes widened, urging repeatedly. Qian Weiguo was stunned by this sudden turn of events. He stood there blankly, his face filled with bewilderment and helplessness. After a long while, he finally came to his senses, looking at Qin Feng with wide eyes, stuttering, "Fine teacher Qi? Academician Qin, Why are you suddenly in such a hurry to find Teacher Chi? Upon hearing this, the people around also cast curious glances, all looking at each other, each with a face full of confusion. Someone whispered, "What is going on? Look at how anxious academician Chin is." Others speculated, could it be related to the recent research project? At that moment, Chin Tianhai spoke up. He furrowed his brows and said seriously, "Chin Feng, can you calm down a bit? Don't be so rash. You need to explain what happened clearly." Only then did Chin Feng take a breath, trying to calm himself down, and told everyone the truth. His hands gestured continuously as his voice trembled with excitement. "It's like this. Someone just sent me an email. At first, I didn't think much of it, but when I opened it, it was about a 1 nanometer lithography technology. I read it carefully, pondered it repeatedly, and found that there was absolutely no problem." Upon hearing this, the academicians were first stunned, then their faces showed expressions of shock. Chin Tianhai's eyes widened, and the pen in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. He said in disbelief, 1 nanometer lithography technology? Is it really possible? How could that be? Could it be Qi Yin? This is truly unbelievable. After a brief moment of shock, joy gradually appeared on everyone's faces. The previous anger towards academician Chin had completely vanished. At this moment, a researcher clenched his fists, his voice changing with excitement. If this 1 nanometer lithography technology can really be realized, then our dragon country can completely resolve this crisis. We won't have to be suppressed by those Americans anymore. It's simply wonderful. However, amidst the excitement, everyone couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Another researcher frowned, looking puzzled, and said, "Why is it Qi Yin again? How can a vocational technical college produce such results? It's simply unbelievable." Chin Tianhai paced back and forth, muttering to himself, "This is so surprising. Have we always underestimated the talents from these lesser-known institutions? Is going to vocational college really the only path for us Dragon Country people?" Qian Weiguo stood among the researchers, his expression showing extreme shock compared to others. But he didn't seem too surprised. A unique calmness appeared on his face, as if what was happening before him was not beyond his expectations. He calmly crossed his arms over his chest, nodded slightly, and murmured that Chun Feng's research progress is really rapid. "I originally thought it would take him several more months to make a breakthrough, but I didn't expect such results to come so quickly." At that moment, Chin Feng happened to overhear Qian Wei was muttering. Instantly, his eyes widened in disbelief, as if his eyeballs were about to jump out of their sockets. He asked impatiently, "You actually know he is researching this? After all, according to common sense, such research projects usually fall under highly confidential categories and would never be easily disclosed to outsiders." However, facing Chin Feng's doubts and surprise, Qian Weiguo remained exceptionally calm. Chapter 77: The Shock of the Academicians. They had been studying black technology for an hour and a half. He nodded slowly, a confident smile appearing on his lips, then replied leisurely, "Of course, don't forget that Chen Feng and I are classmates and good friends. We know a bit about each other's research directions and developments, but we won't share it with others. Not only that, but I also know the research situations of some others in our class. Teacher Chi allows us to discuss with each other, but the others in different classes wouldn't know. Only those in our own class know." Upon hearing Qian Weiguo's words, the expressions of those present instantly turned even more astonished. It seemed they had learned an extraordinary secret today. A whole class. At this moment, Chin Tianhai's mouth had already dropped wide open, unable to close for a long time. The documents in his hand had unknowingly slipped to the ground, but he was completely unaware, just staring blankly at Qian Weiguo. The computer in Chin Feng's hand almost slipped as well, but fortunately, it was caught by the quick-witted Qian Weiguo. Others directly sat down in their chairs, their faces filled with disbelief, constantly murmuring, "How is this possible? How is this possible? This is a whole class of people. What does it mean to have a class full of geniuses?" With the research results of just these three, our dragon country could already surpass any other country, let alone a class full of geniuses. Chin Tianhai swallowed hard, steadied his mind, and was the first to break the brief silence. He asked with a slight tremble in his voice, "Are you saying that the entire class of Qi Yin is abnormal? Does that mean all the students in your class are researching different technologies?" Others also crowded around, surrounding Qian Weiguo, their eyes fixed on him, as if trying to see through him, eagerly wanting to get answers from his mouth. Qian Weiguo looked at the eager expressions on everyone's faces, smiled, and said, "Actually, it's not that exaggerated. The class that Teacher Qi leads has always been special. Teacher Qi specifically applied for it. Moreover, Teacher Qi personally guides us." An academician frowned, his eyes wide like copper bells, his voice sharp with shock. "All hands on teaching?" Qian Weiguo paused, recalling, and said, "Not exactly. We often gather to discuss various scientific issues, not limited to the knowledge in textbooks. Also, each of us has our own clear research direction, and Teacher Qi can always resolve our doubts, which is impressive." As everyone listened to Qian Weiguo's account, the shock on their faces remained unchanged. Qin Tianhai stroked his chin, thoughtfully saying, "It seems we really underestimated the strength of this class." His eyes showed both shock and a hint of regret. At this moment, another academician eagerly asked, "Do they have any other research results or ongoing projects?" His voice trembled slightly with nervousness, and his body involuntarily leaned forward. Qian Weiguo looked at the shocked faces around him, cleared his throat, and began to describe the class situation. He unconsciously stroked his chin, with a hint of admiration and emotion in his expression, slowly saying, "Our class, well, maybe we are indeed all researching cutting-edge technology. Take Qin Feng, for example. He has been focusing on nanolithography technology. He is very smart, probably the smartest among us. But he is somewhat lazy, haha. Otherwise, he might be faster than me." As Qian Weiguo spoke, he raised a hand to gesture. "And then there's Li. She is working on the deep application of artificial intelligence in aerospace, aiming to optimize algorithms to make aerospace robots more precise and faster." At this point, excitement flickered in his eyes, and then there's Zhao Gang. He is dedicated to developing a super high-speed data transmission technology. If successful, the speed of information transmission will be unprecedentedly improved. The crowd listened dumbfounded, but Qian Weiguo showed no signs of stopping. Moreover, everyone's research progress is different. Like Qin Feng, his research is already nearing completion, and the experimental data is very promising. Otherwise, he wouldn't have emailed academician Qin. Li is also progressing smoothly, having completed most of the algorithm model construction, currently in the final debugging and optimization stage. Qian Weiguo paused, glanced at everyone's expressions, and continued. "Zhao Gang's research has encountered some technical difficulties, but he hasn't given up and is working hard to overcome them. In short, most are close to yielding results." At this moment, Qian Weiguo's face beamed with pride, thinking to himself, "The classmates who struggled together back then, I didn't expect they would really accomplish something astonishing." At this point, Qin Tianhai could no longer contain his excitement and interjected, "This is too incredible. A class is simultaneously conducting so many cutting-edge and important research projects, and they are all close to yielding results?" Qian Weiguo nodded and said seriously, "Yes. Teacher Qi has always encouraged us to innovate boldly and not be constrained by traditional thinking, so everyone is pushing forward with full force." They collectively fell into a state of complete shock. "What? The whole class is researching cutting-edge technology? This must be a joke," an academician shouted with a trembling voice, his eyes wide as if they were about to pop out. Qin Tianhai stood there in a daze, his mouth opening and closing, unable to say a complete sentence. His gaze was vacant, and after a long while, he managed to squeeze out a few words. "The whole class on cutting-edge technology? What does this even mean?" The class covers almost all fields, including national defense, aerospace, biology, chemistry. If all this research comes to fruition, won't Long Country soar? Long Country is truly about to take off. His voice became hoarse with excitement, and his body trembled continuously. The entire room was filled with sounds of amazement, doubt, and disbelief. They looked at each other, trying to find signs on each other's faces that this was just a joke. But the shock and seriousness on everyone's faces indicated that it was all real. "This is too crazy, too unbelievable." Qin Feng held his head in his hands, pacing back and forth in the room. If this is true, it would be a monumental change in the scientific community. Everyone's mood felt like a heavy bomb had been thrown in, leaving them unable to calm down for a long time, each person dizzy from the astonishing news, while also filled with anticipation and hope. Chapter 78. The Shock of the Academicians. What is the Special Promotion Exam? Several academicians from Longguo Institute sat together in the conference room discussing this matter. After hearing it, the previously quiet academicians could no longer remain calm. At this moment, they were unable to suppress their inner excitement. They jumped up from their seats as if their bottoms were on fire. Each one of them was exceptionally excited, their facial muscles trembling with enthusiasm. Their faces were as red as ripe apples. Absolutely not. We must immediately head to Samleton Vocational and Technical College to get to the bottom of this matter. This could potentially solve the long-standing problems troubling our long country regarding lithography machines. Academician Qin Feng slammed his right hand hard on the solid wooden table in front of him, making a dull and loud bang. With this loud noise, the entire conference room shook 3 times. As soon as Academician Qin Feng's words fell, the other academicians nodded rapidly like chicks pecking at rice, completely agreeing with his statement. They could no longer contain their eagerness and desire, each one rubbing their fists and eager to try, wishing they could immediately sprout wings and fly to Samleton Vocational and Technical College to investigate. That's right, we not only need to rush over immediately, but we also need to decisively take measures to seal off the school, absolutely not allowing even the slightest mistake or mishap to occur with these hard-won research results. The previously silent Qin Tianhai also spoke up at this time, his tone firm and resolute, leaving no room for doubt. However, just as everyone was preparing to take action, an out-of-place voice suddenly sounded. It was Chen Weiguo, who quickly reminded everyone, But today is their special promotion exam. You all need to calm down. They should be nervously answering questions in the exam room right now, and if we rashly seal off the campus, it would greatly affect their examination. At this point, Chen Weiguo couldn't help but gently shake his head, showing a worried expression. Hearing this, most of the academicians present were taken aback, clearly unfamiliar with the term special promotion exam. One academician frowned and disdainfully remarked, "What kind of low-level exam is this? I've never heard of it." Another academician also curled his lips and said, "Is this even a big deal? Can it affect our important matters?" Chen Weiguo hurriedly explained, "Although this may not mean much in the eyes of the academicians, it is very important for the students taking the exam. You all have no idea how difficult the situation is for us vocational students. So the special promotion exam is really significant." The academicians looked at each other. After a brief silence, Qin Tianhai said, "In that case, let's try to keep a low profile and not disrupt the normal examination order." Everyone expressed their agreement. Thus, the group of academicians decided to set off immediately, choosing to fly. More than 10 academicians from the Dragon Institute collectively mobilized, which was unprecedented in the past and naturally drew the high attention of the authorities in a very short time. After Chen Baohua learned the news, he rushed over to inquire about the situation. "Old Qin, what's going on? So many people are going suddenly. This task is a bit difficult for me. What happened?" Seeing Chen Baohua hurrying over, Qin Tianhai and the others quickly explained the ins and outs of the situation in detail. As Chen Baohua listened, his eyes grew wider and his expression became increasingly excited. "What? A nanometer lithography machine technology has been developed? And it's at the Samleton Vocational and Technical College?" Chen Baohua repeated in disbelief, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. "And there seems to be more black technology there." He gasped, his expression instantly becoming serious. After a brief moment of shock, Chen Baohua did not hesitate and decisively said, "No. In that case, I have to ensure the safety of all the academicians. Wait for me. I will send another team over. This matter is too big." He then quickly began to mobilize armed forces to prepare for departure. Chen Baohua clenched his fists, pacing back and forth in the room, issuing orders while muttering to himself, "This is no small matter. If something goes wrong, it would be a huge loss for the country." Sweat beads began to dust his forehead. The academicians watched as Chen Baohua nervously and methodically deployed everything, feeling a surge of admiration in their hearts. Qin Tianhai quickly said, "Old Chen, you're reliable. With you here, it will definitely be safe." Chen Baohua stopped and looked at Qin Tianhai, saying seriously, "This is necessary. Such a significant scientific achievement must not have any mishaps. Soon, the armed forces quickly assembled. Bao stood at the front of the team, his gaze intense as he said, "Comrades, this mission is of great responsibility. We must ensure the safety of the academicians and guarantee the smooth transfer of scientific achievements. Do you all understand?" "Understood. Understood. Understood." The soldiers responded in unison, their voices echoing in the air. Bao will wave his hand. "Let's go." The team swiftly moved out, a large group heading towards Sanliton Vocational and Technical College. Meanwhile, on the other side, outside Sanliton Vocational and Technical College, a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the campus, with lead gray clouds weighing heavily on the teaching buildings. The corridor outside the examination room was filled with a serious silence. Parents and teachers outside the campus stared intently at the tightly closed doors of the examination room. A gentle breeze passed by but brought no refreshing air, only stirring a few strands of hair and the edges of clothing before returning to calm. The entire space outside the examination room was filled with tension and anticipation. At that moment, a man wearing glasses with slightly disheveled hair, looking like a teacher, was pacing back and forth on the roadside, his face filled with anxiety. He occasionally glanced towards the school gate, beads of sweat forming on his forehead without bothering to wipe them away. This was Chi Yin, who was waiting for his students' upgrade examination to finish. Chi Yin silently prayed in his heart, hoping that all his students could do well. At the very least, they should get into a second-tier university, he murmured, his brow furrowed, his eyes reflecting his deep hopes for his students. In this day and age, the situation for college students in the employment market is tough. There's a saying that college students are worse than dogs. Only undergraduates are considered human, but those from non-prestigious universities are looked down upon. Only graduates from top universities are useful. Chapter 79. Dozens of academicians gather at the upgrade examination site. Chi Yin couldn't help but let out a deep sigh, feeling helpless and emotional. "Sigh, the competition is too fierce." At this moment, a man beside him chimed in, "Indeed, it's fierce." Chi Yin turned to look at the man, who appeared haggard, his eyes bloodshot, tightly gripping a thermos. He was a medium build, dressed in a dark suit, meticulously ironed without a wrinkle, and wore gold-rimmed glasses. His eyes showed an air of arrogance, making him seem difficult to approach, with his chin slightly raised and a hint of disdain at the corners of his mouth. He looked down on everything around him. Chi Yin smiled wryly and nodded, saying, "Yes, today's kids have too much pressure. They have to work hard to secure a good future." The man sighed heavily. "Exactly, my kid studies day and night, just hoping to get into a good undergraduate program so he can find a job more easily later." Chi Yin empathized. As teachers and parents, we see it and feel it deeply. But there's nothing we can do. Social competition is just that cruel. Hearing Chi Yin's words, the man suddenly became interested. "Oh, you're a college teacher." "I'm a teacher at a 589 university in the Magic City. I know the importance of education. College students have very little future. Only undergraduates are somewhat useful, and they have to go for graduate studies for any prospects. I've already arranged for my kid to get into a first-tier school this time, and then let him study for my graduate program," the man said, revealing a proud expression. Chi Yin felt a bit displeased but maintained his politeness, cheerfully saying, "Speaking of which, I believe my students should have no problem getting into a first-tier school this time." The man's eyes widened in disbelief as he said, "A college student getting into a first-tier school? That's very difficult. How could they all get in? You're not just boasting, are you?" He looked Chi Yin up and down, his gaze filled with contempt. "You're just a college teacher. What good students can you teach? Why don't you let them all get into a 589 university?" Chi Yin's expression instantly turned a bit ugly. He bit his lip tightly, a wave of anger rising in his heart. But he still held back and calmly said, "You can't say it's so absolutely. Every student I teach has potential. Anything is possible. Why can you guarantee your son gets into a first-tier school, but my students can't?" After pondering a bit, Chi Yin couldn't hold back and added sarcastically. The man sneered, "Potential? What potential does a college student have? I think you're just comforting yourself. This time, if my kid performs well, he will definitely get into a first-tier school. I can assure you of that. No need for you to worry." The man disdainfully glanced at Chi Yin, then proudly lifted his chin. "You're so amazing. Why did your son also end up in a college?" Yin disregarded the man's gaze and continued sarcastically. Why don't you let him attend your school? Yin deliberately raised his voice, attracting the attention of the surrounding parents. They naturally understood what Yin meant. It was about using connections, right? The parents' gazes seemed as if they wanted to stab the man. If it weren't for the security maintaining order, they would surely have caused a scene. Why should they, with backgrounds, be allowed to easily take away the spots their children fought hard for, and even dare to say it out loud in public? The man noticed everyone looking at him and immediately shrank his neck. He no longer paid attention to Yin, turning aside with an angry glare. Yin watched the man's back, silently clenching his fists, murmuring to himself, "Tsh, still pretending here. What gives you such a sense of superiority? You're just a university professor. I've even met academicians, and I've never seen them look down on college students like this." Suddenly, the roar of cars approaching from afar broke the original calm. A group of well-trained plainclothes soldiers quickly cleared the way. Their steps were synchronized, their expressions serious, and their eyes revealed authority and vigilance. This sudden display shocked everyone present, and the once noisy school gate fell silent in an instant. Parents cast curious glances at each other, whispering guesses about the identity of the visitors. The man who had just caught their attention was Su Chong, who had been absent-mindedly staring in the direction of the examination room. Hearing the commotion, he instinctively turned his head to look. Upon seeing the scene, his eyes widened in disbelief. He recognized one of the more than 10 academicians present. He was the honorary dean of their school, an academician from the prestigious Longguo Academy in the capital. Su Chong knew this elder academician had made outstanding contributions to nuclear physics. He had led multiple national-level nuclear physics research projects, making significant contributions to the country's energy security and defense efforts. His research achievements had not only caused a stir domestically, but had also received international acclaim, earning the admiration of countless peers. However, what surprised him even more was that this distinguished elder academician was standing at the back of the group. Su Chong's heart trembled. Could it be that those in front were also academicians, and of even higher status? His heart raced, and his breathing became rapid. As the group gradually approached, Su Chong's gaze passed over the elder academician and looked ahead. He saw that the few academicians in front walked with an imposing presence, their gazes deep and resolute. They exuded an invisible authority and aura that made one instinctively feel respect. Su Chong's mind went blank. He was completely stunned by the scene before him. The surrounding parents also held their breath, enveloped by this powerful aura, afraid to speak. What on earth was happening? Could it be because of me? It must be. Among all the people here, my status is the highest. Moreover, my recent project has made some progress. Could it be that these big shots have taken notice of me? Su Chong exclaimed in his heart. His gaze closely followed the figures of the academicians, filled with curiosity and expectation. He kept murmuring to himself, "Oh my, these are all academicians. Do you understand? One of them is even my teacher's teacher." He completely disregarded his earlier confrontation with Yin and grabbed Yin's sleeve, shaking it. His face was filled with pride and satisfaction as he turned to Yin, eager to flaunt his status. "Hey you, a junior college teacher, see that? One of them is my teacher's teacher, who has a high status in the academic world." Chapter 80. Clown Su Chong. The academicians are here to find Yin. Let me tell you, the opportunity to connect with such big figures is not something ordinary people can have. Yin listened to Su Chong's boasting, casually wiping his nose and saying, "I wonder what they are here for." Hearing Yin's words, Su Chong's smug expression instantly turned to disdain. He raised his voice and said, "Humph, what do you know? These academicians are all top figures in the academic world. Their every move could influence the country's technological development. With your limited perspective, it's a wonder if you could guess their purpose." Yin replied, "Maybe they are here to find me." Su Chong crossed his arms and continued to ridicule. "You still think they might be here for you? What a dreamer. Have you looked in the mirror to see how much you weigh? How could the academicians possibly be looking for a nobody like you? Stop dreaming and spare yourself the embarrassment. I have my teacher to rely on and can bask in some glory. What do you have? Nothing." Su Chong became more animated as he spoke, spitting words. "Do you think you can have any connection with the academicians just because of you? Stop dreaming. Just stay honest and don't embarrass yourself." Qi Yin ignored Su Chong's ridicule and stared expressionlessly ahead. At that moment, Qin Tianhai and others seemed to notice the commotion near Qi Yin. He squinted slightly and whispered something to Qin Feng beside him. And Qin Feng's face showed a look of realization. The few of them exchanged glances and immediately walked toward Qi Yin. The scene was grand, with the academicians marching with firm and powerful steps, followed closely by plainclothes soldiers, creating a strong aura. All eyes at the scene were drawn to them, with everyone watching intently. Su Chong, who had been lost in his own fantasies, suddenly felt the atmosphere around him become unusually heavy. He abruptly looked up, shocked, and followed the direction of the academicians. To his surprise, the academicians were heading straight for him. Could it really be that they were looking for him? Yes. My ancestor must have recognized me and wanted to introduce me to the other academicians. Su Chong's heart ignited with hope and excitement. His heart raced as if it would leap out of his throat. He hurriedly straightened his clothes, tugged at his shirt hem, and hastily combed his hair, trying to appear more tidy and presentable. His face instantly took on a serious expression, standing straight with his hands pressed against his pants seams, like a soldier waiting for inspection, filled with anticipation and nervousness. His breathing quickened as he mentally rehearsed what he would say to the academicians, imagining the glorious moment that awaited him. Su Chong's lips couldn't help but curl into a slight smile, as if he could already see himself shining in front of the academicians. The surrounding parents cast envious and puzzled glances. However, the several academicians hurriedly walked straight towards Qi Yin, their eyes sparkling with excitement, all focused on him. They moved swiftly, not even casting a glance at Su Chong. Su Chong, who had been filled with expectation, standing stiffly with a smile that hadn't fully bloomed, suddenly froze, as if turned to stone. The academicians approached Qi Yin with warm enthusiasm, their excitement growing more intense. Academician Qin Feng was the first to extend his hand, tightly gripping Qi Yin's hand, excitedly saying, "Comrade Qi Yin, it's great to finally see you." Other academicians quickly gathered around, expressing their excitement in a flurry of voices. "I've heard your name for a long time, and seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation." Academician Qin Feng said with a smile, the wrinkles on his face deepening with joy. "This matter depends entirely on you." Another academician gazed at Qi Yin with eager eyes. Su Chong stood dumbfounded to the side, his hand, which had been reaching out to greet them, awkwardly suspended in midair. The smile on his face had vanished without a trace, replaced by disbelief and profound disappointment. His mouth was slightly agape, wanting to say something, but words caught in his throat, unable to utter a sound. Everyone in the audience was shocked to see how warmly the big figures treated Qi Yin. They whispered to each other, speculating about Qi Yin's identity. Who exactly is Qi Yin? How could he attract so many big shots to come personally? One parent frowned, looking puzzled. Who knows? With such a scene, it must be something extraordinary. A person nearby shook their head, their gaze never leaving Qi Yin. Finally, someone recognized Qi Yin's identity, and the crowd erupted into chatter, discussing animatedly. "Isn't that the Qi Yin from the internet?" A young person exclaimed excitedly. "Qi Yin? What Qi Yin?" Another person asked, looking confused. "The one who contributed to the cancer miracle drug technology." "Oh, so it's him. I've heard that the cancer miracle drug has saved many lives." "It's not just that. I've also heard that he seems to be working on some big project recently." "What big project?" "It seems like he's going to research lithography machines." "Lithography machines?" "That's cutting-edge technology in the high-tech field." "Can he do it?" "Don't underestimate him. If he can develop a special cancer drug, maybe he can handle the lithography machine too." I think he's just bragging. It's not that easy to research a lithography machine." "You can't say that. His courage and determination are commendable. Maybe it's just to grab attention and earn fame." "Impossible. His previous technology for the cancer drug was a solid contribution." Everyone was debating, some filled with admiration and anticipation for Qi Yin, while others expressed skepticism and disdain. Nevertheless, Qi Yin undoubtedly stirred up a storm in the crowd. Su Qiang, amidst the discussions, gradually realized something. The college teacher he had just been chatting with and secretly looked down upon was actually the famous Qi Yin online. He recalled the previous interactions and felt a burning shame on his face. It's over. I've embarrassed myself greatly. Su Chong regretted and hit his head lightly. He had thought he looked a bit familiar. Why didn't he connect the dots? His face turned bright red as he recalled how he had previously praised Qi Yan, thinking he was so clever, now feeling like a ridiculous clown, utterly humiliated. Chapter 81. Academician shocked. Qi Yan students are all high-tech. On Qi Yan's side, after some pleasantries with a few senior academicians, he finally began to inquire about their intentions. So, you came here for? The old academician Qin Feng couldn't wait and expressed their purpose first, his eyes sparkling with excitement, his hands trembling slightly. Comrade Qi Yan, we are here for that 1 nanometer lithography machine technology. I saw the content you sent to the email, and it had me so excited that I couldn't sleep well for several nights. The voice of academician Qin Feng trembled with excitement. The ideas and thoughts you proposed are simply groundbreaking. This has immeasurable significance for our country's breakthroughs in the chip field. Academician Qin Feng tightly grasped Qi Yan's hand, his gaze full of admiration and respect. Your achievements are already astounding. The cancer drug technology has benefited countless people. And now you have such a significant breakthrough in lithography machine technology. You are a star in our scientific community. Qi Yan humbly smiled and said, Elder Qin, you flatter me. This is just a small idea of mine that still needs everyone's effort to perfect. Academician Qin Feng shook his head repeatedly, saying, No, you are too modest. Your ideas have pointed us in the right direction. With your leadership, we believe we can overcome this challenge. Qin Feng excitedly said, hinting that he wanted to meet that Qin Feng, and eagerly suggested inviting Chen Feng to become an academician directly. Qi Yan remained relatively calm upon hearing this. After all, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. However, deep down, a ripple of emotion still stirred within him. He stood quietly, his eyes reflecting contemplation. Nonetheless, Qi Yan curiously looked at the other academicians, frowning slightly, and asked in confusion, but even for the lithography machine technology, why would so many academicians come? His voice was not loud, but it was filled with doubt. Qi Yan's gaze swept from one academician's face to another, trying to find answers in their expressions. His fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the edge of his clothes, revealing his inner restlessness. The surrounding academicians exchanged glances upon hearing Qi Yan's question, and for a moment, no one immediately answered. Qi Yan felt increasingly that something was amiss. He took a deep breath and said again, Elders, I truly don't understand. Although the lithography machine technology is important, given your status, it puzzles me that you would mobilize so many people. Is there some other more important reason? Qi Yan's eyes were filled with inquiry as he fixed his gaze on the several academicians in front of him, waiting for their answers. His body leaned slightly forward, showing his eagerness to know the answer. At this moment, academician Qin Tianhai's expression of excitement slightly faded, and he looked at Qi Yan, hesitating to speak, seemingly weighing how to begin. The other academicians also showed difficulty, as if they were troubled about how to explain. Qi Yan observed their expressions, and his confusion deepened. His originally calm demeanor gradually turned serious. Academicians Qin Tianhai and others exchanged glances, their expressions becoming complicated. Their gazes wavered on Qi Yan, seemingly deliberating how to speak. Finally, academician Qin Tianhai broke the silence, cleared his throat, and hesitantly asked, Qi Yan, I've heard that your students are all very impressive. Is that really the case? Qi Yan smiled slightly and replied without arrogance or subservience. My students are indeed all very outstanding. Academician Qin Tianhai followed up quickly. Then, what about students like Chen Feng, Li Shizhen, and Qian Weiguo? Are there others like them? His eyes revealed eagerness and inquiry. Qi Yan remained composed and calmly said, In my view, all my students are excellent, and their levels are quite similar. Upon hearing Qi Yan's response, the academicians exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. Academician Qin Tianhai couldn't help but mutter, It's all true. Once they regained their composure, they began to tentatively ask, So, does each student have their own research direction? Academician Qin Feng quickly added, Yes, Qi Yan, please don't brush us off. This is significant. You must tell us the truth. Another academician echoed, Right, Qi Yin. We mean no harm. We just want to understand the real situation. Qi Yin sensed the academician's urgency and skepticism. But he still answered calmly, "My students indeed have their own clear research directions. They are researching in areas they are interested in and have made good progress." The academician's eyes were filled with disbelief, and they exchanged glances again, seemingly assessing the truthfulness of Qi Yan's words. Seeing the cautious expressions of the academicians, Qi Yin sighed inwardly. His gaze swept over each academician, and those expectant yet hesitant expressions made him instantly understand everything. "It must have been that kid Longguo who told you, right?" Qi Yin slowly spoke, with a hint of helplessness in his voice. The expressions of the academicians turned awkward in an instant. Some averted their gazes, some scratched their heads, and others forced a smile. Qi Yin gently shook his head, his face revealing a look of relief as he said, "Elders, don't blame Longguo. This kid is just straightforward. In fact, I never intended to keep it from everyone. It's just that until the research results are fully successful, I wouldn't dare to guarantee anything lightly." He paused and continued, "I'm afraid that if I reveal the news too early and give everyone hope, only to end up unable to deliver, it would be a letdown." Qi Yan's gaze deepened, seemingly returning to those days of intense research. "I've been working hard with my students, taking every step cautiously. A slight deviation could mean that all previous efforts would go to waste." This was, of course, Qi Yin deceiving them to alleviate some of their doubts. The academicians listened quietly to Qi Yan's explanation, their expressions gradually turning to understanding and respect. Academician Qin Tianhai stepped forward and said, "Qi Yin, we were too anxious. We understand your concerns. You did the right thing." Qi Yin smiled and nodded, grateful for the understanding of his senior peers. "Now that everyone knows, I will also do my utmost to strive for satisfactory results as soon as possible." The academicians showed shocked expressions again after hearing Qi Yan's words. They were not joking. Academician Qin Tianhai couldn't help but exclaim. This time, not just a few academicians from different fields came. Several academicians from different directions of the Longguo Institute gathered here. Chapter 82. Qi Yin, aren't you curious about where so much black technology comes from? There are those from the agricultural field, those focused on national defense research, and those deeply engaged in biology, each with an eager expression. Several older academicians could no longer contain themselves and started to ask questions. "Qi Yin, do your students research hybrid technology in agriculture?" An old academician in agriculture asked impatiently, filled with anticipation in his eyes. "What about aerospace technology? Our country urgently needs breakthroughs in this area." The academician responsible for national defense then followed up, his voice trembling with anxiety. "In national defense technology, this is crucial." Another academician also stepped forward, staring intently at Qi Yin. Qi Yin looked at these eager academicians and felt their passion for scientific research and deep concern for national development. Qi Yin slowly said, "Their research is still ongoing, and the results still need time to be verified." The academicians nodded upon hearing this, their eager expressions slightly easing, but their eyes still filled with expectation and encouragement. The academicians were so excited upon hearing Qi Yan's words that they could hardly contain themselves. Academician Qin Tianhai's face turned red, his hands trembling incessantly, his voice rising with excitement. "If what you say is true, and your students have these research directions, it would be a tremendous blessing. This could save our research institute a lot of time." The agricultural academician's eyes shimmered with tears, trembling as he spoke. "Yes, we have explored hybrid technology for many years. If new forces join in, it will surely bring new breakthroughs and hope." The national defense academician clenched his fist tightly, veins standing out with excitement. "If we can get support in aerospace technology and national defense technology, the national defense strength of Longguo will certainly be greatly enhanced. And Longguo's rise is just around the corner." The academician in biology nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with eager anticipation. "This will also have a huge driving effect on the development of our biological field." All the academician's eyes were fixed on Qi Yin, as if he was about to speak the key words regarding Longguo's future. Qi Yin softly said, "Yes, almost all research directions include what you can think of." Qi Yin confirmed this matter again, very seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, the academicians were stunned for a moment, then erupted in cheers. Academician Qin Tianhai jumped up excitedly, shouting, "Great! Great! This is a fortunate event for Longguo." The other academicians embraced each other, their eyes filled with excitement and joy. At this moment, they seemed to see the glorious prospect of Longguo thriving in various fields, envisioning Longguo shining brilliantly on the world stage. Qian stood there, his expression firm, having already made a decision in his heart. He knew that at this point, he no longer intended to hide, as these matters would eventually be exposed to everyone, whether exposed early or late. Since that is the case, it is better to face it calmly. His gaze slowly swept over the faces of several academicians, whose expressions were filled with expectation and excitement, but also carried a hint of worry in his eyes. Qian took a deep breath, deep concern showing his eyes as he looked towards the academicians. "Aren't you curious why my students, who are only from college, can research such black technology?" His voice was not loud, but it reached every academician's ears. Upon hearing Qian's words, the academicians exchanged firm glances. They had already agreed that everything should be centered around the country. Academician Qin Tianhai was the first to speak, his voice steady and powerful. "Qian, we do not care how this black technology came about. As long as it is beneficial to Longguo and can make Longguo strong, that is good." His words were resolute, showcasing generosity and vision. The National Defense Academician continued, "Yes, we dedicate our lives to pursuing the prosperity of Longguo. As long as the results can be used for Longguo, nothing else matters." His gaze was filled with determination and selflessness. The agricultural academician also nodded, his gaze gentle yet firm. "We do not care about the process, only the results. As long as it can benefit the people of Longguo, the source does not need to be debated." Then, they all looked at Qian and asked, "Are you a Longguo person?" Qian nodded without hesitation, saying loudly, "I am a Longguo person." Hearing this firm answer, all the academicians looked at Qian with relief. Their eyes were filled with trust, expectation, and encouragement. Qian looked at the academician's eyes, feeling a mix of surprise and emotion. He did not expect that what he thought would be the biggest problem was so easily resolved. Everything happened so suddenly that it felt somewhat unbelievable. "It really is absurd, but this is Longguo. Only in Longguo," Qian murmured, his eyes slightly red. At this moment, he deeply felt the greatness of Longguo and the selfless spirit of these academicians. They do not care about personal gains or losses, nor do they get entangled in details, focusing solely on the interests of the country. This generosity and selflessness greatly shocked Qian's heart. "Dear academicians, I really don't know how to express my feelings at this moment." Qian's voice trembled with excitement. "I am deeply grateful to Longguo and admire your selflessness to the core. In such a significant matter, you do not care about details, focusing only on the progress of the country. This spirit makes me feel ashamed." The academicians smiled at Qian, their eyes filled with understanding and encouragement. Just then, a highly respected academician slowly spoke. "Qian, I must say, the students you have cultivated are truly exceptional talents, with such outstanding seedlings. I believe there shouldn't be any problem in recruiting them, right?" As soon as this academician finished speaking, the previously tense atmosphere in the room was instantly broken. Following that, the other academicians seemed to have opened up and began to express their opinions and views. Yes, that's true. In my opinion, there is no need for much persuasion. I believe Qian will agree. You can rest assured about the treatment, Qian. After all, we are all colleagues, and for your students, we will definitely provide them with the most generous treatment and the broadest development space. Qian nodded and said, "I understand the academician's appreciation for talent. But now is a crucial period for the college entrance examination, so please be patient here." Qian deeply bowed to the academicians and continued, "I will work hard with my students, not to disappoint Longguo's expectations, nor to let down the favor of all the academicians. Once the exam is over, I will ensure that everyone's wishes are fulfilled." The academicians nodded one after another, and the atmosphere in the room was filled with expectation and hope. Chapter 83. Dozens of academicians welcome college students. At this moment in the examination room, ding, 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 with a crisp ringing sound, Chun Feng and more than 20 students rushed out of the examination room like wild horses. They had finished their exam. They gathered in the agreed corner of the campus, each wearing a complex expression after just finishing the exam. Oh, I have to tell you, I actually got that fill-in-the-blank question wrong. Zhang Wei was frustrated, pulling at his hair, his face scrunched up. Haha, I told you to pick that answer, but you didn't believe me. Zheng Daqiang was so happy he was dancing, his eyes squinting with laughter. Don't tell me the answer. I won't listen, I won't listen. Wang Hai quickly covered his ears, looking defiant, wanting to keep a bit of fantasy. Chun Feng, full of confidence, patted his chest. This time it's stable. I feel I did especially well. Yuan Sheng, standing beside him, chimed in. I also think it went pretty well. Just a few questions I'm a bit unsure about. Oh, stop fretting. It's all over now. Thinking won't help. The laid-back Zhang Wei shouted. Exactly. It's all done. Let's relax properly. Several classmates agreed. Suddenly, Chun Feng said, Oh, Teacher Qi Yin is still waiting for us outside. We should hurry out. He said he would wait for us to go back together. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Oh no, why is the teacher still waiting for us? I won't be polite. He must treat us to a meal. I want hot pot. Hee, I want barbecue. Ha, I want it too. Chun Feng scratched his head, looking puzzled. But the teacher didn't say he would treat us to a meal? The others ignored whether he said it or not, pushing Chun Feng towards the exit. At this moment, of course, they wanted to take advantage of their teacher. Meanwhile, the sun peeked out from behind the dark clouds, sunlight pouring down on them, illuminating their faces filled with anticipation and hope. The candidates flowing out were like a tide, the dense crowd filling the campus pathways. However, the closer they got to the gate, the more they sensed something was off. The originally noisy and bustling crowd seemed to be mysteriously drawn by some unseen force, gradually parting to create a wide passage. What's going on? Chun Feng wondered as he moved with the crowd, looking around in confusion. It feels like we're welcoming some important figure, Zhang Wei said in a low voice. His eyes filled with curiosity. Zheng Daqiang's eyes widened. Could there be a big shot among our candidates? It wouldn't be some super academic, would it? Maybe it's the child of some high official coming to take the exam. Wang Hai speculated, his tone tinged with envy. The crowd began to whisper among themselves, various guesses rising and falling. Maybe it's a genius teenager, already reserved by all the prestigious schools. Yuanshen couldn't help but join the discussion. Sigh. If only I could have such treatment. Zhang Wei sighed, his eyes full of envy and longing. The air was thick with curiosity and expectation. Everyone craning their necks to see what was happening. Each person's steps seemed to unconsciously quicken, eager to reach the entrance and see who could command such an impressive presence. At that moment, sunlight streamed through the clouds, making the passage cleared by the crowd particularly eye-catching. As Chun Feng and the others gradually approached the school gate, they looked over the heads of the crowd and were surprised to find a group of over a dozen old men standing there. Huh, why do those old men look so old? Especially the ones staring at me. But they seem like big shots, with that imposing aura, Chun Feng murmured softly. The dozen or so academicians, along with a group of big shots, were all eagerly awaiting, their faces full of anticipation. An academician from the defense sector clenched his fists tightly, pacing back and forth, mumbling, "We must retain the talent this time." An academician from the agricultural sector kept adjusting his glasses, staring intently at the school gate without blinking. Teacher Qi Yin was among them, quietly conversing with a big shot beside him, looking somewhat tense. Wait, did I miss-see? Why do I see someone who looks a lot like Teacher Qi Yin? Chun Feng rubbed his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. I saw it too. Seems like he's among that group of old men, Zhang Wei said, his voice laced with confusion. Zheng Daqiang was about to speak when Wang Hai interrupted him. Stop guessing. How could Teacher Qi Yin be standing with those old men? Wang Hai sculpted. That's definitely Teacher Qi Yin. You fools, Yuan Sheng said loudly, always straightforward. Oh, stop the noise. Let's get closer and see what's going on, Zhang Wei said as he pulled everyone forward. After some effort, they finally squeezed to the front and, upon closer inspection, it really was Teacher Qi Yin. Oh my goodness. It really is Teacher Qi Yin. What on earth is going on? Zhang Wei exclaimed, nearly dropping his jaw in shock. Those old men look tough to deal with. Could the teacher be kidnapped by them? Zheng Daqiang scratched his head, looking bewildered. Look at your lack of ambition. Maybe the teacher has some great opportunity. Wang Hai rolled his eyes at them. Chun Feng frowned, deep in thought. I think this is not simple. Let's not jump to conclusions. Let's see what happens. At this moment, Teacher Chi Yin also spotted them and nodded slightly, his gaze carrying a sense of mystery. Kids, come over. Teacher Chi Yin excitedly waved at Chun Feng and the others, his voice filled with urgency and anticipation. This call shattered the doubts in the hearts of the 28 students. They had been whispering among themselves, but upon hearing Teacher Chi's call, their eyes all turned towards his direction. Thus, all 28 students slowly gathered together. With each step they took, the surrounding crowd seemed to be pushed aside by an invisible force, parting spontaneously. Their figures stood out prominently among the crowd. Sunlight bathed them, as if cloaking them in a golden glow. Curious, envious, and amazed glances were cast in their direction. Some people whispered, "What's going on? These kids seem extraordinary." The faces of onlookers were filled with confusion and astonishment, murmuring among themselves. Who exactly are these 28 students? Why are they being received by such prominent figures? A middle-aged woman widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. Chapter 84. The academician's urgency, the desire for college students to become their students. Look at this scene. These kids must be something special, perhaps some genius teenager. A young man adjusted his glasses, speculating. Could they have won some international award? Another person joined in the speculation. Some exam proctors were also utterly shocked. Teacher Li, who had just been discussing the exam situation with colleagues, gaped in astonishment. These are all my exam students? Why are so many big shots waiting for them? Other teachers shook their heads, muttering, I never noticed these kids were so special. Some couldn't help but tiptoe, trying to see more clearly. Chun Feng and the others, noticing so many curious gazes directed at them, initially felt a bit shy. Chun Feng unconsciously tugged at his clothing, and Zhang Wei's steps became hesitant. But thinking of Teacher Chi Yin being right in front, not wanting to embarrass him, they exchanged glances as if reaching some tacit understanding. One by one, they straightened their chests. Chun Feng took a deep breath, straightened his back, and his gaze became firm and confident. Zhang Wei also shook off his timidity, breaking into a brave smile. Wang Hai, whose cheeks had been slightly flushed, now brimmed with pride, walking lightly and powerfully. Zheng Daqiang encouraged himself softly as he walked. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. We can't let the teacher down. Lin Xiao flipped her hair, striding confidently, as if displaying her courage to everyone. And so, under the gaze of the crowd, they walked towards Teacher Chi Yin, step by step, with confidence. Every step is filled with power, and every glance is filled with determination. Their figures appear increasingly upright and dazzling under the sunlight. Zhang Wei excitedly said, This feels so cool. It's like we're superheroes. Wang Hai's cheeks flushed with excitement. Yeah, I've never had so many people paying attention to us. Wherever they go, the crowd's gaze closely follows, forming an invisible line of attention. At this moment, they seem to have become the center of the world, the focus of everyone. When they reached Chi Yin and the others, they saw Chun Feng walking towards Chun Feng and the others with a beaming smile, his eyes filled with eagerness and anticipation. Haha, you must be Chun Feng, right? I'm Chun Feng, an academician in chip technology at Longguo Institute. I've heard a lot about your research achievements. You are truly impressive. Chun Feng cheerfully stepped forward, firmly shaking Chun Feng's hand, his eyes sparkling with admiration. At the same time, an elderly academician with gray hair couldn't wait to shout. Who is Zhang Wei, the one researching fighter jets? I'm an academician in national defense technology. His voice was loud and urgent, eagerly scanning the crowd. Another academician followed up, shouting, Who is Zheng Daqiang, the one researching laser weapons? Come over here. His face was full of excitement, as if he had found a rare treasure. Where is Wang Hai, the one with the electronic shield? Another academician craned his neck, looking anxiously. Who is Yuan Shang, the little girl researching hybrid plant technology? A kind-looking old academician smiled broadly, his eyes filled with warmth and anticipation. Meanwhile, other academicians were also eager, shouting, Where is the student researching water resources? Come here and let me see. And students involved in a large aircraft project. Don't be shy. Come over. A burly academician waved his arms, his expression excited. Chen Feng and the others stood frozen in place, their faces filled with confusion and helplessness. They looked at each other, their eyes full of doubt and surprise. What is going on? Why do these old academicians know what we are researching? Chen Feng murmured, furrowing his brow, with question marks popping up in his mind one after another. Zhang Wei scratched his head, looking puzzled. Yeah, I'm confused too. This is too strange. Yuan Sheng nervously tugged at her clothes, her voice trembling slightly. I'm all mixed up. Just then, Teacher Qi Yin quickly stepped forward, looking at the bewildered students with a smile. How about we discuss this issue somewhere else? There are too many people here. Academicians like Qin Tianhai saw the crowd growing larger, people gathering around, and some even taking out their phones to take pictures. Seeing this, academician Qin Feng's expression became a bit anxious. No, we can't let this escalate here. We need to change locations quickly. Academician Qin Tianhai nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. This place is indeed not suitable. Let us go. Let old Chun stay behind to deal with the onlookers. Saying this, the academicians tightly held onto the students they had caught, as if afraid they would run away if they let go. Chen Feng was being pulled by academician Qin Feng, wanted to break free but not daring to use too much force. Zhang Wei was pulled by the academician in national defense technology, looking helpless. Zheng Daqiang was also being pulled by the arm, feeling somewhat lost, as was Wang Hai. Yuan Sheng was protected by the kind old academician, appearing a bit uneasy. Accompanied by a group of people, they hurriedly left the examination site. Along the way, Chen Feng and the others' minds remained unsettled, filled with question marks. Meanwhile, the academicians were both protecting them and continuously offering words of encouragement and expectation. Kids, you are the hope of the nation. Don't be nervous. Let's find a place to talk slowly. The group led them back to Longguo Institute. As soon as they entered the spacious and bright research room, the somewhat noisy and chaotic atmosphere from the examination site instantly dissipated, replaced by a solemn and serious academic atmosphere. This time, the old academicians finally began to ask serious questions. After all, they needed to confirm things further. Hearing is one thing, seeing is believing. They focused their expressions, their eyes filled with anticipation and scrutiny. Academician Qin Feng was the first to approach Chen Feng, adjusting his glasses and saying seriously, Chen Feng, I've heard that you have made breakthroughs in nanolithography. Can you explain to me how you solved the leakage problem in nanoscale processing and how you improved the integration and performance of the chip? Chen Feng took a deep breath to stabilize his emotions and then answered clearly, Academician, we effectively reduced leakage phenomena through innovative material selection and unique processing techniques. For increasing integration, we adopted advanced multi-layer stacking technology and optimized circuit layout. Chen Feng spoke eloquently, and his professional terminology and in-depth insights made academician Qin Feng nod frequently, his appreciation growing stronger. The academician in national defense technology pulled Zhang Wei and eagerly asked, Zhang Wei, regarding the J-80 fighter jet, you mentioned having new ideas about stealth performance and power systems. Can you elaborate? For example, in terms of material selection for stealth coatings and energy conversion efficiency in the power system. Zhang Wei straightened his back, his eyes sparkling with confidence, and began to explain in detail. Academician, we are considering using a new type of composite material as a stealth coating, which has better electromagnetic wave absorption capabilities. For the power system, we are researching a new fuel conversion technology that can significantly enhance energy output. The academician listened while occasionally raising questions and suggestions, and Zhang Wei handled them with ease, showcasing his solid professional foundation. In front of Zheng Daqiang, who was researching laser weapons, was an academician with sharp eyes. He asked sternly, Zheng Daqiang, what unique ideas do you have for energy focusing and range enhancement of laser weapons? How do you address stability issues under different environmental conditions? Zheng Daqiang met the academician's gaze fearlessly and answered calmly, Academician, we improved energy focusing through optimized optical path design and more efficient energy sources. For different environments, we are developing an adaptive control system that can adjust parameters in real time to ensure weapon stability. Zheng Daqiang's answers were logically structured, bringing a satisfied smile to the academician's face. When Wang Hai introduced the technical challenges and solutions of the electronic shield to the academician, his thoughts were clear, and his data was accurate. Yuan Sheng spoke passionately about hybrid plant technology, mastering every detail. Throughout this question-and-answer process, the expressions of the old academicians gradually transformed from initial doubt and scrutiny to surprise and admiration. They became increasingly convinced that what Qi Yan said was true. These students were indeed all geniuses. They not only possessed innovative thinking, but also had solid professional knowledge and practical abilities, truly the hope of Longguo's future. The faces of the academicians were filled with excitement and shock, their eyes wide open, incredulously looking at these young students before them. Academician Qin Feng couldn't stop shaking his head in amazement. Qi Yan really wasn't joking. These students are incredible. They even felt that the thinking of these young people was so vibrant that they felt inferior. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. The academician in national defense technology could hardly contain himself, exclaiming loudly, "Teacher Qi Yan, I must take Zhang Wei away. Let him join our fighter jet research institute." His eyes were filled with eagerness and desire, fearing that someone else would snatch him away. The academicians researching laser weapons were not to be outdone, shouting loudly, "No, Zheng Daqiang must come with me. His insights into laser weapons far exceed those of ordinary people. Only here can he maximize his value. Wang Hai has to join our electronic shield research team." Another academician insisted. The elderly academician in front of Yuan Sheng quickly spoke up, "Little girl, come to us to research hybrid plant technology. We will definitely support you wholeheartedly." For a moment, the research room was filled with the sounds of academicians competing for attention. Their expressions were eager and enthusiastic, each one flushed in the face as they vied to bring these outstanding students into their respective research fields. Academician Qin Tianhai was so anxious he stamped his feet. "Don't all rush, come one by one. These kids are treasures. We need to respect their own wishes." A group of academicians was so excited they could hardly contain themselves, their faces glowing with excitement. Their eyes fixed on Chun Feng and the others as if they were looking at rare treasures. Academician Qin Feng gesticulated wildly, his voice becoming somewhat sharp due to excessive excitement. This is the hope of future technology. The academician from National Defense Technology also flushed with excitement, loudly explaining the superior conditions he could offer Zhang Wei. Qi Yan stood by, watching the chaotic yet passionate scene before him, feeling somewhat amused and helpless. His expression was extremely complex, with a mix of emotions intertwining within him. On one hand, he knew that these students would have better development opportunities following these academicians, gaining access to the top technological resources in their respective fields. Being able to showcase their talents on a higher platform was undoubtedly the best path to success, far better than staying with him. Thinking of this, Qi Yan's eyes revealed a sense of comfort and expectation. However, on the other hand, these were students he had personally guided. Every child's growth had his dedication poured into it, and there was a deep teacher-student bond between them. Just the thought of parting with them filled Qi Yan's heart with an indescribable sense of reluctance. Yet, after a brief and long internal struggle, Qi Yan finally took a deep breath, suppressing his overwhelming reluctance, and revealed a determined expression. He slowly spoke, "Dear academicians, since you value my students so much, I agree. I cannot be so selfish as to hinder the children's future because of my own reluctance." After speaking, Qi Yan's eyes slightly reddened, but they were filled with blessings and expectations for his students' futures. Thus, the academicians could no longer contain their excitement and eagerly began to ask for the opinions of Qi Yan's students. Chun Feng and the others looked somewhat surprised. They had not expected their research achievements to receive such high recognition and competition from the academicians. Zhang Wei, blushing, stammered, "Academicians, I haven't thought it through yet." Zheng Daqiang scratched his head, looking troubled. "How can I choose?" Wang Hai calmly said, "Academicians, could you let us think about it some more?" Chun Feng, Zhang Wei, Zheng Daqiang, Wang Hai, and Yuan Sheng huddled together in the center to discuss. Initially, upon hearing that they would be separated from their class and follow the academicians in their respective fields, their faces instantly lit up with excitement. Chun Feng's eyes sparkled like stars. His heart seemed to race faster, and he excitedly turned to his classmates, saying, "This is a rare opportunity. We can delve into research with the academicians, with top-notch resources and conditions." Zhang Wei nodded repeatedly. His face flushed as he echoed, "Yeah, this feels like a dream." Zhang Daqiang clenched his fists, his voice trembling with excitement. "Maybe we can achieve breakthroughs even faster." Wang Hai also exclaimed, "I feel my future is bright." Yuan Sheng, the little girl, had a gleam in her eyes, full of anticipation for the future. However, after a brief moment of excitement, they gradually calmed down. They exchanged glances, and Chun Feng took the lead in breaking the silence. "But if we do this, we will have to leave Teacher Qi Yan." This statement instantly turned the previously excited atmosphere serious. Zhang Wei furrowed his brow and slowly said, "Yeah, without Teacher Qi Yan, there's no us today." Zhang Daqiang sighed. "We can't just leave like this. If we leave, we must wait until we fully research these projects." Wang Hai nodded seriously. "Teacher Qi Yan has given us everything. We must see it through to the end. That's what our teacher taught us." Yuan Sheng also firmly said, "I believe that only by following Teacher Qi Yan can we research the fastest and best. We cannot be separated." The group exchanged words, ultimately reaching a consensus to collectively decline the academicians' invitation. When they communicated their decision to the academicians, everyone was stunned, looking at each other in confusion, unsure of the reason. One academician couldn't help but ask, "Kids, this is such a great opportunity. Why refuse?" Chun Feng stepped forward, solemnly stating, "Academicians, we are very grateful for your recognition and invitation, but we do not want to leave Teacher Qi Yan like this. He has taught us knowledge and skills. But more importantly, he has given us perseverance and faith. We want to follow him to complete these projects, to see them through to the end. In our hearts, only with Teacher Qi Yan can we unleash our maximum potential and advance the research in the best and fastest way." Zhang Wei added, "That's right. We have walked this path with Teacher Qi Yan. This bond and understanding between teacher and student is irreplaceable." Zhang Daqiang, Wang Hai, and Yuan Sheng all nodded in agreement. Upon hearing their words, the academicians were initially taken aback. Then understanding and admiration appeared on their faces. Seeing the students' resolute attitude, the academicians tried to persuade them for quite a while, nearly wearing out their tongues, but they still could not change their decision. The academicians shook their heads helplessly and went to explain the situation to Qi Yan. Listening to the academician's account, Qi Yan gradually broke into a comforting smile, filled with emotion. He murmured to himself, "It seems these students have a good conscience." That smile contained both appreciation for the students and an undeniable sense of pride. Academician Qin Feng furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before saying, "Qi Yan, since that's the case, let's not worry about this matter for now. We will wait for the higher-ups to decide how to proceed. However, the urgent matter at hand should be the 1-nanometer lithography machine." His expression was serious and focused, revealing an urgent concern for this key technology. The other academicians nodded in agreement. One of them immediately added, "Yes, the technological breakthrough of the lithography machine is crucial. It concerns the future of our country's chip industry." Qi Yan nodded solemnly, then turned to call Chun Feng over. Chun Feng hurried over, his eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. "Hey, are we going to showcase it?" Looking at Chun Feng's chubby, harmless appearance, his round face always wore a simple smile. His eyes appeared somewhat squinty due to the flesh on his face, giving him an honest and simple impression. Everyone looked at him, feeling a mix of emotions. One academician shook his head and said, "It's true, you can't judge a book by its cover. Who would have thought that this seemingly silly young man has such astonishing accomplishments in technical research?" Next came the familiar verification phase. As everyone entered the conference room, the atmosphere became tense and serious. They surrounded the large conference table, which was covered with dense drawings and related materials. "Let's first look at this drawing," Qi Yan began, his finger moving across a complex design blueprint for a lithography machine. Everyone pay attention to the design of this component. It is crucial for achieving 1-nanometer precision. As people gathered around, their eyes fixed on the blueprints, a lively discussion began. In principle, The design of this optical path could greatly improve precision, but the material requirements for actual manufacturing were extremely high. A senior academician with gray hair expressed his views. Chen Feng also actively participated, scratching his head and saying a bit shyly, "I think we still need to further optimize the energy supply to ensure stability." The crowd exchanged ideas and raised various questions. Qi Yin listened attentively, nodding occasionally and also offering his insights. His knowledge was boundless, and he could provide precise and profound answers to any question. During the discussion, some details that had not been mentioned in emails were brought up for in-depth exploration. Everyone was astonished by Qi Yan's assistance. He not only had a deep understanding of the principles of lithography machines, but also casually referenced related physics and chemistry knowledge. Qi Yan really knows everything. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "It's a triple bloom." Qin Feng had been quietly listening to Qi Yin, and Chen Feng explained the latest achievements regarding the 1 nanometer lithography machine. And when he finished, an expression of extreme joy and shock appeared on his face. He suddenly stood up and excitedly said, "So the 1 nanometer lithography technology is like this. This is simply a groundbreaking advancement. I even feel that the 1 nanometer lithography machine is the ultimate in lithography technology." After discussing the deep and complex theoretical knowledge, the atmosphere in the conference room eased a bit. However, a more critical question soon arose: the ownership of the 1 nanometer lithography technology. Qin Feng rubbed his hands together, his face full of eager smiles, looking intently at Chen Feng and Qi Yan. His eyes were filled with desire and probing as he asked, "Chen Feng, Qi Yan, are you planning to donate this 1 nanometer lithography technology for free, just like the cancer miracle drug and controllable nuclear fusion?" He had heard of Qi Yan's fearless spirit in the face of national interests, so he held a glimmer of hope. To his surprise, both men shook their heads in refusal. Chen Feng's expression grew serious. He stepped forward and said firmly, "Academician Qin, this time it's different. I want to sell this technology." His voice was strong and resonated in the conference room. Qin Feng's smile froze instantly. He widened his eyes, looking at Chen Feng in disbelief, mumbling, "Xiao Chen, what are you?" But soon he felt that such a decision was quite reasonable. After all, this was their hard-earned research achievement, and they had the right not to donate it. "Sorry, I jumped to conclusions," Qin Feng said, feeling a bit awkward as he scratched his head. However, Qin Feng's brow furrowed again as he thought to himself, even if he represented the Longguo Institute, he probably couldn't afford this top-notch technology. Chapter 87, 100 million yuan prize, the 1 nanometer lithography machine begins to be announced. With this thought, he couldn't help but look at Chen Feng and tentatively ask, "So, Chen Feng, how much do you want?" Upon hearing this question, Chen Feng's face instantly turned red, and he fell into extreme conflict and embarrassment. His hands rubbed the corners of his clothes incessantly, his gaze flickering, unable to meet Qin Feng and Qi Yan's eyes. At this moment, he was filled with turmoil and self-reproach. He silently scolded himself. "Chen Feng, how can you ask for money? That's so embarrassing, and it would also embarrass teacher Qi Yan." Previously, Qian Weiguo and Li Shizhen had both made donations without asking for anything in return. How could he be so selfish? It's really materialistic. For the sake of money, the quality of research is lost. The more he thought about it, the more ashamed he felt, tears gradually welling up in his eyes, and his voice trembled. I. Chen Feng stammered, unable to say a complete sentence after a long pause. His lips trembled slightly, and tears swirled in his eyes, as if they could overflow at any moment. He looked up at Qi Yin and saw the trust and encouragement in his teacher's eyes, which made his heart even more chaotic. Chen Feng took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down and organize his thoughts to explain, but his throat felt blocked, and he couldn't produce a clear sound. His body trembled slightly with nervousness and anxiety. Qi Yin instantly understood Chen Feng's situation and began to help him out. He spoke seriously to Qin Feng, explaining Chen Feng's family situation. "Academician Qin, this child, Chen Feng, has it tough. His family is currently facing some difficulties." Qi Yin briefly outlined Chen Feng's situation. He then added, he has silently borne this pressure without ever slacking off in his research. This time, he wants to sell the technology to provide his mother with better conditions. The academicians present showed sympathy and compassion on their faces upon hearing this. One academician sighed softly and said, "This child's experience is truly tragic." Another academician nodded slightly, his eyes filled with pity for Chen Feng. At that moment, Chen Feng also managed to speak with difficulty. "Can I sell it for 10 million?" His voice was so low it was almost inaudible, and after saying this, he lowered his head even further, feeling like a sinner, deeply ashamed. He felt that proposing such a request when the country was facing difficulties was akin to taking advantage of the situation, and this guilt tormented him. "Forget it. I should just donate. I don't want money anymore." Chen Feng blushed and changed his mind, his hands clenched in a fist, his body trembling slightly with tension and shame. However, Chen Feng laughed heartily, stepped forward, and patted Chen Feng on the shoulder, saying, "Chen Feng, 10 million is really too little. You have made such a huge contribution to the country. The country will not treat you unfairly. I will represent the country and give you 100 million. Not only that, but he would also nominate him as an academician of the Longguo Institute." Chen Feng's eyes were filled with admiration and determination. Chen Feng looked up in surprise, his eyes wide, unable to believe his ears. Chen Feng continued, "You deserve this treatment. At the same time, I will also provide your mother with a position, so she won't have any worries." When Chen Feng heard academician Chen's words, he could no longer contain his surging emotions, and tears burst forth like a flood. Crying out loud, his cries carried the pressure and grievances he had endured for a long time. But at this moment, there was also excitement and joy. "I did it. I really did it," Chen Feng muttered to himself between sobs, his body shaking from crying. He felt that all his efforts had finally been recognized and rewarded. Those days and nights spent researching, those moments of perseverance in the face of difficulties, all became incredibly worthwhile at this moment. Qian gently patted Chen Feng's back, softly comforting him. All right, Chen Feng, this is what you deserve. Your contributions have finally been rewarded, and things will get better from now on." Qian's voice was gentle and full of care, his eyes filled with concern and encouragement for Chen Feng. Chen Feng kept wiping his tears, his heart filled with gratitude and guilt. He deeply bowed and said, thank you, everyone. I will work even harder to contribute more to the country." The academicians present all applauded, feeling gratified and proud of Chen Feng's decision and the country's generosity. The 1-nanometer lithography technology is now available. I think it's time for us to strike back internationally, right? Qi Yin suddenly proposed, his eyes shining with excitement and determination, his voice full of anticipation. Upon hearing Qi Yan's suggestion, everyone was momentarily stunned, then nodded in agreement, their faces showing excitement. One academician exclaimed, "Of course, we have been frustrated for too long. With this nanolithography technology, we finally have the confidence." Another academician clenched his fist and exclaimed passionately, "Yes, we have always been constrained by foreign countries in the field of lithography machines, but now it's our turn to hold our heads high." Everyone chimed in, and the atmosphere in the conference room instantly became lively. Pride and confidence radiated from everyone's faces. This is the strength that our own technological capabilities have given us. Without hesitation, they immediately sent the news of the nanolithography technology to their superiors. Chen Feng personally drafted the email, his fingers flying across the keyboard, with each word containing everyone's hard work and expectations. The moment the email was sent, everyone let out a long sigh, releasing a heavy burden from their hearts. But at the same time, they nervously awaited a response from their superiors. Meanwhile, the higher-ups had already received their message. When the senior leader received the news of the emergence of the nanolithography technology, his usually calm and composed face was instantly filled with excitement. He suddenly stood up from his seat, his hands trembling slightly with excitement as he tightly held the report. His eyes widened, filled with disbelief and extreme joy. Then, he couldn't contain his laughter, which echoed throughout the office, a hearty laugh tinged with a slight tremor, even accidentally knocking over the teacup on the table, completely unaware. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. I knew our dragon country would definitely get through this tough time. Great. Our people in Dragon Country really are amazing." His voice became slightly hoarse with excitement, and a few strands of his meticulously combed hair fell down. His cheeks flushed with excitement, and the usually serious and dignified image was completely gone. He strode to the window, gazing at the vast sky outside, his eyes shining with the light of hope. During this period, Dragon Country had been severely constrained in chip technology. The external pressures were heavy, and the upper echelons were almost unable to withstand the immense pressure, even contemplating compromise. Now, the birth of this nanolithography technology was like a ray of light in the darkness, illuminating the path ahead. Without any hesitation, the senior leader immediately issued an order. Notify all departments. We in Dragon Country are starting to fight back. His voice was firm and powerful, filled with determination. Naturally, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs quickly received such news. The staff at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, upon learning of this uplifting achievement, were all in high spirits. The minister stood at the front of the conference room, his gaze sharp as he said, "Comrades, we have waited too long for this moment. This is our moment to fight back. We must make the world hear our voice and let those who attempt to suppress us know that Dragon Country cannot be bullied." In various offices, the sound of ringing phones filled the air as staff hurriedly and orderly conveyed instructions, preparing a series of countermeasures. The previously tense atmosphere was replaced by excitement and anticipation. Everyone understood that this was a significant counterattack, a crucial battle for Dragon Country to defend its dignity and strive for its position in the field of technology. Chapter 88. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs Reversal. Dragon Country has no regrets. In the press room of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the atmosphere was tense and serious, with flashes from cameras continually flickering, and the cameras tightly focused on the podium. Spokesperson Zhao Yu stepped confidently onto the stage, standing tall with a resolute expression. His thick eyebrows framed a pair of deep-set eyes, sharp and clear, as if they could see through everything. Below his high nose bridge, his tightly pressed lips formed a distinct line. As soon as Zhao Yu stood firm, reporters unleashed a barrage of pointed questions, flooding the spokesperson with inquiries. What does your country plan to do about Dragon Country's environmental issues? What is your explanation regarding human rights in Dragon Country? These malicious questions came one after another, seeking to find loopholes in his words to tarnish Dragon Country's reputation. However, Zhao Yu was not disturbed by these questions at all. He cleared his throat and spoke steadily and powerfully regarding environmental issues. Dragon Country has always placed great importance on them and has taken a series of proactive and effective measures. We have increased investment in the environmental protection industry, promoted sustainable development strategies, continuously optimized our energy structure, and reduced pollution emissions. At the same time, we have strengthened environmental education to raise public awareness of environmental protection. Our efforts are evident, and environmental quality is gradually improving. He then addressed the human rights issue. Dragon Country has always adhered to a people-centered approach, safeguarding the fundamental rights of our citizens. We are committed to eliminating poverty and improving the living standards of our people, ensuring that every citizen of Dragon Country can enjoy the benefits of development. The so-called human rights issue is merely a malicious smear and unfounded accusations from certain ill-intentioned individuals. The people of Dragon Country have the most authority to speak on the state of human rights in our country. Zhao Yu's responses were clear, logical, and well-supported, leaving no room for those stirring up trouble to take advantage. His gaze swept over the reporters in the audience, showcasing the unique confidence and composure of a Dragon Country diplomat. The reporters, seeing that they couldn't find any errors for now, began to stir again. They noticed Zhao Yu's slight relief after answering a sharp question. Suddenly, a tall white reporter stood up to ask a question. His voice sounded particularly jarring in the quiet press room. What about the sanctions on Dragon Country's chip technology? Is Dragon Country in a difficult situation now? Do you regret not sharing cancer treatment drugs and controllable nuclear fusion technology? From his eyes, a hint of provocation and pride could be seen. In an instant, a group of reporters turned their cameras toward Zhao Yu. The flashing lights lit up the entire press room like daylight. The sanctions against Dragon Country's chips were undoubtedly one of the biggest international news stories at the moment, and everyone was focused on Zhao Yu, eagerly awaiting his response. The atmosphere in the room was tense to the extreme. Surrounding reporters whispered to each other, discussing this sensitive and critical question in hushed tones. Some reporters showed excitement, seemingly eager to see Zhao Yu make a mistake in his response. Others wore serious expressions, aware of the complex international relations and significant implications behind the question. Zhao Yu's face instantly turned extremely grim, his brows furrowing deeply. His eyes revealed a hint of helplessness and despair, clouded by a heavy gloom. The sanctions on Dragon Country's chips indeed put the country in a huge predicament. In recent days, more than one person had asked this question, each time like pouring salt on Dragon Country's wounds. The ill-intentioned gazes and those waiting to see Dragon Country's embarrassment filled him with immense anger and frustration. His lips trembled slightly, wanting to say something, but it seemed the heavy pressure rendered him speechless. Just as Zhao Yu was racking his brain to find a way to escape this question, an assistant hurriedly approached him with some materials. Zhao Yu instinctively took them, initially just glancing at them casually. However, just that one glance caused his expression to change dramatically. First, it was shock, his eyes widened, pupils rapidly constricting, unable to believe what he was seeing. Then, the shock quickly transformed into ecstatic joy, his lips involuntarily curling upward, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. It was the light of hope suddenly seen after a long period of repression. Finally, a playful expression appeared on his face, sweeping away the previous helplessness and despair. He straightened his back, and his aura instantly became powerful. He swept his sharp gaze over the reporters waiting to see a spectacle, filled with confidence. At this moment, Zhao Yu was no longer the person who had been cornered by questions and nearly at a loss. He had regained his confidence and strength, ready to deliver a powerful counterattack to those with ulterior motives. The reporters saw the drastic change in Zhao Yu's expression, and they were all stunned. They exchanged glances, filled with confusion and disbelief. What was happening with this spokesperson from Longguo? Just moments ago, he had looked helpless and desperate. How could he suddenly seem like a completely different person? And why did his eyes suddenly look so terrifying, as if he were about to devour someone? The American reporter furrowed his brow slightly, suddenly having a bad premonition. He stared intently at Zhao Yu, trying to catch some clues from his expression and actions. However, at that moment, Zhao Yu was looking sharply at the reporters below and said loudly, "Just now." This American reporter asked whether Longguo regrets not contributing cancer miracle drugs and controllable nuclear fusion technology. Our answer is, we absolutely do not regret it. His voice was firm and powerful, echoing throughout the entire press hall. Zhao Yu paused and continued speaking. Because these two technologies are the results of our researchers' tireless efforts day and night. The cancer miracle drug is meant to save countless patients' lives in our country, and controllable nuclear fusion technology is to ensure our future energy security and sustainable development. Why should we share it with countries that only know how to sanction and suppress us? We develop and innovate independently to allow the people of Longguo to live better lives, not to satisfy some countries' unreasonable demands. Longguo has always adhered to the principles of peaceful coexistence and mutual benefit. But that does not mean we will allow ourselves to be bullied or have our technological achievements plundered. Those who think they can force us to compromise through sanctions are simply dreaming. The more Zhao Yu spoke, the more agitated he became, his hands unconsciously waving powerfully in the air. The reporters below were stunned by Zhao Yu's momentum, and for a moment, the hall was silent. Especially the American reporter's face turned very ugly. Chapter 89. The Shock of the United States. Did Longguo really develop a lithography machine? Zhao Yu scanned the reporters below, each with different expressions, and said emphatically, "As for the chip technology you mentioned, Longguo has already solved it, so you don't need to worry." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire press hall fell into a deathly silence. Then, Zhao Yu directly announced, "Our lithography machine technology research has made a breakthrough, and the precision has reached 1 nanometer. This news was like a bombshell, instantly causing an uproar among the reporters. How could this be possible? An American reporter's eyes widened in disbelief, and his pen almost dropped from his hand. This is absolutely impossible. A reporter from the cherry blossom country shouted loudly, filled with doubt and shock. It must be a lie, no way, shouted a reporter from the kimchi country, also in shock. The American reporter was in a panic. his face pale and beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. He kept muttering, "This is impossible. How could this be?" The confident expression he had before vanished without a trace, replaced by extreme panic and unease. The reporters whispered to each other, and the scene was chaotic. This must be a joke. How could Longguo achieve such a huge breakthrough in such a short time? They were just suppressed, and now they have developed it? I can't believe it. Doubts arose one after another. However, Zhao Yu stood firmly on stage, his expression calm and resolute, his gaze sharp, penetrating through the voices of doubt and denial. He emphasized again, Longguo has achieved a major breakthrough in lithography machine technology with a precision of 1 nanometer. In his firm words, the voices of panic and doubt gradually weakened, because they knew that Longguo would not lie about such matters. The venue fell into a dead silence. And for a moment, no one knew what to say, but they understood that the entire world was about to change. And the reason was that Longguo's 1 nanometer lithography machine had come into being. Soon, news of Longguo's 1 nanometer lithography machine technology breakthrough began to spread widely around the world. Countless foreigners were shocked and dumbfounded upon hearing this news. They could not understand how, just after imposing sanctions on them, Longguo achieved such a breakthrough. This huge contrast filled them with confusion and disbelief. In the United States, it was as if a pot had exploded, and the entire leadership fell into a state of madness. They could not believe this fact and thought it must be erroneous intelligence. At this moment, they decided to spare no expense, sending out a large number of spies to gather information, hoping to find the flaw in this. However, things did not go as they wished. Batch after batch of spies went in succession. Longguo's counterespionage work was tight and efficient, with many spies getting caught in the process, paying a heavy price. But the U.S. was like an unkillable cockroach. They did not give up because of this, continuously sending personnel to obtain accurate intelligence. After sacrificing a large number of spies, the U.S. finally got some news. They learned that the 1 nanometer lithography machine technology had indeed made a breakthrough. And the source of the breakthrough was not from Longguo Institute, but from a vocational college in Longguo. The U.S. leadership fell into shock and silence once again. They could not imagine that a seemingly unremarkable vocational college could achieve such astonishing results in such a critical technological field, breaking their blockade and expectations. A vocational college? What is that? The top university in Longguo. In the conference room of the U.S. leadership, a senior official asked with a puzzled face. Others looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion and incomprehension. They immediately ordered someone to investigate this so-called vocational college. When the investigation results were presented to them, they were completely stunned. It turned out that in Longguo's education system, vocational colleges were not the top universities. They usually lag behind well-known undergraduate institutions in terms of academic resources and research investment. How could this be possible? A senior official slammed the table in anger. How could such top-notch technology come from a vocational college? His voice was filled with disbelief and anger, his face reddening. Others echoed in agreement, saying that Longguo was too cunning. They had always thought it was the result of Longguo's top research institutions, but unexpectedly, it was a vocational college. We invested so many resources to restrict them. Yet this lithography machine was developed by a vocational college. They were filled with a sense of defeat and loss, as what they thought was a foolproof blockade plan was broken by such an unexpected breakthrough. More specific news was still being investigated, and the U.S. leadership was anxious, urgently wanting to know which individual was behind this miraculous technology. In their calculations, they either wanted to find a way to bring this person to the U.S. or resort to extreme measures to assassinate them to eliminate future threats. But this miraculous vocational college could not be overlooked either. Therefore, the U.S. leadership conspired again and decided to sanction Samleton Vocational and Technical College. The order was quickly issued, and various departments of the U.S. government began to take action. The State Department issued a statement making unfounded accusations against Samleton Vocational and Technical College, claiming it violated international rules. The Department of Commerce announced trade restrictions on enterprises and individuals related to the college, attempting to cut off its economic sources. In the international public opinion arena, The U.S. manipulated the media to exaggerate, trying to discredit Samleton Vocational and Technical College, portraying it as a threat to global technological balance. However, their actions did not receive widespread support from the international community. Experts and scholars from many countries have come forward to criticize the hegemonic behavior of the United States. Yet, the U.S. remains obstinate, firmly believing that such sanctions can achieve their goals. Little do they know, their actions will only further isolate themselves in the international community and intensify the determination of the people of Longguo to unite, innovate, and move forward independently. However, the reactions domestically and internationally are starkly different. The news of the breakthrough in lithography technology ignited the domestic internet. Upon learning that the lithography technology has achieved a breakthrough with a precision of 1 nanometer, major social media platforms were flooded with related news and discussions. Wow, the lithography technology has broken through? This is simply an earth-shattering joy. I can hardly believe my eyes. The lithography technology that has been tightly blocked by foreign countries has actually been overcome, and with a precision of 1 nanometer, what a miracle. The excitement spread like a surging tide, and everyone cheered with joy. Those who once confidently claimed that Longguo's technology was inadequate, forever held back by foreign countries. Unable to break through lithography technology, are they feeling the sting now? I really want to hear the sound of their faces being slapped. It's truly gratifying. Chapter 90. U.S. sanctions Samleton Vocational and Technical College, shocking the entire internet. I still remember their arrogant and disdainful faces that belittled us. Now, let's see if they still have the face to continue being arrogant. Exactly. Some so-called authoritative experts confidently stated that Longguo was at least decades behind in this area and could never achieve a breakthrough. And now, their so-called professional analysis now seems like a pile of nonsense. The slap in the face is louder than the sole of a shoe. Let those foreign forces who have always looked down on us take a good look. Longguo is not something they can casually despise. Our technological strength has officially risen. They always relied on their technological advantages to block and suppress us, thinking we could only follow in their footsteps. Now, they must be dumbfounded. There were always people who sarcastically said that Longguo could only imitate and had no capacity for innovation. This 1 nanometer breakthrough in lithography technology is the best rebuttal. We not only broke through, but we also achieved a precision of 1 nanometer, an unprecedented innovative achievement. Let those who admire foreign things open their eyes and see how powerful our own country is. Those who said that no matter how many resources we invest, it would be a waste of effort. Shouldn't they find a crack in the ground to hide in now? They are short-sighted and cannot see our determination and efforts. Facts have proven that as long as we, the people of Longguo, are determined, no difficulty is insurmountable, and no peak is unattainable. This breakthrough has completely silenced those who have been singing the blues about Longguo's technology. We have proven ourselves with strength. This is the result of all the researchers working day and night. Their hard work and wisdom have forged this glorious moment. Those past derisions have now become the background music of our victory. Remember those reports from foreign media that said Longguo would never catch up? And now, we have directly overtaken them. Yes, and those foreign companies that always imposed technological restrictions on us. Now that we have broken through, do we still need them? In an instant, the internet was filled with angry accusations against those who once looked down on Longguo. This slap in the face allowed every Longguo citizen to feel the immense joy and glory brought by the country's technological progress. And it filled everyone with infinite expectations and confidence for the future. Meanwhile, Longguo College did not hold back either, directly issuing 2 major announcements. The first announcement explicitly recognized Qi Yan's outstanding research contributions in nuclear physics, awarding him the title of academician due to his exceptional achievements. Once this news was announced, the entire internet erupted. I never expected our country to achieve such tremendous success in nuclear physics, and Qi Yan played an indispensable role. Qi Yan is really amazing. Congratulations to academician Qi Yan. Oh no, we can't call him teacher anymore. We have to change how we address him. Immediately following, the second announcement drove the internet into a frenzy. The news stated that the breakthrough in lithography technology also owes thanks to 2 individuals. One is Qian, and the other is Chunfeng. The comment section was flooded with various exclamations and praises. Wow, how is it Qian again? How many times has it been now? It seems to be the third time. The cancer treatment drug was developed under his leadership, and that was a great achievement that saved countless lives. But it's not just the cancer treatment drug. There was also a major breakthrough in controllable nuclear fusion, which is also his credit. Right. Now the lithography technology has also been conquered by him. This person is just too unbelievable. It's simply divine. How can one person have such astonishing achievements in so many key fields? This is too unreal. I remember he said he would develop the lithography machine within 2 days. At that time, I thought it was boasting, but I didn't expect it to really come true. This is truly a miracle among miracles. Indeed, those who mocked Qian before should step up and take their hits. So many people said he was dreaming. Now look, he did it. We're those haters. Come on, speak up. Actually, I also thought it was unlikely at that time. Now I really want to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Qian is simply too awesome. This is truly a life of extraordinary achievements. 3 groundbreaking technologies have him behind them. How did he do it? How much effort and sweat must have been put in? For this alone, he is undoubtedly a technological hero. I really hope there are more talents like Qian, so that our country's technological development can continue to advance vigorously. At this moment, someone shifted their attention, and then their Chunfeng. These two are simply heroic figures. It's hard to imagine how they overcame these technological challenges. It's truly admirable. Chunfeng is also impressive. The internet exploded even more, and the hot search lists on various social media platforms were firmly occupied by these two pieces of news. People were sharing, commenting, and expressing their excitement and pride. This is a powerful proof of the rise of our national technological strength. Let us give a thumbs up to Qian and Chunfeng. Netizens passionately expressed their patriotism. The future of Longguo's technology is full of infinite possibilities, thanks to these researchers who work silently. Countless media outlets also followed up with reports, delving deeply into the stories of Qian and Chunfeng. Their stories spread through every street and alley, becoming legends in people's conversations. The entire country was immersed in this immense joy and pride. At this moment, another hot search soared, obviously related to this matter. The eyes of netizens are sharp, and they know exactly who is up to no good. Oh my God, look at the #1 hot search. The Americans have started sanctioning our Longguo again. And this time, it's our university. Those despicable Americans are relentless. Another netizen angrily responded, "Wait, which college is Samleton Vocational and Technical College? Is it 589, 112 University? I've never even heard of that name. What's going on? Are the Americans crazy, sanctioning an obscure college? Exactly, we have so many top universities. They didn't sanction them, but targeted a vocational college. It's simply absurd. People from top universities were directly outraged. How dare a vocational school be on the same list as our prestigious universities? This is just too ridiculous. Did the Americans make a mistake? This completely defies logic. Yes, it's obviously just an ordinary vocational school. How did it attract international attention like our major universities? Just when everyone was debating and confused, new information was uncovered. Wait a minute, did you notice that Qian and others all came from this college? Huh? So that's how it is. It seems a bit reasonable now. Qian and the others are so impressive. They actually came from here. No wonder the Americans are wary. It seems we can't underestimate this college. Being able to cultivate so many outstanding talents must have its extraordinary qualities. Indeed, we shouldn't judge a school's value by its reputation. This college is truly hidden and profound. In no time, discussions about Samleton Vocational and Technical College heated up online. Chapter 91, Breaking Defense, 589-11. We want to go to college too. Oh my, is it really that a bachelor's degree isn't as good as a vocational degree these days? Did I waste 4 years in college? I spent so much time and effort, tackling one professional book after another, only to find that I can't even find a job as well as those vocational school graduates. My heart aches. Isn't that right? I didn't expect the jokes online to come true. This world is too crazy. I thought graduating with a bachelor's degree would lead me smoothly to the peak of life. But reality slapped me hard, leaving me dizzy. Boo-hoo, I worked so hard to get a bachelor's degree, and now I'm not even as good as those with vocational degrees. Who can I complain to? Boo-hoo-hoo. I also took countless tutoring classes to get into a good undergraduate program, stayed up late doing practice questions until my eyes were nearly 1,000 degrees nearsighted. And now I feel like my bachelor's degree is the most useless. My heart feels so cold. The clown is actually me. I used to think my classmates who went to vocational schools were not promising, and now look, I've become the joke myself. I've always been an excellent student, with the goal of getting into a good undergraduate program. Who would have thought I'd be outdone by vocational school? The gap in my heart is higher than Mount Everest. It feels like all my efforts over the years have gone to waste. Boo-hoo-hoo. Where do we put the face of us bachelor's degree holders? I won't even dare to say I'm a bachelor's degree holder when I go out anymore. Don't mention it. Our 589, 112S face is even more difficult to place. I even want to apply to a vocational school. I used to think I was impressive with the halo of a prestigious school over my head, but now it seems that halo is useless. On the other hand, Samleton Vocational and Technical College is in a festive mood. They're very proud that their school has achieved such great accomplishments, and they benefit from it too. Wow, I got a degree with 300 points and ended up at a vocational school, and I thought my life was over, but it turns out I made a fortune. Ha 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 ha. Who says vocational schools have no future? Look at us. This is called a comeback. Those bachelor's degree holders used to look down on us, but now we've made them unable to reach us. Exactly, my parents used to scold me for being useless, only getting into a vocational school. Now they'll all have to see me in a new light. I want to let them know that vocational school graduates can also achieve great things. When we go out in the future, we can stand tall and say we graduated from Samleton Vocational and Technical College. We're awesome. Those classmates who got into undergraduate programs used to look down on me, but now it's our turn to hold our heads high. Let us see if they dare to underestimate us in the future. I want to share this good news with my relatives, letting them know that graduating from vocational school can also lead to success. The two groups of netizens formed a sharp and humorous contrast, making people laugh helplessly. Even well-known companies, those Fortune 500 giants, started recruiting online, explicitly stating they want students from Samleton Vocational and Technical College. This news shocked the entire job market and education sector. Many people were caught off guard. These companies, known for their high standards and strict requirements, made such an unexpected decision. Why am I not from Samleton Vocational and Technical College? Is it too late for me to apply now? Are there any students from Samleton Vocational and Technical College willing to switch with me? I want to go to a vocational school too. These companies also want to take a gamble, especially since some students from this college have shown extraordinary talents and potential in certain fields. The top 3 research figures trending recently are all from Samleton Vocational and Technical College. What if there are still geniuses from Samleton Vocational and Technical College that they discover? For companies, this is like an adventure full of unknowns and surprises. Finding a genius might bring unexpected innovation and development opportunities, allowing the company to stand out in fierce market competition. Thus, major companies began to relax their strict educational requirements and focus their attention on Samleton Vocational and Technical College. They sent out their best human resources teams and carefully designed recruitment processes, hoping to discover the buried treasures in this previously overlooked land. Meanwhile, in Longguo College, Chi-Yin was sitting in his office, intently staring at the computer screen, and he naturally saw the online commotion. There was no surprise on his face. Instead, he showed a hint of a satisfied smile. In his view, this was a good thing. He slowly stood up, hands clasped behind his back, pacing back and forth in the office, lost in thought. When everyone in Long Country knows that low education vocational students can also do research, won't those undergraduate students work harder? He firmly believed this would become a motivation, a driving force. The undergraduate students have a solid theoretical foundation. They shouldn't relax their standards due to temporary difficulties or external temptations. Chi-Yin murmured to himself, his tone filled with expectation. As for the students who are already from vocational schools, Chi-Yin believed this was an excellent opportunity for them to reassess their value and future. They might think, could they be the next one? This would soon be their motivation to strive harder. Chi-Yin stopped and looked out at the blue sky, his gaze resolute and full of hope. Every hardworking person deserves respect, and every dreamer can create miracles. In any case, Chien felt very gratified. He seemed to see the future, witnessing the revitalization of Long Country's research field due to this wave of commotion, and seeing countless young people gravely moving forward on the path of their dreams, unafraid of difficulties. However, now is not the time to think about the online commotion. The higher-ups at Longguo College have been in meetings these days. The focus of the discussions in the conference room is precisely on Chi Yin and his students. He is also curious about how they will ultimately handle them. He tried to calm down and continue with his work, but his thoughts kept drifting towards those unknown decisions. Just as he was deep in thought, suddenly, a sound of footsteps approached from afar. Thud, thud, thud. Chi Yin instinctively looked up and saw Qin Tianhai and a group of academicians appearing at the door. Academician Qin Tianhai is tall, with a serious expression, and his eyes exude an undeniable authority. The other academicians behind him also wore solemn expressions, their gazes fixed intently on Chi Yin. That gaze seemed to penetrate everything, instantly making Chi Yin feel an invisible pressure, and he couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable. Chapter 92, Longguo College Resolution, Academicians and Vocational Students Study Together. Qin Tianhai walked into the office with steady steps, each step carrying a heavy weight. The academicians followed closely behind, their figures appearing somewhat eerie in the interplay of light. Chi Yin stood up, trying to break the strange atmosphere, smiling as he said, "Dear academicians, your sudden visit, however," before he could finish his sentence. He was interrupted by Qin Tianhai's piercing gaze. Qin Tianhai did not respond to Chi Yin's words, merely continuing to stare at him, as if trying to discern something from his expression and eyes. The other academicians remained silent, and the only sound in the room was the slightly heavy breathing of the crowd. Chi Yin felt increasingly uneasy under their gaze, and beads of sweat even appeared on his forehead. He unconsciously rubbed his hands together, trying to alleviate his inner tension. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was almost hard to breathe. Why are you all looking at me? Chi Yin forced a smile, attempting to break the suffocating silence. His gaze was somewhat evasive, and he felt like a little rabbit in his heart, anxious and restless. Suddenly, Qin Tianhai burst into laughter, his hearty and boisterous laughter instantly breaking the tense atmosphere in the room. He stepped forward, patted Chi Yin on the shoulder, and said, "Chi Yin, don't be nervous. Come, let me tell you about the current plan." Chi Yin's tense nerves relaxed a bit, and he looked at Qin Tianhai with anticipation. Qin Tianhai cleared his throat and said seriously, "After our repeated discussions and research, we have decided that your class does not need to be disbanded and will continue to be taught by you. Moreover, you can continue to stay at the Sanlitan Vocational Technical College." Upon hearing this news, Chi Yin's eyes lit up, and a smile of relief and joy spread across his face. He was so excited that his hands trembled slightly, and his voice quivered. "Really? That's wonderful." Qin Tianhai smiled and nodded, adding, "And that's not all. We academicians will take turns coming to your class to teach." Chi Yin could hardly believe his ears. His eyes widened, and his mouth opened wide in shock, taking a long time to come back to his senses. "Academicians coming to teach in my class? That's amazing. I'll be taking turns as a teacher with you for these kids, right?" Chi Yin slightly raised his head, his eyes filled with a hint of inquiry. Thinking that was the case, and without hesitation, he said, "Absolutely no problem." His face radiated confidence and enthusiasm, as if he was already prepared to fight alongside the academicians. "They won't be your students. They will come to listen to your class." Qin Tianhai's expression became a bit strange, his serious face now showing a more complex emotion. His gaze contained both determination and an indescribable expectation. Upon hearing this, Chi Yin was instantly stunned, his mouth slightly agape, his face filled with disbelief. The higher-ups had studied Chi Yin, and they did not understand why he had so many years of black technology achievements, especially coming from a group of college students. However, it was confirmed that things changed only after Chi Yin arrived. He was the variable. You several old academicians want to be my students?" Chi Yin's eyes widened, and his expression froze in an instant, as if struck by lightning. His mouth was agape, and he couldn't close it for a long time, completely engulfed in shock. After a while, Qian finally came back to his senses, scratching his head and saying with a wry smile, "How can I accept this? You are all titans in academia. I have no qualifications to teach you." A blush crept onto his face, and his eyes were filled with fear and unease. Qian's heart was in turmoil at that moment. He thought to himself, the upper echelons of the Dragon Country are truly clever. Although they cannot guess my secret of having a system, they probably sense my uniqueness and want to uncover the mysteries by having the academicians be my students to seek greater benefits for the country's development. I must say, they are really smart. Despite thinking this way, Qian still wore a humble smile and continued, "Academicians, this really isn't appropriate. My experience is still shallow, and I'm afraid I might mislead your future." Academician Qin Tianhai looked at Qi Yin earnestly and said, "Qi Yin, don't refuse. We have made this decision after careful consideration. Your talents and unique teaching methods are precisely what we need to learn from." Qi Yin still seemed a bit hesitant, constantly rubbing his hands, saying, "I'm really worried about my abilities being insufficient and disappointing everyone's expectations." However, deep down, he understood that having these academicians as students could indeed allow him to utilize his title as a novice master. Because of this title, he could bring enlightenment to everyone he taught. The other academicians also gathered around, each trying to persuade Qi Yan, looking at the faces filled with expectation and sincerity. Qi Yan's hesitation gradually transformed into a sense of being moved. He gritted his teeth, as if making a significant decision, and said, "Since you all trust me so much, I will dare to give it a try. If I fall short in any way, I hope everyone will forgive me." The faces of the academicians instantly showed relieved smiles, and the atmosphere in the room became relaxed. Qi Yin gradually recovered from his shock, his gaze becoming deep and determined as he said, "Academician Qin, since you all trust me so much, I will do my utmost. I just didn't expect that my insignificant teaching methods would receive such attention." Qin Tianhai stepped forward, patted Qi Yin on the shoulder, and said with emotion, "Qi Yin, don't underestimate yourself. Your presence has the power to change the situation. We old guys also need to seek breakthroughs from new ideas." The other academicians nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with hope for the future. Qi Yin took a deep breath and said seriously, "Then I will not disappoint your expectations and will share everything I know and understand with you without reservation." At that moment, he seemed to bear a greater mission, standing taller and appearing more resolute. However, immediately afterward, Qin Tianhai teasingly joked, "Teacher Qi, we'll be relying on you to guide us from now on." Chapter 93. Academicians want to attend class with college students? Others quickly followed suit. "Yes, Teacher Qi, we'll be depending on your guidance from now on. We will definitely accept your guidance humbly. Yes, please show us your true talents and skills, as we are all eager to learn." This sudden address made Qi Yan's face instantly flush red, and he awkwardly smiled, repeatedly waving his hands. "You old academicians, seniors, you're making me blush." Seeing this, the academicians laughed even more heartily, and the atmosphere became light and cheerful. This news quickly reached Qi Yan's students. When the students heard this news in the classroom, they were first stunned, and then the room erupted in commotion. "What? Academicians want to be our teachers' students?" Chun Feng was so surprised he almost jumped out of his seat. "This is unbelievable." Zhang Dehai's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Everyone began whispering to each other, discussing this shocking news. Their days at Longguo Institute had been both special and somewhat monotonous. They were restricted from leaving the institute, their activities limited, which felt quite confining. However, their meals were exceptionally lavish. Daily meals were rich and varied, with delicacies, exquisite pastries, and fresh fruits and vegetables in abundance. Chun Feng's face, which had initially been a bit gaunt, gradually became rounder. He patted his slightly bulging belly and laughed helplessly. With meals this good every day, it's hard not to gain weight. His companions echoed him, joking about each other's increasingly plump figures. Despite having no worries about food, the anxiety and unease about the future always lingered in their hearts, causing them to frequently fall into deep thought. Amidst these seemingly calm, yet secretly turbulent days, they received the exhilarating news. Is this for real? Chun Feng suddenly sat up straight, and the others quickly gathered around. Wang Hai gasped with excitement and said, "Great! We don't have to be separated. We can continue to be in the same class." In an instant, the entire room seemed to ignite, with cheers and laughter echoing through the air. Chun Feng's eyes sparkled with tears of joy as he tightly held onto his companion's hand, his voice trembling with excitement. "Really? This is just wonderful. It's true, absolutely true." Yuan Sheng's face also radiated uncontrollable joy. Everyone was cheering and jumping, some hugging each other in excitement. Wan Hai, flushed with excitement, shouted, "I knew we wouldn't be separated." Zhang Wei was even more thrilled, dancing with joy. "This is great. We can learn and progress together again." At this moment, all the gloom vanished, and their hearts were filled with anticipation and longing for the future, as if they could see a bright prospect waving at them. However, when they learned that an academician would be their classmate, everyone's expressions instantly turned bizarre. Chun Feng's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape, his face full of disbelief. "Are you kidding? Being classmates with an academician? No way. We're just college students. The gap between college and undergraduate is already so vast, let alone an academician. Teacher Yin is just too amazing." Meanwhile, Zhang Wei rubbed his eyes vigorously, raising his hand to pinch his arm, wincing in pain. Zhang Dehai's smile froze, standing there for a while, unable to speak. Everyone looked at each other, seeing shock and confusion in one another's eyes. The room was filled with an atmosphere that was both surprising and a bit anxious. Time flew by, and in half a month, the situation had changed rapidly. Although the nanolithography technology had been successfully developed, it would take time to turn it into actual productivity. Manufacturing the precise components for the lithography machine, building a complete production line, and optimizing the production process were all filled with challenges and could not be achieved overnight. Although controlled nuclear fusion technology had also made significant breakthroughs, its widespread application in civilian life and the realization of a comprehensive energy upgrade and transformation was not a task that could be completed in the short term. This required a large-scale renovation of the existing energy infrastructure, the establishment of a new energy distribution network, as well as solving a series of technical problems and safety hazards. However, despite the fact that Longguo had not yet taken off completely due to these advanced technologies, the atmosphere throughout the country was noticeably different. In the past, there were frequent phenomena of worshipping foreign goods. In shopping malls, people always flocked to foreign brands, believing that foreign clothes and bags were symbols of fashion and quality, while looking down on domestic brands. In schools, some students blindly admired foreign education systems, trying every means to study abroad, thinking that only foreign education could lead to success. In social gatherings, when discussing life abroad, some always wore envious expressions, even belittling the domestic living environment. But now, such people were becoming fewer and fewer. In bustling shopping centers, the stores of domestic brands were crowded with people. Consumers carefully selected high-quality domestic products, praising their quality and design. Those who once fervently pursued foreign brands began to pay attention to and recognize the value of domestic products. A young woman excitedly introduced the advanced features and excellent cost-performance ratio of a domestic smartphone to her companion. "Look, our domestic phones are no worse than foreign ones. Powerful performance and beautiful appearance." Her companion nodded in agreement. "That's right. I used to think foreign brands were better, but now I realize I was too one-sided." On campus, more and more students recognized the advantages and characteristics of domestic education. Various technological innovation activities organized by the school inspired students' creativity and patriotism. A senior student firmly stated at a class meeting, "Our country's technological development is so rapid, and there will be vast development space in the future. Studying abroad is no longer my only pursuit." The classmates applauded in support. On social media, where excessive glorification of life abroad once prevailed, now there was more positive discussion about domestic development and pride in local culture. A blogger shared beautiful rural scenery and the rapid changes in domestic villages, attracting a large number of netizens to like and comment. "So our hometown is so beautiful. I used to overlook the beauty around me." Others showcased the process of making traditional Chinese cuisine, igniting everyone's love for traditional culture. The once prevalent trend of worshiping foreign goods gradually dissipated, replaced by the growing confidence and pride of Longguo people in their own country. Chapter 94. The 80-year-old white-haired old man joyfully enters college. During this period, the global situation underwent significant changes. The United States watched helplessly as a series of measures it took failed to effectively sanction Longguo, and during this time, it even began to behave more honestly. As for the small countries like Sakura Country, their opportunistic nature was fully exposed. Seeing Longguo's unstoppable rise in technology and economy, they quickly changed their attitudes and began to curry favor with Longguo. Some countries, to show their sincerity, even took the initiative to return cultural relics they had plundered for many years. At the ceremony for returning cultural relics, representatives from these countries wore smiles, bowing and scraping, afraid that Longguo would hold them accountable for their past actions. In this context, Longguo's international status was significantly elevated, and there was a wave of celebration both domestically and internationally, as if Longguo's rise had become unstoppable. However, the senior officials of Longguo maintained a clear mind, knowing that this was merely a surface phenomenon. They understood that Western countries like the United States would not allow Longguo to truly rise. Their current silence was only temporary. Longguo must be fully prepared, as they were definitely scheming something big behind the scenes. The United States would never easily give up its hegemonic position, and they were likely brewing a more destructive economic war aimed at suppressing our emerging industries. Moreover, it was not just economic. Military matters could not be taken lightly either. The technology sector was particularly crucial, but now their technological blockade was no longer effective against Longguo. Amidst the international turmoil and unrest, a tense and uneasy atmosphere filled every corner of the world. Yet Sanlitun Vocational and Technical College continued to hold classes as usual. The college entrance examination had concluded, and the atmosphere on campus felt somewhat different compared to usual. In most graduating classes, only a few students occasionally appeared, either studying hard for other qualification certificates or preparing for upcoming job interviews. On the campus paths, some hurried graduates could be seen, holding resumes, with expressions filled with anticipation and anxiety about the future. However, there was one class that was particularly special, Class 21 of Mechanical Design. After the college entrance examination ended, they were still at full capacity and continued to attend classes as normal. Under the shade of the campus trees, a few students from other classes gathered together, speaking in hushed tones. What is going on with Class 21 of Mechanical Design? The college entrance exam is over, yet they still have everyone attending class every day. The speaker was a short boy, his face full of confusion, occasionally glancing toward the classroom of Class 21. Who knows? It's really strange. Do they have some other exam? Said a plump girl, frowning. Not just that, the other day I passed by their classroom and noticed it seemed like there were even more people in their class. Said a boy wearing glasses with a mysterious expression. Huh, how is that possible? You must have seen it wrong, someone expressed out. I absolutely didn't mistake it. I saw it clearly, and what surprised me the most was that there were actually several old men with white hair in their class. The boy with glasses raised his voice, his expression exaggerated. What? Old men with white hair? In a classroom attending class? Everyone was shocked, their mouths agape. Indeed, when I saw those old men before, the principal happened to be there too. Guess what? The principal had to bow and nod in front of them. Huh? Everyone gasped again. What is going on here? What identity do those old men have? Could they be some experts invited? But experts wouldn't come to attend class with students, right? I heard that one of the old men seems to be a particularly outstanding scientist in a certain field. No way. How could scientists come to our class? Who knows? Maybe there's some special project or collaboration. Oh, stop guessing. It must be something extraordinary. Exactly, but Class 21 of Mechanical Design is now impressive. They might have great developments in the future. That is for sure. There are 3 academicians in their class. No, wait, with their teacher, that makes 4. Damn, are we attending the same college? Everyone was exchanging words, various speculations ongoing. Meanwhile, in the classroom of Class 21 of Mechanical Design, the students were still focused on studying. completely unaffected by the discussions outside. Walking into the classroom of Class 21 of Mechanical Design, an absurd yet eye-catching scene instantly struck the vision. There were a total of 45 seats in the classroom, with a neat row of young students sitting on the right, including Chun Feng and others. Chun Feng's striking yellow hair stood out under the lights, each strand upright, as if declaring his individuality. Zhang Wei's exaggerated earrings sparkled coldly, adding a touch of unruliness to him. Zhang Dehai was wearing a loose black t-shirt with a fierce skull print on it. He was in tight blue leggings, paired with silver loafers, making him look rather unrefined. Next to him, Wang Hai was chewing gum, blowing bubble after bubble. The popping sounds starkly out of place in a quiet classroom. His gaze was erratic, sometimes glancing out the window, other times surveying his classmates, appearing quite distracted and nonchalant. Chun Feng, even more so, was crossing his legs, constantly shaking them, as if his shoes would fly off at any moment. He was twirling a pen in his hand, occasionally tossing it into the air and catching it, completely ignoring the lecture at the podium. Then there was Yuan Sheng. Although she appeared to be sitting upright and reading earnestly, the book was actually her favorite novel. On the other side of the classroom sat a row of old men with white hair. Some of them had nearly lost all their hair, with shiny bald heads reflecting faint light under the lamps. One elderly man had a face full of wrinkles like deep ravines, his skin sagging as if it might droop down, with very few teeth left and thin lips slightly trembling. Every time he spoke, it seemed very laborious, as if he might collapse at any moment. Another man was severely hunched over, barely able to lean against the back of the chair, each breath accompanied by heavy wheezing, his frail body looking as though it could be blown down by a gust of wind. Yet despite this, their eyes sparkled with determination and eagerness, a passionate pursuit of knowledge. One elderly man, with graying hair but a spirited demeanor, squinted slightly, holding a yellowed notebook. Despite his shaky hands making the handwriting appear somewhat slanted, he diligently recorded every key point the teacher explained. Another elderly man, wearing thick reading glasses, leaned forward to see the blackboard clearly, his neck stretching long, his focused expression as if he were trying to engrave the content of the blackboard into his mind. In this peculiar combination, the restlessness of the young students contrasted sharply with the steadiness of the old men. Chapter 95. Academicians attending class as seriously as elementary students. Chun Feng occasionally turned to look at those old men, muttering softly, "I never thought I'd be in class with old grandpas, even though I know they are academicians. Damn! Look at academician Sheen, sitting upright like an elementary student." His voice was low, but it was still heard by the classmates beside him, causing a burst of quiet laughter. The old men, however, seemed unfazed by Chun Feng and the others, still fully focused on the blackboard ahead. As academicians, discipline is paramount. At the very least, they couldn't let these college students look down on them. The significant age difference, strong visual contrasts, and clear attitude differences in this class created a peculiar yet tense atmosphere throughout the classroom. Chi Yin stood at the podium, observing the strange scene below, feeling a wave of odd emotions swell within him. Those white-haired old men were none other than the renowned academicians from the Dragon Academy. Previously, when they said they would come to be Chi Yan students, he thought it was a joke, but he never expected they were serious this time. "Class begins," Chi Yin said with an unusual expression, his voice slightly trembling. Upon hearing the instruction, Chun Feng and others quickly stood up, greeting in unison. "Hello, teacher." They stood awkwardly, with Chun Feng even making faces, causing nearby classmates to snicker. Meanwhile, on the other side, academician Qin Tianhai and a few other elderly academicians also slowly stood up. Qin Tianhai moved slowly, supporting himself on the desk, making an effort to straighten his back, his voice hoarse yet strong, saying, "Hello, Teacher Qi." Nearby, Elder Zhao also struggled to raise himself, saying, "Hello, young man." Hearing this, Qin Tianhai anxiously tugged at Elder Zhao's sleeve, whispering, "You need to call him teacher." Only then did Elder Zhao realize, scratching his head in embarrassment, and called out again, "Hello, Teacher Qi." A slight blush appeared on his wrinkled face, his eyes revealing a hint of awkwardness and embarrassment. The other elderly academicians followed suit, their voices varying, some loud, some weak, and some trembling slightly. Seeing this scene, Qian couldn't help but laugh, quickly suppressing it, clearing his throat, and saying, "Hello, students, please sit." Chun Feng and the others plopped down, their chairs creaking. The old academicians, on the other hand, carefully and slowly sat down, as if afraid of breaking the chairs. Qi Yin turned to write on the blackboard, while Chun Feng secretly whispered to the classmate beside him, "What are these old men doing here? Their bodies feel like they're about to fall apart. They should just go back to doing research." The classmate replied in a low voice, "Who knows? Maybe they just want to experience it." Most people didn't believe that these academicians were genuinely here to learn. At that moment, Elder Zhao raised his hand and said loudly, "Teacher, can you explain this knowledge point again?" Qian turned around and patiently began to explain. Chun Feng murmured below, "This old man is quite serious." In the entire classroom, the young students' casualness and the seriousness of the old academicians created a peculiar contrast. The scene was bizarre yet humorous, yet filled with a unique sense of harmony. Qi Yin continued to explain the course content, and the atmosphere in the classroom was subtly changing. The tense feelings inevitably surfaced. Even the hand pressing on the screen was slightly trembling. Qin Tianhai looked at Qi Yin, who was earnestly teaching, a kind smile appearing on his face as he said, "Young man, don't be nervous. Back in our day, the conditions for attending classes were much tougher than now." The other elderly academicians echoed in agreement. "Yes. Back then the classrooms were simple and books were scarce. We eagerly hoped to learn as much knowledge as possible." An academician with thinning hair sighed. Qin Tianhai recalled, "I remember once, in order to borrow a reference book, I ran several miles and got soaked in the rain. When I returned to the dormitory, my clothes were drenched, but holding that book made me feel happy inside." Chun Feng and the others listened attentively, their eyes wide open, as if they were transported back to those hard yet passionate years. "So that's how it was back then. The academicians studied so hard," someone sighed softly. Another old academician smiled and said, "Back in our day, we didn't have so many electronic devices to assist our learning. We relied entirely on rote memorization and repeated contemplation. But everyone was very motivated, and no one wanted to fall behind." These words began to ease the originally tense and awkward atmosphere. Qin Tianhai patted Qi Yin on the shoulder and said kindly, "Little Qi, you don't need to be nervous. Just teach normally. Although we old guys are getting on in years, our desire to learn is still strong." Looking into the sincere eyes of the old academicians, Qi Yin's tension gradually dissipated. He nodded heavily in agreement. His voice became more steady and powerful. "All right, seniors, let us continue." The atmosphere in the classroom grew increasingly harmonious, as young students and old academicians seemed to bridge the generational gap, immersing themselves together in the ocean of knowledge. The class officially began. Qi Yin took a deep breath, and at the moment he stepped onto the podium, his entire demeanor changed. His previously somewhat reserved expression instantly transformed into one of focus and confidence. With a spark of wisdom in his eyes, he straightened his back, and his voice was loud and clear. "Classmates, today we will discuss some cutting-edge and critical knowledge in national defense technology." Qin Tianhai and the others initially thought Qi Yan's class would be very basic. After all, it was a public course. They were prepared to listen casually, but when Qi Yan wrote the course topic on the blackboard, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. They didn't expect this class to be a special topic lecture. Qi Yan skillfully operated the multimedia equipment, and the first thing that appeared on the big screen was Zhang Wei's research on the J-80 fighter jet. Qi Yan explained passionately, "Classmate Zhang Wei's research on the J-80 fighter jet is both in-depth and unique. Look, this fighter jet has made groundbreaking advancements in stealth performance, power systems, and weaponry." His gestures were vigorous, as if he was conducting an invisible battle. The stealth coding technology of the J-80 significantly reduces its radar cross-section, greatly enhancing its battlefield survivability. Now we can say this makes it simpler, and we can also consider another option, Qi Yin said while quickly sketching a diagram on the blackboard. Qin Tianhai focused on the screen, nodding from time to time, secretly admiring. This kid is really impressive, able to explain such complex knowledge so clearly. Next, Qi Yin showcased the research results of several other classmates on national defense technology. Look at this student's concept for a new missile defense system. Its innovation and practicality are worth our in-depth consideration. Chun Feng, who was originally somewhat indifferent, became deeply captivated by Qi Yan's brilliant explanation, his eyes glued to the screen, afraid of missing any detail. The atmosphere in the classroom was lively and focused, with both the old academicians and young students immersed in this feast of knowledge. Qi Yan's voice echoed in the classroom, his passion and professionalism infecting everyone. Chapter 96. Attendance. The Cowardly Academicians. However, as Qi Yan's explanations became more in-depth, the situation for several academicians changed drastically. They had initially been full of confidence, thinking that with their years of experience and deep knowledge, understanding this content would be a piece of cake. But as the lecture progressed, their expressions gradually turned serious, and beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. Qin Tianhai's pen stopped on the notebook, his eyes wide open, trying hard to keep up with Qi Yan's train of thought, muttering to himself, "Is this really that difficult?" Old academician Zhao kept wiping the sweat from his forehead. His notebook only hastily filled with a few notes, his face full of confusion. "This knowledge is too advanced, isn't it? How come I can't understand it either?" Another academician kept shaking his head, mumbling, "Today's young people are really impressive. The things they study are so cutting-edge and profound," although they found it somewhat difficult to follow. The academicians showed no signs of giving up. They bit their lips, fully focused on listening to every word Qi Yan said, trying to capture key information from this complex knowledge. They had assumed that Chen Feng and the others would also show difficulty, feeling challenged by this profound knowledge like themselves. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng and others frequently raised their hands, asking their own questions. "Teacher, is the principle here similar to a certain theory we learned before? I feel like I've heard it before," one student asked, his eyes full of a thirst for knowledge. Qi Yan smiled and patiently explained, "That's right. It's great that you can connect it to previous knowledge, but there are some subtle differences here." Upon hearing Qi Yan's explanation, the questioning student looked enlightened, satisfaction evident on his face. "They must be pretending," Qin Tianhai and the others thought to themselves. They initially believed these students had conspired to give them a wake-up call. After all, in their preconceived notions, how could students of such an age possibly understand such cutting-edge and complex national defense technology knowledge so quickly and raise valuable questions? It was simply impossible. However, as the course progressed, Qin Tianhai and the others soon realized it wasn't like that. They really understood. Chun Feng raised his hand again and asked, "Teacher, in practical applications, will this technology be greatly limited by environmental factors?" Qi Yan pondered for a moment and provided a detailed answer again. After listening, Chun Feng nodded frequently, his eyes shining with newfound clarity. The academicians watched the smooth interaction between the students and Qi Yan, their initial doubts gradually replaced by shock. Beads of sweat kept rolling down their foreheads, and their backs were soaked with perspiration. Qin Tianhai wiped the sweat from his face and, with a serious expression, said to old Zhao beside him, "Old Zhao, it seems we underestimated these kids. They're truly impressive." Old Zhao stared at the blackboard, quickly recording key information while breathing heavily. "Yes, I originally thought it was just some basic stuff, but I didn't expect the depth to far exceed our imagination." The other academicians also shook their heads and sighed, lamenting their preconceived notions. They were drenched in sweat, their expressions tense, and their pens couldn't rest for a moment, as if they were desperately trying to catch up with the rapidly flashing knowledge points. At this moment, the atmosphere in the classroom was both lively and tense, and Qi Yan's voice became increasingly clear and powerful amidst the focus. After a while, Qi Yan finally finished one topic. After a brief pause, he smiled and said, "Now, let's enter the Q&A session." His gaze swept across the audience, a hint of expectation in his eyes. This lecture was specially prepared for these academicians, and all the knowledge discussed was related to their research directions. However, Qi Yan was also unsure of how far these academicians had progressed in their research. "Let me see who to call on to answer questions." Qi Yan's voice echoed in a quiet classroom. At this moment, Qin Tianhai and the others looked like wilted eggplants, directly lowering their heads. Qin Tianhai's originally straight back slightly bent. His eyes dared not meet Qi Yan's, gripping his pen tightly, his expression awkward and helpless. Old academician Zhao also buried his head low, his gray hair shaking slightly with his body's tremors, as if he were a primary school student avoiding the teacher's gaze. They looked just like elementary school students who were too shy to answer questions in class, and a tense atmosphere spread throughout the room. Qin Tianhai secretly lamented in his heart. This knowledge is too cutting edge. Although I have been researching for many years, I really haven't grasped these new developments yet. I hope I won't be called on. Sweat beads once again appeared on his forehead, and he discreetly wiped them away with his sleeve. The other academicians also showed difficult expressions, exchanging glances as if silently conveying the message of "please don't call on me." Those who usually commanded respect in the research field now appeared so uneasy in this classroom. Qi Yin couldn't help but find their expressions somewhat amusing, while also gaining more respect for their humility and reverence for knowledge. However, he also understood that this knowledge was indeed at the forefront of the field, and even experienced academicians could find it challenging. Chun Feng and others watched the academician's awkwardness, initially wanting to chuckle, but then realized that facing such profound knowledge, they too would be at a loss. So they put away their smiles and continued to wait attentively for Qi Yin to call on someone. Qi Yan's gaze wandered between the academicians and the students, pondering whom to call on to answer the questions in a way that would help everyone better understand the knowledge without putting the academicians in an embarrassing position. The air in the classroom seemed to solidify, with everyone waiting for his decision. Qi Yin scanned the crowd and finally fixed his gaze on an old academician named Zhang Chang. Then let's have academician Zhang Chang answer this question. Qi Yan's voice broke the silence in the classroom. Upon hearing his name, academician Zhang was momentarily taken aback, then slowly stood up. He was spirited, and his eyes showed determination. After all, his research direction was national defense technology, and he had been the chief designer of the 20 fighter jet. This confidence made him calm and unhurried. Qi Yin began to ask, for bombers, how to improve the speed of fighter jets is a key issue. What aspects do you think we can start from? This question was not too difficult for academician Zhang. He cleared his throat and answered in a clear and structured manner. First, we can improve the performance of the engine by adopting more advanced thrust technology to enhance fuel efficiency. Secondly, we can optimize the aircraft's shape to reduce air resistance. Chapter 97, Academician Zhang's shock. Am I not as good as a junior college student? His answer was concise and clear, earning him a round of appreciative glances from the audience. Qi Yin smiled and nodded, then asked, in today's complex electromagnetic environment, how should fighter jets avoid radar interference to achieve stealth? Academician Zhang pondered for a moment, but still answered very smoothly. We can use special absorbing materials to reduce radar reflections, and at the same time, design unique structural shapes to alter the reflection paths of radar waves. However, as Qi Yan's questions became increasingly difficult, academician Zhang's expression gradually grew serious. Qi Yin posed an extremely complex question about the synergistic optimization of stealth technology and speed enhancement for fighter jets, involving numerous cutting-edge theories and technical challenges. Academician Zhang's brow furrowed, the wrinkles on his forehead becoming more pronounced, and he subconsciously pushed up his glasses. After a long period of contemplation, he cautiously opened his mouth. This question is indeed very challenging. In current research, we might try using new composite materials and intelligent control systems, but this still requires further experimentation and validation. At this moment, his voice was no longer as confident as before. There was more uncertainty and hesitation in his words. Seeing academician Zhang's somewhat troubled expression, Qi Yin understood that these questions had indeed touched on the industry's cutting edge and were extremely difficult. But that was precisely the significance of this exchange, to provoke thought and promote deeper research. Zhang Chang's face was now flushed, looking quite bad. His breathing was slightly rapid, and dissatisfaction filled his heart, subconsciously feeling that Qi Yin was targeting him. How could some of the technologies he just mentioned be achievable? This was simply intentional difficulty. Zhang Chang thought angrily in his heart, casting a somewhat irritated glance at Qi Yin. However, at that moment, Qi Yin turned to Zhang Wei and said, Zhang Wei, you answer. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei quickly stood up. He was tall and straight, with a confident smile on his face, exuding a calm demeanor. Zhang Wei cleared his throat and spoke in a loud and firm voice. Regarding the issue of improving fighter jet speed and achieving stealth, I believe that first, in terms of the power system, we can adopt a new generation of vector propulsion technology combined with an efficient energy management system to optimize energy output to the greatest extent. As for stealth, in addition to the previously mentioned absorbing materials and shape design, we can also introduce plasma stealth technology, creating a plasma layer on the aircraft surface to alter the propagation characteristics of radar waves. Furthermore, we can leverage big data simulation and artificial intelligence algorithms to quickly optimize and screen various design options. As he spoke, he gestured with his hands, and his eyes were filled with certainty about his viewpoints. Qian listened while nodding, showing a satisfied expression. The audience was also captivated by Zhang Wei's clear thinking and comprehensive answers, casting admiring glances his way. Listening to Zhang Wei's response, academician Zhang's anger gradually dissipated, replaced by appreciation for the young man and contemplation of new knowledge. Zhang Wei continued to elaborate on his insights, each point being logical and each solution filled with innovation and feasibility. His voice echoed in the classroom, as if opening a door to future fighter jet technology for everyone. When he finished his answer, the classroom erupted into warm applause. Zhang Wei smiled and bowed to thank everyone, then sat down, still shining with confidence in his eyes. Zhang Chang's eyes widened in shock as he listened to Zhang Wei's answer. His previously tense body gradually relaxed, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Every word from Zhang Wei hit his mental barriers like a heavy hammer. He felt as if a fog had lifted, and the problems that had troubled him for a long time suddenly had answers. So it really could be this way, Zhang Chang muttered to himself in his heart, his face revealing a look of enlightenment, as the earlier dissatisfaction and anger had long since vanished. Next, Qian called on several other academicians to answer questions one by one. When academician Li was called, he stood up somewhat nervously, unconsciously rubbing the hem of his clothes. But after he heard the question and fell into thought, his expression gradually became focused. As his thoughts became clearer, his eyes brightened, and his previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Nodding repeatedly and softly murmuring, "Wonderful, wonderful." Academician Qin initially hesitated while answering questions, his voice slightly trembling. But as the discussion deepened, he seemed to find a breakthrough, his words becoming firm and powerful, excitement shining on his face as he said, "Why didn't I think of this angle before? I've truly learned something." Qian then called on other corresponding students to answer questions. The entire classroom atmosphere was enthusiastic and lively, with sparks of thought continuously igniting in the back-and-forth exchanges, and everyone immersed in this exchange and collision of knowledge. The class unknowingly continued until 12 o'clock, the hour hand quietly pointing straight above. Yet everyone in the classroom remained oblivious. It was not until someone outside anxiously urged, "It's already 12 o'clock. It's time to end class and eat," that everyone seemed to awaken from a dream. Academician Zhang and others had excited expressions, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, and their cheeks slightly flushed from prolonged focus and excitement. Zhang Chang tightly clenched his fists, trembling continuously while muttering, "So wonderful, so wonderful. I can really learn something." Before they came, they were somewhat skeptical. After all, as experts and academicians, who isn't proud? They originally thought it was just an ordinary exchange class, merely a formality and unlikely to yield any new insights. Zhang Chang recalled his mindset before coming and felt a bit ashamed. At that time, he was packing things up carelessly, thinking, "It's probably just a formality. What real substance could there be?" However, at this moment, reality hit them hard. Academician Qin kept slapping his forehead, regretfully saying, "Why didn't I think of these things before? I was so self-righteous." His eyes were filled with a thirst for new knowledge and a reflection on his past dismissive attitude. Another academician, while organizing his notes, sighed, "I thought I was already at the forefront, but I didn't expect to discover here that learning has no limits." Everyone looked at each other, realizing they had even forgotten to go to the restroom. Someone instinctively twisted their body and felt the protest from their bladder, unable to help but smile wryly. Chapter 98. Other academicians' doubts. What can a college teach? Yet even so, excitement still dominated, and everyone's thoughts lingered on that wonderful class they just had. Chun Feng and the other students were also immersed in this immense harvest, but they had attended many such classes and weren't as excited as the academicians. Instead, they found it amusing to have these academicians attending classes with them. After class, academician Zhang Chong couldn't wait to approach Zhang Wei, his eyes filled with eagerness and anticipation. Classmate Zhang Wei, your insights on fighter jet technology in class just now inspired me greatly, and I have some questions I'd like to ask you. Academician Zhang Chong's voice carried a hint of humility. Zhang Wei looked at the esteemed old academician in front of him and felt a mix of emotions. Thinking to himself, what's going on here? An academician is actually coming to ask me for advice. But he quickly adjusted his mindset and smiled, saying, "You're too kind. Academician, we could discuss it together. After all, we are classmates now." On the other side, academician Qin Feng quickly approached Chun Feng, sincerely saying, "Classmate Qin Feng, some of your viewpoints have given me new thoughts on this topic. Can we talk about it in more detail?" Chun Feng was momentarily taken aback, then revealed a helpless smile, thinking, "I really didn't expect this." However, he readily replied, "Of course, academician Qin." Other academicians also found the corresponding students to discuss their topics, and for a moment, the classroom was bustling with activity. Chun Feng and Zhang Wei exchanged glances, both showing a hint of surprise and helplessness. However, during the exchanges, Chun Feng and the others gradually realized that although these old academicians might be slightly behind on certain cutting-edge viewpoints, their profound academic foundation and rich practical experience could provide them with new perspectives and insights. Zhang Wei nodded frequently while listening to academician Zhang Chong's unique interpretations of some fundamental theories, exclaiming, "Academician, your explanations have helped me understand some concepts much more clearly." Chun Feng, in his exchange with academician Qin Feng, recognized his shortcomings in applying certain key technologies and humbly said, "Academician Qin, your experience has been incredibly helpful to me." Thus, the old academicians and the students complemented each other, with sparks of thought continuously colliding, and the initially chaotic scene, due to the unexpected inquiries, gradually became harmonious and vibrant. Ultimately, the first day's class ended successfully, filled with abundant gains. More than a dozen academicians stood at the classroom door, their eyes full of reluctance, as if their feet were being held back by an invisible force, unwilling to step out. "This day has been so fulfilling. I really don't want it to end," one academician sighed. They slowly began to return to Longguo Institute, turning back 3 times with every step, as if the classroom had a tremendous magnetic pull on them. Finally, they sincerely called out to Teacher Qian, "Teacher Qian, we have learned so much today." Their voices were coordinated and resonant. "The worthy are the teachers," they declared, stating that during this time, they would seek knowledge like true students, setting aside all their arrogance. From now on, there would be no academicians here, only eager students seeking knowledge. They, as academicians, also wanted to progress, and this might be their only opportunity in life, which must be cherished. "We were too conceited before, thinking our knowledge was rich enough, but now we understand that learning has no limits," one academician said, blushing. Hearing their words, Qian felt quite flustered, quickly waving his hands and saying, "No need, no need. We learn together and improve together." Qian's face was full of sincerity and humility, expressing that it was an honor to communicate with the academicians and that they would promote each other. The academicians looked at Qian's humility with increasing admiration. With firm resolve and a thirst for new knowledge, they set off on their journey back, ready to engage in their upcoming studies and research with a fresh perspective. A few hours later, Zhang Chong and the other 10-plus academicians had just returned to Longguo Institute and hadn't even had time to sit down and drink some water before being surrounded by other academicians. "Old Zhang, I heard you went to some college to attend class. What's the situation?" said academician Liu, his tone somewhat sarcastic and playful, with a hint of curiosity and mockery in his eyes. Zhang Chong's expression darkened, and he said sternly, "Old Liu, don't speak carelessly. This class was extraordinary." Academician Li also leaned in, smiling as he said, "Oh really? What can you learn?" Don't tell me you were fooled. Zhang Chong shot him a glare and said, "Don't take it lightly. This truly opened my eyes." Teacher Qian's class was spectacular. However, most of the academicians remained arrogant. Academician Wang stood by with his arms crossed, looking slightly up, saying, "I don't believe a college teacher can be that capable. What can they teach us?" It's not that he looked down on Qian, but he simply didn't believe Qian could teach him anything. Academician Zhao chimed in, "Exactly. After so many years of knowledge and experience, how could a young person surpass us?" Zhang Chong raised his voice excitedly. "You really missed out. Teacher Qian's insights are unique, and his understanding and analysis of cutting-edge technology make us old fellows feel ashamed." "Old Zhang, are you exaggerating?" Academician Liu asked with a face full of skepticism. "Not at all," Zhang Chong asserted firmly. "Take the discussion about the latest research directions. Teacher Qian's viewpoints gave me a sudden feeling of enlightenment. In those practical application problems, the solutions he provided were novel and practical." At that moment, academician Qin Feng stepped forward, his expression serious, saying, "What Zhang Chong said is not exaggerated at all. I experienced it firsthand. Teacher Qian's approach to research and innovative ideas are things we have never touched on before. You really cannot underestimate his abilities just because of the institution he belongs to." Academician Qin Tianhai also added, "That's right. This class made me deeply realize that we cannot judge a person's knowledge level based on preconceived notions. Teacher Qian's insights on many key issues are enough for us to reflect and learn." Just then, academician's son, who had been silent, thoughtfully said, "Old Zhang praises him so highly. Perhaps there really are things we don't know about." Now that even academician Qin Feng and academician Qin Tianhai are saying so, he must have some real ability. However, there were still many academicians who shook their heads disdainfully, stubbornly believing they did not need to learn from someone who seemed inferior to them. They are all academicians, absolute geniuses and leaders in their respective fields, and none of them believe there is anyone in this world who can teach them anything. Chapter 99. Is it really possible to learn something valuable from Qian? However, Zhang Chong and the other academicians looked at their still proud colleagues with serious and sincere expressions and urged again, "Everyone, I really recommend that you also attend the lectures. I believe you will gain something different." Academician Wang curled his lips, dismissively waving his hand. "I have too many projects on my hands. Where do I have time to play house with a junior college teacher?" Academician Zhao echoed, "Exactly, I'm also very busy. No time for that." Zhang Chong frowned slightly, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. "This is not playing house. Teacher Qian's classes are really valuable." Academician Qin Feng anxiously said, "We researchers cannot be so self-satisfied." However, those proud academicians still paid no heed, saying one after another, "Stop rambling. We know how to do things ourselves. We don't have time to listen to your nonsense." Zhang Chong and the others exchanged helpless glances and sighed. Qin Tianhai shook his head in resignation. "Forget it. There's no point in saying more." In the end, Zhang Chong and the others could only leave helplessly. As they walked, Zhang Chong said, "Let's ignore them. Prepare to get up early tomorrow and go to class. Learning a little more is better than nothing." Academician Qin Feng nodded. "Right, we can't miss the opportunity to improve ourselves because of their biases." The next morning, before the sun fully illuminated the earth, Zhang Chong and the other academicians had already packed up and were heading towards the classroom with eager anticipation, their figures resolute and determined. Meanwhile, those proud academicians remained immersed in their own world, choosing to ignore their actions. Over the next few days, Zhang Chong and the others seemed to have entered a whole new rhythm of life. Every morning, when the sky was just brightening, Zhang Chong hurriedly finished washing up, had a few bites of breakfast, and called the other academicians to set off. Their eyes were filled with expectation and determination, as if endless treasures awaited them ahead. Upon arriving at Sanliton Vocational and Technical College, they quickly immersed themselves in intense research and study. In class, they listened attentively to teacher Qi Yan's explanations, their pens constantly recording key knowledge points. Sometimes they furrowed their brows in thought, and at other times they nodded in sudden realization. When encountering questions they did not understand, they did not hesitate to seek advice from teacher Qi Yan, engaging in lively discussions with their classmates. After class, They entered the laboratory. Zhang Chang and the others moved busily within, carefully operating the instruments and equipment, their eyes fixed on the changing data, not missing any subtle differences. At noon, they only hurriedly ate a few bites of boxed lunches before continuing their research. They did not return until nightfall, when the city's lights were brilliant, dragging their tired but satisfied bodies home late. Each person's face was filled with the joy of harvest, a deep sense of fulfillment and satisfaction emanating from within. This situation surprisingly lasted for more than a month. The academicians at Longguo Institute who had not attended the classes looked at Zhang Chang and the others, who went out early and returned late every day, with increasing suspicion. Could it really be useful to attend classes at that junior college? One academician muttered to himself. Some academicians had already begun secretly inquiring about the situation of those attending classes at the junior college. Academician Li secretly approached Academician Sun, who had a good relationship with Zhang Chang, and indirectly asked, "Old son, what exactly are Zhang Chang and the others busy with lately? Going out early and returning late every day, is it really that attractive?" Academician's son smiled mysteriously and said, "Old Li, don't ask, you'll know when you go." Academician Li became even more curious, feeling like his heart was being tickled by a cat's paw. Over this month, the changes in Zhang Chang and the others gradually became apparent. The viewpoints they presented at academic seminars were more innovative and unique, and their problem-solving approaches became broader, earning the admiration of many. All of this deepened the curiosity and doubts of the other academicians. Zhao Jun was one of those questioning them. He was a highly respected academician at Longguo Institute, well-versed in aerospace and a true expert. He had led several important aerospace research projects and achieved a series of remarkable accomplishments. Zhao Jun looked down upon Zhang Chang and the others for going to Sanlitan Vocational and Technical College every day. What a show! A group of junior college students. No matter how talented, without experimental facilities, they were just talking theory. He said disdainfully, his eyes filled with skepticism. However, just as he scoffed at this, soon the intelligence collected by other academicians came out. "Academician Zhao, did you know? Zhang Chang and the others have participated in a series of cutting-edge research projects there and have made substantial progress." One academician said eagerly, "What substantial progress could there be? It's just small fry stuff." Zhao Jun still remained unconvinced. Another academician continued, "It is said that they have made significant breakthroughs in the research of new materials, which could greatly enhance the performance of spacecraft." Cao Yun found a hint of wavering beginning in his heart, but he still stubbornly said, "That doesn't prove anything. Maybe it's just good luck." However, as more and more information came in, Zhao Jun's expression gradually became serious. He began to realize that perhaps his contempt was misguided. Those junior college students he originally thought were just talking theory had indeed produced results under teacher Qi Yin's guidance that he had to take seriously. For example, in the field of national defense technology, Zhang Chang and the others successfully optimized the power systems of weapons, significantly enhancing their performance. The problems that had existed in energy conversion efficiency and stability were cleverly solved by them, using a brand new physical principle. The discovery and application of this principle not only improved the range and accuracy of the weapons, but also greatly reduced energy consumption, bringing tremendous potential for enhancing national defense capabilities. Additionally, in the field of plant hybridization, they found an innovative hybridization method and successfully cultivated a high-yield crop that could grow in extreme environments. This crop possesses strong resistance to pests and diseases and has a high tolerance for harsh conditions like drought and salinity. Previously, how to improve the environmental adaptability of crops while ensuring yield had been a problem plaguing academia. Now they had actually conquered it in one fell swoop. This information quickly spread throughout Longguo Institute, leaving those initially skeptical academicians dumbfounded and prompting them to reevaluate their views. How is this possible? To achieve such astonishing results in such a short time? One academician exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, his hands shaking slightly as he held the information. Chapter 100. Academicians personally visit the junior college to investigate, shocking everyone. National defense technology, plant hybridization, every field is filled with challenges. And they have managed to overcome them all? Another academician said incredulously, shaking his head repeatedly. The problems that once seemed insurmountable have been solved by them? This is simply a miracle. Yet another academician exclaimed, his voice filled with surprise and admiration. Zhao Jun, who had been listening all along, began to waver in his previously firm skepticism. He furrowed his brow tightly, his eyes revealing complex emotions, murmuring to himself, could it really be possible? Could I have been wrong? Several academicians looked at each other, the shock in their hearts lingering. After a brief silence, one academician suggested, why don't we discuss it and go see what is happening ourselves? Yes, seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. Let us go take a look. Another academician immediately responded, let us go see what this is all about. Everyone chimed in. A few academicians, filled with both anticipation and apprehension, decided to head to the Sanlitan Vocational and Technical College together to uncover the truth behind it all. The next morning, as the sun began to shine on the campus of the college, Zhao Jun and several other academicians stealthily appeared at the entrance. Zhao Jun, with his neck shrunk in, looked around cautiously and whispered to his companions, we need to be careful not to get caught. That would be so embarrassing. Another academician nodded repeatedly, crouching slightly and walking softly, as if afraid to make a sound. Right, let us sneak a look. If they don't have any real skills, we'll leave quickly. The group exchanged glances, looking like thieves as they tiptoed into the college. At that moment, a group of students was laughing and playing on campus. One sharp-eyed student suddenly spotted these oddly behaving old men and poked his companion, saying, hey, look at those old guys. What are they up to? The other students turned to look, and upon seeing Zhao Jun and the others acting so cautiously, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Why do those grandpas look like thieves? A chubby student laughed so hard he could hardly stand up. Ha! Maybe they're here to steal our school's secrets, teased a mischievous student. A keen and clever student immediately exclaimed, no way, I need to report this to the authorities, saying there are some sneaky old men trying to get into teacher Chi Yan's class. With that, he took off running. Now, Chi Yan's class was a special entity in their college, and the whole school took pride in it, so it had to be well protected. If anyone had ill intentions, it would definitely be reported immediately to prevent any traitors from appearing. Meanwhile, Zhao Jun and the others remained completely unaware that they had attracted attention and continued to cautiously approach teacher Chi Yan's class. Oh my, why is my heart racing so fast? It feels like I'm doing something wrong, one academician said, patting his chest, looking very tense. She'll keep it down. Zhao Jun quickly signaled. They moved forward step by step, their silly appearance making it hard to suppress laughter. When Principal Zhang learned that a few sneaky old men were trying to get close to teacher Chi Yan's class, he instantly became furious. He slammed his hand on the table, his eyes wide open, and shouted, who dares to be so bold as to sneak around in my school? What are they trying to do? His voice made the windows in the office tremble slightly. His face turned pale, and his hands were tightly clenched into fists. The students nearby were startled by his sudden outburst and didn't dare to breathe. However, when he found out that these men were actually old academicians from Longguo Institute, his anger dissipated in an instant, replaced by a look of bemusement. What? They seem to be old academicians from Longguo Institute? Principal Zhang widened his eyes, his face incredulous. His brows furrowed tightly as he muttered, what is going on? If the academicians want to come to Chi Yan's class, they should just come openly. Why sneak around like this? After saying that, he helplessly shook his head and couldn't help but laugh. These old scholars are quite amusing, pulling off such a stunt. The tense atmosphere lightened considerably due to Principal Zhang's bewildered reaction, but he couldn't help but ponder why these academicians were being so secretive. This should be the place, Zhao Jun said in a low voice, stretching his neck and squinting to closely examine the sign at the classroom door. His forehead slightly furrowed, reflecting a hint of uncertainty. It seems like this class looks a bit different from the others. Another academician chimed in, stroking his chin, revealing curiosity and confusion in his eyes. Zhao Jun and the others crept up to the door of Class 21, which was currently in session. Like a group of thieving cats, Zhao Jun led the way, his back hunched, his steps as light as if he were walking on cotton, each step cautious. His eyes darted around, observing the surroundings, fearful of being discovered. Behind him, Another academician nervously gripped the hem of his clothes, his fingers turning white from the pressure. His lips trembled slightly, and his breathing quickened, seemingly filled with anxiety. Another academician kept swallowing hard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His gaze flickered, sometimes looking at the classroom ahead, and other times glancing back at the corridor behind them. "Everyone, keep it down, don't make any noise," Zhao Jun reminded them in a low, trembling voice. The old academicians stealthily arrived at the classroom door, pressing their bodies tightly against the wall as if they wanted to blend into it. Each of their expressions was rich with both anticipation for the unknown and fear of being discovered. The old academicians quietly leaned their heads toward the classroom window, trying to sneak a peek at Qi Yan's teaching scene. Zhao Jun squinted, straining to see the situation inside the classroom, but accidentally pressed his nose against the window glass, leaving a comical mark. "Shoo, keep it down," he reminded the other academicians again. One academician, wanting to see more clearly, tiptoed and leaned forward desperately, nearly losing his balance and falling. They finally got a clear view of the classroom scene, and what they saw left them stunned. "Oh my isnt, that old Sheen? Why is he being punished to stand?" One academician couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, his voice filled with disbelief, quickly covering his mouth with his hand. Another academician widened his eyes, taking a closer look, nearly laughing himself into stitches. "Ha! It really is old Sheen. Look at his pitiful face. Like a student who made a mistake. Ha! I have to take a picture of him so he can see what he looks like in class. That is a good idea. I'll take a picture of old Zhang then. Ha ha! I didn't expect them to have such moments too. Isnt, that old Zhang? Why is his face so red when answering questions? Doesn't he know?" Another academician pointed at a figure in the classroom, laughing until tears came out. "Oh dear, look at old Zhang. He is so nervous. He is usually so imposing in the institute, but now he is stammering here. And look at old Wang, scratching his head and looking puzzled. Is the question that hard?" They laughed and joked, completely forgetting that they were secretly peeking. Zhao Jun laughed so hard he couldn't stand up straight, holding his belly and saying, "These guys, usually so esteemed in the institute, now look like elementary school students here. Ha ha ha. This is too funny. They'll probably feel embarrassed to bring this up when they go back. We need to keep it down or we'll get caught, and it'll be awkward for everyone." However, their laughter still attracted the attention of the students in the classroom, and one student turned to look at the window, furrowing his brow.